Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 1, The System Ran Away. Beep beep beep. Beep beep beep. A burst of urgent alarm sounds rang beside his ear. A hand stretched out from under the blanket, groping around on the bedside table. He picked up the phone and glanced at it. 7 o'clock. Then came a complaining voice, "It's only 7. Why is the alarm going off? I'm not even working today. Seriously." The next second, he turned off the alarm and flopped back down to continue sleeping. A streak of warm sunlight slowly shone into the room through the window. The curtain swayed back and forth with the breeze, causing the sunlight on his face to flicker. Perhaps sensing the light on his face, the sleeping boy's eyelashes trembled slightly. He turned over. Before even opening his eyes, his hand had already started feeling around for his phone. Grabbing the phone and squinting at it, he saw 1348. Then he prepared to scroll through some videos to clear the haze of just waking up. Whose phone is this? What kind of crappy phone is this? Where's my iPhone 17 Pro Max? The boy shot upright in bed, his mind instantly clearing. He looked around and only saw an unfamiliar room. Very simple. A single bed, a small wooden desk, a chair. A few books and a cup sat on the desk. This was clearly not his room. Where the hell did I get dumped? The boy was completely dumbfounded. Was he kidnapped? No. If he had been kidnapped, there was no way he would have slept comfortably until he woke up naturally. Besides, who would kidnap an ordinary wage worker like him? He got up and quickly opened the door. A small living room with simple furnishings came into view. After looking around, he found the bathroom. He pulled the door open and looked at the mirror, completely confirming the guess in his heart. In the mirror appeared a handsome boy with somewhat gloomy features. Did I transmigrate? He still could not quite believe that something that only happened in web novels would suddenly happen to him. The boy's name was Amano Hiro, an orphan who, naturally, grew up in an orphanage. Though strictly speaking, he was not a true orphan. He actually had a pair of trashy parents. His birth had been a pure accident. Later, they felt the child was a burden, so they threw him into an orphanage. Even his name had been given to him by the old director of said orphanage. Amano Hiro stared blankly at the completely different face in the mirror. He had never expected that the transmigration he often fantasized about would actually happen to him. As he looked at the mirror, a flash of inspiration suddenly struck him. In other people's transmigrations, they all had a system, golden fingers, all kinds of cheats. Did he have one too? System. System, are you there, buddy? Are you here? Say something. There was no response. Not a single movement. He came to a conclusion. He was an imperfect transmigrator without a system. But it was not all bad news. Judging from the living environment, although it did not look wealthy, at least it was modern society. He had a place to live. It was not terrible at least. Other people might panic after transmigrating, but he was different. A lone man with nothing. No matter where he stayed, it was all the same. The most urgent thing now was to figure out what year he had transmigrated to. If he had gone back in time, maybe he could use his knowledge advantage to make a fortune and reach the peak of life. With that thought, he turned on the phone to gather some information, and just as he was hesitating whether to go out and gather some information, an almost heavenly voice sounded in his mind. System loading complete. I knew it. How could a transmigrator not have a system? At this moment, Amano Hiro was obviously extremely excited. He had already begun fantasizing about reaching the peak of life and marrying a rich beauty with the help of the usual system cheats. But in the next second, the system taught him a lesson. It directly picked up a huge basin and poured a bucket of cold, icy water over him, the kind that chilled him from head to toe. An unknown error occurred during this binding. Correct host not detected. System uninstalling. As soon as the system said this, Amano Hiro could not sit still. Wait. What do you mean? You dragged me into this transmigration and now you want to run off without caring about anything. You've got to compensate me. After he shouted, the system seemed to lag for a moment and stopped uninstalling. An abnormal fluctuation occurred during transmigration, which affected you. As an apology, a beginner gift pack has been issued. We wish you a pleasant life. System uninstalled. This time, the system did not give him any more time to react. It directly sent a beginner gift pack and ran away. A lucky bag-style gift pack suddenly appeared in Hiro's hand. His face was dark, veins began bulging on his forehead. Clearly, he was extremely angry at the system. Amano Hiro took several deep breaths, suppressing the anger in his heart. Who? Don't be angry, don't be angry. If I get sick from anger and kick the bucket, no one will take my place. Holding the gift pack, he walked to the living room and plopped down onto the sofa. Looking at the gift pack in his hand, a prompt appeared above it, "Open beginner gift pack." Since the system had already run off, he could only go and see what the gift pack could bring him. Open. The gift pack emitted a dazzling light, then turned into two items. One was a voucher about the size of a 100 yen banknote. The voucher was tattered, even missing a corner. The other was a shabby little box that looked like a gift box, as if it had fallen to the ground and then been smashed by something heavy. It was somewhat dented. Language Mastery Voucher ×1. After use, you can master all human languages. Takes effect immediately. Description: although somewhat damaged, it still works. Probably. Beginner Random Gift Box ×1. After use, you can randomly obtain any item. Although it looks shabby, if you are lucky, you might still get something. Looking at these two items, his face darkened again and his blood pressure shot up. UF and $, Euro. I'll. At this moment, Amano Hiro was so angry that he started cursing non-stop. It was now very clear. He had been severely screwed over by the system. There was no other choice. He could only hope these two items worked. He picked up the tattered voucher. A prompt appeared on it. Use Language Mastery Voucher. Use. Amano Hiro gritted his teeth and selected use. The voucher turned to ashes in his hand. Just as he thought it had failed, a prompt appeared in his mind. Language Mastery Voucher has taken effect. A massive amount of information surged into his mind, including common languages and dialects from various countries, including even the languages of random cannibal tribes. Feeling the effect of the Language Mastery Voucher, Amano Hiro's expression finally eased a little. Then he picked up the shabby box placed to the side and selected Open. The box snapped open, revealing a can, one size larger than a canned yellow peach tin. Inside the can was filled with red, viscous liquid. Damn. You. Before he could finish cursing, the information of the can appeared. Specially processed symbiote can. A symbiote with its will erased. After fusion, it can greatly enhance the host's physical abilities and regenerative ability. It can change form according to the host's consciousness. It is currently very weak. Feed it more, and it can recover its strength. Description: although processed, it will still have some impact on the host's mind, but being able to grow stronger makes this side effect insignificant. At least that trash system still had a bit of conscience left for me. Amano Hiro let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, both items were usable, and what came out of the gift box was not bad. Chapter 2, Fusing with Carnage. He examined the red viscous liquid crawling up and down inside the can. The more he looked at it, the more familiar it seemed. Isn't this basically Carnage? This was a great item for increasing strength. Thinking about Carnage's performance in the movies, it could be described as incredibly powerful. He twisted the can open forcefully, preparing to fuse with it first. He reached his hand inside. It felt icy cold, like squeezing slime. Sensing the presence of its host, the symbiote quickly crawled up along his hand toward his body. Within a few breaths, it seeped into him. He closed his eyes and felt the changes in his body. A surge of energy flowed throughout him. He immediately felt his whole body filled with strength, his mind becoming clearer, his five senses sharper. A warm sensation spread through him, indescribably comfortable. So this is what it feels like to have some actual power. No wonder some people lost themselves in overwhelming strength. This feeling truly was intoxicating. With a thought, the symbiote surged out. His hands transformed into red claws, then into sharp spikes, then into long blades. He raised his hand and gave a light swing. The coffee table in front of him split into two instantly. Not bad, not bad. From now on, we are Carnage. He then controlled the symbiote to cover his entire body, transforming into a red monster over 2 meters tall. 6 tentacles extended from his back, their tips shifting back and forth into various weapons. Experiencing superpowers for the first time, Amano Hiro became somewhat carried away, repeatedly testing different abilities. Gore. I didn't even notice it's this late. I should get something to fill my stomach first, then slowly study this later. He retracted Carnage and took out his phone to check the time. It was already evening. He opened the refrigerator and took a look. There was nothing inside. TCH, doesn't this guy keep any food at home? For some reason, he did not have the original owner's memories. He did not know whether he had any relatives or friends, parents or siblings. But judging from the clean call history on the phone, he was probably a lone wolf too. Without memories, he had no choice but to search the apartment. In the bedroom where he had slept, he found a wallet. Opening it, he saw scattered bills inside that did not even add up to 100,000 yen. So poor. This kid only had this much savings. Sigh. I'll have to figure out a way to make money. This won't last long. After changing into a different set of clothes, Amano Hiro prepared to go out and buy something to eat. He glanced at the coffee table that had been split in half, then turned to the side bedroom and took out a cardboard box. He propped the table back together and placed the box underneath it. It fit perfectly. He clapped his hands, very satisfied with his repair job. The sunset slowly sank, dyeing the entire street orange-red. There were only a few scattered pedestrians on the road, making it feel somewhat empty. Looking at the unfamiliar street, Amano Hiro did not know which way to go for a moment. He could only take out his phone, open the navigation app, and search for a nearby convenience store. This convenience store is quite far. Following the navigation prompts, Amano Hiro walked toward the store while taking in the unfamiliar streetscape. By the time he came out of the convenience store, it was completely dark. The streetlights had lit up. Compared to daytime, there were even fewer pedestrians at night, making the whole street look somewhat desolate. Carrying a large bag of food, Amano Hiro strolled slowly on his way home. At that moment, he suddenly stopped. Walking toward him was a figure both familiar and unfamiliar. A girl. Light purple hair draped down in front of her right eye. Her delicate features looked especially soft under the dim yellow light. As if sensing his gaze, the girl raised her head and saw a handsome boy standing by the street, staring at her blankly. The undisguised gaze made her somewhat embarrassed and annoyed. She glared fiercely at Amano Hiro, snorted coldly, and quickly walked past him. Only after the girl had gone some distance did Amano Hiro come back to his senses. So I transmigrated into the world of Tokyo Ghoul. What made him stop was not her beauty, although she was indeed very pretty. What truly caught his attention was her identity. The female protagonist of Tokyo Ghoul, Kirishima Tuka. It felt like the clouds had parted to reveal the sun. In an instant, he found direction and understood how he should live in this world from now on. Although he had not read the original manga, he had watched the anime. Presumably, the main storyline would not differ too much. That meant he could, to a certain extent, act with foresight. Once Carnage recovered to its peak state, in the world of ghouls it would be a ceiling-level existence. At that time, he truly would not need to fear anyone. Now that he understood the world he had transmigrated into, his next goal was clear. First, restore Carnage to its peak condition. Getting stronger came before making further plans. With his goal set, Amano Hiro quickened his pace toward home. I'm being followed. His brows furrowed. He sensed 3 chaotic auras trailing behind him. Following someone this late at night, 9 times out of 10 they were ghouls. It seemed they had taken him as prey. Amano Hiro suddenly accelerated and began running quickly. Since they saw him as prey, he might as well use them to test his current combat strength. Seeing their prey suddenly run, the 3 ghouls immediately chased after him. After passing several intersections, Amano Hiro, as if panicking and choosing blindly, turned directly into a small alley. Seeing this, smiles appeared on the faces of the 3 ghouls. That alley was a dead end. Tonight they would have a full meal again. Tui. You run pretty fast, kid. Why'd you stop running? Keep running. The 3 ghouls appeared at the entrance of the alley. 2 of them, as skinny as sticks, impatiently revealed their glowing red rinkaku and lunged at Amano Hiro. This was his first battle. Amano Hiro did not dare to be careless. In an instant, Carnage covered his entire body, transforming him into a massive red monster. Kakuja. The 3 ghouls' faces showed shock. The 2 who had lunged forward tried to halt and turn to flee, but their forward momentum could not be stopped in time. They could only watch helplessly as they crashed toward the Kakuja before them. Amano Hiro's hands turned into sharp giant blades. Crossing his arms and aiming at their necks, he swung violently to both sides. With a slicing sound, the 2 ghouls, carried by their own forward momentum, fell behind him with their heads severed from their bodies. Their still conscious heads, faces filled with terror, rolled to the side. All of this happened in an instant. The last skinny ghoul who had followed in had not even run fully into the alley yet. 6 tentacles extended from Amano Hiro's back, aiming at the skinny ghoul. They fired countless sharp spikes, directly turning him into a pincushion before he collapsed to the ground. He frowned as he looked at the corpses on the ground. This battle had provided no useful reference. He did not know what level they corresponded to. He only felt that they were very weak. Retracting Carnage, he picked up the convenience bag, preparing to head home first and find another opportunity later to test his combat power. Almost forgot something important. Amano Hiro looked at the corpses on the ground. 3 tentacles swiftly extended from his back and precisely dug out their kakuho. The improvement isn't huge, but there really is some change. After absorbing the kakuho, Carnage had clearly grown slightly stronger. Even his hunger had been somewhat alleviated. Amano Hiro turned and left. The bloody scene had not affected his state of mind at all. It seemed that fusing with Carnage would indeed have an impact on the host. Chapter 3, Out of Luck. Woo woo. The kettle boiled. As the hot water poured into the cup of instant noodles, Amano Hiro's furrowed brows slowly relaxed. He leaned back on the sofa and closed his eyes in thought, organizing in his mind the series of events that had happened today while waiting for the noodles to finish soaking. What had happened in just one day was bizarre and unbelievable. Transmigration, slaughter. It left him mentally exhausted. Who? Eat first. No matter what, eating comes first. He decided to think after eating. He snapped apart the disposable chopsticks, picked up a strand of noodles, blew on it twice carelessly, and put it into his mouth. Ugh. Ugh. The noodles had not even stayed in his mouth for 3 seconds before he spat everything out. An intense stench exploded in his mouth, like biting into rotten, fermented fish guts. Damn. What is this crap? Is it expired? Ugh. Tooey. Amano Hiro rushed to the bathroom and frantically rinsed his mouth, trying to wash away the taste. After more than 10 rinses, the flavor finally faded. Still cursing under his breath, he rummaged through the convenience store bag and pulled out a piece of bread. He tore open the packaging and took a bite. The same violent stench shot straight to his scalp. Ugh. Ugh. The violent retching nearly made him throw up his stomach. Even thinking with his backside, he knew there was something wrong with his body. He rushed to the bathroom again, turned on the faucet, and blasted water into his mouth. After the taste finally weakened, Amano Hiro raised his head and looked into the mirror at his pale, unpleasant expression. He slowly mobilized the power within his body, wanting to confirm the guess in his heart. As the power surged, his eyes changed. His pupils turned scarlet. The whites of his eyes became black, covered with crimson veins. As expected. A Kakugan. This body is actually a ghoul. Amano Hiro muttered to himself. Looking at himself in the mirror, his thoughts were chaotic and his emotions complicated. First he transmigrated for no reason. Then the system ran away right after arriving. Now he discovered he was not even human anymore. On top of that, he had none of the original owner's memories. From the scattered bits of information in a diary, he barely learned that the original owner's parents had gone out not long ago to search for food and were discovered by the CCG, executed on the spot. The inheritance they left behind was this small apartment and less than 100,000 yen. Sigh. Really out of luck. Before transmigrating he had been alone. After transmigrating he was still alone. That was not the main issue. He was already used to being by himself. The real problem was that he could no longer eat normal food. Not being able to enjoy good food was a heavy blow. It seemed he would have to learn some human cooking techniques from Hannibal. Amano Hiro could not sleep that night. On top of that, he was somewhat hungry. He tossed and turned in bed, not knowing how long it took before he finally fell asleep. When he woke up, the sun was already shining brightly. He glanced at the time. It was almost 10. He planned to go out and take a look around to familiarize himself with the surroundings. The streets felt somewhat quiet. The air was cool. A breeze brushed against his face, blowing his messy bangs from side to side and clearing his drowsy mind. By noon, Amano Hiro had gained a rough understanding of the area. The place he lived was not far from the cafe. It was directly south of it, separated by only a few streets. He decided to go sit at the cafe and see what the main characters looked like in reality. Ding-ling. Welcome to Antiku. As the bell chimed softly, a slightly slender and handsome young man walked in. There seemed to be a faint smile on his face. His gaze swept lightly over the customers and the interior before he chose a seat by the window. The girl who had just spoken showed a flash of surprise in her eyes. She clearly recognized him. The boy who had stared at her so brazenly the night before. What would you like to drink? Tuka asked Amano Hiro with a polite smile. She really is beautiful. Looking at the purple-haired girl smiling in front of him, Amano Hiro could not help but sigh softly. As expected of the heroine. There was nothing to criticize. Maybe he should just cuck Kaniki-ken. The thought turned slightly dark in his mind. Tuka heard his remark. A faint blush appeared on her cheeks and a trace of annoyance flashed through her eyes. She could not help thinking that there was something wrong with this guy. Yesterday he had stood there staring at her openly. Today he walked in and immediately commented on her looks. What would you like to drink? Her tone grew a little heavier. Sorry. A cup of Blue Mountain, please. Amano Hiro came back to his senses. What he had just done was indeed impolite. After all, they did not know each other. All right. Please wait a moment. While Tuka went to prepare the coffee, Amano Hiro sized up the so-called ceiling-level figures of ghoul combat power. Behind the counter stood an elderly man with white hair neatly combed, wearing a gentle smile as he slowly wiped a cup. Judging by his appearance alone, who would associate him with the manager of the 20th Ward, the men who once stormed the CCG headquarters and fought Arima Kishu, the former cleaner of the V organization, the famous SSS-rated ghoul known as the One-Eyed Owl. Yoshimura Kyuzan. The manager of this cafe and the overseer of the 20th Ward. The killings of his youth and the death of his wife had left the old man physically and mentally exhausted. Here, he sought redemption and inner salvation. On the surface, this was a cafe. In reality, it was a ghoul mutual aid organization led by the manager, meant to help ghouls who disliked killing and wanted a peaceful life integrate into human society. In the 20th Ward, there were rules set by the manager. At most, one person could be hunted per month. Killing and hunting at will were forbidden. Most ghouls feared the manager's strength and quietly obeyed the rules. Compared to other wards, the 20th Ward was far more stable. At the register stood a beautiful woman. Her hair was tied up behind her head, her bangs parted naturally on both sides. A white shirt paired with a sleeveless vest, a tight skirt, and black stockings fully displayed her mature charm. The leader of the Black Dog organization, Irimi Kaya. An SS-rated ghoul. Who would have thought that a small cafe contained several top-tier ghouls? Your coffee. Please enjoy. The clear voice interrupted Amano Hiro's thoughts. He came back to himself and thanked the girl. He lifted the cup and took a light sip. The aroma was rich, the texture smooth. It was slightly bitter on entry, but as he savored it, a sweet undertone emerged. The body of the coffee was just right. Ding-ling. Welcome. The boy who entered made Amano Hiro's eyes light up. It was the protagonist of Tokyo Ghoul, Kaneki Ken. He looked shy and timid, glancing around the shop. A book was clutched in his hands. It was the currently popular novel written by Takatsuki-sen, The Black Goat's Egg. While Amano Hiro was observing him, Kaneki Ken had already walked over. Hello, is the seat taken? Amano Hiro paused. He had not expected Kaneki Ken to speak to him. He glanced around. At some point, the shop had filled up. Go ahead. Amano Hiro smiled slightly, gesturing for him to sit. Ah, thank you. Kaneki Ken seemed especially shy around strangers. A trace of embarrassment appeared on his face. You're welcome. That book is by Takatsuki-sen, right? Amano Hiro looked at the book Kaneki had placed on the table. Yes. I really like Takatsuki-sen sensei and her works. Do you like her and her works too? When the topic turned to books, Kaneki Ken seemed like a different person. He spoke fluently, without a hint of shyness. They're all right. I'm more interested in the author herself. I have something to do, so I'll be leaving. Amano Hiro answered ambiguously. He was only interested in Takatsuki-sen herself. The book did not matter much. He had things to take care of and did not chat long with Kaneki Ken. There would be plenty of opportunities in the future. He picked up his cup, drained it in one go, paid the bill, and walked out of the cafe. Chapter 4, All-You-Can-Eat Buffet. On top of the tall ceiling of a subway service hall stood a boy with his hands in his pockets. Obviously, it was our protagonist, Amano Hiro. Since he had never taken the subway before and had no idea how it worked, one look at the complicated route map made his scalp tingle. So he decisively chose to hitch a ride instead. Finally. The train had already entered the station, taken on passengers, and was now slowly starting up and heading out of the platform. Amano Hiro leapt forward in one bound, rushing toward the departing train. With a whoosh, a pair of dark red wings spread out behind him, carrying him gliding toward the subway. The wings folded in at just the right moment, and he landed on top of the train. He lay down smoothly, hands tucked behind his head, looking up at the blue sky and white clouds, unable to help sighing. This feels so damn good. These inhuman abilities of running along walls and soaring over rooftops were truly addictive. This trip had no destination. He would go wherever the train went. The main purpose was to practice with Carnage in real combat, gain experience, and devour a wave of prey to strengthen it. After lying there for a while, he got a little sleepy and dozed off. When he opened his eyes, he had no idea where he was anymore. Seeing no one around, he jumped off the train. After that, he deliberately chose remote areas, places like abandoned buildings and warehouses, planning to find a few kind passers-by to ask where this was. Not long after walking, he found a stretch of ruins. As soon as he reached a dilapidated abandoned building, he felt several gazes sweep over him. Amano Hiro paid no attention to those looks. He simply smiled at the rundown building in front of him and stepped inside. It looked like a building bombed in Syria. One side had collapsed halfway. It had 3 floors, but the 3rd floor had no ceiling. Only the 1st and 2nd floors barely sheltered from wind and rain. Amano Hiro could sense 6 presences inside the building. One of them was clearly much stronger than the others. The feeling was quite strange. Even though he could not see them, he could clearly sense them. Boss. That kid came in. A ghoul with yellow hair and the look of a street punk, who had been watching from the window, turned his head toward the room. A burly man sat on a sofa with his legs stretched out and crossed on the coffee table. In his hand, he held a slender arm, turning it over and occasionally taking a bite. He did not speak. Is he a dove? Doesn't look like it. He's not carrying a suitcase, and he doesn't look like he could be hiding a weapon. Enough. Matsuda, go bring the kid up. Whether he's a ghoul or a dove, we'll cut off his limbs first and then slowly ask his purpose. The burly man interrupted the 2 ghouls who were discussing. Yamada Ryu, codename Rampage, an S-rated ghoul. He had committed multiple brutal murder cases and was especially fond of eating beautiful women. His mental state was obviously extremely unstable. After being tracked by the CCG, he had fled all the way here to hide in this remote place. Our boss wants you upstairs for a talk. As soon as Amano Hiro entered, the yellow-haired ghoul came down from the 2nd floor and invited him. Sure. Lead the way. Amano Hiro raised an eyebrow. So cooperative. With that attitude, I almost feel bad starting trouble. When they reached the doorway of a room on the 2nd floor, the yellow-haired ghoul made a gesture, signaling for Amano Hiro to open the door himself. Just as Amano Hiro was about to open it, his movement suddenly halted. He bent backward sharply at the waist. At the same time, a crimson cocoon pierced through the door panel and brushed past his face with a howl. Using the momentum of the bend, he planted a hand on the ground, spun, and kicked the yellow-haired ghoul in the chest. The tremendous force embedded him directly into the wall. It was unclear whether he was dead or alive. One of Amano Hiro's hands instantly transformed into a spike. He thrust it fiercely toward the yellow-haired ghoul's heart. The spike pierced through him and the wall behind, skewering another ghoul inside the room straight through the chest. Bastard. Seeing that the sneak attack had failed and his subordinate had been killed, Yamada Ryu's anger surged. 2 Rinkaku extended fully as he lunged toward Amano Hiro outside the door. Looking at the opponent charging out, Amano Hiro transformed both hands into double-pronged forks and stabbed toward Yamada Ryu. Bang. Bang. Slash. The collision between Kagun and Carnage produced a grating sound that set teeth on edge. Sparks flew everywhere. Ah. Die. Seeing that he had failed to take down his opponent, Yamada Ryu grew even more furious. His 2 Kagun lashed out like machine guns, stabbing at Amano Hiro repeatedly. Amano Hiro blocked with both arms, shifted his body to redirect the force, and covered his right leg with Carnage, transforming it into a massive iron hammer. Twisting his waist, he delivered a sweeping kick straight into Yamada Ryu's side. Ugh! A violent scream, accompanied by the thunderous crash of a breaking wall, rang out as Yamada Ryu was sent flying into the open ground outside the building. Hello. How are you all? May I ask which ward this is? Amano Hiro turned around with a friendly expression and greeted the subordinates inside, who were already scared stiff. Gulp. TW. 12th ward. Spare us. It was all Yamada Ryu's idea. The remaining 3 subordinates swallowed hard and begged, trembling. Ah. Relax. I'm not some kind of devil. I'm very skilled. It won't hurt. Before his words even finished, 3 tentacles pierced through the 3 subordinates' hearts. With a twist, they pulled out their kakuho. He did not spare the 2 he had just killed either. Ah. Ha ha ha. That feels great. Devouring kakuho felt incredible. Every cell in his body trembled slightly. Even his soul felt light and floating, like he was high on drugs. After absorbing the kakuho, Amano Hiro jumped down from the 2nd floor. There was still a bigger fish downstairs. He could not let him escape. Ugh. Bastard. I'll kill you. Looking at Yamada Ryu crawling on the ground and still shouting threats, Amano Hiro felt even more pleased. It seemed that kick had broken his spine. He had not recovered yet. Without any extra words, Amano Hiro walked straight up to him and crushed his head under his foot. A tentacle pulled out his kakuho. A surge of energy greater than that of the other 5 ghouls combined coursed through his body, bringing Amano Hiro immense satisfaction. He could feel his strength increase significantly. With this, Carnage should have recovered quite a bit. Just as he was about to head elsewhere for another all-you-can-eat buffet, Amano Hiro suddenly felt like something was missing. He tore off one of Yamada Ryu's arms, found a conspicuous wall, and used the blood to write across it. In the end, a single word formed. Carnage. The still wet blood slowly trickled down the wall, slightly distorting the letters and adding an even more gruesome and terrifying feel. Amano Hiro tossed the severed arm aside, stepped back a few paces, and examined the word on the wall, nodding repeatedly as if satisfied with his masterpiece. Let this be the beginning of Carnage's rise to fame. He had already planned his next move. He would have a feast in the 12th ward and restore Carnage to its peak state. It would also be a good chance to see whether, after fully recovering, Carnage could continue to grow stronger. Up to now, he did not even know what type his Kagun was or what it looked like. It was probably devoured by Carnage. Hey! It's dangerous here. Leave immediately. Amano Hiro turned his head. At the edge of the ruin stood two people wearing white coats and carrying white suitcases. CCG investigators. The one who shouted looked to be in his 20s. Second-class investigator Hibara, stay alert. Look over there. Hibara followed his gaze and saw the mutilated corpses on the ground and the word written in blood on the wall. First-class Sato, is he a ghoul? Very likely. Don't lower your guard. In such a remote and bloody place, no ordinary person would stand there so calmly. 9 times out of 10, he was a ghoul. Chapter 5, I'm a law-abiding citizen, officer. Who are you? Why are you here? Sato stared at Amano Hiro with a grave expression. I'm a law-abiding citizen, officer. I just happened to pass by. Amano Hiro looked flustered and panicked, trembling as he spoke and walking toward the two of them. Stop. What happened here? There was no way first-class investigator Sato would believe that nonsense. Just passing by. No one would pass by a place like this on the way to anywhere. That statement was as absurd as coming home to find your wife naked in bed with a half-dressed man in the house claiming he just happened to pass by. They had received a tip that ghouls were holed up in this abandoned building and had come to investigate. Now all the ghouls here were dead, and the boy in front of them was undoubtedly the prime suspect. I don't know. It was already like this when I got here. I was terrified by the bloody scene and didn't know what to do. Then you showed up. Amano Hiro's face looked shaken, as if he had truly been frightened badly. Even his voice trembled. We received a report that ghouls were active here. If you say you were just passing by, then come with us to the branch for a formal investigation to prove your innocence. Sato and his partner locked their gazes tightly on Amano Hiro, watching his reaction after speaking. The moment he made any suspicious move, they would act. Investigator Sama, I really was just passing by. I don't think an investigation is necessary. Amano Hiro lowered his head. His expression could not be seen clearly, and his tone grew slightly impatient. No. Those are the rules. Every citizen has the duty to cooperate with an investigation. Sato grew even more alert. His finger was already pressing the activation switch on his quinqua. Oh. Is that so? That's a shame. 2 scarlet tentacles shot out from Amano Hiro's chest without any warning, stabbing toward the two at incredible speed. It was too fast. Second-class investigator Hibara did not even react before a tentacle pierced a huge hole through his chest. He fell straight to the ground. By the time first-class investigator Sato reacted, it was too late to dodge. He could only barely raise his quinqua case in front of him. With a wet sound, the tentacle pierced through Sato along with the suitcase. Blood gushed from his mouth, nose, and chest. The suitcase altered the trajectory slightly, causing the tentacle to miss his heart. He did not die immediately, but such a fatal wound would not allow him to last long. Cough. Sato vomited another large mouthful of blood. His vision began to blur. The quinqua was already damaged beyond use, and even if it were not, his body could no longer fight. The most urgent task was to relay the information to headquarters. An extremely dangerous ghoul had appeared in the 12th ward. Headquarters needed to dispatch personnel to eliminate this ghoul before a larger incident occurred. His left hand trembled as he took a communicator from his pocket. Crack. The arm holding the device was instantly twisted like a rope, and the communicator was crushed. Why bother? You could have just pretended you didn't see me. Amano Hiro stepped on Sato's chest and looked down at him expressionlessly. Cough. Hey, you, these maggots, sooner or later, will be exterminated. There was no fear in Sato's eyes. Only hatred, unwillingness, and regret. Perhaps from the moment he resolved to become an investigator, he had already abandoned fear. Is that so? With a slight increase of pressure under his foot, Amano Hiro ended Sato's life. His mood barely shifted at that moment. It was almost calm. He took a deep breath and looked at the corpse beneath him. Suddenly, he bent down and tore off an arm. He wanted to taste it. The arm in his hand emitted an alluring aroma, wildly stimulating his taste buds and making him want to take a bite immediately. He carried it upstairs to Yamada Ryu's room and rinsed it with bottled water from the corner. Just as he was about to take a bite, he realized it did not look very elegant. His right hand turned into a blade. With a swift motion, he cut off the hand and discarded it, then quickly sliced the rest into thin pieces and put one into his mouth. Why? What's the principle behind this? How can it taste this good? The flavor was impossible to describe in words. It was like returning home after 10 years and eating your favorite dishes cooked by your mother. It was like a royal chef preparing a custom meal tailored perfectly to your taste. The texture was excellent. Firm and springy, pleasantly chewy. Perhaps because investigators trained often, their muscles were denser. Even the bones were effortless to chew, like crunchy snacks. After finishing one slice, he stuffed another into his mouth. It was so delicious he could not stop. At that moment, he suddenly understood why Rize looked like she was in ecstasy every time she ate. When he watched the anime, he had thought she was simply a pervert. It really was so delicious that it made both body and soul tremble with pleasure. After finishing the remaining slices, he turned to look at the ghoul corpses on the ground. He remembered Kaneki-ken saying that Jason's flesh tasted like rotten fish guts. He wanted to see whether ghoul meat was really like Kaneki described. When Carnage absorbed Kakuho, there was no taste. A tentacle tore off a small piece from a corpse. He rinsed it carefully with water, examined it, and put it into his mouth. Tui. Disgusting. Both were humans, yet one tasted so good it made him want to cry, and the other was so bad it made him want to vomit. He did not know why the difference was so huge. This world was absurd. It did not follow biological evolution at all. After eating his fill, Amano Hiro prepared to head to the next buffet. Ugh. Ah. Who are you? Why are you attacking us? The answer was a scarlet tentacle. At its tip was a sharp blade. With one slash, the man's head flew off. Boom. Bang. Creak. Crack. A massive scarlet figure flickered through the abandoned warehouse, each flash accompanied by heart-wrenching screams. When the screams finally faded, the warehouse had become a living hell. Mangled corpses lay scattered everywhere, and blood splattered across the walls. Carnage slowly withdrew into Amano Hiro's body, revealing his face twisted in a frenzied smile. This was already his 4th day in the 12th ward. These past days had been filled with relentless slaughter. Whether he encountered ghouls or investigators, he spared none. All of them became his nourishment. Carnage steadily recovered. Even if it was not fully restored, it was close. Whether because Carnage was nearly restored or because of the constant killing these days, Amano Hiro had become somewhat unhinged. On a high-rise rooftop under the night sky, a young man in a long white coat stood quietly to the side. His short white hair was neat and sharp. Beneath the red half-mask on his face, a pair of scarlet pupils gazed calmly at the small figure near the edge. That figure was wrapped in a slightly oversized pink cloak. Clean bandages covered her entire body, unmoved even by the wind. She sat at the very edge of the rooftop, her bare feet extending from beneath the cloak, wrapped in bandages as well, gently swaying to some silent rhythm. Ito, the young man spoke calmly, his voice cutting through the wind. Carnage. Have you heard of it? Ito tilted her head slightly. Beneath the shadow of the cloak, one could almost sense her gaze flicker. Her voice carried a naturally sticky laziness. Carnage. Haven't heard of it. Someone who's recently become active in the 12th ward, the young man explained, his tone neutral. Not weak. Every time he kills, he leaves a signature at the scene. The word Carnage written in blood. Oh. A trace of genuine interest rose in Ito's voice. Her swaying legs stopped. She leaned back slightly, her center of gravity suspended over the void, yet her movement was as natural as turning on flat ground. Interesting. Why not, bring him over to our side. Chapter 6, showing the first signs of sharpness. CCG headquarters, inside the highest-level conference room. The air was heavy. Around the enormous oval conference table sat 6 special-class investigators. Their expressions were solemn, their gazes focused on the men seated at the head of the table, CCG Bureau Director Washu Yashitoki. According to multiple intelligence reports, a Ajirai tree has been unusually active recently and appears ready to make a move. Washu Yashitoki's steady voice broke the silence. Everyone, what are your thoughts? Low discussions rose within the conference room. Opinions were put forward one after another, mostly standard strategies such as increasing patrol personnel, strengthening control over each ward, and raising alert levels. These suggestions were steady, but nothing innovative. Facing that massive ghoul organization, even the top investigators could not avoid caution and conservatism. After the discussion regarding Aojirai tree temporarily came to an end, Washu Yashitoki abruptly shifted the topic, his tone becoming more solemn. Next, another matter. Regarding the 12th ward. Before he finished speaking, the massive screen behind everyone suddenly lit up. Under the pale light, several high-definition photographs appeared one by one. The first showed the interior of an abandoned building. On a mottled concrete wall, a huge English word was smeared in dark brown, dried blood, Carnage. The second showed a gloomy abandoned warehouse. The setting had changed, but on the same filthy wall was the same shocking blood-written word, Carnage. The third. The fourth. Different locations, yet the same horrific scene. The blood-written word appeared repeatedly on the screen like a cold brand, carrying a strong aura of death and provocation. As you can see, Washu Yashitoki's voice pulled everyone back from the visual impact. A large-scale massacre has recently occurred in the 12th ward. The victims are almost all ghouls. He paused, his gaze sweeping across each special class investigator's extremely grave expression, and emphasized his next words. However, our investigators have also suffered heavy losses. Several colleagues have died in the line of duty, including 3 first-class investigators. A suppressed intake of breath echoed in the conference room. What is most unsettling is this. Washu Yashitoki lightly tapped his knuckles on the table. According to the scene investigation, first-class investigator Sato, who was killed in the abandoned building in the west of the city, was judged to have been killed instantly. In most cases, there were barely any signs of a proper fight. A deathly silence enveloped the entire conference room. What it meant to instantly kill a first-class investigator was something everyone present understood clearly. Washu Yashitoki leaned forward slightly and delivered the final conclusion, each word carrying tremendous weight. After comprehensive evaluation, this unknown target ghoul is extremely dangerous. It is preliminarily judged to possess at least SS-rated threat level, or higher. The codename is temporarily designated as Carnage. As the meeting concluded, the CCG implemented a series of actions targeting Carnage. First, the scenes were sealed off. Advanced instruments scanned every corner, capturing any RC cell residue. High-precision sampling was conducted on every Carnage blood inscription on the walls to analyze the blood source. In addition, a rapid response unit composed entirely of elite first-class investigators was formed under the direct command of Special Class Investigator Ui Kori. They were stationed at a temporary command post on the edge of the 12th ward, ensuring that upon receiving a report of Carnage's appearance, they could reach any location within the ward in 5 minutes. Sigh. Ui Kori looked at the report in his hand and let out a breath. All blood inscriptions were confirmed to be from the victims. The RC cell residue concentration was abnormally high, and its fluctuation pattern did not fully match any known Cocoon type. The clues were fragmented, which only highlighted Carnage's mystery and danger even more. Carnage had to be found as soon as possible. Otherwise, the next time the blood-written word appeared, it might not be confined to the 12th ward. While CCG headquarters was overwhelmed by the name Carnage and turned the entire 12th ward upside down, the true center of the storm, Amano Hiro, had quietly returned to the 20th ward. In stark contrast to the 12th ward, where the air was thick with blood and panic, the 20th ward, especially the area where he lived, still maintained a surface-level calm and normalcy. He pushed open the door to his apartment. The familiar, slightly cool scent greeted him, washing away some of the bloodiness and hostility clinging to him from days of slaughter. Phew. He exhaled lightly, fatigue lacing his breath, and casually tossed his coat onto the back of the sofa. After several consecutive days of high-intensity hunting and cleansing in the 12th ward, even with a body fused with Carnage, he felt a trace of mental exhaustion. It was a numbness deep in the marrow, not physical depletion. He threw himself onto the soft sofa. The moment his body sank into it, his muscles finally relaxed. The living room lights were off. Only the neon lights of the city outside filtered through the blinds, casting shifting light and shadow across his face. He picked up the remote and pressed the power button. The television screen lit up, broadcasting local news. The female anchor's clear and precise voice sounded especially distinct in the quiet room. Breaking news. At approximately 8 tonight, the landmark building in the 20th ward, the Aqua building, was invaded by an unidentified ghoul. The ghoul is suspected to be the extremely dangerous individual known as Binge Eater. The incident has resulted in heavy casualties. The scene remains chaotic, and the CCG has urgently dispatched investigators to handle the situation. The footage switched to the chaotic scene outside the Aqua building. Flashing police lights, panicked crowds, and faint sounds of destruction from inside the building. Although the footage had been processed, the atmosphere of terror still pierced through the screen. Amano Hiro remained lazily reclined on the sofa, but his pupils subtly contracted in the dim light. Binge Eater. Aqua building. He repeated the key word softly. Fragments of memory belonging to him as a transmigrator surged and pieced together in his mind. This was not a random ghoul attack. It was a clear coordinate, a signal marking the beginning of the story. As someone who knew the plot, he was well aware that this was not merely a news report. It was the arrival of a crucial turning point. The main storyline had begun. A faint expression of interest and understanding crossed his face. Originally, he had planned to rest for a while after returning and observe the timeline to confirm the start of the main plot. Now it seemed his brief rest would have to end early. Beneath the calm surface of the 20th ward, the true undercurrent had finally begun to surge. The main storyline was about to unfold. Should he silently watch events develop and drift with the flow, or break the original course and push upstream? It was a question worth considering. Consider it my ass. He had transmigrated and possessed a cheat-like weapon of mass destruction like Carnage. As long as he lived in a way that pleased himself and kept his mind clear, that was enough. As for the main storyline getting thrown into chaos, let it be chaotic. With sufficient strength, even chaos was of no consequence. Chapter 7, A Deranged Idea. The morning sunlight streamed through the large floor-to-ceiling windows, laying a warm golden veil over the coffee shop, Antiku. Amano Hiro pushed the door open, and the bell rang crisply. Welcome. Kirishima Toka's cool voice followed. She was briskly wiping down the tables. Behind the counter, manager Yoshimura still wore the gentle smile that seemed unchanged through the ages, carefully polishing a glass and giving a slight nod. Amano Hiro chose his usual seat by the window and sat down. Toka walked over with a menu, her tone flat. What would you like today? Blue Mountain, please. The money he had left probably would not even cover next month's electricity bill. Perhaps he should consider finding a part-time job in this quiet cafe to earn some living expenses. Please enjoy. Toka placed the fragrant coffee in front of him, interrupting his thoughts. Thank you. He lifted the bone china cup and took a sip. Manager Yoshimura's skill was as precise as ever. The temperature was perfect, the rich bitterness and subtle fruit acidity balancing flawlessly on his tongue, dispelling the last trace of fatigue. He immersed himself in this rare piece, as if the bloodshed and slaughter of the 12th ward were only a distant and blurry dream. The cafe door opened again, the bell chiming softly. Two figures entered one after the other. Walking in front was a tall and voluptuous girl with purple hair, wearing intellectual-looking glasses. Her movements were elegant, and her face carried a flawless gentle smile. Kamishiro Rize. Following behind her was a black-haired boy who looked slightly nervous and awkward, still carrying a scholarly innocence. Who else could it be but Kaneki-ken? Amano Hiro calmly withdrew his gaze and looked into the dark brown liquid in his cup, the waves stirred in his heart. Rize has already begun approaching Kaneki. The gears of fate have indeed started turning. He watched the faint ripples on the surface of the coffee, as if watching the crossing currents of destiny. Now that Rize had begun getting close to Kaneki-ken, it would not be long before she made her move. Should he pull this gentle boy off his predetermined track and change his tragic life trajectory? And Rize, a seemingly pitiful woman who was also toyed with by fate and reduced to an experimental subject and breeding tool. Suddenly, a crazy thought surfaced in his mind. His gaze swept over her slender neck. Kill her. What a waste. Would it not be better to make her a collection that belonged only to him? Snatch her away from that damned script and watch whether those violet eyes trembled with fear or gratitude. Just imagining it made his fingertips tingle with excitement. No, no. Why would I have such a thought? But it actually sounds quite good. He lowered his head and laughed silently, his shoulders trembling slightly. The coffee in his cup rippled, reflecting the inhuman flash of scarlet that passed through his eyes. Perhaps he should not remain just a spectator, but personally step onto the stage and tear everyone's script to shreds. Amano Hiro's lowered chuckle and slight shaking shoulders were caught by manager Yoshimura just as he set down the coffee pot. The old man's hand paused almost imperceptibly as he wiped the glass. In his clouded yet sharp eyes, a trace of scrutiny flashed. At that moment, Kamishiro Rize was smiling gently as she spoke softly with the nervous Kaneki-ken, guiding him to sit at a booth not far away. She recommended coffee to him, her voice as soft as if reciting a love poem. Kaneki-ken's face flushed slightly, completely immersed in this sudden good fortune. Amano Hiro restrained his smile. When he lifted his head again, his eyes had already returned to calm, as if the fleeting madness just now had been an illusion. He raised his coffee once more, his gaze drifting faintly toward the booth, like the most patient audience member appreciating the drama about to unfold on stage. Kamishiro Rize's portrayal of a literary girl was impeccable. She tilted her head slightly, listening to Kaneki-ken's somewhat stammering words, occasionally responding in a gentle tone or covering her mouth to let out a soft, pleasant laugh. She adjusted her glasses. Behind the lenses, her violet eyes flowed with just the right amount of interest and encouragement, allowing the inexperienced Kaneki-ken to completely relax and gradually open up, talking about his favorite author, Takatsuki Sr. Takatsuki-sensei's writing always carries a cruel beauty that tears apart all pretense. Kaneki Ken spoke with admiration in his eyes. Ah, you think so too? Rize responded at just the right moment, her tone carrying the delight of finding a kindred spirit. I like her works very much as well. Especially her depiction of the chaos and desire deep within human nature. It's truly incisive. When she said this, her lips held a gentle smile. But Amano Hiro keenly caught the fleeting coldness and hunger deep within her violet eyes, completely opposite to her words. It was the playful appraisal of a predator judging prey within easy reach. Such twisted acting. Amano Hiro sneered inwardly. He knew that every ounce of Rize's tenderness at this moment was laying the groundwork for the bloody accident a few days later. She was carefully weaving a net, and the kind and naive Kaneki Ken was walking straight toward its center without any defense. He did not reveal any abnormality, simply drinking his coffee quietly like any ordinary customer enjoying the morning. Manager Yoshimura continued wiping glasses, his gaze occasionally sweeping across the room, briefly lingering between Amano Hiro and the table where Rize and Kaneki sat. It was impossible to tell what he was thinking. Kirishima Tuka, on the other hand, showed no interest in what was happening there and quietly went about her work. About half an hour later, Rize and Kaneki Ken seemed to have enjoyed their conversation and prepared to leave. Rize stood gracefully and said softly to Kaneki Ken, I had a wonderful time talking today, Kaneki-kun. I hope we'll have another chance to discuss Takatsuki-sensei's works together. Why yes. I had a wonderful time too. Kamishiro-san. Kaneki Ken quickly stood up, his face flushed with flattered excitement. Amano Hiro watched as the two walked out of the cafe one after the other. The bell above the door rang crisply again. His gaze passed through the glass window, following Rize's swaying figure and Kaneki Ken slightly dazed and excited back until they disappeared around the corner. Next time we'll be on that stage filled with steel beams and dust. Amano Hiro's fingers lightly rubbed the rim of his cup. He had already made his decision. He would not stop Rize now. That might alert her. What he wanted was to appear at the most critical moment and forcibly intervene as someone who just happened to pass by. At that thought, a faint curve lifted at the corner of his lips. He raised the now lukewarm coffee and drank it in one gulp, placed the money under the cup, nodded to manager Yoshimura and Tuka, and left Antiku. The sunlight outside was warm and pleasant on his skin, but what he was calculating in his heart was the destined cold and chaotic night. The gears of fate had already begun turning. But Amano Hiro had decided that not only would he alter Kaneki Ken's trajectory, he would personally remove one crucial gear named Kamishiro Rize and claim it as his own. In this grand play, he would not merely watch. He would direct it himself. Chapter 8, A Forceful Entrance. Recently, Amano Hiro had become a regular at the corner cafe. He always chose the seat by the window where he could also glimpse the entrance, ordered a plain black coffee, and sat there for most of the afternoon. On the surface, he looked like a leisurely literary youth, holding Takatsuki-sen's newest novel in his hands, his gaze resting on the pages. But in reality, it took a long time before he turned a single page. Most of his attention was on another table not far away, on the shy college student named Kaneki Ken, and on the purple-haired woman who would appear by his side from time to time. Kamishiro Rize. In front of Rize, Kaneki Ken was almost like a completely different person. His usual introversion and restraint vanished, replaced by an almost clumsy excitement. A casual word from Rize was enough to make his eyes light up and the corners of his mouth lift uncontrollably. He looked exactly like a fish hooked through the mouth, willingly biting the bait called gentleness. A bookstore date. Amano Hiro took a sip of his slightly cooled coffee and shook his head speechlessly in his heart. He turned a page and thought to himself, Kaneki Ken really is something. What normal guy would choose a bookstore for his first date with the girl he likes? But when he thought of Rize's true intention hidden behind those intellectual glasses, the whole thing felt ironically reasonable. She was not going to savor a literary atmosphere. She was going to feed. For Amano Hiro, this was undoubtedly good news. The fact that Rize could no longer restrain herself meant that the moment he had been waiting for was about to arrive. The night became his best cover. When the cafe lights went out and the scent of books faded, Amano Hiro would blend into the city shadows. His nights were equally fulfilling. Cleaning up some blind little bugs that took the initiative to crash into him. These ghouls who mistook him for prey were as fragile as ants before him. The process was not complicated, even somewhat dull. Along the way, he would also make a few strokes of ill-gotten gains. The blood-scented money stripped from those bugs was pocketed without the slightest psychological burden. At least next month's water and electricity bills were no longer a concern, and he could continue maintaining his observation post in the cafe, along with the Takatsuki-sen novel in his hands. He closed the book and looked out the window again. The setting sun cast a warm golden glow over the street. Kaneki Ken stood there with anticipation written all over his face, glancing toward the direction of the bookstore. Amano Hiro's expression remained calm and placid, but deep in his eyes flashed an almost imperceptible cold light. The fish had taken the bait. The hunter was in position. The stage was almost set. The date ended. Rize gently declined Kaniki's offer to part ways immediately and smiled as she asked him to walk her home. As night deepened, Kaniki naturally had no reason to refuse. Amano Hiro seemed to melt into the shadows as he followed the two silently. He concealed all his presence. Rize, walking ahead, seemed completely immersed in the pleasure of having her prey within reach and did not notice him at all. The road they took grew more and more remote, the streetlights dim, pedestrians scarce. At that moment, Kirishima Tuka and her best friend Kosaka Yuriko happened to walk down another road. Tuka spotted Rize and Kaniki in the distance at once, and her step subconsciously halted. That familiar regular from the cafe was unknowingly following a dangerous existence into the depths of the darkness. Her lips moved slightly, and a trace of hesitation crossed her heart. But in the end, she remained silent, watching as the two disappeared around the corner. With a complicated expression, she turned and pulled Yuriko, preparing to leave. The moment she turned back, she unexpectedly ran into another familiar figure. Amano Hiro was trailing not too far behind, as if he had seen the same scene she had. Amano? Tuka asked in surprise. Amano Hiro wore his usual smile and greeted her naturally. Good evening, Tuka. He reminded her gently, it's been unsafe at night lately. It's better to head home early. Tuka looked at him and asked in return, it's so late. Aren't you afraid of running into danger, wandering around alone? I have some important things to take care of. Amano Hiro did not answer directly. He smiled, the smile carrying a faint deeper meaning. Then he gestured slightly and walked past her, continuing in the direction where Rize and Kaniki had disappeared. Kosaka Yuriko immediately leaned in, her face full of curiosity as she whispered, Hey, Tuka, who's that? He's pretty handsome. Just a regular at the cafe. Tuka explained, somewhat embarrassed as she saw Yuriko's teasing expression. Seeing Tuka's flustered look, Yuriko's expression grew even more gossipy. So suspicious. Don't tell me you like him. Hee hee. Tuka lightly punched her. He really is just a regular. Yet her gaze drifted uncontrollably once more in the direction Amano Hiro had gone. That direction was exactly where Rize had taken Kaniki. A vague thought flashed through her mind, making her heart skip a beat. But she shook her head, as if denying her own suspicion. Let's go. She stopped thinking about it and pulled the still gossiping Yuriko away from the increasingly quiet street. Rize led Kaniki-ken near that construction site where almost no one passed by. The surroundings were terrifyingly silent. Only the faint sounds of distant cars made the place feel even more remote. Kaniki seemed to sense that something was wrong and asked uneasily, Rize-san, did we take the wrong way? The gentle smile on Rize's face gradually faded, replaced by a strange expression mixed with hunger and cruelty. We didn't take the wrong way, Kaniki-kun. Her voice grew low and dangerous. It's very quiet here. Perfect for dining. Before her words even finished, and before Kaniki could react, several ferocious, scale-covered Kagun burst from Rize's back, tearing through her clothes like predatory pythons and instantly coiling toward Kaniki. The tremendous force hurled him violently against the building at the construction site. The intense pain and extreme terror nearly suffocated him. He could only watch helplessly as Rize's blood-red Kagun thrust toward his eye. At that critical moment, whoosh! A crimson tentacle, fast as lightning, tore through the air, striking from behind yet arriving first. It lashed precisely against the Kagun Rize had sent at Kaniki. The force was so great that her Kagun was knocked sharply aside, carving a deep gouge into the ground. Rize was startled and quickly leapt back, retracting her Kagun to guard in front of her as she shouted sharply, Who is it? From the shadows, a figure slowly stepped out. The crimson appendage gradually withdrew back into his body. His expression was calm, yet carried an inhuman coldness. It's you. Rize was somewhat shocked. The person who had appeared was Amano Hiro, whom she often encountered at the cafe. She had originally planned to make him her next target. She had not expected him to be a ghoul, and to interfere with her meal. Nosy fool. Killing intent surged in Rize's eyes. More Kagun erupted, like wildly dancing whip blades, shredding toward Amano Hiro, determined to crush him along with his meddling. Chapter 9, The Collection. Amano Hiro did not dodge or flinch. From his back, several spear-tipped tentacles shot out at incredible speed, meeting Rize head-on. Puchi. Puchi. Rize's Kagun, strong enough to tear through steel, was pierced and shredded by these crimson appendages as if they were paper. The intense pain made Rize scream. Her prideful defense and attacks proved utterly worthless against him. Impossible. Who are you? Rize retreated in terror, realizing she had encountered a monster far beyond her ability to fight. Amano Hiro gave no answer. One of his main tentacles shot out like a massive hammer, smashing toward Rize. She threw herself sideways with all her might to evade. Crash! The tentacle struck the ground where she had just stood, cracking the concrete. Above her, suspended from the construction site, several massive steel beams suddenly emitted a screeching metallic sound from their joints. Crack dash! The huge beams, whistling through the air, fell toward the ground. They slammed down exactly where she had been standing, sending a cloud of dust into the air. Rize lay on the ground, shaken, staring at the steel embedded in the earth. If she hadn't dodged just in time, she would have been crushed beneath it. Even if she survived, she would have been seriously injured. She then looked at Amano Hiro, who had retracted his tentacles and now gazed at her coldly. She understood. Just now, he not only attacked her but also saved her life. But why? Amano Hiro ignored her question. The dark crimson substance covering his body receded like a tide, returning him to the handsome youth she had seen before. He approached the unconscious Kaneki Ken, checked him over, and noted only fright and superficial injuries. Lifting Kaneki in his arms, he glanced at Rize, who was struggling to rise, and said lightly, "If you want to know why, come with me." Rize's expression shifted, and she stared at him deeply, hesitating briefly before following slowly. Before leaving, Amano Hiro cast a glance toward the top of the construction site. Seeing no one, he muttered, "Old Tadokoro. What trash." Carrying Kaneki, Amano Hiro walked steadily through the night. Rize trailed several steps behind, her inner turmoil far from settled. The pain of her shredded cocoon still throbbed. The terror of narrowly escaping death, coupled with the confusion brought by this mysterious boy, forced her to momentarily retract all her claws. She stared at the seemingly fragile figure in front of her, completely unable to reconcile him with the abyssal demon-like presence from moments ago. Who was he really? What was his purpose? Why did he attack her, yet save her in that critical moment? Endless questions swirled in her mind. Finally, she could no longer remain silent. Her voice was hoarse from pain and tension. What do you know? Why did you save me?" She fixed her violet eyes on his back. "With your strength, you could have just now." Amano Hiro did not turn. He continued walking at the same unhurried pace until they reached a police station lit up ahead. He gestured for Rize to stop in the shadows while he, silent as a phantom, carefully placed Kaneki in a visible but inconspicuous corner at the station's entrance. Afterward, he turned back and walked toward his home as if he had just casually dropped off some garbage. Watching these actions, Rize's confusion only deepened. She didn't understand why he would save this human, but she continued following. The night grew deeper as they moved along the quiet streets, the atmosphere oppressively tense. Rize's wounds throbbed, but what troubled her more was the persistent uncertainty in her heart. Finally, by a nearly deserted riverside embankment, Amano Hiro stopped and turned to face Rize, who followed with eyes full of caution. "You don't understand why I saved that boy," Amano Hiro spoke first, breaking the silence, "just as you didn't understand why you nearly got crushed by those steel beams." Rize's heart skipped. Her violet eyes narrowed. "What do you mean?" "That was an accident, wasn't it?" "Accident?" Amano Hiro let out a light chuckle, tinged with sarcasm. An SS-class ghoul, binge-eater Kamishiro Rize, nearly dying because of deteriorating construction equipment. "Do you really believe that?" Without waiting for her answer, he continued, "That was the stage prepared for you. From the moment you lured Kaneki Ken, to the route you chose, to the steel beams that loosened just enough, everything was calculated." His tone remained calm. "Old Tadokoro, that lunatic from the Washa branch, and the mad scientist Kano Akihiro. They share a single project, studying how to create a world-altering monster. What they need is a powerful, pureblood ghoul to serve as a mother, providing the best kakuhu and genetic material for breeding and experiments." "Old Tadokoro." Her voice was dry. Rize's face paled. Leaving the Washa family had indeed required his help. Could it be mother? Rize repeated, trembling. She had escaped the Washa family to avoid being used as a breeding tool for a pureblood ghoul. She longed for freedom, to hunt and live as she pleased. Yet now Amano Hiro told her that what she thought was escape was merely another, even crueler, trap. Tadokoro's help had been just to turn her into convenient experimental material. Why would he do this? Rize's voice trembled with disbelief and a hint of betrayed anger. Though she never trusted Tadokoro, she had never imagined this purpose. Madman's logic, who can tell? Amano Hiro observed the emotion surging in her eyes. Perhaps revenge against the Washa family, perhaps to fulfill some twisted ideal of his own. Not just them. The Aojirai tree is also very interested in you, a wandering pureblood Washu. You're like a walking treasure. Everyone wants you. The difference is whether they want to lock you up as a breeding machine, or dismantle you as experimental material. The wind along the riverside was chilly, making Rize shiver. She had thought herself strong enough to control her own destiny. Now, she clearly felt an invisible net had already encompassed her. Wash of family, old Tadakoro, Kano Akihiro, a Ajirai tree. Unknowingly, she had become the target of multiple factions. Tell me all this. Rize lifted her head, forcing calm as she faced Amano Hiro. What do you want? Do you also want to make me a pawn or a collection? Amano Hiro raised an eyebrow, his tone teasing. Why couldn't it be that I, like you? Rize did not believe him, simply watching him silently. He met her gaze without denial. You may interpret it that way. But my approach is different from theirs. I don't need to lock you up, nor do I need you as a mother. He paused, his voice carrying a strange, alluring quality. I can provide you shelter, to keep those annoying flies away. You can still maintain your freedom as a binge eater. And you only need to offer a few insignificant favors when I require them. Chapter 10, Sanctuary. Rize remained silent. She hated being used, but she hated being imprisoned and dissected even more. Amano Hiro's displayed power exceeded her understanding, and he seemed to know secrets that even she was unaware of. Compared to the unknown, malicious trap ahead, the conditions offered by this mysterious boy, though still ambiguous in purpose, at least, temporarily provided a seemingly viable path. She looked into Amano Hiro's eyes, which seemed capable of seeing through everything, and remembered the abyssal, demonic presence he had displayed moments ago. Negotiating with the tiger, perhaps, was her only option for now. How am I supposed to trust you? She finally asked with difficulty. You don't need to fully trust me. Amano Hiro smiled casually. You just need to know that, for now, I am the least bad of all your terrible options. And my investment in you is long-term. He extended a hand toward the labyrinth of city lights. The choice is yours. Continue being a bird hunted from all sides, thinking yourself free, or perch under a tree that can shelter you from wind and rain, even if it is not entirely without danger. Rize stood by the riverbank. The night wind tousled her hair and stirred the resolve she had tried to maintain. Freedom or survival, this had become a difficult choice. She looked at this unfathomable boy before her and, after a long pause, took a deep breath. I need time to consider. Watching Rize disappear down the opposite side of the riverbank, Amano Hiro showed no trace of surprise. He had no urgency to get an immediate answer. Like a patient angler, the bait was laid, now all that remained was waiting for the fish to weigh the risks itself. The conditions he offered were highly tempting to Rize, surrounded on all sides, a powerful protector who would not interfere with her freedom. It was difficult for her to find any reason to refuse. As for her doubts about his motives, Amano Hiro recalled his half-serious, half-joking remark, "Perhaps I've come to like you," and found her completely unconvinced expression amusing. He turned and walked leisurely in the opposite direction, as if the conversation that had just decided someone else's fate had been nothing more than a minor nocturnal episode. The next afternoon, sunlight poured through the glass windows, scattering warm patterns across Antique Cafe. Wind chimes chimed softly as Amano Hiro pushed the door open. Welcome. Kirishima Tuka, wiping a glass, looked up habitually. When she saw him, her gaze shifted slightly. Good afternoon. Amano Hiro smiled in response, his gaze scanning the cafe, still carrying the gentle, harmless student facade. He walked to his familiar window seat. Same as usual, a blue mountain. All right, please wait a moment. Tuka nodded, moving efficiently to prepare it. When she brought the brewed coffee to him, she hesitated slightly, her expression complicated as she looked at him. Amano Hiro lifted his head to meet her gaze. Something wrong? Is there something on my face? You. Tuka parted her lips, wanting to ask why he had appeared there last night, to ask what had happened between him, Rize, and Kaneki, and most of all, to ask what his true identity was. But at the edge of her words, seeing the calm, unreadable expression in his eyes, she felt such questions would be too abrupt. In the end, she simply shook her head and whispered, "It's nothing." She turned with the tray in hand, her back carrying a trace of unspoken concern. Amano Hiro watched her leave and sipped his coffee. Of course, he knew what Tuka wanted to ask, about the coincidence of last night and the mystery surrounding him. But he had no intention of explaining. The rich coffee slid down his throat, relaxing him as always. I wonder how Kaneki-kun is doing, he thought aimlessly. After last night's date, he'll probably have a psychological shadow over pretty purple-haired women for quite some time. He casually flipped through the Takatsuki-san novel in hand, the faint smell of ink still lingering on the pages. Suddenly, he remembered a detail from the original work, the author's signing event would occur soon. One-eyed owl. Amano Hiro lightly tapped the author's name on the page, interest flickering in his eyes. Might as well take this opportunity to see for myself what this woman, whose ending in the original story was rather abrupt, looks like in reality. As he pondered how to arrange it, the cafe door's wind chimes rang clearly again. He looked up to see Kamishiro Rize walking in. Today, she wore a proper dress. Her purple hair was elegantly tied up, and her face carried the usual slightly mischievous smile, fully recovered from last night's embarrassment and shock. Her eyes scanned the cafe and landed precisely on Amano Hiro at the window seat. Without hesitation, she walked straight toward him. After a night of careful consideration, Rize had clearly made her decision. She approached his table calmly, gracefully seated across from him, hands folded in her lap, and smiled. "I hope I'm not disturbing your coffee, Amano-san." There was a trace of testing in her gaze, along with the cunning and ambition inherent to the binge eater. She knew that by stepping onto this path, the future might be uncertain, but at least it was better than waiting to be torn apart by multiple factions. Amano Hiro looked at her naturally sitting across from him. A fleeting expression of surprise crossed his face, replaced quickly by a faint, subtle smile. "Quick decision," he said, setting down his book, his tone calm. "I thought you'd take at least a few days." Rize rested one hand on her cheek, the fingertips of the other lightly tapping the table, smiling brightly with a subtle, inscrutable charm. "After thinking it over, Amano-san, the conditions you propose are indeed tempting. With a strong supporter, yet still maintaining freedom. I'd be rude to hesitate too long, wouldn't I?" She leaned slightly forward, lowering her voice with a playful tone. "So, does this mean that we're dating now?" Amano Hiro didn't answer directly. He sipped from his coffee again, his ambiguous attitude simultaneously acknowledging and avoiding the question. Rize's gaze fell on the Takatsuki-san novel at his side, a trace of genuine surprise flickering in her eyes. "I didn't expect," she said lightly, "that Amano-san would like Takatsuki-san's works. Incidentally, she has a signing event coming up. I was planning to attend." She tilted her head slightly, issuing the invitation, "Would you like to go with me? It could be interesting." Amano Hiro's interest was piqued. He had been planning to find an opportunity to see this one-eyed owl for himself. Rize's suggestion perfectly suited his plans. Moreover, he was curious to see what expression Aojirai Tree would make upon discovering Rize appearing before them with an unknown figure like himself. "All right," he agreed readily. "I was curious anyway." The coffee cup gradually emptied. Rize rose elegantly, adjusted her dress, and extended her hand toward Amano Hiro, her smile growing more enchanting. With a slightly coquettish tone, "Then, darling, do you have time to accompany me to the nearby mall? Now that we've decided to cooperate, we should show a little gesture, don't you think?" Her eyes were sly, testing the boundaries of their new arrangement. Amano Hiro looked at the hand she offered, but did not immediately take it. He calmly stood, putting the book away. "Shall we?" His voice remained neutral, yet carried a tone of agreement. "I hope your shopping appetite isn't as formidable as your hunger." Amano Hiro thought to himself, "I'm not paying for this, so maybe I'll get a little free ride." Chapter 11, I Like Black. The large shopping mall in the 20th Ward was brightly lit, crowded with people. Amano Hiro and Kamishiro Rize walked side by side, one a tall, handsome boy, the other a stunning beauty with striking purple hair and a unique aura. Such a pair naturally became a visual attraction, drawing countless admiring or envious gazes as they moved through the mall. Since Amano Hiro had agreed to accompany Rize on this shopping trip, he naturally had a personal purpose as well. His wardrobe at home was nearly empty, so acquiring a few outfits was a necessity. As for the expenses, he patted his empty pockets and, with perfect logic, cast his eyes toward Rize. Having her pay could be considered an advance, protection fee, Amano Hiro thought without any mental burden. Rize affectionately looped her arm through his, not too tight or loose, moving naturally, as if they were a genuinely intimate couple. She led the way into a fashionably decorated women's clothing store. "Welcome. Please come in," a store clerk greeted them enthusiastically. The store was filled with customers, mostly young, stylish women browsing in small groups. The arrival of Amano Hiro and Rize immediately drew attention. Most of the girls' gazes landed on Amano Hiro, unable to resist taking a few extra glances at the boy with refined features, then turning to Rize, inevitably tinged with envy and comparison. Rize, accustomed to such attention, released Amano Hiro's arm and let her delicate fingers brush over the clothing racks. She quickly picked up a stylish dress, holding it up to herself, smiling brightly as she asked, "Darling, what do you think of this one?" Amano Hiro glanced at it, his tone indifferent, "It's fine." Rize was unfazed and picked up another top with a completely different style. "How about this one?" "Also fine," Amano Hiro's reply remained succinct. Pouting slightly with a hint of playful complaint, Rize teased, "You're being so perfunctory." Amano Hiro raised an eyebrow and looked at her. "Clothes ultimately depend on who wears them. With your figure, even a sack would look decent." His words were objective, almost matter of fact. "That's unexpected." Rize's face lit up even more brilliantly. "I didn't expect you'd say something like that." A compliment, of sorts. Clearly pleased, she took the first purple dress she had chosen and entered the fitting room. Moments later, the curtain parted, and Rize emerged in the new outfit. Amano Hiro's eyes couldn't help but show a glimmer of admiration. She was undeniably a rare beauty. The tailored purple dress perfectly outlined her slender curves, highlighting an elegance that seemed pure at first glance, yet subtly exuding a natural allure, a balance of innocence and seduction. Sensing the fleeting gleam in Amano Hiro's eyes, Rize felt satisfied. She understood that, having decided to rely on this mysterious, powerful protector, subtly displaying her charm and providing emotional value was a necessary means of maintaining the relationship. Wrap up everything this gentleman likes, Rize instructed the clerk, her posture elegant and composed. Then, naturally, she led Amano Hiro toward the more private lingerie and hosiery section, where an array of styles and colors caught her eye. Rize picked up a pair of sheer black stockings, fingertips brushing over the fabric, glancing at Amano Hiro with a suggestive look. "Darling, which color do you like?" Amano Hiro scanned the colorful selection of stockings, fingertips resting lightly on his chin, as if seriously considering. "Black," he said after a pause, adding, "White's good too, suits you well." Obediently, Rize picked up black, white, and several other colors she liked, handing them to the clerk. She then held a boldly designed, minimally crafted black lace lingerie set against herself, smiling at Amano Hiro with playful eyes. "How about this set? Do you like it? Or, what type do you prefer?" Amano Hiro looked at the visually striking lingerie, then at Rize's teasing smile, and inwardly thought, as if buying it means you'll actually wear it for me. Outwardly, he maintained a calm expression. "As long as you like it." By the time they left the mall, it was already late. The setting sun bathed the streets in warm gold as Amano Hiro and Rize walked side by side toward the apartment, bags in hand. Rize seemed in good spirits, a faint smile at her lips, occasionally speaking to Amano Hiro. He remained his usual calm self, eyes scanning the surroundings occasionally. Turning a relatively quiet corner, Amano Hiro's step faltered almost imperceptibly. Ahead, two figures approached. Both wore the CCG signature gray-white long coats, carrying the white boxes symbolizing authority and danger. One, hunched slightly with messy white hair and a nervous, excited expression, his eyes mismatched, scanned the surroundings like a cat hunting prey, Amano Hiro. Beside him, tall and upright, with a serious and determined expression, was young investigator Amon Kotaru. Almost simultaneously, Rize instinctively tightened her grip on Amano Hiro's arm, her fingertips pressing slightly into his sleeve. Her smile faded, and though her face retained a calm exterior, her violet eyes betrayed a trace of caution. CCG investigators, especially experienced and unpredictable ones like Amano Hiro, were like natural predators to her. Amano Hiro sensed her tension and lightly patted the back of her hand, a quiet gesture of reassurance. His expression remained unchanged, detached, as if the two approaching figures were nothing more than ordinary office workers. He led Rize past the investigators with unaltered pace, even avoiding lingering eye contact. However, the moment they passed, Amano Hiro suddenly stopped, his slightly twisted nose twitching, his murky eyes flashing with suspicion. "Mato-san, what is it?" Amon Kotaru stopped and quietly asked. He trusted his partner's almost beast-like instincts. Amano Hiro didn't answer immediately, slowly turning his gaze toward the retreating figures of Amano Hiro and Rize, his voice hoarse with a hint of excitement. "Amon, my sense tells me, those two just now, something's off." He tilted his head, as if savoring the scent. "That woman's scent is unusual." And they were too calm. Seeing us, unnaturally calm. Amon Kotaru followed his gaze, frowning slightly. "A ghoul. Should we approach and question them immediately?" "No, not yet." Amano Hiro let out a low chuckle, like a child who found an interesting toy. "Follow them, keep a distance. Problems. Investigate and you'll know, hee. He lifted his white box, eyes glinting with the thrill of the hunt. Ahead, Rize slightly tilted her head, speaking in a tone only Amano Hiro could hear, icy and mocking. "Looks like those two bugs have taken an interest in us." Her tone was light, but her arm remained firmly linked with Amano Hiro. Amano Hiro's gaze remained level, a subtle curve to his lips, barely perceptible, yet carrying a sharp, cold edge. "Ignore them," he said evenly. "If they just watch from afar, let them. But if they get careless and try to approach." He paused, glanced at Rize, and in his eyes flashed a momentary hint of ruthless crimson. "I won't mind giving them a little preview, sending them ahead to meet their end ahead of time." Chapter 12, Amano Hiro. The sunset had completely sunk below the horizon, and the last trace of warm light at the edge of the sky was replaced by a bluish-gray dusk. Streetlights along both sides of the road gradually flickered on. Amano Hiro and Rize continued walking at an unhurried pace, as if completely unaware of the two tails trailing behind them. The shopping bags swayed gently in their hands, making faint rustling sounds that contrasted with the gradually quieting street. "They are still following." Rize's voice was very low, carrying a trace of coldness. "That old man's eyes are unpleasant. The way Amano Hiro looked at her, like a hunter sizing up prey, instinctively filled her with disgust and vigilance. Amano Hiro responded lightly, his gaze sweeping over an intersection ahead. One road was relatively lively and led toward the main thoroughfare. The other was a quieter path that wound deeper into a residential area. This way. He hardly hesitated and led Rize into the secluded path. The small road was dimly lit. The few streetlights were spaced far apart, casting lonely yellow patches of light. On both sides stood the walls of old houses and tall trees, their shadows layered and shifting. Not far behind them, when Amano Hiro saw them turn into the alley, he did not hesitate. Instead, he let out an even more excited low laugh. Heh. Walking somewhere deserted on your own. Are you creating an opportunity for us? Amon-kun, pick up the pace. Although Amon Kotaro felt it was somewhat rash, he still followed closely, his hand unconsciously pressing against the trigger of the white suitcase. The alley grew deeper, and the surrounding houses became sparser. Human voices were almost non-existent. At that moment, Amano Hiro and Rize stopped at the same time and slowly turned around. The shopping bags were casually placed at their feet. You too. Amano Hiro spoke, his voice especially clear in the silent alley, carrying a lazy hint of teasing. You have been following for so long. Aren't you tired? Or do CCG investigators now work part-time as stalkers? Amano Hiro and Amon Kotaro stepped out of the shadows and stopped about 10 meters away. Amano Hiro's mismatched eyes locked tightly onto Rize, the twisted smile on his face widening. As expected. This kind of scent cannot be wrong. You are not an ordinary ghoul. Heh. Today's luck is really good. Amon Kotaro, on the other hand, examined Amano Hiro more cautiously. This young man gave him a very strange feeling. He was overly calm, and he could not sense the distinct smell typical of a ghoul from him, yet the composure made him uneasy. We are CCG investigators. We suspect you are connected to ghouls. Please cooperate with the investigation. Investigation. Rize covered her mouth and laughed softly, but her eyes were as cold as frost. Do you mean arresting us and dismantling us for research? Just like you have always done to ghouls. Enough nonsense. Amano Hiro abruptly opened his white briefcase, and his quinqua unfolded instantly. A thick, blue spike swung out with the sound of tearing air. Amon-kun, the woman is mine. That boy does not look harmless either. Take them down together. Amon Kotaro immediately activated his own quinqua. The massive cylindrical weapon appeared in his hands as he said in a deep voice, understood. The battle was about to erupt. However, just as Amano Hiro's giant spike was about to swing down and Amon Kotaro prepared to charge. A heart-chilling, terrifying aura erupted violently from Amano Hiro like an invisible tsunami. It was not the oppressive force of a ghoul's cocoon, but something more primal, more brutal, filled with pure destructive intent. Amano Hiro and Amon Kotaro froze instantly, as if invisible hands had seized their throats. A fear born from the instinct of life itself nearly froze the blood in their veins. In the next instant, under their horrified gazes, several dark red tendrils burst out from behind Amano Hiro. Their surfaces were smooth yet brimming with power, their tips sharpening instantly into spear-like points. Their speed exceeded the limits of visual capture. Thud. Thud. The muffled sound of blades piercing flesh rang out one after another. Amano Hiro did not even have time to execute any effective evasion before two crimson tendrils precisely pierced through his shoulder and thigh. The intense pain forced a short scream from him as his quinqua fell from his grasp. He stared wide-eyed in disbelief as he was pinned midair, blood flowing steadily down the dark red tendrils. Amon Kotaro fared slightly better. At the last possible moment, he barely managed to hold his quinqua horizontally in front of him. A tendril slammed heavily against the quinqua, producing a loud metallic crash. The enormous force sent him flying backward. He smashed heavily into the wall behind him, cracks instantly spreading across it. His throat tasted sweet as he spat out a mouthful of blood, and his quinqua rolled to the side. In a single exchange, two experienced CCG investigators, one heavily injured and one lightly injured, completely lost their ability to fight. Amano Hiro had not even moved his feet. He looked indifferently at Amano Hiro, suspended by the tendrils and twisted in pain, then glanced at Amon Kotaro, who was struggling to get up. Amano Hiro's voice remained calm, but to their ears it sounded like the whisper of death. You do not know your place. Then I will send you down. The dark red tendrils writhed slightly, as if considering whether to end the two lives completely. Rize stood at Amano Hiro's side, watching the investigators who had been so imposing moments ago now reduced to lambs awaiting slaughter. A trace of satisfaction flashed in her violet eyes. But there was also deep wariness toward Amano Hiro's power. She gently tugged at his sleeve and said softly, if you kill them here, will the commotion be too great? The CCG will not let this go. Amano Hiro was silent for a moment, then said coldly, "They have already seen our faces. Not killing them would be even more troublesome." When Mato Kiryu and Amon Kotaro heard this, their pupils shrank. They tried to resist, but before the overwhelming gap in strength, resistance was futile. Moreover, both of them were already severely injured and could not react in time. Two red tendrils swept across their necks at a speed impossible to discern. With a sharp sound, their heads flew into the air. Thud. The two heads fell to the ground, expressions of shock, fear, and disbelief frozen permanently on their faces. Crimson fluid spread out from beneath Amano Hiro's feet, instantly covering the corpses of Amon Kotaro and Mato Kiryu, not sparing even the bloodstains on the ground. A horrifying scene unfolded. The bodies seemed to melt beneath the crimson fluid, disappearing at a visible speed, leaving behind only one of Amon Kotaro's legs. The alley returned to silence. Only the faint scent of blood in the air proved what had just occurred. The crimson tendrils behind Amano Hiro slowly retracted into his body and vanished as if they had never existed. He bent down, picked up the shopping bags and that leg from the ground, as if he had merely brushed away two annoying flies. "Let's go," he said to Rize. "For dinner, I'll finally show you my skills." Rize looked at his relaxed expression, took a deep breath to steady the waves in her heart, then wrapped her arm around his again. A smile reappeared on her face, though this time it carried a few more traces of genuine awe. "All right, my dear." Chapter 13, Under the Surging Undercurrent. Morning sunlight filtered through the gap in the curtains, casting a thin strip of light across the dim living room. When Amano Hiro pushed open the bedroom door and walked out, Rize was curled up on the sofa watching the morning news. She wore a silk nightgown, her purple hair loosely gathered over one shoulder, a half-read book resting on her knees. "Good morning, Hiro." She turned her head and smiled, her violet eyes behind her glasses curving gently. "Morning." Amano Hiro responded and sat down beside her, his body sinking into the soft cushions. The morning news was broadcasting the weather, the female anchor's voice crisp and pleasant. It had to be said, when Kamishiro Rize restrained that pathological obsession and madness of hers and disguised herself as obedient and gentle, she was indeed pleasing to the eye, carrying a deceptively tranquil charm. Amano Hiro could not help glancing at her several times. 2 days had passed since he personally ended Mato Kiryu. The 20th ward appeared calm on the surface, but beneath it, undercurrents were surging. The number of CCG investigators on the streets had clearly increased, and inspections had become more frequent, like a net slowly tightening. However, all the tension felt more like habitual vigilance. The true center of the storm had already shifted. The news broadcast suddenly cut to a special report. The screen showed the familiar streets of the 11th ward, now in ruins, accompanied by intermittent explosions and human screams. At present, the radical ghoul organization known as Aojirai Tree has fully taken control of the 11th ward. Their methods are extremely brutal. They are forcing local ghouls to submit, and those who resist are eliminated. Last night, the organization attacked the CCG 11th ward branch, causing heavy casualties. Rize let out a soft ah, pressing the edge of her book lightly against her lower lip, her tone unreadable. "They have certainly made quite a scene." Amano Hiro did not respond. His gaze remained calm as he watched the ruins and smoke flashing across the screen. The 11th ward. It seemed the 11th ward battle to retake would be coming soon. At that moment, the apartment doorbell rang abruptly, breaking the subtle atmosphere in the living room. The two exchanged a glance. A trace of vigilance flashed through Rize's eyes before she returned to her gentle demeanor. Amano Hiro stood and walked to the door. Through the peephole, he saw 2 investigators in white CCG uniforms standing outside with stern expressions. A routine inspection, or something else. His hand rested lightly on the doorknob, his gaze steady as his mind worked quickly. The storm in the 11th ward had not reached here, but the undercurrent in the 20th ward seemed to have begun to stir. Amano Hiro paused briefly at the handle, calmly assessing the 2 investigators outside through the peephole. They looked young, perhaps recent academy graduates, but the killing intent on their faces was unmistakable. The one in front even had his hand unconsciously resting on the suitcase at his waist, where their quinquo was stored. He turned back and exchanged a look with Rize. She immediately understood. Like a nimble cat, she silently slipped into the bedroom and closed the door behind her. Only the silent television screen remained in the living room, along with the faint trace of her fragrance in the air. Amano Hiro took a slow breath, adjusted his expression to show slight irritation at being disturbed and appropriate confusion, then opened the door. "May I help you?" His voice was steady, without any hint of abnormality. The 2 investigators outside clearly had not expected the door to be opened by such a refined and gentle-looking young man, and they hesitated for a moment. The one in front cleared his throat and showed his identification. CCG Headquarters Investigator Fura Taisher. "This is my partner, Hirako Take. We are conducting routine inquiries among residents in this area and hope for your cooperation." Of course. Please go ahead. Amano Hiro shifted slightly aside but did not fully invite them in. The distance expressed cooperation while maintaining a boundary of personal space. Fura Taisher's gaze quickly swept across the entryway and the visible portion of the living room. The area has not been peaceful recently. Did you hear or see anything suspicious last night? Unusual sounds, or unfamiliar figures? I went to bed early last night and did not notice anything unusual. Amano Hiro shook his head, his tone carrying a trace of appropriate helplessness. Did something happen? The news said security in the 20th ward has been strengthened. Hirako Take, who had been silent but whose gaze was sharp as a hawk's, suddenly spoke in a low voice. Just routine screening. Do you live alone? There it was. Amano Hiro's heartbeat did not change in the slightest. He nodded calmly. At the moment, yes. This was not a lie. At that moment, he was indeed alone in the living room. Hirako Take's gaze seemed to pass beyond him, scanning the visible area of the living room before giving a slight nod. Fura Taisher asked a few more inconsequential questions, then handed over a contact card. If you notice anything unusual, please contact us promptly. Sorry for the disturbance. Thank you for your hard work. Amano Hiro accepted the card and watched them walk toward the next apartment before slowly closing the door. He returned to the sofa and sat down. Closing his eyes, he tapped his fingers lightly against his knee. The appearance of the two investigators confirmed his guess. The CCG placed abnormal importance on the disappearance of Mato Kiryu and Amon Kataru. That was only natural. In the original trajectory, those two were significant figures. However, the scene that day had been handled cleanly, leaving no clues. For now, it appeared as if they had simply vanished into thin air. His thoughts shifted to the 11th ward. The disturbance caused by Aojirai tree would soon draw a large-scale CCG suppression operation. The upcoming battle might be a good opportunity. Once it began, it would be a massive meat grinder. There would be targets everywhere. Perhaps it could allow Carnage to evolve further. The sofa beside him sank slightly as Rize, carrying her faint elegant fragrance, sat gracefully next to him. With the 11th ward in such chaos, she said with a faint smile at her lips, the 20th ward has not relaxed at all. Amano Hiro did not reply immediately. He stood and walked to the window, lifting a corner of the curtain with his fingers. On the street below, the two white figures were walking away, disappearing around the corner. Mato and Amon's disappearance has put them on edge. But in the face of a greater crisis, that tension will eventually be forced to shift priorities. He released the curtain and turned to look at Rize. There was little emotion in his eyes, but there was clear calculation. The chaos in the 11th ward is not entirely a bad thing for us. Rize tilted her head slightly, a knowing smile flashing in her violet eyes. It sounds like you already have a plan. Aojirai tree has made the situation big enough. Amano Hiro walked toward his room, his tone even. In a conflict of this scale, there are always some accidents. Whether for ghouls or investigators. He glanced sideways and added one last sentence. We may need to change environments for a few days. She gently closed the book on her knees, her fingers tapping slowly against the cover. It seems, she murmured softly, things will not be boring. Chapter 14, for the sake of a good mood. There hadn't been any movement from the 11th ward for the time being, so the matter of the raid could be set aside. Tokyo was such a tiny place anyway. If he really wanted to go, he could leave at any time. Hiro stretched lazily and decided to head out for a walk. Partly to observe recent developments, partly just to clear his head. The afternoon streets were quieter than usual. Sunlight slanted across empty benches, and several shops had already pulled down their shutters. With both hands in his coat pockets, he walked at an unhurried pace, his soles scraping the pavement in a steady rhythm. Rize walked slightly behind and to his side. After a long silence, she still couldn't help voicing the doubt that had lingered these past days. Hiro-kun, by helping me, what exactly do you gain? Her voice lowered. You know what it means to make an enemy of the Washu, don't you? Hiro stopped and glanced back at her. Rize's brows were faintly drawn, worry hidden in her eyes. He suddenly laughed and casually kicked a small stone by the roadside aside. The Washu. They've squatted in Tokyo so long they really think they're somebody. There wasn't the slightest tension in his tone. Instead there was a lazy ease. I do things only for the sake of my own good mood. Rather than thinking about that, you'd be better off figuring out how to provide me a bit of emotional value and keep me entertained. Sunlight fell perfectly across his smiling profile. He turned and kept walking, as if what they'd just discussed were nothing more than what coffee to drink tonight. Rize watched his side profile, momentarily lost in thought. When he spoke, that habitual curve at the corner of his lips carried an utterly unfeigned lightness. As if the crushing weight contained in the words Washu truly were, to him, just a pebble he could kick away at will. The fear that had long taken root deep in her heart, under his casual words, suddenly seemed somewhat insignificant. She had always tried to calculate gains and losses, weigh advantages and disadvantages, consider his deeper motives in helping her, even prepared herself to pay some price. But now, looking at his utterly unconcerned demeanor, the taut string in her chest loosened in a strangely effortless way. Yes. He really didn't take the washes seriously. That realization brought her an unprecedented sense of relief. If he himself didn't care, then her own futile anxiety about the future here became almost laughable. Since she couldn't reason out an answer, she might as well live simply, just as he said. Hiro's careless attitude was like an invisible wind, dispersing the gloom in Rize's heart. The worry in her eyes receded quickly, like a natural ebbing tide. Her characteristic composure and elegance returned to her. She lightly tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, her posture restoring its usual captivating grace, lips curving into a faint smile. If you're not worried, then what do I have to worry about? There was lightness in her tone, as if a burden had been lifted. If the sky falls, you'll hold it up anyway. I just need to stay comfortably behind you. She paused, then shifted topics, tilting her head slightly toward him. By the way, do you think this outfit looks good on me today? Hiro's brows lifted unconsciously. He muttered inwardly that this woman's emotional regulation was truly top tier. Just moments ago she'd looked burdened and heavy with worry, and now she could speak and laugh as if nothing had happened. His gaze swept over her without leaving a trace. Today Rize wore a knee-length dress. Her legs were bare, without stockings. He stroked his chin and said in an offhand tone, "Looks good. But if you paired it with black stockings, it'd be even better." Rize paused, then as if discovering something amusing, her eyes shimmered and her smile gained a teasing edge. So Hiro-kun has such a special fondness for black stockings. She laughed softly and followed along. I'll remember that. I'll pay attention next time. Ding-ling dash. The wind chime rang crisply as the door to Antika Cafe was pushed open. Welcome. The familiar greeting sounded, though the shop felt unusually empty today. Only Toka Kirishima was there, wiping cups. The manager and other staff were nowhere to be seen. Toka looked up. Seeing Hiro and Rize enter side by side, surprise flickered in her eyes. Her gaze lingered subtly between them for a moment, as if probing why they seemed so familiar with each other. She recalled their chance encounter that night a few days ago, and also the regular customer Ken Kaneki, whom she hadn't seen in a long time. Judging by appearances, Hiro was likely a ghoul too. She wondered whether Kaneki had been eaten by them, and sighed inwardly. What would you like? The usual. Blue Mountain, Hiro said. Rize's face immediately showed just the right touch of delight, her voice soft and charming. Oh my, Hiro-kun, I didn't expect our tastes to match so perfectly. Blue Mountain is my favorite too. She smiled at him, meaningfully. Looks like we really are destined. Hiro gave no particular response. Toka looked at Rize, so different from the rumored image of the binge eater, astonished inside but outwardly calm. She nodded. Please wait a moment. While waiting for the coffee, Hiro asked casually, the manager isn't here today. The manager and Yomo-san went out on business, Toka replied briefly. Hiro lifted his cup, understanding. Right. According to the original plot, at this time manager Yoshimura Kyuzen had gone with Renji Yomo to investigate the disturbances in the 11th ward, fearing they might spill into the 20th. He took a sip. The taste seemed slightly different from when the manager brewed it himself. The aroma of coffee drifted slowly through the air. Hiro and Rize chatted idly, and a subtle calm settled over the shop. Ding-ling dash. The bell rang again, breaking the quiet. 4 people entered. Leading them was a tall young man with neatly trimmed chin stubble and defiance written across his brows. Behind him followed 3 companions dressed oddly, all wearing gas masks, like a troupe of performance artists. The young man had barely stepped in before blurting, "Is the manager dash?" He stopped mid-sentence, eyes locking onto the purple-haired figure by the window. The arrogance on his face instantly turned to excitement. He rushed over in a single stride. Rize-san. Rize frowned slightly, impatience in her voice. Banjo. Why are you here? This youth named Banjo had crossed paths with Rize in the 11th ward before and held an almost obsessive admiration for her. Banjo gathered himself and said urgently, Rize-san, you need to run. Hiro set down his coffee cup and looked at him with interest. Run. Who's running? Where to? Why? Only then did Banjo notice Hiro sitting opposite Rize. Seeing their intimate posture, irritation flared in his chest. He snapped, Huh? Who the hell are you, punk? As he spoke, he even reached out to grab Hiro's collar. Hiro's eyes turned cold. He was just about to teach this fool who didn't know the height of heaven or depth of earth a lesson. Suddenly, he sensed a presence rapidly approaching from above. Then with a crash, a figure descended from the sky and smashed through the window with a clean, decisive kick. Chapter 15, Yamori. Countless shards of glass burst outward in all directions. Several sizable fragments even fell with a clink into Hiro's coffee cup. A red glint flashed in Hiro's eyes. Before the figure could even steady himself, one hand had already clamped around his throat like an iron vice. With a thunderous crash, Hiro slammed him hard into the ground. Two crimson tentacles shot out from behind him like lightning, aiming straight for the man's vitals. "Mr. Amano. Please wait." Toka's startled cry rang out just in time. Hiro's motion paused. Only then did he see clearly the defiant-faced youth beneath his foot. Ayato Kirishima, Toka's younger brother. Ayato's face was full of shock. He had never expected that with his own strength, he would be completely subdued without even a chance to react. Though displeased, Hiro still gave Toka this bit of face. He lifted Ayato like throwing away trash and tossed him to Toka's feet. Banjo and his underlings were already dumbstruck. They had never imagined that the men who had looked so gentle sitting beside Rai-sama possessed such terrifying strength. Banjo felt a wave of lingering fear. Luckily Ayato had arrived first. Otherwise the one lying on the ground would have been him. Looking at this chaotic scene thick with déjà vu, Hiro also recalled the related plot. In the original story, this was exactly where the Yamori had captured Ken Kaneki and taught him profound mathematical knowledge. Ding-ling dash. The doorbell rang again. In the increasingly eerie atmosphere, the burly Yamori strode in boldly with Nico beside him. "Yo. Pretty lively in here," he said in a rough voice. The next moment, Yamori's gaze swept the room and abruptly locked onto the purple-haired figure leisurely watching the spectacle. "Rise." His expression twisted instantly into pathological frenzy. His own fingers cracked audibly as he bent them. "Rise." He let out a beast-like roar. His massive body charged toward her like a battering ram. Rise remained seated calmly, even wearing a faint smile of amusement, as if everything before her had nothing to do with her. Already annoyed at being interrupted, Hiro now saw Yamori deliver himself to his door. His eyes turned completely cold. Perfect. He needed a punching bag. A crimson tentacle tore through the air with a shriek, lashing straight down at Yamori's head. Yamori's pupils shrank violently. He tried in haste to summon his Kagun to defend, but that terrifying speed far exceeded his reaction limit. Boom. The immense force smashed into his chest, flinging him away like a torn sack. He crashed heavily into the wall, then slid down slowly. His chest had visibly caved in a large section. He spat out a massive mouthful of blood, even mixed with fragments of internal organs. "Gah. Bastard. I'll kill you." Yamori howled madly in agony. What answered him were four crimson tentacles shooting out like spears. Poochie. They pierced clean through his limbs, nailing him to the ground, unable to move. Hiro walked slowly up to him. Expressionless, he raised his foot and stepped on Yamori's face, twisted with pain and rage, grinding down gradually. What did you just say, trash?" Hiro's tone was calm to the point of chilling. "I didn't hear you. Say it again." "Ah. I'll kill you." Yamori struggled, roaring even more crazily. Hiro's foot did not stop. With the tips of his tentacles, he crushed Yamori's limb bones bit by bit, extremely slowly. Ah dash. The unimaginable agony forced from Yamori a scream so shrill it hardly sounded human. What did you just say?" A savage curve finally formed at Hiro's lips. He bent down, like a demon whispering, "I asked you. What did you just say?" "I was wrong. I was wrong. Spare me. I won't dare again." Overwhelming terror finally crushed the madness. Yamori sobbed and begged, the pain he had once inflicted on others now becoming his deepest despair. "Wrong." Hiro sneered. Too late. Before the words even fell, his fingers formed a blade. Crimson fluid wrapped his arm and in an instant pierced through Yamori's waist. With a dull tearing sound of muscle, Hiro forcibly ripped out Yamori's kakuho. Immediately after, his foot slammed down. Poochie. Yamori's head burst on the spot like an overripe watermelon. This scene, bloody and cruel to the extreme, plunged the cafe into deathly silence. Everyone froze in place, unable to believe it. Yamori. An executive of Aojirai Tree. A fearsome powerhouse with a notorious reputation. Before this handsome youth, he had not even lasted a single exchange before being tortured to death in the most brutal way. The next moment, something even more bizarre happened. Dark crimson fluid surfaced across Hiro's body and swept over the floor like a living tide. Where it passed, all remains and bloodstains dissolved instantly, devoured completely. Aside from the shattered window and furniture, not a trace of gore remained. As if the horrifying slaughter just now had been nothing but a collective hallucination. The shop fell into deathly stillness. The air still seemed to carry the intangible oppressive weight of that brief yet extremely cruel killing. Banjo and his men were pale as paper, not even daring to breathe loudly. Their eyes toward Hiro were full of terror. Ayato Kirishima lay collapsed at Toka's feet, equally ashen. Compared with the instant defeat he had just suffered, the scene before him was on an entirely different level. Unlike the other's utter horror, what surged deep in Rize's heart was an indescribable excitement, even trembling joy. Her violet eyes stared unblinkingly at Hiro's calm profile, as if trying to glimpse the true boundary of his power beneath that indifferent expression. Too strong. She marveled silently again. She knew Yamori's strength well. Even within Aojirai tree he ranked among the upper tier. Yet before Hirokuen, he had been crushed like a child, unable to mount even a trace of effective resistance. This was no mere victory or defeat. It was absolute annihilation. An insane thought began to grow uncontrollably in her mind. The White Reaper, Kishuarima. That existence like a nightmare hanging over every ghoul. Perhaps he was no more than this. That realization made her heart pound violently. For so long, fear of the Washa clan had been an invisible shackle, binding her actions and ambitions. She was accustomed to maneuvering in shadows, using schemes and charm to preserve herself, never imagining she could confront the colossal entity head-on. But now, watching Hiro casually erase the traces of battle as if it were nothing, Rize felt something firm deep in her heart quietly loosen. If it were him. Once that thought appeared, it could no longer be dispelled. If it were Hirokuen, perhaps, he truly could shake the unfathomable foundations of the Washu. A subtle yet genuine change occurred quietly within her. It was not merely attachment to great power. It was a stirring that mixed hope and ambition, as if in endless darkness she had finally glimpsed a thread of possibility. She curved her lips slightly. The light in her eyes when she looked at Hiro was brighter than ever before. Chapter 16, Your father isn't dead. Hiro sat back down across from Rize as if nothing had happened. He slightly lifted his chin at her, a teasing curve on his lips. Well. Was I handsome just now? Rize played along perfectly. She folded her hands beneath her chin, her eyes seeming to sparkle, her smile dazzling beyond reason. Hirokuen just now was simply unbelievably handsome. Her full-on fangirl act perfectly satisfied someone's desire to show off. Hiro turned his gaze away in satisfaction and let it fall on Banjo, who was shrinking off to the side. You said just now that she had to run. What's that about? Banjo trembled violently and hurriedly forced out a flattering smile, waving his hands again and again. No. It's just that those blind idiots from Aojirai Tree were thinking of making a move on Rize-san. But with you here, boss, what are they even worth? As he spoke, he edged backward. Well, with Rize-san and boss here, it's definitely safe. I won't disturb you any longer. After saying that, he practically scrambled out of the cafe with his 3 lackeys, not daring to stay a second longer. The oppressive air and lingering scent of blood had not yet faded. Hiro's gaze then swept toward Nico in the corner. What? You want to avenge Yamori? Nico twisted his waist, voice syrupy. Era. You really love to joke, handsome. Revenge. Why would I? His eyes roamed over Hiro with infatuation. The way you looked just now was absolutely stunning. Hiro felt a chill crawl up his spine under that gaze. His brows furrowed tightly. Get lost. Nico pouted in mock grievance but did not dare say more. Muttering something about how fierce he was, he quickly slipped away as well. At this point, in the wrecked cafe, only the Kirishima siblings remained, along with Hiro and Rize. The brief silence was broken by Toka. She glared at her brother, suppressed anger in her tone. Where the hell have you been running off to these past days, idiot? Ayato kept his hands in his pockets, face rebellious. Learning about society. I'm not like you, content with the status quo and hiding here chasing peace. Stop talking big, you little brat. Little brat. You're the one who doesn't get it. Ayato sneered, his voice dripping with mockery. The one who can't face reality is you. Look at how weak you are now. You're just as weak as Dad. What do you know? As if struck at her sore spot, Toka's anger exploded. Her ukaka flared open with a sharp sound as she charged straight at Ayato. Father fought for our sake. Ayato blocked her attack with ease, ice cold. The one who doesn't understand is you. Dad and Mom are dead. They didn't protect anything. They just threw their lives away for nothing. But I'm different. I'll make those pieces of trash understand that ghouls are the superior species. Before he finished speaking, his kagun burst outward. The powerful shockwave flipped Toka straight onto the ground. In truth, the gap in strength between the siblings should not have been so wide. But when they were hunted by the CCG in childhood, Tuka had forcibly activated her immature Kagun to protect her brother, permanently damaging one of her Kakuho. On top of that, by following Antika's rules and consuming only enough human flesh to survive, her strength had long since been greatly reduced. Your father isn't dead. Hiro's calm voice struck like thunder in the siblings' ears. What? Is that true? Ayato spun around, emotions surging. Tuka pushed herself up, her voice trembling with hope. Amano-san, is that true? Dad, he's really still alive. I have no reason to lie to you, Hiro replied evenly. He was just taken by the CCG. Tell me where he is. Ayato demanded urgently. Tuka grabbed her brother and pulled him behind her, rarely displaying the authority of an older sister. Shut up. Ayato clenched his teeth, yet truly fell silent. She turned back to Hiro, eyes full of pleading. Amano-san, could you please tell us where our father is? Hiro looked at the hope written plainly in Tuka's eyes and asked instead, after you know, what do you plan to do? Rescue him. The siblings answered almost in unison. Hiro glanced at them indifferently and shattered their impulse with a single sentence. You don't stand a chance. You're too weak. Ayato opened his mouth to retort, but ultimately fell silent. He had just personally experienced how utterly insignificant he was before this man. Tuka pressed her lips stubbornly, her gaze firm. Even so, I still want to know. Amano-san, please tell me. All right. Kirishima Arita is being held in a secret laboratory at the lowest level of Cochlea, Hiro finally revealed. As experimental material for Quinqua weapon development. Hearing that their father was not only alive but enduring such inhuman torment, the siblings' pupils contracted sharply. Anger and heartache surged up like a tidal wave. Rage and resolve churned in their chests, but the cold weight of reality soon drove them into silence. Cochlea. The ultimate prison built specifically for ghouls, a fortress like copper walls and iron barriers. The grave of countless of their kind. To enter meant falling into hell. To come out was even more impossible. Ding-ling dash. The crisp ring of the bell sounded once more, breaking the heavy silence at just the right moment. The door opened. Manager Yoshimura Kyuzan and Renji Yomo returned from the 11th ward, dust clinging to them from the road. The moment they stepped inside, their eyes were drawn to the wreckage on the floor. Shattered glass and splintered wood silently told of the disturbance that had just taken place. The sound of the door also broke everyone's thoughts. Ayato recovered first. He gave Tuka a deep look, his tone resolute beyond dispute. Stay out of Dad's matter. I'll rescue him. You just stay here safely and stop getting involved. After saying that, he turned and walked toward the door. Wait. Tuka called out instinctively. Ayato's steps paused for only a brief instant. He did not turn back. His figure soon disappeared into the light outside. The manager gave Hiro a gentle nod of greeting. Tuka then stepped forward and quietly reported everything that had happened that afternoon, including Yamori's attack, the terrifying strength Hiro had displayed, and the news that their father Kirishima Arita might still be alive and imprisoned. Seeing this, Hiro felt there was no need to remain any longer and rose, preparing to leave with Rize. Amano-san, the manager's steady voice came from behind, carrying a solemn request. If it is convenient, could we have a talk? Hiro met the manager's eyes. He then gave Rize a look that said to stay calm and followed behind the manager up the stairs to the second floor. For a moment, only Rize, Tuka, and the silent Renji Yomo remained in the now spacious first floor. Yomo had heard every word of Tuka's account. His brows were tightly drawn as he turned to her, voice low and serious. Tuka, what you just said, your father is really still alive. Tuka nodded firmly, a spark of hope reigniting in her eyes. Amano-san said it himself. He said father isn't dead. He was captured by the CCG. Yomo drew in a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the turmoil in his chest. He patted Tuka on the shoulder, his tone steady. If the information is true, I'll find a way to handle this. Don't worry too much for now. His gaze swept subtly over Rize, who stood to the side in relaxed posture. He said nothing more and turned toward the cafe's back door, his figure disappearing into the shadows. Rize watched Yomo leave with interest, as though observing a drama that had nothing to do with her. With Yomo gone, only the two women remained in the hall. The atmosphere grew faintly tense. Chapter 17, have to pay more. Tuka took a deep breath and was the first to break the silence, asking professionally, Rize-san, would you like another cup of coffee? Thank you. Rize nodded gracefully, her smile unchanged. After a brief quiet, Tuka ultimately could not suppress her curiosity. As she wiped a cup, she asked softly, as if casually, you and Hiro-san, what exactly is your relationship? At that, Rize's lips curved into an exceptionally radiant smile. Us. We're in a romantic relationship. The answer clearly caught Tuka off guard. Surprise was written all over her face. She had not expected Rize to say something like that. She did not know whether it was true or not, but Rize really had changed compared to before. Was it because of Hiro-san? After hesitating for a moment, she finally asked the other question that had lingered in her heart for a long time. Then. Kaneki-ken. Before she could finish, Rize cut her off cleanly. Kaneki-ken isn't dead. Rize tossed out that fact lightly, her tone as calm as if she were talking about the weather. Then she gracefully lifted the refilled coffee cup, leaving all of Tuka's unasked questions frozen in her stunned eyes. The manager led Amano Hiro upstairs to a quiet room at the end of the corridor. The room was simply furnished, with only 2 old sofas facing each other and a wooden coffee table between them. The light filtering in from the window cast a soft tone over the space. "Please, have a seat, Hiro-kun," the manager said in his usual gentle voice. Amano Hiro sat down casually on the sofa and looked at him calmly, waiting for him to speak. The manager sat opposite him, his expression solemn. "Thank you for protecting Tuka this time." Amano Hiro waved his hand indifferently. "I wouldn't call it protecting. Even if I hadn't been there, she would have been fine. Even so, the thought is worth thanking." The manager nodded slightly, then changed the subject. "Hiro-kun, I would like to formally invite you to join Antiku." Amano Hiro raised an eyebrow, a hint of amusement in his eyes. "Oh. Why invite me? You are surely aware of the current situation." The manager's tone grew heavier. "Things are becoming more and more unstable. Even the 20th ward is undercurrents waiting to surge at any moment." After a brief pause, he continued sincerely, "You would not need to stay at the shop at all times. I only hope that at critical moments, you can lend a hand to protect these children. With Hiro-kun's strength, that should not be a difficult task." Amano Hiro did not answer immediately. His slender fingers tapped lightly against the table as if weighing something. Seeing this, the manager added another condition. 300,000 yen per month, as compensation. How about it? The tapping stopped abruptly. Amano Hiro lifted his gaze and spoke decisively. "Fine. But it has to be more." The manager was visibly taken aback for a moment. Then a kinder smile bloomed across his wrinkled face. "Very well. How about 600,000 yen? Deal." Amano Hiro agreed readily, the corner of his lips lifting into a meaningful curve. "Don't worry, manager. You won't lose out on this deal." With his hands in his pockets, Amano Hiro strolled down from the second floor. He glanced toward Rize and said briefly, "Let's go." Rize elegantly drained the remaining coffee in her cup and rose to follow him. By the time they stepped out of the cafe, night had fully fallen. The streetlights blurred into warm halos in the cool air. "What did you and the manager talk about?" Rize leaned closer, curiosity in her voice. "Closed a pretty good deal." Amano Hiro was in a good mood, a smile at his lips. Stable monthly income and not much work. Not bad at all. However, the pleasant expression on his face suddenly stiffened, as if he had remembered something extremely vexing. His brows gradually furrowed. "I've got money now, but there's so much good food in this world, and I can't taste any of it." He muttered to himself, his expression darkening. How is that any different from having no money? There were other ways to spend money for entertainment, but as the saying goes, food is the first necessity of the people. Eating comes first. The more he thought about it, the more stifled he felt. The satisfaction he had just gained dissipated instantly. Rize noticed the sudden change in his mood and tilted her head. "What's wrong? You suddenly look troubled." Amano Hiro sighed. "You wouldn't understand." He fell into thought. Logically speaking, there was no essential difference between the physiological structures of ghouls and humans. Ghouls merely had a higher concentration of RC cells and an additional organ called a kakuho. But when he examined himself internally, he could not sense the presence of any kakuho at all. It had probably been completely absorbed and assimilated when he fused with the Carnage symbiote. If the symbiote could perfectly integrate with cells, then RC cells should also be integrated. If that were the case, he ought to be able to taste food normally. Could it be that Carnage mutated during the fusion with RC cells and turned me into some kind of more special ghoul? He speculated inwardly. Or, perhaps the fusion was never fully completed. Given his current state, he should already stand above ghouls as a species. Yet he was still troubled by the most basic desire for food. Perhaps Carnage has not fully recovered yet. When it completely awakens, or even evolves again, I will truly be able to control every detail of this body. Or perhaps he already could fully control his body's cells, but this Carnage had no self-awareness and required him to actively perform certain fine manipulations. 11th Ward, deep within an abandoned building. The lighting in the room was deliberately kept dim. Only an old wall lamp in the corner cast a faint yellow glow, barely outlining the two figures on the sofa. The air was thick with dust and a certain oppressive atmosphere. Low conversation sounded especially clear in the silence. It was Tatara and Ito. The door was pushed open with a bang, and Ayato walked in, his face dark. "You're back." Tatara turned his head. "Any news about Rize?" "Yamori is dead," Ayato said in a restrained voice. Tatara showed little reaction. "There's an investigator in the 20th ward capable of killing Yamori." "Not an investigator," Ayato paused. "A ghoul killed him." He then recounted everything that had happened that afternoon at the inconspicuous cafe, describing in full how that mysterious man had ended Yamori with overwhelming strength in a single exchange. "Oh." Ito, her entire body wrapped in bandages and wearing a red hooded cloak with rabbit ears, let out a surprised sound. "Killed Yamori in one move." She waved her bandaged arm. "That's pretty strong." "That should be the Carnage who appeared in the 12th ward some time ago," Tatara said calmly. Ito let out a light, cheerful laugh. "How interesting. Amano Hiro. I really want to meet him. Hee hee." Her laughter sounded somewhat eerie in the dim room. "What about Rize?" Ayato asked in a low voice. "We'll have to change targets," Tatara replied, his tone still flat. Chapter 18, Tranquility. Dusk settled in, and the streetlights lit up one by one, stretching their shadows long. Amano Hiro stopped his train of thought and turned to Rize beside him. "It's still early. Want to walk around the supermarket?" A trace of surprise flashed through Rize's eyes, followed by a sly smile. "Is this you inviting me on a date?" Amano Hiro nodded lightly. "You could say that. That's unexpected." Rize tilted her head slightly. "I didn't think Hiro-kun would take the initiative to invite me." "What? Is that so strange?" Amano Hiro raised an eyebrow. Rize gazed at him, as if trying to see through the layer of gentle disguise. "The feeling Hiro-kun gives people is like the warm sun in winter. It looks warm, but there's a great distance. You're always smiling, yet there's a kind of detached coldness inside." Her words were like a pebble dropped into a still lake, sending ripples through Amano Hiro's heart. He suddenly realized when it had started, this indifference toward everything around him. Was it after returning from the 12th ward? No, perhaps even earlier. The seed of change had already been planted when he fused with Carnage. Back then the change had been subtle, hard to detect. As the fusion deepened over time, the change had become more obvious. He remembered the system's original warning. It will affect the host's mind. At the time, he had not paid it much attention. Now, without him noticing, it had begun to erode his emotions. A chill ran down his spine. He absolutely could not let himself become a machine of slaughter devoid of feeling. How could that be? Amano Hiro put on a more sincere smile. "I'm a well-known enthusiastic citizen." He naturally reached out and gently took Rize's hand. The moment their fingers touched, warmth spread from his palm. Rize lowered her gaze to their joined hands, and a strange flutter passed through her heart. It was an emotion she had never experienced before. There was warmth in it, but even more than that, a sense of reassurance. As if a drifting ship had finally found a harbor where it could dock. The feeling was so novel, yet so addictive. She suddenly felt that this feeling was nice. This sensation she had never had before made her a little afraid, yet she wanted more of it. A genuine smile bloomed on her face, shedding her usual teasing and disguise, leaving only pure joy. "Okay." The night was gentle as their figures gradually blended into the bright lights of the supermarket. Their clasped hands swayed lightly behind them, like two puzzle pieces that had finally found their missing halves. The supermarket in the night was brightly lit, like a warm glass box. The moment Amano Hiro and Rize walked in hand, they became the focus of converging gazes. After merging with Carnage, Amano Hiro's figure had grown even taller and more upright. Paired with his sharply defined, handsome face, his presence surpassed that of any on-screen idol. Beside him, Rize was dazzling. Few could rival her charm with a single glance or smile. Walking side by side, they were a vivid illustration of a perfect match. Accustomed to the admiring and envious looks around them, the two calmly pushed a shopping cart further inside. "Hiro-san." A lively voice came from the side. Amano Hiro turned his head and saw a boy with striking blonde hair. Nagachika Hideyoshi, Kaneki Ken's best friend. They had run into each other often at the antique coffee shop, so they could barely be considered acquainted. "What a coincidence." Amano Hiro nodded. "You're shopping too?" "Yeah, what a coincidence." Nagachika Hideyoshi laughed and scratched his head. "Ran out of supplies at home. Came to stock up on potatoes." His gaze naturally fell on Rize, and a hint of understanding flashed in his eyes. "Hiro-san, are you on a date?" Amano Hiro admitted it openly, then casually steered the topic elsewhere. Haven't seen Kaneki lately. Is he doing all right? Same as usual, but lately he seems kind of low on energy. As soon as he said it, Nagachika Hideyoshi seemed to connect something in his mind. His eyes subtly moved between Rize and Amano Hiro, and he suddenly understood. So that's why Kaneki had been so down. Rize-san broke up with him and got together with Hiro-san instead. Amano Hiro keenly caught the subtle shift in Nagachika Hideyoshi's expression and immediately formed a judgment. When he saw Rize, there was only a bit of gossip-driven curiosity. There was none of the fear or vigilance one would expect when facing a dangerous ghoul. It seemed Kaneki-ken had not revealed Rize's true identity to his closest friend. Moreover, there had been no news about Rize on the CCG wanted list recently, which meant Kaneki had not even made an anonymous report. Even though Amano Hiro had ways to deal with it if she were wanted, Kaneki's silence still puzzled him. What exactly was that gentle boy thinking? Nagachika Hideyoshi lifted his shopping bag and laughed brightly. Hiro-san, I'm done shopping, so I won't disturb your date. See you. See you. Amano Hiro nodded slightly. Watching him leave, Amano Hiro turned to Rize thoughtfully. Why do you think Kaneki-ken didn't report you? Rize gently shook her head, a trace of confusion flashing in her eyes as well. She recalled the naive boy. At the time, she had only thought he was easy to deceive. A few simple tricks, and he had taken the bait. Who knew what he was truly thinking inside? When we see him again, we'll know the answer. Amano Hiro pushed the cart forward, ending the topic. They strolled slowly along the aisles. Amano Hiro skillfully selected ingredients. This beef is good. Take 2 packs. Pork belly works too. The Napa cabbage is fresh. Rize did not ask why Amano Hiro was buying so much human food. She simply walked quietly beside him, watching his focused profile as he chose items. An unconscious, gentle smile curved her lips. As a pure-blooded ghoul, she had never tasted human food. She could only imagine the flavors from their appearance. Looking at the dazzling variety of goods, she even felt a hint of longing. In a ghoul's world, aside from human flesh, at most they could drink some coffee. She did not know why Amano Hiro was so familiar with human food, but the mundane warmth of the scene gave her a strange sense of peace. Amano Hiro turned to look at her, about to ask what she liked, but suddenly paused. He had just remembered that Rize was a pure-blooded ghoul. Want to grab some instant coffee? He asked considerately. Sure, Rize's eyes curved with a smile. I'll listen to you. The shopping cart gradually filled up. When the last item was placed inside, they looked at each other at the same time and smiled. In that smile was unspoken understanding and a trace of genuine warmth. The night deepened, and the streetlights cast warm halos across the road. They walked out of the supermarket, each carrying a full shopping bag, their other hands still clasped together as they strolled home slowly. Rize looked at the scattered lights in the residential buildings in the distance and suddenly spoke softly. This kind of life is actually quite beautiful. If we were human, it would probably be like this. Working separately during the day, meeting in the evening to go home together, shopping at the supermarket, taking walks, tasting all kinds of food. There was a faint, almost imperceptible longing in her voice. Amano Hiro gently tightened his grip on her hand, warmth and firmness passing through his fingers. It will happen. Rize did not reply. She simply squeezed his hand back, a faint smile rippling across her lips. They continued walking side by side, letting this tranquility flow quietly between them, as if this road could stretch all the way to the future they longed for. Chapter 19, I did it. Hiro and Rize returned home, each carrying the ingredients they had just bought from the supermarket. The refrigerator is a bit small. As she spoke, Rize helped sort the food and place it neatly inside. The cramped space was soon packed full, and the last bit of room was taken up by eggs and milk. Rize turned and walked into the kitchen, filling the kettle with water to boil. Hiro-kun, I'm going to make coffee. Do you want some? When she did not receive a reply, she turned back and saw that Hiro was already sitting on the sofa with his eyes closed, as if asleep. Rize smiled faintly and did not disturb him. At this moment, Hiro's consciousness was slowly sinking inward. He focused his mind, trying to verify the guess in his heart. Suddenly, a flash of light crossed his mind, and in his perception his entire body transformed into countless flickering points of light. These points varied in size and brightness. About half of them were exceptionally bright, radiating surging energy. These should be the RC cells that had mutated after fusing with Carnage. He could feel that these cells were far more violent than ordinary cells, and their activity was much stronger. Can I control their activity? Hiro thought to himself. He tried issuing a command to these cells, telling them to restrain their energy and lower their activity. At first, the effect was minimal, like a stone sinking into the sea. He changed his approach and concentrated all his focus on a single cell. Under his full control, the light of that cell gradually dimmed. The originally restless energy settled down and became almost indistinguishable from ordinary cells. It worked. A surge of ecstasy rose in Hiro's heart. With the first success as experience, he began to replicate the process on a large scale. From one cell to an entire region, his control became more and more skilled, as if he had flipped a crucial switch. He did not know how much time passed. When the last mutated cell was subdued, he felt a wave of lightness throughout his body, as if a 1,000-pound burden had been lifted. This increasingly perfect control over his body was something he had never experienced before. When he opened his eyes, he saw Rize sitting across from him, elbows on her knees and chin resting in her hands, watching him. When she saw him awake, she smiled gently. "You're awake." Only then did Hiro notice that there was a blanket draped over him. "How long was I asleep?" A little over an hour." Rize tilted her head. "If Hiro-kun is tired, you should go rest in your room." He paused slightly, not expecting so much time to have passed. In his perception, the whole process had only lasted an instant. "I'm fine." He stood up and walked to the refrigerator, taking out a bottle of milk. He twisted off the cap and cautiously took a sip. The sensation on his taste buds made his heart race. Although the flavor was still faint, he could indeed taste the sweetness of the milk, and his body produced no rejection at all. Excitement surged through him. Without realizing it, he tightened his grip, and the milk bottle shattered with a crack. "Hiro-kun." Rize stood up in concern. Hiro turned and picked her up, spinning her around once in the living room. His voice was full of irrepressible joy. "Rize, I did it." Rize was startled at first, then she laughed as well. Even though she did not yet understand what had happened, she could feel his genuine happiness. After gently setting her back on the ground, Hiro looked into her eyes filled with curiosity and concern. His excitement eased slightly as he considered how to explain this astonishing discovery. "Rize." He took a deep breath, his tone solemn. "I've discovered a method that might allow ghouls to become closer to humans. More precisely, it might let us enjoy human food normally." He paused before adding, "Although this method seems very difficult to popularize at the moment, at least in my case, it worked." "What?" Rize's violet-red eyes widened in shock, as if she had just heard the most unbelievable fantasy in the world. "Hiro-kun, do you know what you're saying? To change from ghoul toward human was a complete overturning of a rule that had stood for hundreds of years. In the long history of ghouls, there had never been such a precedent. It was no different from telling a myth." Hiro organized his thoughts and described as clearly as possible how he had delved into his body through consciousness, sensed the violent RC cells, and subdued them. As Rize listened, the shock on her face gradually turned into a deeper kind of disbelief. She could understand every word Hiro said, but the implications went far beyond the boundaries of her cognition. She might vaguely sense the existence of RC cells within her own body, but to precisely control them as he had done. In her perception, that level of difficulty was no less than asking an ant to complete an exquisite basketball game. It was nothing but a foolish dream. Rize sat quietly on the sofa, her eyes lowered, her long lashes casting a small shadow beneath them. It was as if she was repeatedly weighing and digesting Hiro's earth-shattering words in her heart. For a moment, the only sounds in the room were the faint city noise from outside the window and their soft breathing. Hiro turned and took another bottle of milk from the refrigerator. He twisted off the cap and slowly tasted it. That long-lost richness belonging to food once again brushed across his taste buds. Though still faint, it was real enough to stir his emotions. He thought that the fundamental reason for his success was likely his fusion with Carnage. It was that external power that had broken the inherent physiological barrier of ghouls. For other ghouls, trying to replicate this step would probably be as difficult as ascending to the heavens, perhaps even an absolute dead end. He took another sip of milk, the cool liquid sliding down his throat. A bolder and more peculiar idea flashed through his mind like lightning in the dark. He recalled the film. Carnage had been born from a portion separated from venom. If that was the case, did the Carnage fused with him also possess the same potential? Could it also give birth to an entirely new symbiote? What were the conditions for birth? Pure material division, or a seed of consciousness? The symbiote within him was a pure version processed by the system, without independent self-awareness. It was more like a tool with limitless potential, a living armor that obeyed commands. He did not know whether a separated portion, after fusing with a host, would become an independent entity or remain under his control. Nor did he know whether consciousness would be born after separation and fusion. The idea was both exciting and fraught with enormous risk. It was undoubtedly worth trying, but only under the premise of absolute control. If he truly succeeded in separating it, only to create a malicious and uncontrollable monster, the consequences would be unimaginable. Opportunity and crisis, like two sides of the same coin, slowly turned in his mind. Chapter 20, it doesn't matter. I'll handle it. An indescribable joy rippled through Hiro's heart. He had thought his future would forever be bound by a bloody diet, that in the end he would only be able to rely on artificial meat as a reluctant substitute for that necessity. He had not expected that light would truly appear at the end of the tunnel. Without a doubt, this was the best news he had received since transmigrating into this world. He looked at Rize beside him, who was still digesting the shocking information. Her slightly furrowed brows made her seem weighed down with thoughts. Hiro could not help but smile. He reached out and gently pinched her soft cheek. It felt slightly cool to the touch. "Don't look so troubled," he said in a steady and reassuring tone. "Don't worry. I will definitely find a way for you to do it too." Rize did not dodge. Instead, like a cat seeking comfort, she leaned her cheek into his warm palm and rubbed against it dependently, letting out a soft nasal hum. Get some rest early." Hiro withdrew his hand and spoke of tomorrow's plans. "I still have to show up at the cafe tomorrow and at least make it look like I'm doing patrol." After all, he had agreed to manager Yoshimura and was receiving a generous salary. No matter what, he had to at least make an appearance so it would not seem like the money was wasted. Rize nodded obediently without saying more. She turned and walked into the side bedroom, gently closing the door behind her. Hiro turned off the living room lights, allowing the moonlight to filter through the curtains and cast a cool silver glow across the room. He returned to the master bedroom but did not go to the bed. Instead, he sat down at the desk chair. Taking a deep breath, he spread open his palm and focused his will. The next moment, a mass of scarlet, viscous flesh about the size of an egg slowly emerged from his palm, pulsing faintly as if alive. He gently placed this separated piece of carnage onto the smooth surface of the desk and held his breath as he observed. Under the moonlight, the mass appeared dark and heavy in color. It began to move slowly like an amoeba, its edges extending fine tendril-like structures, as if instinctively searching for a host to attach to. Hiro could clearly feel that this small portion of the symbiote still maintained an invisible connection with his main body. He had already noticed this back in the 12th ward. However, it was completely different from the feeling of controlling the complete form as easily as moving his own arm. Now, his control over this separated piece was extremely sluggish. His mental commands felt as if they were sinking into mud. The feedback movements were intermittent, like a slideshow stuttering frame by frame, unable to run smoothly. Perhaps in the future I can let Rize try fusing with it. The thought flashed through his mind. If Rize could successfully fuse with this portion of the symbiote, perhaps she would gain the ability to sense and precisely control her own RC cells just as he had. But the risks of this idea were unknown, and he quickly suppressed the impulse. This matter had to be considered carefully. Without knowing the consequences, any rash action could bring disaster. He had a strong premonition that when Carnage underwent its next key evolution, the current difficulties in control might be resolved naturally. Morning light slipped through the gaps in the curtains, casting mottled patterns across the floor. Hiro woke from his sleep. Lying on the soft bed, he took a moment to let his hazy consciousness fully clear. He got up and walked toward the bathroom. The door was slightly ajar, and faint sounds of running water came from inside. Pushing the door open, he saw that Rize was already standing at the sink with a toothbrush in her mouth, white foam clinging to her lips. She glanced at him through the mirror and mumbled a greeting. Hiro walked up naturally, picked up his own toothbrush, and stood beside her. Their reflections appeared in the mirror. In the hazy morning light and drifting steam, their movements were synchronized and familiar. In that instant, a strange illusion of home struck both of their hearts at the same time. The scene resembled a married couple of many years, repeating the most ordinary routine of countless mundane mornings. They both paused slightly, then met each other's eyes in the mirror, a silent smile spreading in their gazes at the same time. After washing up, they left together for the antique cafe. Walking along the road, Hiro could not help but feel a bit emotional. Thinking back on this recent period, he and Rize had been almost inseparable. For someone who had been single his entire previous life, having a companion to rely on felt exceptionally warm and fulfilling. There was much unspoken ambiguity between them, yet that thin layer had never been pierced. This relationship, with a slight distance yet complete closeness, felt uniquely reassuring at this moment. Pushing open the familiar wooden door of the cafe, the bell above it rang crisply, followed by Tuka's distinct cool and professional welcome. The cafe members were unusually complete today. Manager Yoshimura stood behind the counter as always. Tuka was wiping cups. Irimi Kaya and Koma Enji were also busy preparing. Somewhat surprisingly, even Yomo Rinji was sitting in the corner of the bar, quietly drinking coffee. There were no other customers in the shop. The quiet atmosphere was perhaps related to the recent undercurrents in the 20th ward and the increasingly tense activities of the Ghoul investigators. The manager's gentle gaze swept over them. Facing everyone present, he spoke in a steady voice, taking this opportunity, let me formally introduce him again. This is Hiro-kun. From now on, he will officially join our Antiku. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes focused on Hiro. There was more curiosity and scrutiny than surprise. Clearly, Tuka had already informed them of the strength he had displayed. Hiro smiled and nodded to everyone as a formal greeting. He had been a regular at the shop and was already familiar with them. What surprised the veteran ghouls present even more was Rize standing beside him. This existence once feared under the name Binge Eater now carried a restrained aura, even showing a rare hint of docility. Recently, there had been no news in the 20th ward of her large-scale hunting. Invisibly, this had spared the increasingly tense ward from an even greater storm. A brief silence spread through the cafe, broken only by the faint hiss of the coffee machine. In the end, it was Yomo Rinji in the corner who broke the silence first. He raised his head and looked directly at Hiro, his voice low and serious. "You said that information. Are you certain it's true?" He did not mention a name, but everyone who knew felt their hearts sink. Hiro naturally knew who he was referring to. Tuka's biological father, the one long imprisoned by the CCG, codenamed Corpse Collector. Kirishima Arata. "I'm certain." Hiro answered without the slightest hesitation, his voice calm and firm, carrying a conviction that made it difficult to doubt him. Yomo stared into his eyes, as if judging the truth behind every word. After a moment, he slowly leaned back in his chair and fell silent again. That silence carried heavy weight. Perhaps he was rapidly forming a rescue plan in his mind, or perhaps, after confirming the truth, he felt a wave of helplessness. Just as the oppressive atmosphere deepened, Hiro spoke again, his voice clearly reaching every person present. "You don't need to worry about this matter for now." He looked around at manager Yoshimura, Yomo, and Tuka who had unconsciously stopped moving. "I'll handle it." He paused and gave a promise that was not an evasion but filled with certainty. "However, now is not the best time. That time will arrive soon. There's no need to rush." His words were like a stone thrown into a calm lake, sending different ripples through each person's heart. Chapter 21, Tsukiyama Show. These words moved everyone present. Breaking into cochlea. That was practically synonymous with courting death. Since its construction, that prison had been the very definition of an impregnable fortress. There had never been any precedent of a successful escape. Tuka tightened her grip on the tray in her hands, her knuckles turning slightly pale from the force. She took a deep breath, her voice trembling despite her effort to control it. "Hiro-san, we are already extremely grateful that you are willing to provide information about my father. But going to cochlea is really not something you need to." Before she could finish, Hiro raised a hand and gently interrupted her. "It's fine." His tone was calm, yet it carried unquestionable strength. "Since I chose to join Antiku, then I am one of its members. Sharing the burden for my companions is only natural." His gaze swept across everyone and finally settled on Tuka's worried face, as if conveying firm conviction through his eyes. "Let's wait for now. When the time is right, I will naturally step in and bring him out." Rize leaned closer and lowered her voice. "You really plan to go to cochlea to rescue him? That place is too dangerous." Although she had great confidence in Hiro's strength, the mere mention of that iron-walled prison could not hide the concern in her tone. Hiro smiled when he heard that and gently patted her hand. "Don't worry. I value my life a lot. I won't do anything I'm not confident about." He had never been the type to ignore consequences just to show off. Putting on a bit of a front was fine, but truly risking his life was absolutely out of the question. With his current strength, going alone to break someone out gave him at least a 90% chance of success. But 90%? In his eyes, that was no different from suicide. The safest method was to wait for a Ajirai tree to make their move, slip in during the chaos, and rescue Kirishima Arata and Kamishiro Matasaka together. At that moment, the cafe doorbell rang softly. A young man dressed in a red suit and black leather shoes stepped inside, his light purple hair especially eye-catching. The moment he entered, he stopped, closed his eyes slightly, spread his arms, and took a deep breath. Then he sighed in satisfaction. What a wonderful scent. As he spoke, he lightly brushed a hand across the bridge of his nose and murmured, "As expected, only this place truly relaxes me." The person who had arrived was the number one pervert of this story. Tsukiyama Sho. Tuka frowned, her tone cold. "Tsukiyama." Tsukiyama Sho smiled in response. "Long time no see, Kirishima-san. What are you here for?" "Still as cold as ever." "But that is precisely your charm." Tsukiyama Sho did not mind her attitude. He kept his composed smile as his gaze slowly swept across the shop. Suddenly, his expression stiffened for a moment. He had seen Kamishiro Rize, the woman he had once wished to tear apart with his own hands. In the past, Tsukiyama Sho had invited her to join his ghoul restaurant, hoping to share the pleasure of fine dining with her. She had rejected him on the grounds that the food portions were too small, and even mocked his way of eating as petty. That scene still lingered in his mind. However, the distortion on his face lasted only a split second. He quickly restored his previous smile and said lightly, "Oh my, isn't this the beautiful Rize-san? What a coincidence." Kamishiro Rize curved her lips in a delighted smile. "Oh my, isn't this the stingy Jukiyama-kun?" That single sentence nearly shattered the expression Jukiyama-shu had just regained. In his heart, he was already furiously cursing her. Hiro watched their verbal exchange with interest and did not interrupt. He had no particular dislike for Jukiyama-shu. In fact, he found him rather amusing. Jukiyama-shu stopped entangling himself with Rize and turned his gaze to Hiro instead, a refined smile appearing at the corner of his lips. "I am Jukiyama-shu. May I ask how I should address this gentleman?" Before Hiro could respond, Tuka spoke first, her tone guarded. "Jukiyama, don't bother Hiro-san if you have nothing important." "Hiro. What a rare surname." Jukiyama-shu keenly noticed the unusual respect in Tuka's tone. A trace of interest flashed in his eyes. He bent slightly in an elegant bow. "If Hiro-san is interested, you are welcome to visit my restaurant sometime. Let us become friends." Hiro smiled faintly, neither agreeing nor refusing. "If I have time, I can consider it." He was genuinely somewhat interested in the ghoul restaurant Jukiyama-shu ran. Visiting it when free might not be a bad idea. That answer only seemed to delight Jukiyama-shu further. He took a finely crafted card printed with an address from his inner suit pocket and gently placed it on the counter. "I shall await Hiro-san's visit at any time." He bowed again, his purple hair gleaming elegantly under the lights. "Then I will take my leave for today." Hiro picked up the exquisitely made card, examined it briefly, and casually slipped it into his pocket. Kamishiro Rize noticed this and puffed her lips slightly, revealing a hint of dissatisfaction. Hiro chuckled at her expression and gently pinched her cheek. "What, do you have some grudge against him?" Although he already knew the reason, he still wanted to hear her say it herself. When a woman was in a small mood, it was best to guide it gently. "Not really." Rize briefly explained her past with Jukiyama-shu, her tone still carrying faint displeasure. Hiro soothed her gently. "All right. He wouldn't dare do anything. If he really causes trouble, we can deal with him then." He turned to Tuka. "By the way, Tuka, could you give me the address of Yuta's mask shop? Hiro-san wants to commission a mask." Tuka asked curiously. "I plan to have one made for Rize. Do you need me to take you there?" "No need to trouble yourself. Just give us the address." After noting down the address, Hiro left the cafe with Rize and headed toward the mask shop. On the way, Rize could not help asking, "Why do I suddenly need a mask? I don't really like having something covering my face." Hiro glanced at her and patiently explained, "We'll need it when we go to the 11th ward. You can't just walk around there openly. What if the CCG memorizes your face?" His tone was gentle but firm. "Even if we're not afraid of them, it's better to avoid unnecessary trouble." Rize gave a soft accepting the arrangement. The two walked slowly along the street, occasionally stopping to look at the scenery, occasionally speaking in low voices. After walking for quite a while, they finally found the shop in a secluded corner. Hiro looked up at the sign. "Hi-C Art Mask Studio." After confirming it was correct, he pushed open the graffiti-covered door. Inside, the black and white checkered floor was visually striking. Half-body mannequins were displayed around the room, each wearing a uniquely designed mask. The air was filled with the mixed scent of paint and leather. At that moment, a calm voice came from deeper inside the shop. "Are you two looking to commission a mask, or to purchase one that's already made?" Chapter 22, a thank you gift. Hiro followed the sound of the voice and replied calmly, "Commission one. A custom-made mask will fit the face better and be more comfortable to wear." Yuta nodded lightly and picked up a soft measuring tape. "All right. Please come this way. I'll measure this lady's face first." Hiro led Rize to sit in front of the workbench. Rize turned her head to look at him, her eyes shifting slightly. "Aren't you getting one too, Hiro?" He had originally intended to refuse, but after a second thought, he changed his mind. "All right. I'll make one as well." Holding the tape, Yuta carefully measured the width of Rize's forehead and asked, "What style do you prefer? A half mask or a full mask?" "Half," Rize answered. Yuta continued, "Any preferences for color or pattern?" Rize turned to Hiro. "What do you think?" Hiro thought briefly and looked up. "Do you have paper and a pen?" "Yes." "One moment." Yuta turned and brought over a piece of cardstock and a drawing pen. Hiro took them and leaned over the workbench to sketch. The pen moved smoothly across the paper. Before long, a unique mask design appeared. The overall shape resembled burning flames, inspired by the fire element mask from Wushan Wuxing, but he cleverly removed the lower portion and redesigned it to cover only the upper half of the face. Yuta watched the design take shape and praised sincerely, the concept is very clever. This design is quite excellent. Rize leaned in to look, surprise flashing in her eyes. It really is beautiful. I didn't expect you to have such artistic sense, Hiro. Any color preferences? Yuta asked. Hiro turned to Rize. Do you have a favorite color? Anything is fine. You decide. He considered for a moment. Then red on the right side and black on the left. Rize smiled brightly and added, then mine will be red on the left and black on the right. That way they'll match as a pair. The corners of her eyes curved with her radiant smile. Hiro looked at her delighted expression, his gaze softening. All right. As you wish. Watching their tacit interaction, Yuta thought to himself that this couple seemed to have a very good relationship. In that case, sir, please come over so I can take your measurements. While measuring Hiro's facial contours, Yuta casually asked, were you referred here? My shop is quite out of the way. Hiro replied calmly, Tuka introduced us. She said your craftsmanship is very good. Yuta's lips curved slightly upward. I see. Since you were referred by someone I know, I'll give you a 20% discount. He skillfully recorded the data and continued naturally, may I have your names? Amano Hiro. Kamishiro Rize. Yuta's gaze lingered on Rize for a brief, subtle moment. This woman known as the binge eater did not quite match the violent image from the rumors. His expression remained unchanged as he said gently, just call me Yuta. After recording all the measurements, Yuta put away his tools. All right. You can come back at this time tomorrow to pick up the masks. Hiro and Rize nodded and took their leave. Watching their backs as they departed side by side, Yuta thoughtfully organized the measurement records in his hands. When he finished, he picked up the cardstock again and studied the smooth lines of the design, nodding to himself. This concept truly had reference value. Stepping out of the mask shop, the midday sunlight washed over them, making both of them squint after staying so long in the dim interior. Hiro looked at Rize, whose demeanor had clearly changed, and smiled. What's next, beautiful? Rize's eyes curved with amusement. Oh my, handsome, you certainly know how to talk. Likewise. Hiro chuckled. Rize touched her index finger lightly to her lips and thought for a moment. How about going to an amusement park? Hiro raised an eyebrow in surprise. I didn't expect you to want to go somewhere like that. What kind of person do you think I am? Rize feigned dissatisfaction. Haha, of course we can. Hiro smiled. He remembered that before transmigrating, he had never once gone to an amusement park as a child, and as an adult his time had been consumed entirely by work. After coming to this crisis-ridden world, he had remained constantly tense. Having a chance to relax now was not a bad choice. Then let's go. Half a day at the amusement park. When they arrived at the entrance, the bustling crowd surprised Hiro. In this world where ghouls and humans coexisted, seeing such an ordinary and lively scene was rare. Looking at the crowd, Rize murmured softly, so many little human-shaped buns. Hiro pinched her cheek. In a few days, I'll let you eat your fill. All carefully selected buns. They walked to the ticket window. The staff member introduced enthusiastically, adult tickets are 8,400 yen. Couple tickets come with a 30% discount. So expensive? Hiro blurted out instinctively, then immediately corrected himself. Then we'll take the couple tickets. Certainly. Enjoy your time. The staff member handed over 2 exquisite tickets with a smile. Hiro accepted them and naturally took Rize's hand as they blended into the cheerful crowd. Hand in hand, they passed through the bustling people. The first thing that caught their eyes was the winding roller coaster track, with waves of screams descending from above. Want to try that? He asked, pointing at the speeding cars. Rize looked up, excitement flashing in her eyes. Exactly what I was thinking. After fastening the safety bar, the roller coaster slowly climbed. As it reached the highest point and was about to plunge downward, Rize suddenly leaned toward his ear and whispered, if the safety belt breaks, will you catch me, Hiro? Before he could answer, the train plunged. Amid the roaring wind, Hiro felt Rize's hand gently cover the back of his. Through the loops and twists, he heard her clear laughter. Not her usual calculating chuckle, but a pure, childlike laugh from the heart. When they stepped off the ride, Rize's purple hair was slightly disheveled by the wind, her cheeks flushed with excitement. That was more fun than I expected. She adjusted her hair, her eyes still sparkling. Night fell quietly, and the amusement park lit up with countless lights. They played shooting games, visited the haunted house, and several other attractions before finally stopping in front of the enormous Ferris wheel. As their cabin rose slowly, the entire night view of the amusement park spread out beneath them. Rize gazed quietly out the window, the flickering lights reflecting in her eyes. In the Washa clan, she suddenly said softly, they desperately try to become human. Among the different branches, the purer the human bloodline, the more noble the status. Her fingertips traced unconsciously across the glass, as if outlining a distant memory. In that family, only the chosen life seeds are treated as human. And I. She lowered her eyes. There isn't a single trace of human impurity in my blood. I am the purest of ghoul. In their eyes, I was the lowest existence, a living womb whose only purpose was to reproduce for the Washa clan. A bitter curve touched her lips. Back then, I thought that as long as I could escape that place, I wouldn't care what I destroyed. Later, with Furuta's help, I did escape. But that only led me into another trap. She turned to him, her violet eyes especially bright in the night. If I hadn't met you, Hiro, I would probably still be in some laboratory, continuing as experimental material or a breeding tool. Her fingertips paused against the cold glass, her voice as light as a sigh. Thank you, Hiro. When the cabin reached the highest point, Rize turned to him again. The fragility in her eyes had been replaced by warmth. She leaned closer and pressed a brief kiss to Hiro's lips. This is my thank you gift, she said with a smile after pulling back, though the tips of her ears were tinged with faint red. Chapter 23, Pre-Battle Mobilization. Hiro's fingertips brushed lightly over his lips. The soft warmth of Rize's kiss still lingered there clearly. A deep glint passed through his eyes. Suddenly, he reached out and pulled Rize into his arms. Before she could react, his hand firmly cupped the back of her head, and he lowered his head to precisely capture her still moist cherry lips. This kiss was different from her earlier fleeting touch. It carried an undeniable heat and possessiveness, as if he intended to completely entwine their breaths together. Time flowed slowly within the quiet cabin. Only when their breathing grew unsteady did he finally pull back slightly. A thin, transparent thread flashed and disappeared. Hiro lightly licked the corner of his lips, as if savoring the sweetness, and chuckled softly. This is what counts as a thank you gift. Rize lowered her head slightly. A rare flush colored her cheeks, and her chest rose and fell with her uneven breathing. For once, she did not respond to his teasing. She simply pressed her still warm lips together and turned her gaze toward the window. That rare shy expression was more captivating than any words. Hiro looked at the brilliant nightscape outside the cabin, then at the unusually gentle Rize beside him. For a moment, he felt that this dangerous world could occasionally offer unexpected beauty. The Ferris wheel slowly came to a stop. Hiro stepped out first but did not continue walking. He stood below and naturally extended his hand to Rize. In the night, his voice was warm. Let's go home. Rize placed her hand in his palm lightly, a faint curve lifting her lips. Let's go home. When they returned to their familiar residence, warm yellow light instantly enveloped them. Rize seemed to have regained her usual composure, though a rare gentleness lingered in the depths of her eyes. She walked toward the kitchen, her voice soft. Hiro, would you like a cup of coffee? Yes. Thank you. Hiro sat down on the sofa and casually pressed the television remote. The news anchor's even voice flowed through the room, reporting on the city's recent public security situation. Hiro accepted the coffee Rize handed him and was about to thank her when the image on the screen suddenly changed. According to the latest report, the CCG has officially announced that tomorrow it will launch a large-scale purge operation in the 11th Ward. Rize stared at the stern face of the CCG official on the screen and murmured softly, "It's starting." Her voice was light, yet like a pebble dropped into still water. Hiro set down his coffee cup, the bottom striking the table with a crisp sound. He replied steadily. It's finally here. As dusk approached, two figures were moving at astonishing speed across the tops of high-rise buildings. It was Hiro and Kamishiro Rize, heading toward the 11th Ward. They landed atop a skyscraper, the highest point in the surrounding area. Hiro naturally wrapped an arm around Rize's slender waist, the curve fitting perfectly in his grasp. Before she could react, the muscles in his legs tightened abruptly, launching them toward the 11th Ward like arrows released from a bow. At the instant they leapt from the rooftop, with a sharp sound, a pair of crimson wings suddenly spread out behind him. Unlike ordinary Kagun, the surface of these wings shimmered with a metallic sheen. Their edges were sharp as blades, glowing with a dangerous and mesmerizing blood-red hue in the dim light. A powerful current of air rushed against them. Rize's beautiful purple hair whipped wildly in the wind, strands brushing against his cold profile. She looked up at him, astonishment filling her eyes. Hiro, you can actually fly. A faint curve lifted Hiro's lips, his voice clear even amid the wind. Not really flying. You could call it gliding. This speed was many times faster than when Hiro had hitched a ride to the 12th Ward before. Buildings receded rapidly beneath them. The wind roared past their ears. The arm holding her was steady as a rock, and each subtle adjustment of his crimson wings precisely caught the airflow. The strong wind continued to howl. Rize looked up at Hiro's face, so close at hand. Her gaze once more swept over the crimson wings that pulsed with a strange aesthetic rhythm, her eyes filled with curiosity and inquiry. Your cocoon is truly unique. She raised her voice to ensure he could hear her clearly over the wind. Both its form and ability are completely different from the 4 known types. She paused slightly before asking the most crucial question. Is this the secret to your strength? Hiro lowered his eyes and glanced at her. The faint curve at his lips deepened slightly, but he did not answer directly. He looked forward again toward the distant skyline, his voice calm and carrying a hint that discouraged further probing. You'll know in the future. While Hiro and Rize were on their way, the CCG headquarters was conducting a large-scale pre-battle mobilization. A clear report came through the communication equipment, reporting the current situation. After occupying the shopping center, it has been confirmed that there are over 500 ghouls within the area. Over the past week, the opposing side has continued to gather combat forces. The specific time of attack will be adjusted according to conditions on site. After the briefing ended, Special Class Investigator Marutsuki grabbed the microphone from the podium. His sharp gaze swept over the neatly lined investigators below. I hereby announce, his voice echoed throughout the hall through the speakers, the operation officially begins. Yes. A thunderous unified shout erupted instantly, merging into a fearless wave of sound. Every participant already carried a will in their arms. At this moment, there was no hesitation in their eyes, only the resolve to uphold their beliefs with their lives. Hundreds of transport vehicles started their engines simultaneously, carrying fully armed investigators and cooperating police officers. They formed a torrent of steel and advanced in grand procession toward the 11th Ward, now reduced to scorched earth. By this time, Hiro and Rize had arrived in the 11th Ward. Standing on the rooftop of a high-rise building, the district before them appeared unusually desolate. The streets were empty. The residents had all been evacuated. Only the giant electronic screens on the exterior of buildings were still functioning, broadcasting the latest news. A female announcer's clear voice came from the screen. This operation is being carried out jointly by the CCG and the police. A force of over 1,000 personnel has assembled and is awaiting the order to attack the 11th Ward. The on-site command is being led by Special Class Investigator Marutsuki, who is responsible for tracking ghoul strongholds. The screen switched to Marud. 99% of the residents' safety is protected by our investigators with our lives. The remaining 1% requires the cooperation of all residents. We hope everyone will work together to reclaim peace in the 11th Ward. The announcer's voice sounded again. That concludes Special Class Investigator Marud's statement. We will continue to bring you further reports. The weather was gloomy, with no sunlight in sight. The dimness was almost like night. At the same time, Aojirai Tree was also carrying out its pre-battle deployment according to plan. To ensure the plan's success, they had even hired ghoul mercenaries. As time passed, the main CCG force had already reached the battlefield and formed a standoff with the ghouls. The entire area was enveloped in the peculiar silence that precedes battle, like the calm before a storm. Chapter 24, The Assault Begins. Hiro gazed toward the distant shopping mall. At this moment, it was the main battlefield where the CCG and Aojirai Tree were clashing fiercely. On the bridge spanning the river not far away, 2 figures could be faintly seen. Ito and Tatara were presumably standing at a high vantage point, calmly overlooking the course of the battle. He had long held the idea of speaking with Tatara, but clearly this was not the right time. Everything would have to wait until this battle was over. We should move, Hiro turned to Rize. By now, both sides should already be engaged. The two took out the masks they had received at noon and carefully put them on. Hiro reached out and lightly wrapped an arm around Rize's waist. Then he spread his wings and shot toward the shopping mall with her. As they neared their destination, Hiro beat his wings once to slow his descent and landed lightly on the mall rooftop. Be especially careful during the operation, he released Rize and instructed in a low voice. If you encounter a special class investigator, don't fight them head-on. Wait for me. Rize nodded obediently. Understood. It had not felt so from afar, but the moment they stepped inside the mall, deafening noise engulfed them instantly. The roar of firearms, the clash of blades, hoarse shouts and wails echoed and collided repeatedly within the hollow mall interior, composing a chaotic symphony. Remember, don't get carried away. Hiro raised his voice and reminded Rize again amid the clamor. What he feared most was that once Rize started killing in earnest, she would sink into uncontrollable feeding frenzy. Aojirai Tree has planted a large amount of explosives here. Once we've had enough, we withdraw immediately. All right, I know Hiro, how did you get so naggy, like an old mom? Rize curled her lips, showing a trace of disdain, interrupting his repeated instructions. Fine. As long as you know. Hiro said no more. A sharp light flashed in his eyes. Let's go. The buffet is open. Before his words finished, with a thunderous boom, several crimson tentacles like giant spears blasted open the wall ahead, tearing a huge hole. Hiro's figure flashed and he charged into the darkness first. Rize glanced around once and followed lightly. The mall's power system had long collapsed. Only a few dim green emergency lights stubbornly provided weak illumination, outlining the blurred shapes of shattered counters and toppled shelves. The environment was exceptionally dark and oppressive. Within this darkness, Hiro was like a fish returned to deep water, silently transforming into the deadliest hunter. His gaze swept across every shifting shadow. Whether ghoul or investigator, all were now potential prey in his eyes. Although humans provided far less energy than ghouls, adhering to the principle that even a mosquito is still meat, he had no intention of being picky. Not far ahead, at the entrance to an escalator leading downstairs, he encountered a ghoul squad assigned to guard the sector. There were 4 in total, all wearing different masks and draped in Aogiri Tree's signature dark red cloaks. Hiro's sudden appearance immediately drew their high alert. "Stop. Which squad are you from?" The leading ghoul shouted harshly. Kakugan lit behind his mask as he stared at this suspicious comrade who wore no standard cloak. "Me." Hiro chuckled, not slowing his steps. "Hunter Squad." He had no intention of wasting time. With a thought, 4 thick tentacles instantly split out near his shoulder blades. Like venomous snakes with independent life, they shot toward the 4 ghouls' hearts from 2 directions at astonishing speed. The 4 ghouls reacted quickly. At once they released their respective Kagun. Kukaku, Ukaku, and Rinkaku forms differed in shape as they tried to weave a defensive net against the sudden lethal strike. However, before absolute power disparity, resistance was so pale and powerless. The tentacles crushed through the Kagun defenses with overwhelming force and then pierced their bodies. The 4 ghouls could not even fully scream before dying on the spot. Hiro's expression did not change. He began efficiently cleaning the battlefield. The tentacles probed into the still warm bodies and precisely extracted 4 kakuhu containing life essence, then absorbed them completely. After finishing, he did not linger. His figure once again vanished into the darkness, seeking the next lucky audience. Upon entering the mall interior, Rize chose a different direction from Hiro. She had no interest in ghouls whose taste she found unpleasant. Only humans possessed the unique flavor she loved. Along the way, if any reckless ghoul dared block her path, she tore them apart without hesitation using her Kagun. "Well now, gentlemen, what are you looking for?" At a stairwell corner, she ran into 3 investigators head-on. Her voice, tinged with teasing, sounded abruptly in the dimness. The 3 reacted extremely fast. Almost the instant her words fell, they deployed their quinkwas, weapons snapping up to aim at this woman radiating danger. "I'll engage from the front. You flank from the sides," the leading investigator issued orders swiftly. "Understood." The 3 coordinated smoothly and attacked at once. Hearing their tactical arrangement, Rize could not help laughing softly. Such big talk, little buns. For Rinkaku erupted from her back instantly, turning into streaking crimson afterimages that shot toward the 3. The leading investigator was stronger. He barely parried the strike aimed at his vitals. But the other 2 were not so fortunate. The one on the left managed a hasty block, but only deflected the Kagun by a few inches. His shoulder blade was pierced instantly. Blood sprayed out as he let out a shrill scream. The investigator on the right was pierced simultaneously by 2 Kagun and died on the spot. "Retreat. Retreat immediately." Witnessing 1 dead and 1 wounded, the leader realized at once this was an opponent far beyond them. He roared and scrambled desperately, trying to escape this death trap. "Ha ha ha, where are you going, little bun?" The splashing blood seemed to ignite something mad deep within Rize. Her eyes grew more feverish as the 4 Kagun pursued the fleeing pair like shadows. The wounded investigator meant to run only a few steps before a Kagun pierced him from behind. He crashed heavily to the ground, silent forever. Rize casually tore off one of his arms and bit into it elegantly, narrowing her eyes in intoxicated pleasure. Ah, truly delicious. Warm blood slid from the corner of her lips, making her laughter grow more unhinged. Holding the severed arm, she followed unhurriedly behind the last investigator, like a cat toying with prey, savoring every moment of his futile struggle in despair. Chapter 25, Timely Reinforcements. While Hiro and Rize hunted separately inside the shopping mall, the frontal clash between Aogiri Tree and the CCG had already reached a fever pitch. War had engulfed the entire mall. Roars and the buzzing of quinkwas intertwined without cease. Yet at the center of this chaos, Aogiri Tree's core leaders, Ito and Tatara, did not appear. They were like spectators standing outside the chessboard, calmly watching the battle they had personally arranged. The cadres truly committed to combat were not many. Only Kirishima Ayato, Noro, and Nico, the Bin brothers, and others. Yamori had originally been included, but Yamori had already been killed by Hiro. Kirishima Ayato dashed rapidly among the upper levels of the annex, his figure trailing a blurred afterimage. Around him, his Akaka spun at high speed. Dark red crystal fragments carved streaks of light through the air, condensing around him into an airtight armor. Clang 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 dash. Bullets struck this living armor like raindrops, only scattering sparks before bouncing away. Damn it. We can't penetrate it at all, a special forces officer shouted in despair, his rifle still spitting futile muzzle flashes. But Ayato's assault did not cease. The Ukaku shards poured down like a storm, weaving a net of death in the narrow space. The officer's body armor was meaningless before Kagun. Screams rose one after another, and the floor was quickly stained with dark red. Meanwhile, at the circular staircase of the main building, another massacre unfolded. Target sighted. Open fire. Dozens of fully armed special forces instantly rose behind railings on every level, muzzles aimed at the figure ascending the stairs step by step. Noro ignored the rain of bullets pouring down. They passed through his body, leaving horrifying holes, yet healed at visible speed in the next instant. He was like a puppet without pain, each step unnaturally steady. Beep 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 dash. The alarm clock in his arms suddenly rang. At that moment, Noro seemed infused with life. Two enormous Kagun burst from his body, coiling around the nearest two officers like giant pythons. With a muffled crunch, their ballistic vests and the bodies inside were crushed together. Then the two Kagun fused and swelled in midair, forming a blood-red colossal blade that blotted out the sky. With a tearing sound that set teeth on edge, the blade split into countless sharp spears and swept outward in a frenzy. Retreat. Fall BA dash. The commander's shout was drowned in the sound of flesh being ripped apart. Where the spears reached, railings twisted and snapped like paper, and officers fell in rows like harvested wheat. In mere seconds, the entire stairwell became a sea of blood. The Bin brothers were also slaughtering freely. Kotaro Amon had likewise been killed by Hiro, which meant Hiro had saved the Bin brothers' lives. The Bin brothers expressed their thanks to him. Having not encountered other high-ranking CCG investigators, their S-rated strength meant no one could threaten them. Meanwhile, Nico relied on keen perception to support companions' actions from the shadows. Though Aojirai Tree seemed to be fighting fiercely, it was in truth only a feint. This had always been a trap meticulously set by Aojirai Tree. Their intent was not to fight the CCG to the death. The cadre's mission was clear and cautious. After drawing sufficient firepower and dealing a certain blow, they would withdraw in orderly fashion from this battlefield that was about to be utterly destroyed. Inside the temporary command vehicle, Kiriomato stared at the constantly updating battle map on the electronic screen. Suddenly, the tight line of his mouth curved slightly upward. Good news he had long awaited came through his headset. Team 1 reporting. North Sector, 3rd floor annex secured. Team 2 reporting. West Corridor, 2nd floor main building cleared. Mato immediately connected a direct line to Yukinori Shinohara. Shinohara, how's your progress? Shinohara's somewhat hurried reply came through the earpiece. Parking area secured. Advancing toward the roof. His voice was slightly breathless from running, yet steady. Mato could not help but remark, progress seems smooth. It reminds me of the days we fought side by side. Shinohara responded, yes. The younger generation is excellent now. Moments later, Shinohara's voice sounded again, carrying hesitation. Reached the roof, but no sign of Aojirai Tree members, the situation is somewhat abnormal. Just then, at the other end of the roof, a rusted iron door creaked open with a harsh squeal. A purple-haired woman wearing an ornate mask appeared before them. Her entire body was soaked in blood. In her hand she still carried a mangled human leg, yet her posture remained graceful and composed. The communication channel instantly fell silent. What's going on? Mato pressed urgently. Shinohara lowered his voice. A ghoul suspected to be an Aojirai Tree cadre has appeared on the roof. Preparing to subdue. Exercise utmost caution, Mato instructed. On the rooftop, Yukinori Shinohara and Iwao Kuroiwa deployed their quinkwas almost simultaneously. Form up. Shinohara ordered, and the well-trained investigators immediately created an encirclement. By now, Rize had long thrown Hiro's warnings to the wind. Facing the delicacies on the roof, her reason was completely devoured by hunger. Ha ha ha, with manic laughter, Rize launched the first attack. 4 Kagun thrust like spears toward Shinohara and Kuroiwa. Yet all her strikes were blocked by the 2 special-class investigators. Quinkwas and Kagun clashed violently, sparks scattering. Seeing her assault stopped, Rize switched targets and rushed toward the other investigators. Her Kagun whirled agilely, hammering at them. But Shinohara and Kuroiwa reacted in time and blocked each one. After several exchanges, the fever in Rize's eyes suddenly cleared. Not only had the opponents completely resisted her attacks, they were gradually gaining the upper hand. She remembered Hiro's instructions. Judging by the situation, these two were indeed special-class investigators. She immediately formed the intent to retreat. She's trying to escape. Shinohara sharply sensed her intention. Tighten the perimeter. While barely parrying with her Kagun, Rize hurriedly pulled out her phone. The moment the call connected, she shouted urgently, "Hiro! Come save me!" On the roof above the parking dash. Before she could hear a reply, Kuroiwa smashed her phone to pieces with a heavy blow. Fragments of the shattered device traced an arc through the air. Yet the anxiety in Rize's heart had already settled. Though the phone was destroyed, she knew the signal for help had been sent. Surrounded at this moment, no panic showed in her eyes. As long as she maneuvered carefully, guarded her vitals, and held out until that figure appeared. She called for backup. Shinohara's shout cut through her thoughts. End it quickly. Before the words finished, two figures bore down like thunder. The quinkwas of Shinohara and Kuroiwa whipped up lethal pressure, supported by the precise coordination of upper-class investigators. Their offensive instantly became airtight like an iron barrel. Rize's Kagun danced frantically, yet a blade still struck her shoulder. Blood immediately soaked her clothing. A moment later pain stabbed her calf, nearly forcing her to her knees. Though the wounds healed at once, the regeneration rapidly drained her stamina. Her Kagun movements were no longer as sharp as before. Shinohara's gaze burned. The edge of his quinkwa drove straight toward her heart. It's over. At that critical instant, a massive crimson shadow slammed down into the center of the battlefield like a falling meteor. Rubble exploded outward and dust surged skyward. The violent shockwave forced everyone to step back half a pace. Chapter 26, Yukinori Shinohara and Iwao Kuroiwa. At the very moment Rize prepared to place the call, Hiro was already in the midst of a chaotic melee. Ghouls, investigators, and police. These groups that had originally been enemies were now, because of his indiscriminate attacks, rarely joining forces, vowing to eliminate this mad common enemy first. Faced with encirclement from all directions, Hiro appeared calm and unhurried. He had not even used Kakuja. Just a few tentacles wove a net of death, each strike precisely taking a life. Whoosh dash. A grenade suddenly flew straight toward his face. Hiro merely tilted his head slightly. The grenade brushed past his ear and exploded on the face of a ghoul behind him. It was a ghoul suppression grenade specially made by the CCG. After the blast, the ghoul's upper body had become scattered flesh and blood. You damn doves, you definitely did that on purpose. Witnessing a companion's gruesome death, the ghouls were furious. Sorry, didn't expect him to dodge, the investigator replied lightly, with not a trace of sincerity in his tone. To put it bluntly, he had done it deliberately. They were all ghouls anyway, and sooner or later they would have to be exterminated. Hiro was indifferent to this farce. He harvested lives mechanically. Each kill absorbed another portion of energy. The circulating warmth within his body made him narrow his eyes slightly in comfort. Just as the attackers finally realized that nearly half their number had fallen without harming him in the slightest and began to think of retreat, an abrupt ringtone cut through the battlefield's clamor. Wake up. The aurora of light shines on your body. You, who became a person of fighting. The theme song of Kamen Rider Black RX rang out in stirring intensity. Hiro flicked his tentacles to block all incoming attacks and calmly pulled out his phone. The moment it connected, Rize's urgent cry for help came through. The situation changed abruptly. A fierce red light flared in Hiro's eyes. Carnage instantly enveloped his entire body, and the enormous dark red monster fully manifested. It's a Kakuja. Retreat. Amid terrified shouts, countless tentacles burst from his body, transforming into a sky full of sharp spears stabbing in all directions. The piercing sound of tearing air ripped through the space. With a single strike, the previously crowded battlefield was emptied. Few survivors remained. Hiro had no time to concern himself with the remnants. He slammed his legs into the ground and, with a thunderous crash, smashed through 2 layers of ceiling and leapt onto the roof. His gaze swept the surrounding buildings, locked onto the direction of the parking structure, and his massive wings snapped open, carrying him forward as a streaking dark red afterimage. As the smoke dispersed, the enormous dark red figure was fully revealed before everyone. A nearly 3-meter body covered in crimson armor like exposed muscle. A pair of broad dark red wings spread to either side, their edges sharp as blades with a cold metallic sheen. An irregular giant eye rimmed in white gazed down indifferently. Exposed fangs were arranged in a grim row. The right arm had become 2 pointed spikes, and the left hand a ferocious claw. The monster let out a low growl and shielded Rize behind him. The sound carried warning and intimidation. Yukinori Shinohara's expression was grave as he shouted, "All personnel on guard. Do not be careless." He turned his head slightly and murmured to his partner beside him, "Iwao, this is a Kakuja we've never seen before." A bead of cold sweat slid down Iwao Kuroiwa's temple as he stared at the figure ahead. Yes, this pressure is even beyond the owl. We're in trouble. Inside the temporary command vehicle, Kiriomoto stared at the image transmitted from Shinohara's body camera and immediately connected the line. Shinohara, do not engage head-on. Withdraw immediately. Shinohara's voice came through the communicator with a hint of bitterness. If we could withdraw, that would be ideal, but this time, I'm afraid it isn't our choice. Kuroiwa exchanged a glance with him and said in a low voice, looks like we have no choice but to go all out. Use that. The two nodded simultaneously and raised their hands to press the buttons at the backs of their necks. Red flesh spread instantly over their upper bodies and, amid crackling sounds, transformed into two sets of hard black armor. Hirako, Shinohara said without turning his head, his tone leaving no doubt, the moment we engage, you lead the team and withdraw immediately. That's an order. Understood. Hirako knew well that remaining here would not help and would instead become a burden. Obedience now was the best choice. Hiro tilted his head slightly and looked back at Rize. Are you badly hurt? No fatal wounds, Rize forced herself upright. I'll recover quickly. Hiro's gaze returned to the investigators before him. Yukinori Shinohara and Iwao Kuroiwa. These were characters he had admired even back when he watched the anime. Upright without being rigid, gentle yet decisive, completely different from those extreme investigators. Ready, Special Class Investigator Shinohara, he spoke. Shinohara paused briefly, then pulled a wry smile. I never imagined an existence like you would know my name. I don't know whether to call that honor or misfortune. Heh. I admire you. Beneath the covering of Carnage, Hiro's voice had become extremely deep. Yukinori Shinohara roared, move. He and Kuroiwa burst forward simultaneously like arrows loosed from a bow, attacking Hiro from left and right. Hirako and the others moved at the command, immediately executing the withdrawal order and turning toward the rooftop entrance. However, Hiro merely snapped his enormous dark red wings once. An unimaginably violent gale instantly formed, pressing forward like an invisible wall. Shinohara and Kuroiwa reacted with extreme speed, immediately driving their quinkwas hard into the ground and leaning forward, barely stabilizing themselves in the gale. Hirako's group was not so fortunate. Before they could even touch the door handle, the terrible airflow swept them up and hurled them screaming off the roof's edge. Iwao. Shinohara forced the words through clenched teeth, cold sweat soaking his temples. Too strong. That was just a flap of wings, if we truly clash, we might be killed instantly. Kuroiwa gritted his teeth. At this point, there's no other way. Activate the new at maximum output. At worst, we die. The two no longer hesitated and simultaneously activated New's hidden function. In an instant, the black armor on their bodies seemed to gain life, beginning to pulse violently, greedily devouring the user's flesh. At the same time, a power far beyond normal, carrying a destructive aura, flooded their entire bodies. Gradash. Amid agonized roars and a surge of power, the two collided with Hiro once more. Violent wind howled across the field. Sparks from metal striking metal flew everywhere. The movements of all three were so fast that only afterimages remained. Ordinary eyes could not capture them at all. Hiro calmly blocked every attack and thought to himself, special class investigators do have some skill. Compared to most ghouls they are far stronger. Even so, in his eyes, this power was still insufficient. Ugh. During the sustained high-intensity clash, Yukinori Shinohara was the first to grunt. His body staggered, nearly dropping to one knee. Yet before Hiro could press further, Shinohara and Kuroiwa themselves reached their limit. The horrific backlash of New surged like a tide. The armor was using their lives as fuel. If they did not disengage now, the armor itself would devour them completely without any enemy needing to act. Chapter 27, The battle ends. Hiro looked at Yukinori Shinohara kneeling on the ground and at Iwao Kuroiwa, who was hurriedly stripping away New from him. This should have been the duel between Yoshimura and them. Now the course of events had changed because of him. Suddenly, a trace of mischief rose in his heart. He wanted to tease them. What a shaky weapon, he said slowly, his voice low and full of theatrical gravity. This world is always filled with plunder and carnage. We struggle to convince ourselves that this is the law of nature. But we have no reason to take the lives of others. The act of seizing life can only be called sin. Halfway through, Hiro nearly failed to maintain the serious tone. These were originally the manager's lines. Now coming from his mouth, every word seemed to mock him as the very embodiment of sin. Hiro knew very well what kind of person he was. He was not utterly depraved, but he was not far from it either. Kuroiwa suddenly raised his head. What do you mean? Hiro ignored him and continued in that deliberately profound tone, if souls truly exist, it seems they have no intention of lending you their power. While he performed, in the shadows of the distant bridge, Ito and Tatara quietly observed everything. He is very strong. Ito sat at the edge of the bridge, her legs swaying gently in the air. Do you think he could be the Carnage you mentioned, Tatara-san? Possibly, Tatara answered as concisely as ever. The two fell silent again, with only the night wind brushing past. Until Ito spoke once more. It's about time, isn't it? Tatara gave a faint nod. Yes. As their words fell, the quiet night sky was suddenly pierced by countless wing beats. Flocks of birds took flight from the areas surrounding the battlefield, scattering in all directions. On the rooftop, Hiro watched the startled birds. The demolition had begun. It seemed Aojirai Tree's cadres had already withdrawn. It was time for them to leave as well. This area would soon be reduced to rubble. He returned to Rize's side and naturally wrapped an arm around her waist. We should go. Rize blinked slightly. Now. Hiro glanced at the faint shifting shadows in the distance. His voice was calm but unquestionable. The time has come. Explosives are planted beneath this building. It will soon become ruins. Rize's pupils contracted. So this entire battle was a trap by Aojirai Tree. Exactly. Their main objective is not here. Hiro slowly spread his wings. He lifted into the air with Rize. With a single beat of his wings, countless sharp spikes formed along their edges. Then he spun swiftly in midair. The spikes poured down like torrential rain, covering every area of the rooftop. Yukinori Shinohara, kneeling on the ground, saw the overwhelming attack and hurriedly warned Iwao Kuroiwa, who was stripping away the new armor. Iwao, watch out. Kuroiwa had no time to turn and block. He could only shield the back of his head and use his body to cover Shinohara. Clang. Clang. With Nu's defense covering his back, he was not injured there, but several spikes pierced through his arms and legs. Blood flowed out relentlessly. After completing this final strike, Hiro made a sharp turn in the air and flew toward the bridge, his figure quickly merging into the night. As Hiro and Rize disappeared into the sky, a violent tremor suddenly rose from deep underground. The entire building groaned under unbearable strain. Walls cracked. Steel beams twisted. Inside the temporary command vehicle, Kiriomoto sensed the disturbance at once and instantly realized this was likely a trap prearranged by Aojirai Tree. He roared into the communicator, all units retreat. Immediately. Move. The public channel erupted in chaotic footsteps and shouts. Get out. This way. Watch above. But the collapse came too quickly. Those who had not yet escaped were buried beneath cascading concrete. Piercing screams echoed intermittently through the ruins. On the distant bridge, Ito watched the rising smoke from the battlefield, gently swinging her legs. No one important came. Tatara nodded silently. Tilting her head as if discussing the moonlight, Ito asked, Tatara-san, how many do you think died this time? About 200. Ito let out a soft laugh, her voice carrying innocent cruelty. Then for these 200 people, we must work even harder to kill. Tatara replied as calmly as ever, yes. Let's go. As they spoke, the distant building was completely reduced to rubble. Amid the pile of broken stone, Iwao Kuroiwa struggled to push aside the concrete slab pressing down and helped Yukinori Shinohara crawl out. Hearing a familiar voice beside him, Yukinori Shinohara forced his heavy eyelids open and saw his partner's concerned gaze. You're awake. Shinohara struggled to sit up. The intense pain throughout his body made him draw in a sharp breath. Sorry. I lost consciousness for a moment. His voice was hoarse as he focused on the other men. Iwao, your injuries. Kuroiwa leaned against a broken slab and glanced down at his own gruesome wounds. He pulled out a faint smile. Looks worse than it is. Nothing vital hit. I won't die. Shinohara coughed out a mouthful of dust. It was a trap. Yes. Damn. The two fell into brief silence. Kuroiwa suddenly asked in a low voice, Shinohara, that ghoul just now, why didn't he kill us? Shinohara's gaze grew complicated. He could not understand it either, nor those meaningful words. Let's leave here first, he finally said. The casualties are probably severe. Kuroiwa nodded and carefully supported him. Your injuries need immediate treatment. Inside the temporary command vehicle, Mato's roar nearly overturned the roof. Casualty report. Give me exact numbers. An adjutant stumbled in, his voice trembling. Survivors, probably only 1/3. Mato slammed his fist onto the console, shattering the communicator instantly. He stared at the ruins on the screen and forced 3 words through clenched teeth. Aojirai Tree. A dark red shadow tore through the air. At the instant it was about to crash into the bridge, the wings snapped once, generating a downward current. The bullet-like speed abruptly reined in, as if pulled by invisible ropes, and finally landed steadily on the bridge surface. Hiro gently set Rize down from his arms, without the slightest haste. The ferocious dark red armor covering his body writhed and receded like a living thing, quickly withdrawing back inside him and revealing his original form. Hiro swept his gaze across the empty bridge and sighed inwardly. He had intended to speak with Yoshimura Ito and Tatara, but they had already left. "What's wrong, Hiro?" Rize noticed the subtle change in his expression. "Were you looking for someone?" "I plan to exchange a few words with Aogiri Tree's leader." Hiro withdrew his gaze, his tone returning to calm. "It seems that we'll have to wait until next time." The night wind was slightly cool. He naturally draped an arm over Rize's shoulders. "Let's return to the 20th ward." "All right." Rize responded obediently. Chapter 28, Mini Rize. By the time Hiro and Rize returned to their residence in the 20th ward, it was already 3 in the morning. The streets were utterly silent and deserted. Only the occasional ghoul silhouette lingered in dark alley mouths. Some ghouls noticed the two of them, but no fool mistook them for prey. Pushing open the door, Hiro almost immediately buried himself into the sofa and let out a long breath. Nothing beats the feeling of home. The fatigue had not yet faded when he looked toward Rize, who had entered behind him, his expression turning serious. "Rize, that was too dangerous. Have you thought about what would have happened if I hadn't arrived in time?" Recalling the perilous moment, lingering fear rose in Rize's heart as well. That hard-won freedom had nearly been destroyed. She had to treasure it more. Meeting Hiro's gaze, she answered earnestly, "Sorry, Hiro. I was careless this time. I'll definitely be more careful from now on." Seeing her sincere attitude, Hiro's tense expression finally eased. "Good. As long as you understand." Only after relaxing did Rize notice that her clothes were completely tattered, soaked in blood, and sticky and uncomfortable. She smiled and pointed toward the bathroom. "I feel awful all over. I'm going to shower first. Want to join me, Hiro?" Hiro's brows lifted and his lips curved. "A beauty personally inviting me. How could I refuse?" He stood up as he spoke. But Rize burst into laughter and, like a nimble cat, slipped into the bathroom first, locking the door with a click. Hearing the water start inside, Hiro could not help but laugh. He was no saint immune to temptation. The meat right at his mouth had flown away. Though somewhat regretful, he found it amusing. There was no rush anyway. He would have plenty of chances in the future to thoroughly devour Rize. The faint sound of Rize bathing drifted from the bathroom. Hiro sat quietly on the sofa, letting his consciousness sink inward, carefully sensing the gains from this outing. As his awareness deepened, his perception once again entered that marvelous inner vision state. The cells of his body became countless points of light of varying brightness, like miniature stars. Compared to before, the number of bright points had increased markedly, now occupying nearly 2/3 of the total. This newly gained power manifested directly outward. His reactions were faster, his perception sharper, and the strength throughout his body had risen with the tide. But the greatest change was his control over the core of his power. Whether the base mutated RC cells or Carnage, driving them before had been like issuing commands to a precise external device. There had been resonance, yet always a layer of separation. Now, Carnage truly seemed to have become a part of his body, as natural to command as his own limbs. He did not even need to deliberately focus control. Pure battle instinct and subconscious intent were enough to operate it fluidly. Next, Hiro separated a small portion about the size of an egg from the main Carnage mass and gently placed it on the table. Unlike last time, the separated piece still maintained a close connection to the main body. It responded smoothly and naturally to control, without the slightest sluggishness. Under his mental guidance, the dark red lump rapidly shifted forms. At times it elongated into a small knife. At times it curled into the shape of a little dog. Finally, it slowly condensed into a miniature version of Rize. Entirely red, with facial features and figure faintly discernible, only without clothing. As if discovering a novel toy, Hiro concentrated fully on manipulating the tiny red figure. He made her pose in various stances on the tabletop. Her every movement and gesture carried a vivid lifelike quality. He was so absorbed in playing that he did not notice when the sound of water in the bathroom stopped. Rize emerged wrapped in a bath towel, wet hair tips still dripping. The warm water had left her skin faintly flushed pink. The figure beneath the towel appeared even more delicate and enticing. She had intended to call Hiro to wash up as well, but before she spoke, she saw him bent over, intently fiddling with something. She quietly walked closer and looked down. A tiny red doll identical to her was being manipulated at his fingertips, performing various embarrassing poses. And he watched with relish, even chuckling now and then, looking like a foolish boy who had discovered some treasure. Rize raised a brow, studying Hiro with interest. She had not expected this side of him. At that moment, Hiro suddenly sensed something. He looked up and met Rize's smiling eyes. Caught red-handed, he showed no panic at all. His shamelessness was astonishing. Finished so quickly. His gaze traveled naturally over Rize's body, filled with undisguised appreciation. The corner of Rize's lips curved in playful amusement. Want to see what's inside, Hiro? As she spoke, her fingers lightly hooked the edge of the towel, as if to pull it open. Hiro's throat bobbed. Without hesitation, yes. Rize's smile deepened. Holding the two corners of the towel, she slowly drew them apart. Hiro did not blink. Do you like it? Rize suddenly spread the towel wide, revealing the light purple silk nightdress underneath. The hem was so short it barely passed the top of her thighs, making her long legs even more striking. Seeing the flash of disappointment in Hiro's eyes, Rize could not help laughing aloud. Hiro stroked his chin and leisurely looked her up and down, then nodded. Not bad. Rize gave a soft laugh and obediently turned in front of him. The hem fluttered lightly, allowing his appraising gaze to linger. Hiro stood and walked to her, reaching out to wrap an arm around her slender waist. Her soft, warm body fell into his embrace, pressed closely against him. He could clearly feel his heartbeat quicken. Not only did Rize not resist, she cooperated eagerly, looping her arms around his neck and tilting her face up. Her warm breath brushed faintly across his cheek. He lowered his head, about to kiss those nearby red lips, but she extended a finger and gently stopped him. You should wash up first too, Rize said, her voice carrying a lazy smile. You still smell of blood. I've prepared hot water for you. Hiro gave a low chuckle and released her. All right. Then wait for me. When I come out, I'll properly deal with you. Watching Hiro disappear into the bathroom, Rize's gaze fell upon the peculiar mini Rize on the table. Curious, she walked over and sat by the sofa, leaning in for a closer look. The more she examined it, the more startled she became. She did not know what method Hiro had used. The little figure was truly identical to her. It was like a perfectly scaled-down version of herself, only entirely an ominous dark red. After hesitating a moment, Rize extended a slender finger, intending to pick it up for closer inspection. However, the instant her fingertip touched the tiny figure, a sudden change erupted. Chapter 29, Carnage Split Body. The dark red little figure softened and melted instantly like ice cream under sunlight, then seemed to come alive, as if it possessed life of its own. Rize was startled and instinctively tried to pull her hand back, but it was already too late. That small mass of red fluid clung tightly to her finger and spread up her arm at an astonishing speed, like a conscious vine. Her first instinct was to grab it and tear it off, but before the thought even fully formed, the fluid had completely seeped into her skin and disappeared, leaving only a fleeting strange warmth on her arm. Hiro. Come quickly. Rize screamed in panic. In the bathroom, Hiro was soaking in hot water, relaxing. Hearing Rize's terrified cry, his heart tightened. He did not think about anything else. With a splash, he rose from the water, grabbed a towel and wrapped it around his waist, then rushed out dripping wet. What happened? He asked urgently, his gaze locking onto Rize's pale face. Still shaken, Rize grabbed Hiro's arm. That little figure you left on the table. It suddenly came alive. It melted and drilled into my body. Hiro's heart sank. Only then did he remember that he had been too busy admiring beauty and had forgotten to retrieve the Carnage split body in time. He had not fully researched this thing yet. Now, by accident, Rize had fused with it. The consequences were basically unpredictable. He immediately gripped her wrist and focused on sensing the condition inside her body. Very quickly, he detected the presence of that massive carnage. It was fusing with Rize's cells at an unprecedented speed. Hiro attempted to control it as usual, but failed. The split body, after merging, had completely slipped from his control. His heart tightened as he instantly prepared for the worst. If Rize showed any signs of losing control, he would forcibly strip it away at any cost. But for now, the situation might not be bad. He steadied himself and asked quickly, how do you feel right now? Any discomfort anywhere? Or have you heard any other voice? Felt any other consciousness influencing you? At his words, Rize forced herself to calm down. She carefully sensed every change in her body. Not only did she feel no discomfort, but a powerful warm current surged through her limbs and bones. Her strength was increasing at a speed she had never experienced before. It felt incredible, and there was no interference from any foreign consciousness. I feel great, Rize replied, a hint of amazement in her tone. My strength keeps getting stronger. There's no other consciousness. Hiro let out a breath. The worst scenario did not seem to have occurred. He pressed on, can you control it? Try manipulating it. Rize nodded and focused her mind. The next moment, the split body flowed obediently within her and slowly surfaced on her skin. It did not transform into a ferocious monster like when Hiro used it. Instead, it turned into vivid and intricate dark red patterns, like entwining vines, elegantly climbing across her cheeks, neck, arms, and legs. Her original 4 Rinkaku also transformed. Although their basic shape did not change, their texture appeared tougher, and they could alter form at will. At her fingertips, sharp dark red claws could extend instantly. At this moment, Rize looked like a demoness from ancient legend, beauty intertwined with heart-stirring power. A dazed and confident smile appeared on her face as she felt the surging energy inside her. Softly, she said to Hiro, "Hiro, I have never felt this powerful. If I faced those 2 investigators again, I believe I could kill them easily." With a thought, the brilliant patterns on her body receded like a tide, restoring her to her original appearance. She looked at Hiro, her eyes filled with astonishment and confusion. "Hiro, what exactly is this?" Hiro explained, "You can think of it as a special split body of my Kagun. It can parasitize a host and deeply fuse with them, comprehensively enhancing perception, strength, recovery, and other abilities. However, it also requires regular replenishment of large amounts of energy. Otherwise, there may be a risk of backlash against the host." Rize was deeply shaken. In the hundreds of years since ghouls had existed, she had never seen or even heard of such a strange Kagun. If this information leaked, they would inevitably become targets of everyone's greed. No one would not want a power that could increase strength like this. With a serious expression, she warned, "Hiro, the fact that you possess this ability must never be known to a third person." "Don't worry. I understand." Hiro nodded. "I originally planned to thoroughly research it and eliminate all hidden dangers before letting you use it. I didn't expect that by accident, you would fuse with it first. Fortunately, nothing went wrong." He paused, then continued gently, "Since the first step went smoothly, next you can try to better control the RC cells after fusion. Once you fully master them, you will not only be able to taste human food, but you can also try living like a human." Those words struck Rize's heart heavily. No one had ever considered her future like this. Although she and Hiro had appeared intimate during this period, deep down she had always maintained a solid barrier. It was self-protection formed slowly since childhood in that twisted place known as the Washa clan. At this moment, that barrier quietly shattered. She suddenly stepped forward and tightly embraced Hiro, her voice slightly choked. "Why? Why are you so good to me?" Hiro smiled lightly and answered casually yet sincerely, "There's no reason. I want to." Rize said nothing more. She cupped his face and kissed him fiercely. Only when both were slightly out of breath did they reluctantly part. Rize's cheeks were flushed, her lips slightly parted, looking especially alluring. They held each other quietly. Through the thin nightdress, they could clearly feel each other's heartbeat and warmth. Gradually, Hiro felt it becoming difficult to restrain himself. Leaning close to her ear, he whispered, "If we keep hugging like this, someone is going to suffer." His warm breath brushed against her ear. Rize trembled slightly, the blush on her face deepening. She hurriedly released him and quickly retreated into the side bedroom like a startled deer. Watching her shy escape, Hiro could not help but laugh softly before turning back toward the bathroom. Soaking again in the warm bath, he let out a comfortable sigh. Now it was certain. After Carnage split and fused with a new host, it would not produce a new consciousness. As expected of something processed by the system. Truly authoritative. Chapter 30, Change in Mindset. Rize returned to the room, gently closed the door, and buried herself in the blankets. The room was very quiet, which instead made her thoughts clearer. Moonlight filtered through the gauze curtains, casting mottled shadows across her face. She stared blankly at the ceiling, feeling at a loss for the first time in her life. Since childhood, words like companion, lover, and friend had always been too foreign to her. In her world, people were divided into only 2 kinds, useful pieces and useless discarded pieces. This was the creed she relied on to survive, the high wall she had built over 18 years. She moved with ease among people, always separated by an invisible barrier, calmly calculating where each move on the board should fall. Yet at some unguarded moment, someone had barged in just like that. Not probing, not circling, but directly breaking into the heart she had defended so tightly. Amano Hiro. Just silently reciting that name stirred an unfamiliar flutter in her chest. This feeling left her somewhat at a loss, yet strangely warm. She realized she did not reject this emotion. She was even beginning to enjoy this sense of attachment. The blanket still carried the scent of sunlight, yet within that warmth she recalled the years before meeting Hiro. Before meeting him, her world had always been gray and dim, as if eternally shrouded in thin fog. Everything had no color. Only during unrestrained slaughter could she feel the only color that existed. That was also what made her obsessed with killing. But now her fate had been completely changed. From the moment she met Hiro, her world had turned from dark and lightless into brilliant color. Hiro stepped out of the bathroom, droplets still clinging to the ends of his hair. He switched off the living room light, and the space instantly fell into quiet. As he passed the side bedroom, he could not help but lighten his footsteps. With his keen hearing, he caught the steady, soft breathing from inside. Rize was already asleep. This realization quietly eased his taut nerves. A trace of a smile he himself did not notice crept onto his lips. He returned to his own bedroom. Outside the window, the horizon was already tinged with hazy dawn light. Only then did he clearly realize that his feelings toward Rize were no longer the pure attraction based on appearance from when they first met. At some unknown point, that initial attraction had already fermented into a deeper and more genuine emotion. This feeling was indeed not bad. With that thought, he finally let exhaustion overtake him and fell into deep sleep. The next morning, when Hiro opened his eyes, the sun was already high outside. He rubbed his sleepy eyes and walked out of the bedroom, discovering that Rize had risen at some point and was standing by the washing machine pouring in detergent. Hearing footsteps, Rize turned her head. Morning light danced in her hair. "Morning, Hiro." "Morning." Hiro's voice still carried the hoarseness of just waking. "Shall we go to the supermarket later?" Rize shook the nearly empty detergent bottle. "This is almost finished." Hiro glanced at the empty bottle and nodded. "Okay. Let me wash up first." It was close to noon when Hiro and Rize finally went out together. He planned to stop by the Antica Cafe first and go to the supermarket later. Rize nodded lightly. All right. Walking side by side, they had unknowingly developed a tacit understanding that needed no words. Ding. Pushing open the cafe door, the wind chime rang crisply. From behind the counter came Toka's familiar welcome. Before she finished, she recognized Hiro and gave a slight nod. "Amano-san." Hiro nodded in return, then greeted the manager behind the counter. There were not many customers, so he and Rize sat at the bar. The manager personally brewed 2 cups of Blue Mountain coffee for them. Hiro lifted the cup and took a sip. The rich aroma spread across his tongue. The manager's skill was indeed exquisite. Different from Toka's flavor, yet equally flawless. As expected of the manager. "Your skill is as good as ever." The manager smiled kindly. "I'm glad Amano-kun likes it." They chatted casually while soft music flowed through the cafe. At that moment, the doorbell rang again, and a mother and daughter walked in. Hiro paused slightly, then reacted. Because of his intervention, Hinami's parents were both safe and sound, not repeating the tragedy of the original story. It had to be said that Madame Ryoko still possessed lingering charm, with a gentle and graceful temperament. What surprised Hiro was that she walked straight toward him. "You must be Amano-san." Hiro was a little puzzled. "I am. May I ask?" Madame Ryoko bowed slightly. "Thank you." Seeing his confusion, she explained softly, "Yamori kept harassing our family. You saved us." She gently pulled her daughter forward. "Hinami, come thank Big Brother." Hinami stepped forward obediently and said softly, "Thank you, Big Brother." Hiro immediately understood the sequence of cause and effect. He had eliminated Mato Kirio in advance, preventing him from tracking the injured ghoul to find Hinami's father. Later, he had also killed Yamori, completely removing the threat to this family. Given Yamori's nature, who knew when he might have attacked them on a whim? In a sense, he had indeed preserved this family. He reached out and gently patted Hinami's hair, smiling in response. "You're welcome." Hiro shook his head lightly at Madame Ryoko. "No need to thank me specially. It was only coincidence." Madame Ryoko's gaze was gentle yet firm. "To you it may be coincidence, but to our family this kindness outweighs everything. Thank you very much." Seeing her persistence, Hiro said no more and only nodded slightly. At that moment, Toka walked over and softly said to Madame Ryoko, "Madam, please come to the back with me." Madame Ryoko nodded and bent down to instruct Hinami, "Hinami, wait here for mommy a while." "Okay, mommy," Hinami answered obediently. Hiro watched the two walk toward the back room and understood. As a relatively weak ghoul, Ryoko found it difficult to hunt alone, so this cafe had become their safe refuge. Although Hinami's father was still alive, their situation was still difficult. They occasionally came here to receive food and also hoped to find a relatively stable environment for Hinami to grow up. His gaze returned to Hinami and noticed the book she held tightly in her arms. Takatsuki Sen's The Egg of the Black Goat. At Hinami's age, she already showed strong interest in books. Although she still could not recognize many characters, she still held the book and could not bear to put it down. Hiro recalled that in the original story, it had been Kaneki-ken who patiently taught her to read. "Hinami, do you like Takatsuki Sen's books?" he asked gently. Hearing her benefactor Big Brother mention her favorite author, Hinami's eyes immediately lit up and she nodded hard. I really like this one. It's just..." Her little face dimmed slightly. "There are still many characters I don't recognize." Looking at this obedient and adorable child, Hiro said softly, "Then let Big Brother teach you to read, okay?" "Really?" Hinami's face instantly brightened with surprise. "Of course." Hiro patted the empty seat beside him. "Come sit here." Beside them, Rize had not spoken the whole time. She simply watched quietly, a gentle smile resting at the corner of her lips. Chapter 31, Kaneki-ken has potential. Hinami Fuiguchi happily spread the book on the counter, carefully placing it between them. Amano Hiro noticed the numerous faint pencil marks on the pages, traces left by her whenever she encountered new words, to make it easier to ask someone later. Hiro patiently pointed to each marked word, carefully teaching her the pronunciation and meaning. Hinami looked up at him with her small face, listening intently. She was indeed clever, most words she remembered after being taught once or twice. Occasionally, for particularly complex words, she would carefully mark the pronunciation next to the character and softly repeat it under her breath. "Big Brother," she suddenly raised her head, her eyes sparkling. "Do you like Takatsuki-san too?" "Mem," Amano Hiro nodded gently. "Her books are very interesting." "That's great." Hinami's voice carried excitement. "The day after tomorrow, she's having a signing event in Shinjuku. Mom and I are going. Big Brother, would you like to come too?" Hiro was about to respond when Ryoko-san came out from the back room, softly interrupting, "Hinami, you can't trouble Amano-san like that." She turned to Hiro with an apologetic smile. "Sorry, this child gets too excited whenever she talks about books." "That's fine," Hiro said, looking at Hinami with a faint smile. "I was planning to go see it anyway." He bent down slightly to meet the hopeful gaze of the little girl, softening his voice, then it settled. "We'll meet here the morning after tomorrow and go to the signing together." "Yes." It settled. Hinami nodded eagerly, her face lighting up with a brilliant smile. She carefully put the book away and waved to Hiro before leaving the cafe with her mother. The shopkeeper glanced at Hiro's nearly empty coffee cup and asked kindly, "Hiro-kun, would you like a refill?" Hiro smiled and politely declined, "No, thank you. It's getting late, and we still have some things to do." The shopkeeper nodded in understanding. Hiro turned to Rize beside him. "And you?" "Another cup." Rize shook her head gently. "We should head out too." After bidding farewell to the cafe staff, they walked out side by side. The setting sun bathed the street in warm orange light. They strolled slowly toward the supermarket, their shadows stretching long behind them. "How's your control over the fused RC cells?" Hiro asked with concern. Rize furrowed her brows slightly, her tone tinged with frustration. "Not ideal. It'll still take some time before I have full control." Hiro reached out, gently tucking a strand of her hair behind her ear. "Don't rush. Step by step is fine. Once you master it completely, we can go taste all kinds of food." "Okay." Rize smiled, her eyes full of anticipation. By the time they finished shopping, the sun had nearly disappeared beyond the horizon. As they prepared to head home, Hiro's gaze suddenly fixed on a figure not far away. It was Kaneki-ken. Hiro handed the shopping bag to Rize. "You go on home first." Following his gaze, Rize immediately understood the opportunity that had brought her and Hiro together, Kaneki-ken. "Okay, I'll head back then," Rize said softly, taking the bag. She knew that meeting Kaneki now wasn't appropriate, yet just looking at his slender figure, a wave of reflection passed through her. If not for that accident, she and Hiro might never have met. With this mix of feelings, Rize turned and walked home. Hiro approached the thin figure, clearly intending to speak with Kaneki. He wanted to know how the boy had been lately and, more importantly, why he had never reported Rize. "Kaneki-kun," he called. Kaneki turned, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. He remembered meeting this Amano-san only briefly at the cafe and hadn't expected him to initiate a greeting. "Amano-san," Kaneki replied shyly. "How have you been lately?" Kaneki instinctively touched the back of his head. "I've been fine. And you?" Hiro didn't respond immediately. Instead, he asked, "I haven't seen you at the cafe recently. Is it because of what happened that night?" Kaneki's expression changed instantly. "You know about that?" "Yes. I brought you to the police station." Gratitude appeared in Kaneki's eyes. "So you saved me. Thank you so much." Hiro shook his head slightly, smiling faintly. "I wouldn't call it saving. That night I passed by the construction site and happened to see a ghoul attacking you. I hid nearby, thinking I might be able to help, but before I could act, the ghoul left on its own. I saw you unconscious there. It was late, unsafe, and I didn't know where you lived, so I just brought you near the police station." Kaneki's expression shifted again. He had originally thought Hiro had fought off Rize, now he realized the truth, Rize had voluntarily let him go. It made sense. How could an ordinary person escape from a ghoul? Even so, I still have to thank you, Kaneki said sincerely. Hiro followed up, that night, why were you alone at the construction site? Kaneki hesitated briefly before explaining the events of that evening. Since all that happened, Hiro said, locking eyes with him, why didn't you report Kamishiro Rize to the CCG? Kaneki's expression grew complicated. He was silent for a moment, then softly said, I don't know why. After I woke up, I realized I didn't hate Miss Rize. Besides, I wasn't physically harmed. Maybe, she had her own reasons. Hiro quietly reflected. He hadn't expected this boy's attachment to Rize to be so strong. He had nearly been a victim, yet he still excused her. Rize's charm was truly remarkable, and this Kaneki boy hadn't realized it yet. He even showed potential for a stubborn, fiery personality. Understanding the situation, Hiro nodded to himself. Looking at the still slightly green-faced teenager, he spoke calmly. It's better not to go to the cafe for now. It's not exactly safe there. It's getting late, and darkness will fall soon. You should head home. Kaneki nodded obediently. Yes, Amano-san. You take care too. They parted in the deepening twilight, and Hiro turned to head home. I'm back, he said as he opened the door. Rize greeted him with a smile. Welcome home. She naturally crouched to help Hiro put on his slippers and took his coat. Her practiced and considerate gestures were like those of a gentle, newlywed wife. She carefully hung his coat and then turned to ask, Hiro, would you like a cup of coffee? Sure, make me one, please. Hiro relaxed onto the sofa, watching Rize busy in the kitchen as night quietly spread outside the window. Chapter 32, Yoshimura Ito. In the blink of an eye, the day of the promised meeting with Hinami Fueguchi arrived. Early in the morning, Amano Hiro and Rize came to the cafe together. The weather had clearly turned colder, and their breath condensed into white mist in the air. It was time to buy some winter clothes. Although neither he nor Rize feared the cold with their physiques, dressing warmly in winter gave a proper sense of the season. When they pushed open the door, the Fueguchi mother and daughter were already waiting inside. The moment Hinami saw Amano Hiro, she happily waved. Good morning, Hiro-nizan. Amano Hiro smiled in response. Good morning. You came so early. Couldn't wait. Hinami nodded vigorously. I was so excited last night I almost couldn't sleep. Ryoko-san said apologetically, Amano-san, sorry to trouble you. Hiro indicated it was no problem and said, then let's head out. A long line had already formed at the signing venue, clearly showing Takatsuki-sen's popularity. The four of them moved forward slowly with the crowd, but the line did not move for quite some time. Only then did Hiro remember that, just like in the original story, she was late. Speak of the devil. A green-haired woman in a long dress and red high heels hurried into the venue while muttering, I'm late, I'm late. Her hair was fluffy and slightly wavy, carrying a hint of unruly disarray. Takatsuki-sen had finally arrived. After quickly apologizing to the staff, she sat down at the signing table. The event officially began, and the line finally started moving. After quite a while, it was finally their turn. Hinami stepped forward first. Takatsuki-sen's eyes lit up. Oh my, what a cute little girl. What's your name? Hinami. What would you like me to write for you, Hinami-chan? Amano Hiro. Takatsuki-sen's pen paused slightly. Amano Hiro. Sorry, which characters? Hinami tilted her head as she thought. Amano from the South and Palace. Hiro like wide. That's a great way to remember it. Takatsuki-sen smiled and raised her pen. She suddenly looked up teasingly. Is he your boyfriend? Hinami's face turned bright red instantly. And no. He's big brother. So cute, I'm getting excited. Takatsuki-sen finished writing. Thank you, Hinami-chan. Thank you. Hinami took the signed book and happily ran back to her mother. Takatsuki-sen watched her back and murmured softly, Amano Hiro, At that moment, a staff member called out, next. Hiro gently stroked Hinami's hair. We're going in. He then stepped forward with Rize. When Takatsuki-sen saw the two approaching side by side, her smile grew even brighter. Oh my, what a loving couple. What would you like me to write? Amano Hiro placed the book on the table and looked at her meaningfully. Right. Yoshimura Ito. Takatsuki-sen's smile froze for a split second before quickly returning. Of course. Which characters would that be? Hiro watched her performance with interest. The leader of Aojirai Tree. The one-eyed owl. How could you not know how to write your own name? Beside him, Rize could not hide her shock. This famous author was actually the legendary one-eyed owl. Takatsuki-sen, or rather Yoshimura Ito, now confirmed that Amano Hiro knew her true identity. She put away her smile and asked in a low voice, "How do you know?" "You can guess," Hiro replied calmly. Yoshimura Ito was silent for a moment, then smiled again. "Would you like to grab a cup of coffee later?" Hiro raised an eyebrow. Inviting a man in front of his companion isn't very appropriate. She laughed softly. "Then may I invite both of you for coffee? Do you have time?" Amano Hiro accepted Yoshimura Ito's invitation. Taking the signed book, he left the venue with Rize. The Fueguchi mother and daughter were still waiting outside. "Hiro Nizan," Hinami happily ran up, "you got your signature too, right? Are we going back together?" Hiro gently patted her head. "Hinami-chan, why don't you and your mom head back first? Rize Nizan and I still have something to take care of." Hinami blinked her big eyes and suddenly showed a mischievous smile. "Hiro Nizan is going on a date with Rize Nizan, right?" Hiro laughed at her innocence. "That's right. It's a date. Got it." Hinami obediently took her mother's hand. "We won't disturb you then. Bye." Watching the mother and daughter walk away, Rize softly sighed. "I never imagined such a famous author would be a ghoul. No wonder her works always carry such unique depth. It must be inseparable from her personal experiences. To be precise, she's a half-ghoul," Amano Hiro added. Rize could not hide her shock. "A half-ghoul? That means, one of her parents is human." "Correct. Her mother was human. And her father." Hiro paused slightly, "is the manager of the cafe." The news left Rize speechless for a moment. She had never imagined that the gentle shopkeeper and that unconventional author were connected so deeply. A half-ghoul could be said to be the perfect existence the Washa clan has always dreamed of, Amano Hiro continued. They do not suffer from the short lifespan of half-humans, yet they possess the power of ghouls and can even consume human food normally. Rize listened quietly and understood. This indeed aligned with the Washa family's pursuit of the ultimate form. However, the birth of a half-ghoul was extremely rare. Yoshimura Ito's existence could be called a miracle among miracles, a one-in-a-million exception formed by countless coincidences. In the Washa clan's long and dark breeding experiments, aside from Washa Yashiki, no other half-ghouls had ever been successfully born. Looking across history, the number of beings called half-ghouls could be counted on one hand. Aside from the first one-eyed king and Washa Yashiki, now only Yoshimura Ito remained, as well as the Kaneki Ichika who originally appeared later. But now, due to Amano Hiro's appearance, the storyline had deviated, and Kaneki Ichika would not appear. In the vast majority of cases, offspring born from a human and a ghoul would either be a full ghoul or a powerful but short-lived half-human. A half-ghoul capable of inheriting the advantages of both sides while being free from their defects had a probability of birth more remote than a meteor falling into one's palm. Listening to this explanation, Rize could not help but fall into thought. She finally understood why the Washa clan was so obsessed with this nearly impossible goal. The existence of a half-ghoul itself was a miracle that defied common sense. Perhaps a half-ghoul was no longer merely a so-called perfect life form. They surpassed the limitations of humans and broke through the fate of ghouls. They were more like a new human emerging on the long road of human evolution, a true existence that shattered boundaries and stepped toward unknown possibilities. Chapter 33, So Good It's Boundless. Amano Hiro looked at the still crowded signing venue. Not only had the number of people not decreased, it seemed to be growing. He did not want to wait around here doing nothing, so he turned to Rize and said, "Let's find a cafe to sit in. We'll talk to her after she finishes signing." Rize nodded. "All right." There happened to be a fairly large cafe right across the street. Since transmigrating here, Amano Hiro had not stepped into any cafe other than Antiku. This was a good chance to try something different. "Welcome." A delicate-looking clerk greeted them warmly. The two chose seats by the window. Through the glass, they could clearly see the situation at the signing event across the street. The clerk approached and gently placed two menus on the table with a smile. "What would you like to drink?" Before Amano Hiro could speak, Rize had already closed the menu and politely nodded to the clerk. "2 Blue Mountains, please." "All right, please wait a moment." The clerk wrote down the order and briskly returned to the counter. Soon, the rich aroma of freshly ground coffee beans drifted through the air. The coffee was quickly served. They drank while waiting for Yoshimura Ito. Rize lifted her cup and took a light sip, her gaze thoughtful as she looked out at the still ongoing signing event. "Hiro," she asked softly, "what do you think she wants to talk about by inviting us?" Amano Hiro kept his eyes on the bustling crowd outside, his tone calm. "Most likely she wants to probe how much we know. Going a step further, she will probably invite us to join a Ajirai tree." Rize lightly traced the warm surface of her cup with her fingers, curiosity in her eyes as she looked at him. "So, does Hiro plan to join a Ajirai tree?" Amano Hiro shook his head, expression indifferent. Their plans do not conflict with my goals, but there is no need for me to join them. Hiro seems to know their plans very well. Rize continued. That depends on which one you are asking about. Amano Hiro took a sip of coffee and looked at her. Yoshimura Ito's plan, or Aojirai Tree's objective. Are those two different? Yes. Amano Hiro's voice was low and clear. Aojirai Tree's objective is simply to eliminate the CCG and establish a world ruled by ghouls. But Yoshimura Ito's plan is different. She wants to support a one-eyed king to change this twisted world and ultimately achieve coexistence between humans and ghouls. Rize thought for a moment. Since Yoshimura Ito is the one-eyed owl, wouldn't she herself be this generation's one-eyed king? No. The king is not her. Amano Hiro calmly dropped a bombshell. It is Arima Kishu. Arima Kishu. Rize could not hide her shock and almost thought she had misheard. That White Reaper. The half-human from the sunlit garden. The gap between those identities was so great that her thoughts were momentarily in disarray. Amano Hiro nodded and took another sip of coffee. Yes. Rize quickly grasped the contradiction. But Arima Kishu is not a one-eyed ghoul. Why would he be the one-eyed king? The essence of the one-eyed king is a symbol of mixed blood. It does not mean one must possess a one-eyed Kakugan. And overwhelming strength is also required. Amano Hiro explained patiently. Rize fell silent, lowering her head as she digested the shocking information. After quite a while, she finally looked up again, a trace of admiration in her eyes. It feels like there is nothing in this world that Hiro does not know. Amano Hiro merely shook his head slightly and looked out the window, his tone calm and even. I just happen to know a few things. After they refilled their coffee twice, the signing event across the street finally neared its end. The crowd gradually dispersed. Yoshimura Ito walked out of the venue and stood by the street, looking around. Suddenly, her gaze locked onto the two inside the cafe. Her eyes lit up. She jogged across the street, pushed open the door, and entered. Welcome. Just one. It was the same enthusiastic clerk. Yoshimura Ito waved her hand with a smile. No need. I have friends over there. She quickly walked to their table and sat down opposite them, smiling. Sorry to keep you waiting. Though she said she was sorry, there was not the slightest trace of apology in her tone. Amano Hiro met her gaze and went straight to the point. Ito-san, what did you want to talk about? Yoshimura Ito giggled and answered just as directly. Hiro, join Aojirai Tree. I will pass on joining Aojirai Tree. Amano Hiro answered without the slightest hesitation. I am not used to working for others. What a pity. Yoshimura Ito sounded slightly regretful, then shifted the topic. Then let me ask you something else. Hiro, what do you think of this world? Amano Hiro raised an eyebrow. What did he think of this world? Inside, he felt nothing but exhilaration. From an ordinary office worker to possessing extraordinary power after transmigrating here. It was like a bird soaring into the sky, like a fish plunging into the sea, free and unrestrained beyond description. In short, it felt so good it was boundless. Outwardly, however, he remained calm and said lightly, I think it's quite good. Yoshimura Ito was silent for a moment, her expression turning serious. Are you serious? Of course. Amano Hiro's tone was firm. Truer than gold and silver. You. Yoshimura Ito was momentarily at a loss for words, unsure how to respond. Amano Hiro suddenly threw out a question, breaking the brief stalemate. When are you planning to attack Cochlea? Yoshimura Ito's expression changed abruptly. The earlier ease vanished, her voice lowering. How much do you actually know? Amano Hiro smiled faintly, perfectly at ease. Probably a little more than you imagine. Who exactly are you? Yoshimura Ito stared at him intently, her voice probing. What is your real objective? Relax. I won't interfere with your plans. Amano Hiro responded calmly. Your plan is, to a certain extent, beneficial to me as well. When necessary, I would not mind offering some assistance. Yoshimura Ito fell silent. She had first taken notice of Amano Hiro because of Rize, and later witnessed his unfathomable strength during the battle in the 11th Ward. She had intended to recruit him, yet she had not expected him to know so many core secrets. The development of events had far exceeded her expectations. Steadying herself, she spoke tentatively. Back then, in the 12th Ward. Before she could finish, Hiro calmly completed her sentence. That was me. Chapter 34, take this idiot away. After receiving Amano Hiro's personal confirmation, the last trace of doubt in Yoshimura Ito's heart disappeared. The carnage that had stirred up a bloody storm in the 12th Ward was indeed carried out by the same men who now sat calmly drinking coffee in front of her. She steadied herself, and soon her playful smile returned, as if the shock from earlier had never happened. Hiro, won't you reconsider? She asked lightly, her tone coaxing. I promise that even if you join, you will never be restrained. No. Amano Hiro's reply was still crisp and unwavering. He brought the topic back and asked again, when exactly are you planning to attack Cochlea? Yoshimura Ito blinked, curiosity flickering in her eyes. What, do you have a friend locked up inside? Amano Hiro lifted his coffee and looked at her over the rim of the cup, giving an ambiguous answer. You could say that. Yoshimura Ito set down her cup and said calmly, it is still only a preliminary plan. The specific timing has not been decided yet. Amano Hiro nodded. Then let me know when it starts. Sure. Yoshimura Ito smiled slightly. Then let us exchange contact information first. After chatting for a few more moments, Amano Hiro and Rize stood up to leave. Watching the two about to depart, Yoshimura Ito could not help asking again, are you really not going to reconsider joining us? Amano Hiro simply waved his hand and left the cafe with Rize. Looking at their gradually receding figures, Yoshimura Ito let out a soft sigh. Kamishiro Rize's luck was truly good. Meeting Amano Hiro had completely altered the trajectory of her original fate. If Amano Hiro were willing to join their plan, the chances of success would undoubtedly increase significantly. What a pity. Amano Hiro and Rize did not return to Antiku. Instead, they went straight home. The two nestled together on the sofa, watching television and enjoying a rare moment of leisure. Rize gently rested her head on Amano Hiro's shoulder and said softly, Hiro, I still cannot control my RC cells very smoothly. Do you have any insights? Amano Hiro stopped rubbing his cheek against her hair and began to carefully explain every detail of how he controlled his RC cells. He described the process with great precision. However, when Rize tried following his method, the results were still not ideal. Amano Hiro rubbed his cheek against her hair again and comforted her. No need to rush. We have plenty of time. Rize lightly nudged him back with her head. Perhaps everyone's way of controlling RC cells was different. Other people's experiences could only serve as reference. In the end, Rize would have to figure it out herself. Fortunately, they were not in a hurry. They could take it slow. As they continued watching television, Amano Hiro gradually shifted until his head was resting on Rize's soft thighs. Rize smiled slightly and gently stroked his hair, as if she were petting a well-behaved large dog. Suddenly, Amano Hiro turned his head inward and buried his face against her lower abdomen, taking a deep breath. His voice came out muffled. Smells so nice. Rize laughed softly at his behavior. Hiro, that move is a little perverted. Amano Hiro spoke with his lips still pressed against her lower abdomen. The warm breath tickled her, making her laugh uncontrollably. Night fell, and sirens wailed along the elevated highway. Several police cars escorted an armored transport vehicle, moving in orderly formation through the darkness. Inside the transport vehicle, a blonde young man bound tightly in heavy chains was crying loudly. Tears mixed with snot covered his face as he sobbed and muttered incoherently, Big brother. I want to see you so much, big brother. At that moment, atop a building beside the elevated highway, a black-haired boy wearing a black half-mask stood silently. Kirishima Ayato. Kirishima took his younger brother. The objective of this operation was to rescue the ghoul inside the transport vehicle. As the convoy was about to pass beneath him, he suddenly leapt, jumping straight down from the high building. During the fall, his akaka burst open behind him, like blood-red wings blooming in the night. Countless sharp crystal fragments formed from his kagun glittered under the moonlight. With a wave of his hand, they poured down like a torrential rain. Bang bang bang. The 4 police cars at the front were instantly riddled with holes. The sound of windshields shattering rang out one after another. One police car lost control and crashed into the guardrail on the right. Its fuel tank ruptured and exploded, and blazing flames immediately engulfed the entire vehicle. The driver of the transport vehicle jerked the steering wheel in an attempt to avoid the wreckage, but still inevitably slammed into the burning debris ahead. The heavy vehicle overturned with a screech of grinding metal, sparks trailing along the ground as it scraped across the asphalt. The police cars behind quickly halted sideways, officers raising their guns on alert. Move. With a low shout, members of Aojirai Tree who had long been lurking in the shadows appeared simultaneously. One member's kakugan glowed crimson as a massive arm formed from his kukaku easily flipped over a police car. Another Akaka ghoul moved nimbly through the air, using blade-like projectiles formed from his kagun to precisely knock the weapons out of the officers' hands. Ordinary police officers were no match for ghouls. They could not even delay them, and were completely wiped out by the members of Aojirai Tree. Kirishima Ayato landed lightly, his akaka slowly folding back behind him as he strode toward the overturned transport vehicle. Suddenly, a dull thud came from inside the vehicle, followed immediately by a violent explosion. A scorching blast of air rushed toward him, forcing Ayato to raise his arm to shield his face. "Get him out. Hurry up," he ordered sharply. Just as his subordinates were about to move, a miserable scream came from inside the vehicle. "It is so hot." This was followed by a string of crying and muttering. "Burning to death. Big brother, big brother, big brother. It is so hot." With a final howl, the heavy iron door was violently blasted open from within. A figure burst out through the flames and launched a series of rapid kicks at Kirishima Ayato, shouting non-stop, "Big brother, brother Yamori." Kirishima Ayato retreated repeatedly to dodge, trying to explain, "Hey, you bastard, we are." Seeing that the other party was incapable of understanding human speech, he stopped wasting words. With a swift turn and a backward kick, he sent the men crashing down beside the guardrail. The blonde young man collapsed on the ground, crying and shouting, "My burning feelings for big brother even flipped the car over." But so what? After saying that, he began rolling around on the ground like a tantrum-throwing child. Kirishima Ayato took a deep breath and pressed his fingers to his throbbing temple. He turned and waved to his subordinates behind him, each word squeezed out through clenched teeth. "Take this idiot away." Chapter 35, Tsukiyama-sha's invitation. Early the next morning, Amano Hiro pushed open the door of Antiku as usual. Today, Rize did not come with him. She chose to stay home and continue focusing on mastering her control over her RC cells. Soft music flowed through the cafe, and the air was filled with the rich aroma of roasted coffee beans. When Kirishima Tuka saw him arrive, she silently brewed his usual Blue Mountain coffee and skillfully placed the warm porcelain cup in front of him. Amano Hiro accepted the cup. The rising steam briefly blurred his expression. He looked up at Tuka, who was standing quietly nearby, and spoke in a calm tone. "The timing is almost right. It will not be long before you can reunite with your family." Kirishima Tuka stiffened slightly, and an uncontrollable flicker passed through her eyes. She pressed her lips together, her voice soft yet sincere. "Thank you. Thank you, Hiro-san." Amano Hiro gave a small nod. Just as he was about to say more, the wind chime at the door suddenly rang with a crisp jingle, breaking the cafe's tranquility. A familiar figure stepped into view. He was dressed as usual in a carefully tailored, eye-catching wine-red high-end suit, paired with exaggerated and deliberate body language. Tsukiyama-sha stood at the entrance. His gaze quickly locked onto Amano Hiro, and an overly enthusiastic smile bloomed across his face. "Oh my. This truly is." He spread his hands elegantly, his tone brimming with theatrical delight. "What a delightful coincidence, Hiro-san. I was just wondering where I might find you." Amano Hiro raised an eyebrow slightly, a hint of surprise showing. "Looking for me? What is it?" Tsukiyama-sha stepped forward a few paces and bowed slightly in invitation, lowering his voice. "By fortunate chance yesterday, I acquired several exceedingly rare, special ingredients. May I have the honor of inviting you to my restaurant to savor these delicacies together?" Amano Hiro agreed to Tsukiyama-sha's invitation. He wanted to see what kind of top-tier ingredients he could obtain without Kaneki-ken, the artificial ghoul. Hopefully, he had enough sense not to treat him as an ingredient. Otherwise, he might have to teach him a lesson. It probably would not come to that. After all, Amano Hiro was also a ghoul. When Tsukiyama-sha saw Amano Hiro nod, unrestrained joy spread across his face. "Excellent. Then I shall return to make preparations. At noon, I will send someone to escort you punctually." He gracefully nodded to everyone before pushing the door open and leaving, his figure disappearing from the cafe entrance. Kirishima Tuka had overheard their conversation. She originally wanted to remind Amano Hiro to be cautious. After all, Tsukiyama-sha's peculiar habits were no secret within ghoul circles. But on second thought, given Amano Hiro's strength, the one who should be worried was Tsukiyama-sha. If that gourmet did anything unwise, he would likely suffer the consequences. "Tuka, are you about to take your university entrance exams?" Amano Hiro's voice interrupted her thoughts. She came back to herself and nodded. "Yes, Hiro-san." "Have you decided which university to apply to?" Kirishima Tuka gently shook her head. "Not yet." Amano Hiro lifted his coffee cup and asked casually, "Have you considered Kami University?" He remembered that in the original storyline, Tuka had ultimately chosen that university because of Kaneki-ken. Tuka sighed softly at the mention, unconsciously twirling a strand of hair around her finger. "Kami University's admission score is too high. I probably cannot get in." Amano Hiro smiled. "If I remember correctly, Nishio Nishiki is at Kami University. Tuka could ask him to tutor you." At once, undisguised disgust appeared on Kirishima Tuka's face. "That crap Nishiki. Forget it. Amano Hiro drained the remaining coffee in his cup and laughed brightly. I have something to take care of, so I will be going. He stood and left the cafe, thinking about Kamishiro Rize's progress with her RC cell research at home. When he pushed the door open, the house was quiet. No one came to greet him as usual. I am back, he called while changing into slippers, faint sounds coming from the kitchen. Rize was wearing a plain apron, standing intently at the counter. She held an open book in her left hand and a kitchen knife in her right, gesturing in the air as if practicing something, not even noticing him approach. What are you studying so seriously? Amano Hiro asked. Only then did Rize come back to herself. She turned and smiled brightly. Ah, Hiro, you are back. You did not even hear me come in. He stepped beside her, his gaze falling on the book in her hand. That focused. I am studying recipes. Rize continued practicing the motions without looking up. Amano Hiro raised an eyebrow. Have you finished mastering your RC cells? Not completely yet, but I have improved a lot. There was confidence in her tone. I believe it will not be long before I can fully control them. Looking at the binge eater standing in the kitchen with a somewhat virtuous air, Amano Hiro could not help but smile. You really do look like a good wife and mother now. Rize looked up at him, her lips curving. What, is that not good? It is good. Of course it is good. He smiled and nodded, then added, by the way, Tsukiyama-shu invited me to his restaurant. Do you want to come along? Rize immediately wrinkled her nose and waved her hand dismissively. I will pass. Hiro can go alone. She thought to herself that instead of wasting time at that pretentious man's place, she might as well research a few new dishes. Amano Hiro did not insist. Estimating that the time was about right, he picked up his mask and set off for Antiku. As soon as he arrived at the entrance, a formally dressed servant of the Tsukiyama family was already waiting. The moment he saw Amano Hiro, he stepped forward and bowed slightly. Are you Hiro-san? After receiving confirmation, the servant stepped aside to lead the way. Please follow me. A luxury sedan with sleek lines was waiting by the roadside. The servant respectfully opened the door. After Amano Hiro was seated, the car smoothly set off toward the 7th ward. There stood the Tsukiyama family's privately funded estate, built at enormous expense. It was also the location of the Ghoul restaurant, covering a vast area and decorated with extreme opulence. The 20th ward was not far from the 7th ward. Before long, the car passed through strict security gates and drove up to an extravagantly luxurious complex. Hiro-san, we have arrived. As the car came to a stop, two figures dressed in maid outfits immediately stepped forward and gently opened the door. Amano Hiro stepped out and swept his gaze over the resplendent, gold-adorned buildings before him, inwardly sighing at the Tsukiyama family's immense wealth. Being rich was truly nice. Chapter 36, Artificial Ghoul. Almost at the same time, Tsukiyama-shu stepped out from the grand gates with a smile, spreading his arms in welcome. Welcome to my restaurant, Hiro-san. His smile was warm and elegant. Amano Hiro gave a slight nod in response. Please follow me. Tsukiyama-shu personally led the way through the spacious and luxurious front hall. He summoned two beautiful maids and instructed, take good care of my honored guest. Amid the maids' respectful replies, Tsukiyama-shu turned to Amano Hiro. Please allow me to excuse myself briefly to confirm the final preparations. We shall meet again shortly. This way, honored guest, one of the maids said softly, guiding Amano Hiro into a finely decorated guest room. Please bathe and change first. Amano Hiro raised an eyebrow slightly. He had not expected such an elaborate process before dining. The two maids stepped forward and gently removed his outer garments. Amano Hiro did not refuse. He had never experienced such full-service maid attendance before, so he was content to enjoy it for once. The bathroom was extremely spacious. A massive bathtub had already been prepared with hot water, steam curling in the air. However, he did not soak in the bath and instead chose a quick shower. In less than 5 minutes, he emerged refreshed. By then, the maids had prepared a change of clothes. One held a refined suit that looked exceedingly expensive, while the other carried a soft towel. They carefully dried his body and assisted him into the well-tailored suit. Amano Hiro walked casually to the full-length mirror. The reflection drew a hint of satisfaction to his eyes. Clothes truly made the man. Already exceptionally handsome, Amano Hiro looked even more upright and striking in the fitted suit, his figure accentuated to perfection. His overall appearance now approached the lofty level of the esteemed reader. After the maid's meticulous grooming, he appeared completely renewed. Sir, your mask. A maid respectfully handed him his signature mask. After putting it on properly, Amano Hiro followed the maid to an elegantly decorated reception room to rest briefly. Soon, a server brought him a cup of coffee. The aroma was clearly different from the ordinary coffee he usually drank. It likely contained some special ingredients. Amano Hiro took a light sip. The taste was indeed excellent. How much longer until it begins? He asked the staff member standing respectfully nearby. The banquet has already begun. Please follow me. The server answered respectfully and led him into an inconspicuous small room, where he stood upon a circular platform in the center. A low mechanical hum sounded beneath his feet, and the ceiling above slowly opened into a circular exit. The platform rose steadily like a private elevator, carrying him upward. When it stopped, the server guided him out. Before him was a vast space resembling an arena, laid out in a square formation. Amano Hiro now stood on the second floor, enjoying an excellent view. Around the circular area of the same level, many ghoul guests wearing various masks had already gathered. Below, the massive ground floor was stained with dark, mottled blood, forming a stark and glaring contrast to the luxury above. The lights had not yet fully illuminated the space, leaving it in dimness. But this posed no obstacle for the ghouls present. Several spotlights suddenly pierced the darkness, beams crisscrossing the arena before finally converging on a three-tiered platform in the center. A host wearing a white mask appeared under the intense light, holding a microphone. Thank you all for waiting. He drew out his tone dramatically. This is today's main course. The beams shifted, sharply illuminating a young man who had been pushed to the center of the arena. He looked bewildered and panicked as he glanced around. The host continued in a deliberately provocative tone. Today's main course is quite special. It is one of our own. A ghoul. Murmurs instantly spread through the audience. A ghoul. I am not fond of eating our own kind. This program is specially provided by Mr. MM, the host announced loudly. The spotlight moved again, precisely landing on a private viewing balcony on the second floor. Jukiyama stood elegantly in the light, with a graceful woman on each arm. He took the invisible microphone and began his speech. Ladies and gentlemen. The flesh of ordinary ghouls is coarse and hardly worth tasting. With your refined understanding of cuisine, you surely understand that what I value is his unique scent. He spread his arms wide, his tone growing more impassioned. Though he is a ghoul, he emits a rich and pure human fragrance. Are you not curious? A ghoul who carries the aroma of a human. What kind of taste would that be? It will bring unprecedented stimulation to our sense of smell and taste. Come. Let us enjoy this ultimate delicacy together. As his words fell, the lights blazed on, harsh white brilliance illuminating every corner like daylight. Next, the host's voice rang out again, please welcome today's executioner. At the edge of the arena, a heavy iron door slowly rose with a dull grinding sound. A figure stepped out. He was a giant nearly 3 meters tall, with an abnormally massive build. A red hood covered his head, the eye sockets deeply sunken like two dark hollows. He carried an enormous saw over his shoulder, several gleaming knives hanging at his waist. The giant strode to the center of the arena and let out a loud belch. His muffled voice came from beneath the hood. Please take care of me. He shook the massive saw in his hand. Saw and saw you apart. Muttering as he walked, he approached the already terrified ingredient. Amano Hiro frowned as he watched the scene unfold, though a storm was brewing within him. Jukiyama's earlier description clearly pointed to the traits of an artificial ghoul. It was identical to how he had once introduced Kaneki-ken in the anime. But the person below was definitely not Kaneki-ken. It was a completely unfamiliar face, one that had never appeared in the original story. Rize has already been saved by me. That means Kichimura Washu has found a new experimental host. Leaning against the cold metal railing, Amano Hiro took a deep breath. But suitable hosts were not so easy to find. Ordinary ghouls were useless. Those who could serve as hosts were usually strong, beyond Kichimura Washu's ability to control. Had he obtained a new candidate from the Washu clan again? While his thoughts raced, the dismemberment in the arena was already complete. This ingredient had none of the protagonist's fortune. He did not even get the chance to display a ghoul's power before meeting his end. A waiter carrying an exquisite silver tray approached Amano Hiro, interrupting his thoughts. On the tray lay a small piece of bloody meat, emitting a peculiar fragrance. Please enjoy, the waiter said respectfully. Amano Hiro looked at the piece of meat without any discomfort or rejection. He gently pierced it with a silver fork and placed it into his mouth. The taste was indeed unique, blending the freshness of a human's vitality with the distinct energy texture of a ghoul. After the banquet, I need to ask Jukiyama where he obtained this person. He decided inwardly. Once the guests had finished tasting, Jukiyama's voice rang through the hall again. Everyone, how was the flavor? Did it feel refreshing? Mixed sounds of approval and lingering enjoyment rose from the surrounding ghouls. Just when everyone thought the feast was about to conclude, Jukiyama spoke again. Please remain patient. The main course has been served. Now, let us savor an exquisite dessert. Another mechanism sounded at the center of the arena. An opening appeared, accompanied by the clattering noise of a lift operating, and another figure was raised up. This dessert is human, Tsukiyama-sha's voice carried a hint of playfulness. But among humans, the taste is also considered exceptionally exquisite. Please, enjoy. The arena once again erupted in enthusiastic cheers. However, the moment Amano Hiro clearly saw the figure, he suddenly grabbed the railing beside him, his pupils contracting sharply. Chapter 37, Doubts. Amano Hiro stared at the familiar figure in the center of the arena, a storm surging in his heart. How could it be Kaneki-ken? He should have already been removed from this cruel fate. Why was he here? Was Tsukiyama-sha truly that destined to cross paths with Kaneki-ken? In the original story, it was because of Kaneki-ken that Tsukiyama-sha eventually became neither human nor ghoul, sitting in a wheelchair and losing his mind. An ordinary human should never have had any intersection with Tsukiyama-sha's world. A thought flashed through his mind, startling him. Could it be the power of the plot? Because he had altered too many predetermined trajectories, had the will of the world begun correcting itself, attempting to force everything back onto the right track. If it truly was the power of the plot, if the will of the world intended to shape an unstoppable opponent, he might not necessarily be able to handle it. In the arena, Kaneki-ken was seized by overwhelming terror. He desperately moved his trembling legs, trying to escape this hell, but the strength of an ordinary human was laughable. His legs gave out, and he stumbled to the ground. At the same time, the massive saw stained with countless lives came crashing down toward his head with a roaring wind. Amano Hiro's gaze sharpened, and all thoughts instantly converged. This was not the time to analyze. Hesitate even a moment longer, and he would only see a dismembered ingredient. He gripped the second floor railing with both hands and leapt down like a hunting hawk, landing precisely between Kaneki-ken and the butcher. Without even using Carnage, he merely swung his right arm. An invisible, razor-sharp slash tore through the air. Poochie. Blood sprayed. The enormous executioner did not even understand what had happened before he was severed at the waist. His upper body crashed to the ground. For a moment, he did not die. Dragging his spilling entrails, he crawled forward, letting out a muffled wail. Mama. Amano Hiro turned and looked at Kaneki-ken, who was curled up and trembling from excessive shock. He asked in a low voice, "Why are you here?" Hearing the familiar voice, Kaneki-ken looked up in disbelief. Nah. Amano Hiro-san. Ah. A shrill scream tore through the brief silence. On the balcony, Madame A's face twisted as she roared, "You dare kill my most beloved pet. You will pay with your life." Several attendants behind her leapt down from the second floor at once. Their kakugan flared open instantly, and various kagun spread like ferocious weapons, lunging toward Amano Hiro from different directions. "Amano Hiro-san, watch out behind you." Kaneki-ken cried out. Amano Hiro did not even turn around. Two dark red tendrils suddenly extended from his back. The tips transformed instantly into sharp blades, slicing through the air in two cold arcs as if alive. Shwa. Several dull sounds of blades cutting through flesh rang out almost simultaneously. The charging ghouls froze mid-motion before collapsing one after another. Blood and organs poured from the massive wounds, staining the ground crimson in moments. The entire hall fell into dead silence. None of the ghoul guests present were fools. Seeing Amano Hiro so effortlessly dismember Madame A's elite attendants, they clearly realized how powerful he was. Provoking such a strong individual over a mere ingredient was not wise. As for Madame A, she was obviously not foolish either. Watching her subordinates be killed instantly, her face turned ashen. Without hesitation, she turned and swiftly left with her remaining people. Tsukiyama-sha had observed the entire development without intervening. He watched Amano Hiro with keen interest. Though he had not seen the full extent of his abilities, it was enough to confirm that his strength was unfathomable. With the farce concluded, Tsukiyama-sha stepped forward at the appropriate moment, his voice returning to its usual elegance. "Dear guests, my deepest apologies. Due to unforeseen circumstances, this banquet will conclude here." Amano Hiro had no time to concern himself with others. He only cared about one question now. Why was Kaneki-ken here? He had to find out whether this was mere coincidence or something else. Tsukiyama-sha walked quickly to Amano Hiro and bowed slightly, his tone carrying appropriate apology. "My sincerest apologies, Amano Hiro-san. I truly did not know that this person was your friend." Amano Hiro did not pursue the matter further. He simply said, "I am taking him." Tsukiyama-sha inclined his head smoothly. "Naturally. Please allow me to send you both back to the 20th ward." He watched as the car carried the two away from the estate. A meaningful curve lifted at the corner of his lips as he murmured softly, "Kaneki-ken." Inside the car, silence filled the cabin. Amano Hiro had already removed his mask, revealing his original appearance. Kaneki-ken had not fully recovered from the extreme terror. His body trembled occasionally, and he kept sneaking glances at his savior beside him. His feelings were complicated. Gratitude mixed with fear. He had never expected that the seemingly ordinary Amano Hiro-san was not only a ghoul but possessed such terrifying power. The car stopped steadily in front of Antiku in the 20th ward. The two stepped out one after the other. The slightly cool air seemed to ease Kaneki-ken's taut nerves somewhat. Seeing his unsettled state, Amano Hiro pushed open the cafe door and led him inside. Kirishima Tuka was somewhat surprised. She had not expected the long-absent regular customer Kaneki-ken to appear together with Amano Hiro. Holding a tray, Tuka approached. Her gaze first fell on Amano Hiro as she asked familiarly, "Amano Hiro-san, the usual Blue Mountain?" Amano Hiro nodded slightly. Tuka then turned to the somewhat restrained Kaneki-ken beside him, her tone softening. "What would you like?" Kaneki-ken took a deep breath, trying to steady his voice. "A latte is fine." "Thank you." Before long, 2 cups of coffee were served. Amano Hiro lifted his usual Blue Mountain, brought it to his lips, and took a light sip. The warm liquid carried its familiar rich aroma down his throat. His gaze settled on Kaneki-ken's still pale face. "Now, tell me. Why were you there?" Kaneki-ken held the warm cup in both hands, his fingertips turning slightly white from the pressure. He remained silent for a moment, as if gathering the courage to speak, before beginning in a low voice to recount what had happened yesterday. Ever since the incident with Kamishiro Rize, he had been in low spirits, unable to dispel the gloom in his heart. To cheer him up, yesterday morning his best friend Nagachika Hideyoshi had dragged him out to wander around. At noon, his ever-energetic friend had insisted on treating him to his favorite hamburgers, hoping familiar flavors would lift his mood. After parting with Hyde, Kaneki-ken had habitually gone into the bookstore he often visited, seeking a moment of peace among the scent of ink and paper. When he came out carrying a stack of new books, the sunset had dyed the sky orange, and dusk was quietly approaching. Just as he was about to head home, a figure abruptly blocked his path. The person wore a dark hood, the entire face hidden in shadow. His features were obscured, and only heavy breathing could be heard from beneath the hood. Almost instinctively, Kaneki-ken's heart tightened. He was filled with caution toward the unfamiliar figure before him. Chapter 38, The Full Story. Kaneki-ken looked at the stranger who had suddenly appeared in front of him, and an inexplicable chill tightened his chest. He did not even have time to think before turning and running deeper into the alley. The figure immediately followed. Though his steps were unsteady, he was incredibly fast, staying close behind Kaneki-ken the entire time. Kaneki-ken tried several times to change direction, but each time his path was blocked as if the other men had predicted it. Seeing the surroundings grow more and more remote, he gritted his teeth and tried to circle back toward the main road. Just as he was about to rush out of the alley, a crimson cocoon suddenly swept past his leg. Caught off guard, Kaneki-ken fell hard to the ground, warm blood flowing steadily from the wound. At that moment, Jukiyama-shu was strolling leisurely toward Antiku. Stopping by there once a week had already become his habit. As he passed this alley, he happened to catch sight of a revolting scene. Such crude hunting was nothing short of blasphemy against cuisine. TSK. How ugly, Jukiyama-shu sighed softly and decided to clean up this eyesore along the way. When the figure chasing Kaneki-ken saw someone else approach, panic flashed across his face, and he turned to flee. But Jukiyama-shu's Kagun was faster, violently pinning him against the wall. Whether due to excessive force or some other reason, the ghoul let out a scream and fainted on the spot. Jukiyama-shu was about to finish him off when he suddenly froze. His pupils contracted slightly, and an expression of disbelief and excitement appeared on his face. "Ah! What an exquisite fragrance," he murmured softly, his fingertips trembling. For a ghoul to carry such a rich human scent. He carefully licked the blood remaining on his Kagun, his body trembling involuntarily. After a brief bout of frenzy, he regained his usual elegance and finally remembered there was still an observer nearby. "My apologies." Jukiyama-shu turned to Kaneki-ken with a proper smile. "You seem to be injured. Do you require assistance?" Kaneki-ken shook his head hurriedly. No. I am fine." "That will not do." Jukiyama-shu walked closer as he spoke. "Wounds must be treated promptly." As he approached Kaneki-ken, his steps paused slightly. He keenly detected something special in this human scent. Though not as peculiar as that ghoul just now, among humans it was still of fine quality. Today was truly a good day. Jukiyama-shu took out his phone and gave a few brief instructions before continuing to converse with Kaneki-ken. Kaneki-ken's vision was slightly blurred from pain. He struggled to stand, but Jukiyama-shu gently stopped him with a hand. "Please do not be nervous," Jukiyama-shu's voice was unsettlingly gentle. "My home has a professional medical team. Your wound requires proper care. There is really no need." Kaneki Ken stepped back. I can go to the hospital myself. Enduring the sharp pain in his leg, he tried to slip past Tsukiyamasho. The moment he turned around, a barely perceptible glint of excitement crossed Tsukiyamasho's face. In the next instant, he delivered a precise chop to the back of Kaneki Ken's neck. The boy did not even have time to cry out before going limp in Tsukiyamasho's arms. Shortly afterward, a black sedan pulled up silently at the alley entrance. A silent, burly man stepped out and efficiently lifted both the unconscious Kaneki Ken and the already senseless ghoul into the car. The door closed, and the sedan soon merged into traffic as if nothing had happened. When Kaneki Ken regained consciousness, he found himself lying on a soft bed. He instinctively touched his leg. The wound had been professionally bandaged. The room was luxuriously decorated to the point of overwhelming him. An exquisite chandelier hung overhead, heavy curtains covered the windows, and a faint fragrance lingered in the air. He remembered Tsukiyamasho saying he would treat his wound. He had not expected him to actually do so, and so far, he had not harmed him. But this kindness only made him more uneasy. He quietly walked to the door and turned the handle. It was locked. Is anyone there? He called cautiously. Only silence answered him. For the time that followed, Kaneki Ken remained trapped in that magnificent cage. It was only after the banquet began that he realized all of it had merely been the prelude to Tsukiyamasho's carefully orchestrated feast. Amano Hiro listened quietly to Kaneki Ken's account. The tension in his heart eased slightly. It seemed this had been an accident, not the interference of some uncontrollable will of the world. He looked at the ill-fated boy before him and suddenly asked, I am a ghoul as well. Are you not afraid? Kaneki Ken had calmed considerably by now. He gently shook his head. No. Amano Hiro-san has never harmed me. You saved me twice. After everything he had experienced, he had gradually come to understand that not all ghouls were as cruel and terrifying as rumored. At least Amano Hiro was completely different from those impressions. Seeing the warm, dawn-like light still burning in Kaneki Ken's eyes, Amano Hiro felt a trace of emotion stir within him. Be more careful in the future, he advised gently. Go home early after dark. If you need help, you can come to this cafe and find me. I am here most of the time. He paused. You have been through a shock today. Go home and get some rest. Kaneki Ken bowed deeply, sincerity filling his voice. Thank you for saving me. I am truly very grateful. Amano Hiro waved his hand lightly, indicating there was no need to dwell on it. Watching Kaneki Ken's figure disappear through the door, Amano Hiro lifted his coffee cup and finished the last sip. His fingers tapped lightly against the table unconsciously, his gaze distant as if lost in thought. Hiro-kun, may we have a chat? Yoshimura's voice sounded at the right moment, breaking his reverie. Amano Hiro came back to himself and nodded. All right. The manager gestured for him to go upstairs. The two went one after the other into the same room where they had once reached their cooperation agreement. The familiar setting brought a faint trace of nostalgia to Amano Hiro's eyes. They sat facing each other, the faint aroma of coffee lingering in the air. What did you wish to discuss? Amano Hiro asked first. Yoshimura pondered briefly before speaking slowly. That young man just now. He did not continue, but Amano Hiro already understood his concern. Don't worry, Amano Hiro said meaningfully. There is no problem with him. Yoshimura nodded slightly. Since Hiro-kun says so, it seems that child also has a story. Yes. Hiro's tone carried a touch of emotion. A person with a troubled fate who still refuses to give up hope in human nature. Those words caused a subtle change in Yoshimura's expression. He thought back on his own turbulent life, and how even now he lacked the courage to acknowledge his daughter, leaving behind so many misunderstandings. After a moment of silence, the manager changed the subject. Recently, the atmosphere in the 20th ward has not been peaceful. The investigators have increased their manpower. Amano Hiro-kun should also be careful. Chapter 39, A Conversation with the Manager. Amano Hiro immediately thought of the 20th ward suppression operation in the original work. When he first watched the anime, he had felt regret for those meaningless sacrifices. Now that he was here, he would not allow the same regrets to happen again. I will be careful, he replied solemnly. A brief silence spread between them. This time, Amano Hiro broke it. I met Ito. Do you still not plan to acknowledge her? Yoshimura's body trembled slightly, and a subtle change appeared in his expression. I did not expect Amano Hiro-kun to even know about that relationship. I know a little, Amano Hiro said lightly. After a long silence, Yoshimura spoke in a low voice. Now is not the right time. Are you worried about the V organization? That sentence completely shocked Yoshimura. You even know about the V organization? He had never imagined that Amano Hiro not only knew about his relationship with Ito, but also about that secret organization. Considering how many secrets the other party knew and his considerable strength, a possibility surfaced in Yoshimura's mind. With a serious expression, Yoshimura asked, could Amano Hiro-kun be a cleaner? The guess made Amano Hiro laugh softly. You are overthinking it. I am not a cleaner. I simply happen to know more than most. The moment the words left his mouth, Yoshimura realized his lapse. If Amano Hiro truly were a cleaner, given the extent of confidential knowledge he possessed, he would have acted long ago rather than waiting until today. His tense shoulders relaxed slightly, and a faint self-mocking smile appeared on his lips. It seems I have been too nervous. Amano Hiro did not mind and continued the topic. Regarding Ito, I hope you will seriously consider it. As for the V organization. He paused briefly and let out a very faint cold snort, the meaning unclear. Yoshimura sighed. Since Amano Hiro-kun knows about the V organization, you must not be unfamiliar with the Washa clan. The reason I do not acknowledge Ito is precisely because I fear dragging her into danger. I understand your concern, Amano Hiro said calmly yet firmly. But constant concealment and protection are not necessarily what Ito truly needs. She likely has deep misunderstandings about you. The sooner those misunderstandings are resolved, the better it will be for both of you. Besides, do you truly believe the V organization is unaware of your relationship with her? Yoshimura fell into brief silence, a complex emotion flashing through his eyes. Amano Hiro continued, as for the Washa clan, there is no need to be overly worried. He paused slightly and then asked, Manager, do you know about Rize? Yoshimura shook his head gently. I have only heard others call that girl the binge eater. Does she have another identity? Amano Hiro revealed a fact that surprised the manager once again. Rize is actually a pureblood ghoul of the Washa clan. Yoshimura's eyes widened slightly, his tone turning serious. Amano Hiro-kun, are you certain? This is not something to joke about. I am certain, Amano Hiro said firmly. The Washa clan will not ignore Rize's escape. Sooner or later, I will confront them directly. Yoshimura could not help but feel concerned. The peace of the 20th Ward had not come easily. If this was true, that fragile peace might soon be shattered again. Amano Hiro's voice remained steady and composed as he analyzed the situation. The 20th Ward appears calm now only because they have not freed up their hands yet. Once they do, they will move against the 20th Ward. It cannot remain uninvolved forever. Some matters must eventually be faced head-on. Yoshimura sighed deeply, that sigh carrying the weight of years and weary helplessness. When I founded this refuge, he said slowly, my hope was that ghouls could support one another and attempt to integrate into human society, to move away from meaningless slaughter. Yet after so many years, bloodshed is still close at hand. Amano Hiro's voice was low and clear. Manager, you have seen it yourself. Many doves have already stationed themselves in the 20th Ward. But these investigators are, in the end, merely pawns on a chessboard. Once the time is ripe, the Washa clan need only give a slight hint, and their blades will point directly at this refuge. At that time, these pawns will not hesitate to shed blood for so-called justice, and then die meaninglessly. He paused briefly and added gravely, and that time is not far off. Yoshimura listened quietly without interruption. Each sentence was like a heavy stone dropped into his heart, stirring wave after wave. He knew Amano Hiro was not exaggerating. The situation was already clear. Trying to remain isolated as before would only be self-deception. There was no avoiding it any longer. It was time to prepare early. Finally, Yoshimura nodded slowly. I will seriously consider what Amano Hiro-kun has said. After finishing his discussion with Yoshimura, the sky outside had completely darkened. When Amano Hiro walked down from the second floor, the cafe had already closed. Only Tuka remained, quietly wiping the last few tables. Hearing footsteps, Tuka looked up. Amano-san, finished talking with the manager? Yes, just now. Amano Hiro looked at her. Still not done. Almost finished. Tuka did not stop moving her hands. Amano Hiro nodded. Then I will head out first. All right. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. He pushed the door open and stepped into the night. The streets were sparsely populated. The evening breeze was slightly cool, and Amano Hiro could not help thinking of Rize. He wondered how her research had progressed today. As the thought surfaced, his pace unconsciously quickened. When he returned to the apartment and pushed open the door, a warm figure lightly threw herself into his arms. Amano Hiro caught the soft body steadily, the corner of his lips lifting. I am back. Welcome home, Rize said with a smile in her voice. She bent down and placed a pair of house slippers at his feet. They were matching ones she had bought some time ago. After changing his shoes, Amano Hiro looked up and saw the clear joy in Rize's eyes. "What is it? You seem happy," he asked gently. Rize tilted her head with a bright smile. "Guess." Amano Hiro's eyes showed understanding, and his smile deepened. "You have completed control of your RC cells." "Yes." Rize nodded firmly, her smile blooming like spring sunlight. "Now I am the same as Hiro." Hearing her confirmation, genuine happiness filled Amano Hiro's eyes. He walked into the living room and sat down on the sofa in a relaxed manner. At that moment, Rize came out of the kitchen holding a bottle of Yamazaki whiskey. With a radiant smile, she walked up to Hiro and softly suggested, "Hiro, to celebrate our evolution, how about we have a drink together?" Chapter 40, Doing Her. Amano Hiro looked at Rize's expectant eyes and nodded with pleasure. He fully understood her feelings at this moment, having once been a ghoul who could survive only on coffee and human flesh, finally able to taste the full spectrum of flavors like a human. The desire to try everything and make up for all the past deprivation was incredibly strong. For her, this bottle of whiskey was more than just alcohol, it was a gateway to a whole new world. Seeing his agreement, Rize's face immediately bloomed with a radiant smile. She stepped lightly toward the liquor cabinet, carefully selecting 2 crystal-clear wine glasses and placing them on the coffee table. She mimicked the motions of humans from her memory, moving with a mix of clumsy solemnity, uncorking the bottle, and slowly pouring the amber liquid into the glasses. Amano Hiro watched quietly, his gaze involuntarily lingering on the pair of glasses. Seeing her pour whiskey into wine glasses made him smile, a little at the awkward charm of the scene. "Hiro, what's wrong?" Rize perceptively noticed the flicker of amusement on his face and blinked in confusion. "Did I do something wrong?" Amano Hiro came back to his senses and realized that Rize was unfamiliar with the customary human etiquette for drinking alcohol. He explained gently that drinking whiskey from a wine glass was not wrong, just uncommon, and briefly introduced the usual pairings of drink and glassware. Finally, he smiled and added, "But in the end, no one said you can't drink whiskey from a wine glass." "Oh, I see," Rize said with understanding, preparing to stand. "Then I'll switch to a normal glass dash." "No need," Amano Hiro reached out and gently stopped her, his tone full of tolerance and a hint of indulgence. "They don't use it, we do. As long as we enjoy it, that's enough." Hearing this, Rize's smile grew even brighter. She sat back down eagerly and lifted her glass, ready to toast Amano Hiro. Amano Hiro, however, smiled and held her hand back. "Wait a moment. Something's missing. For a first drink, the ceremony must be complete." "What's missing?" Rize asked, curiosity shining in her eyes. Amano Hiro stood and walked toward the kitchen, glancing back. "The most important partner, snacks to accompany the drink." Rize, like a little shadow, immediately followed, leaning at the kitchen doorway with a face full of curiosity and wonder. "Drinking, isn't it just drinking? Why do we need food too?" Seeing her innocent expression, which completely contradicted her binge-eater name, Amano Hiro found it amusing in a subtle way. While retrieving ingredients from the refrigerator, he patiently explained, "Delicious dishes not only ease the bite of alcohol but also enhance the flavor, making the experience more complete. It's like the perfect partner in battle." Rize listened attentively, admiration shining in her eyes, and whispered softly, "Hiro, you really know everything." "Let me help you as an assistant," she said, rolling up her sleeves eagerly. "I've studied the recipes carefully, but haven't had the chance to try them yet." "Good," Amano Hiro said, handing her a bunch of greens. "Then today, let me show you my skills." In the kitchen, they began to work together seamlessly. Rize's learning ability was remarkable. Under Amano Hiro's guidance, she washed and chopped ingredients with ease. For a while, the kitchen was filled only with the crisp sounds of chopping, the sizzling of oil, and their occasional quiet exchanges, suffused with a warm domestic atmosphere. With Rize's assistance, after just over an hour, 3 main dishes and a soup were ready: braised pork ribs, stir-fried beef, twice-cooked pork, and a pot of pearl jade soup. These ingredients had been bought the last time they went to the supermarket, so they weren't exactly fresh. Whether they had gone bad was uncertain, but as ghouls could eat spoiled meat, it was well within manageable range. Sitting across from each other again, they clinked glasses, the clear sound resonating in the room. Amano Hiro took a habitual small sip, savoring the rich aroma. Rize, however, took the entire glass in one gulp, tilting her head back to finish it. The intense spiciness made her wrinkle her delicate face immediately. She stuck out her tongue and said with slight disappointment, "Not tasty, why do humans like this flavor?" Amano Hiro smiled and gently reminded her, "Spirits are meant to be sipped slowly. Drinking it in one gulp like that, you can only taste the burn." He then elegantly raised his glass to demonstrate how to sip slowly, savoring it. Next, he picked a piece of braised pork rib, cooked to tender perfection, and placed it in Rize's bowl. "Try this. Paired with food, it will taste different." Rize carefully took a bite. Instantly, the rich sweetness of the sauce, the natural savor of the meat, and the complex blend of spices exploded in her mouth. This was an entirely new, layered experience, unlike any food she had remembered. Her eyes lit up, and her face showed a look of sheer, disbelieving joy. "This is amazing," she exclaimed, eagerly trying every dish. Each dish brought a new, unique taste experience. Being able to freely sample the world's flavors and feel the happiness each brought made her so excited she nearly teared up. She put down her chopsticks, looked up at Amano Hiro with a profoundly sincere gaze, and whispered, "Hiro, I'm so glad I met you." Amano Hiro returned her gaze with a gentle smile, saying nothing, only raising his glass once more. Rize immediately understood, her smile blooming like a flower as she lightly clinked her glass against his. This time, they drank in unison. No words were needed, everything was expressed in the shared drink. They chatted and drank alongside their meal. Before they realized it, the entire bottle of whiskey was finished. Rize's cheeks were flushed, but her spirits were high. She opened another bottle and filled both their glasses. "This is round 2, she said with a smile, her gaze already a little dazed. Halfway through the second bottle, her demeanor noticeably changed. Her cheeks were rosy, her eyes moist, and her speech carried a subtle charm that she didn't usually show. Amano Hiro lightly held back her hand from lifting her glass again. "Don't drink more. You're drunk." "I'm not drunk," Rize pouted, insisting on pouring. "I don't feel anything at all." Seeing her wobble toward the bottle, Amano Hiro grabbed it first. Rize tried to snatch it back, but as she rose, the alcohol's effect surged, and she lost her footing, falling into his arms. Amano Hiro quickly set the bottle down and caught her. They tumbled onto the sofa together, their breath mingling with the scent of whiskey, warmth rising in the intimacy. Amano Hiro bent down to her flushed cheeks and slightly parted lips, unable to resist, and kissed her. The living room was filled with a sweet, tender atmosphere. After a long while, the lingering kiss ended. Their breaths were slightly disordered. Amano Hiro no longer hesitated, lifting Rize in his arms and heading straight for the bedroom. Rize nestled quietly against him, showing no resistance, letting him carry her into the room. Chapter 41, A Chance Encounter. Hiro and Rize fought wildly in the bedroom until 3 in the morning before the two of them finally fell into a deep sleep. It could only be said that she truly lived up to being an SSS-rated ghoul. That kind of combat power was no joke. The bedroom had already been wrecked beyond recognition. The bedsheets, the floor, even the table all bore traces of the battle. There were water stains everywhere that Rize had been beaten into by Amano Hiro. Under the moonlight, the stains reflected faintly, proving how intense the battle had been. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the curtains and fell across the messy bed. When Hiro woke up, he realized it was already noon. He turned his head slightly and saw that Rize was still sleeping quietly in the crook of his arm, her breathing steady, the corners of her lips carrying a faint trace of a smile. Looking at the person still asleep in his arms, Amano Hiro could not help but smile. Sunlight shone on her peaceful profile. The dangerous binge eater of ordinary days now looked exceptionally gentle and adorable. He moved his slightly numb arm, and Rize murmured softly in her sleep, snuggling closer into his embrace. Feeling the warmth and softness in his arms, Amano Hiro felt an indescribable sense of peace rise in his heart. If not for considering that this was her first time and she needed rest, he would have wanted to beat her heart again. There would be plenty of time in the future, he told himself inwardly, his fingers gently brushing aside the strands of hair scattered on the pillow, his gaze tender. Amano Hiro continued holding Rize like this, occasionally touching her smooth skin. He had no desire to get out of bed. There was nothing to do anyway. He could not help sighing. Not having to work yet still having money, and having a beauty in his arms. What kind of blessed life was this? Thinking back to before he transmigrated, working himself to exhaustion every day for such a pitiful salary, and the boss acting as if he had granted some great favor. To hell with that. Perhaps his movements became a little bigger. The person in his arms let out a soft sound, her long eyelashes trembling as she slowly opened her eyes. Her hazy vision gradually cleared, and what came into sight was Amano Hiro's smiling face close at hand. Rize was not fully awake yet, sleep still lingering at the corners of her eyes. Unconsciously, she tightened her arms around Amano Hiro's neck and burrowed further into his embrace like a cat seeking warmth. Her cheek pressed against his warm chest, finding a more comfortable position before letting out a satisfied sigh. Amano Hiro rested his chin lightly on top of her head, feeling the softness of her hair as he gently stroked it. Their body heat intertwined as they immersed themselves in a moment of tranquility that belonged only to them. At the same time, in the office of the CCG 20th Ward Branch, it was a completely different scene. Takiza Wasitu rested his chin on one hand, looking helplessly at Suzuya Jusa beside him. This investigator, who would later be hailed as humanity's strongest combat force, was focused on stitching red threads one by one into the exposed skin of his own arm. The moment the needle pierced his skin, he did not even frown. Finished. Suzuya let out a cheerful exclamation, admiring the winding threads on his arm as if appreciating a work of art. I'm telling you, can you stop doing that? Takizawa finally could not hold back, frowning deeply. Why? Suzuya tilted his head. His innocent expression formed a strange contrast with what his hands were doing. You're an investigator at least. What would people think if they saw you acting so frivolous? You're so annoying. Suzuya pouted, then broke into a pure yet dangerous smile. How about I sew that talkative mouth of yours shut too, Sidu? Takizawa Sidu abruptly stood up. Don't think getting promoted makes you so great. I will never acknowledge someone like you. Just as the atmosphere turned tense, the door was pushed open. Kotaro Amon looked at the arguing pair and sighed helplessly. Still as lively as ever. Amon-san, the two greeted at the same time. Takizawa asked with concern, has your body fully recovered? Thank you for your concern. I have completely recovered. As expected of the unyielding Amon. With that voice, first-class investigator Hoji Kusuk walked in. Hoji Kusuk had once cooperated with Chinese investigators to eliminate the Qi Lien Ghoul organization. Tatara's older brother Yen and the executive Fei were killed when Qi Lien was destroyed. Later, Tatara came to Tokyo seeking revenge. Amon smiled and exchanged greetings. Hoji, thank you for handling affairs while I was away. At that moment, the door opened again. A capable-looking woman with short blonde hair stood at the entrance, drawing everyone's attention. Let me introduce a new colleague, Amon gestured for her to enter. Starting today, I have been assigned to the 20th Ward branch. I am Mato Akira, Rank 2 Investigator. Please take care of me. This was the daughter of Investigator Mato Kiryo, who had graduated at the top of her class and joined the CCG. Her choice of the 20th Ward was related to her missing father. Under the guidance of the Washu, the upper ranks of the CCG were secretly laying out their plans. An operation targeting the 20th Ward was about to unfold. At the same time, Kirishima Tuka went to find Nishio Nishiki. The moment Nishio Nishiki saw her, he habitually spoke rudely. What do you want, smelly Tuka? Just saying, don't ask to borrow money. Unexpectedly, Tuka did not retort with shitty Nishiki, as usual. Instead, she pursed her lips slightly. Nishiki, could you take me to Kami University? Huh. Nishio exaggeratedly dug at his ear as if he had heard something absurd. Kami University. What, you want to apply there? Don't dream. Without a genius brain like mine, you won't get in. Tuka's cheeks reddened, and she finally snapped. Shit Nishiki, go die. Only then did Nishio relax and grin. That's more like the smelly Tuka I know. With his hands in his pockets, he tilted his head. So you really want me to take you? Just answer. Are you going or not? Fine. I have to go to class anyway. As he walked ahead, he glanced back at her. But why are you suddenly interested in Kami University? You're not actually planning to apply, are you? Tuka glared at him. What? Can't I want to? She remembered the suggestion Amano Hiro had casually mentioned last time. After thinking it over, she felt it might not be impossible. If she worked hard, she might get in. Nishio shrugged. Do whatever you want. The two walked one after the other through the gates of Kami University. Nishio casually pointed at buildings they passed. That's the library. Over there is the lecture hall. TSK. I've got plans with Kimi, so I'm leaving. With that, he actually turned and started to slip away. What? Hey, wait, before Tuka could react, Nishio had already run several steps away. He suddenly turned back, flashing his signature annoying grin. Don't cry if you get lost. Tuka looked at his departing figure and muttered, at least show me around properly. She wandered alone through the vast campus, gradually drawn in by the atmosphere. Shady green trees framed red brick buildings. Small groups of students carrying books passed by her. Everything was so different from the high school she attended. It's huge, she murmured softly. Completely different from high school. At that moment, a gentle voice came from behind her. Tuka. She turned at the sound and widened her eyes in surprise. Kaneki. You're a student at Kami University. Standing before her was Kaneki Ken, a regular customer at Antiku. Holding a few books, he smiled gently. What brings you here, Tuka? I want to apply here, so I came to take a look, she sighed helplessly. But the person who was supposed to guide me ran off halfway. Kaneki Ken smiled faintly, sunlight filtering through the leaves and casting mottled shadows on his shoulder. If you don't mind, I can show you around. Chapter 42, I'll make you fly. As winter's chill deepened, Kaneki Ken led Tuka to sit at the outdoor tables beside the cafeteria. Wait here a moment. He stood and went into the cafeteria. Before long, he returned carrying 2 steaming cups of coffee. Here, Tuka. He slid 1 cup toward her. Thanks. Tuka took the paper cup. The warmth seeping into her fingertips relaxed her a little. Kaneki sat across from her and said with a smile, if Tuka applies to this university, next year we'll be schoolmates. Tuka lowered her head and took a sip of coffee. The warm liquid slid down her throat, dispelling the cold in the air. A friend suggested I consider this place, so I came to look around, she sighed. Whether I can get in or not is still uncertain. You'll definitely be fine. Kaneki's voice was gentle and certain. Then I'll take your word for it. Afterward, the two quietly finished their coffee. Kaneki stood up. I'll show you around the campus. Okay. Sorry to trouble you. They walked side by side along the campus paths. Kaneki occasionally stopped, patiently introducing each building they passed. This is the main lecture building. Most of our classes are here. Over there is the library. It has a huge collection. Further on that side are the labs. Just as they were about to finish the tour, a lively voice came from behind them. Hello, Kaneki. And Tuka. Nagachika Hideyoshi jogged over with a grin, his gaze darting back and forth between them. Are you two on a date? No, they denied in unison. Kaneki's cheeks instantly flushed red, and he hurriedly explained, I'm just showing Tuka around the campus. Nagachika laughed knowingly. All right. You two keep strolling. I won't disturb you. He waved and quickly left. The sudden silence made the atmosphere slightly awkward. Kaneki cleared his throat and pointed ahead. That's the athletic field. After we see that, we'll basically be done. Tuka looked at the wide field and sighed again. This school is really big. Yeah. It's a comprehensive university, Kaneki replied softly. After finishing the final stop at the field, Tuka prepared to head back to continue studying. Kaneki walked her to the campus gate. Thanks for today, Tuka said sincerely. Kaneki showed a gentle smile. You're welcome. If there's anything you don't understand in your studies, you can ask me anytime. Okay. I'm heading off then. Tuka waved to him. Kaneki stood at the gate, watching Tuka's figure grow smaller and smaller until it disappeared at the street corner. Only then did he turn and walk back into the campus. By the time Amano Hiro and Rize got up, the afternoon sun had already slanted across the living room. He lounged lazily on the sofa, holding an ice-cold cola in one hand, absent-mindedly watching the anime playing on TV. From the kitchen came Rize's cheerful humming. She was studying tonight's dishes with enthusiasm, comparing them to the recipe spread open before her. At that moment, the phone on the table suddenly lit up with a chime, interrupting Amano Hiro's focused watching. He reached out and picked it up. It was a message from Yoshimura Ito. The message was brief but significant. The operation to attack Cochlea had been finalized. The time was the day after tomorrow. Someone would come to pick him up and take him to the assembly point. He replied with a single okay, set the phone back down, and returned his gaze to the TV, though his thoughts had already drifted far away. This operation was mainly a rescue. The approximate location of Rize's father, Kamishiro Matasaka, had already been obtained. Finding him should not be difficult. The troublesome part was Tuka's father, Kirishima Arita. His detention site was classified, with no specific information. When the time came, he would probably have to spend effort searching carefully. Thinking of this, Amano Hiro unconsciously rubbed the cold cola can in his hand. Chilled droplets slid between his fingers. He leaned back against the sofa with his eyes closed, his fingertips absently tracing the beads of water on the can. Every detail of the rescue operation had already been rehearsed countless times in his mind. Through repeated simulations, every possible variable had been carefully broken down and resolved. When he opened his eyes again, only calm confidence remained in his pupils. Certain success, he murmured, draining the last sip of cola. At that moment, Rize's voice came from the kitchen. Hiro, there's no beef left in the fridge. Can you go buy some? Amano Hiro replied lazily, sure. Anything else? I'll get it all at once. Rize rummaged through the fridge. Then get some oysters, scallops, and sea cucumber too. Her voice carried a playful note. The recipe says these are very good for Hiro. Amano Hiro's mouth twitched slightly. There was meaning behind those words. It seemed last night's lesson had not been deep enough. Tonight he would definitely make her understand. He would definitely make her fly. All right. I'll be back soon. He stood up, his tone carrying a hint of grinding resolve. Just wait. Just as he grasped the doorknob, Rize's voice chased after him. Oh right, don't forget soy sauce. Amano Hiro. He walked quickly along the road toward the supermarket. The cold wind hit his face but did nothing to disperse the heat in his mind. As he plotted how to deal with that woman who did not know her place tonight, a cool voice suddenly interrupted his thoughts. Amano-san. He looked toward the sound and saw Tuka standing at the street corner. She wore a red coat and a thick scarf. The hem of her pleated skirt swayed lightly in the cold wind. Her breath formed white mist before her, softening her usually cool face. Tuka. I just finished touring Kami University and was heading back to Antiku. She paused, noticing his hurried pace. Where are you going, Amano-san? To the supermarket to buy a few things. He slowed his steps and walked beside her. The road to the supermarket happened to be the same as the one to the cafe. So you've decided to apply to Kami University? He asked casually. Yeah. Tuka nodded lightly. I'll try my best, though I don't know if I can get in. Don't put too much pressure on yourself, Amano Hiro said gently. With Tuka's intelligence, you'll definitely be fine. Hearing his praise, the tips of Tuka's ears reddened, mostly hidden by her scarf. She was about to say something when Amano Hiro suddenly changed the topic. Tuka, the time to rescue your father has come. It's the day after tomorrow. Tuka's pupils contracted sharply. She halted her steps. Then I'll go back and prepare. No need, Amano Hiro interrupted. Just wait at the 20th ward for my good news. But you really don't have to risk yourself for my father. Amano Hiro chuckled lightly, his tone unconcerned. With my strength, entering Cochlea is as easy as going home. Besides, it's not entirely for your father. Don't feel burdened. He glanced at the girl beside him who seemed about to speak again. You just focus on studying. Tuka responded softly, but her tightly clenched fists revealed the turmoil in her heart. They soon reached the cafe entrance. Amano Hiro nodded to her. Go on in. I still have to go to the supermarket. Watching Tuka push the door open and enter, he turned and stepped back into the cold street. The thoughts that had been interrupted earlier began to stir again. Tonight, he would definitely make a certain woman understand the price of provocation. Chapter 43, Assaulting the Cave. Amano Hiro returned home carrying the ingredients he had bought at the supermarket. After neatly changing into slippers, he went straight to the kitchen. Rize was wearing the pink apron, properly tending the stew pot. The aroma drifting from the pot made one's mouth water. She turned back with a radiant smile. Hiro's back. Amano Hiro set the ingredients on the counter and reached out to gently pinch her chin. He fiercely sucked on those cherry lips, then said viciously, "Tonight I'll make you cry and beg for mercy." Rize did not fear him and instead smiled provocatively, her eyes flowing with teasing challenge. All right, dear. I'll be waiting. She turned to start sorting the ingredients. Amano Hiro wrapped his arms around her from behind, resting his chin on her shoulder. Ito sent a message, he whispered by her ear. The attack on Cochlea is the day after tomorrow. I'll go rescue your father then. Rize's movements handling the ingredients paused slightly, then returned to normal. Then I'll wait for you at home. She did not ask to go along, because she knew he would not agree, and because she had almost blind confidence in Amano Hiro. In her heart, there was no one in this world who could defeat him. Kamishiro Matasaka, former leader of the 6th Ward, codename Orca, was Rize's adoptive father, yet he treated her as his own. Although the CCG rated his threat level as SS, in truth he possessed SSS class strength. As an old friend of manager Yoshimura, he not only gave Rize food when she was hungry, but also bought her books and taught her knowledge, fulfilling every duty a father should. Although Rize at the time had been too rebellious and often ignored his teachings, and later he was captured by Arima Kishu and imprisoned in Cochlea, this father-daughter bond always held a place in her heart. The kitchen knife in Rize's hand sliced skillfully through the beef, but her gaze could not help softening slightly. She neatly arranged the prepared ingredients, turned, and gently pushed Amano Hiro's chest. Hiro, go wait outside first. You're too much of a hindrance to my performance here. Amano Hiro obediently raised both hands, indulgent laughter in his eyes. All right. I'll go out now. I won't delay the chef showing her skills. He walked out of the kitchen and sank back into the soft sofa. The anime on the TV screen was still playing. He casually picked up the remote and adjusted the volume, but his gaze drifted toward the kitchen. Through the frosted glass door, he could vaguely see Rize's slender figure busy in her apron. The sounds of spatula and wok clashing, accompanied by light humming, made the whole house filled with warmth. He opened another bottle of cola and took a sip. His gaze returned to the screen, yet a faint smile lingered at the corner of his mouth. Before long, Rize finished preparing the meal. The two sat facing each other at the table. Amano Hiro picked up a bite of food and put it into his mouth, slightly surprised. The heat was just right, and the seasoning perfectly balanced. It did not taste like something a beginner could make at all. How is it? Rize folded her hands at the table edge, leaning slightly forward, her eyes full of anticipation. Amano Hiro chewed and swallowed, then nodded. It tastes very good. Rize immediately beamed, her eyes curving into crescents. That's great. I knew following the recipe would work. She happily picked up the wine bottle and refilled both their glasses. The light fell softly over the table. They ate and chatted, their glasses lightly clinking with crisp sounds. The atmosphere in the room gradually became warm and relaxed, as if even the air had been dyed with gentle warmth. After a few mouthfuls of wine, Rize began to grow restless. She quietly slipped her foot out of her slipper and gently pressed it against Amano Hiro's leg, slowly sliding up along his thigh, nearly reaching a dangerous area. Amano Hiro reacted quickly. He grabbed her mischievous ankle, clamped his legs, and firmly pinned her foot in place. "Don't make trouble," he said in a low voice. As if nothing had happened, he picked up another bite of food and calmly ate it, savoring it carefully. Rize tried to pull her foot back, but after several failed attempts, she gave up and simply left it there. Just as she raised her wine glass to clink with Amano Hiro's, the sole of her foot suddenly felt a slight scraping touch. The sensation vanished instantly, yet carried a clear tingling numbness, like a thread of electricity shooting up her spine, making her scalp prickle. She instinctively looked up at Amano Hiro across from her. He was calmly picking up food, expression unchanged, as if everything had only been her illusion. The wine glass she was about to extend trembled slightly, and the liquid nearly sloshed out. Rize's heart jumped. Both his hands were clearly on the table, so just now. A thought flashed. She suddenly turned sideways and looked down beneath the table. In the dim light under the table, one of Amano Hiro's cocoon tentacles was quietly curled beside her foot, its tip innocently tapping the floor. Rize froze for a moment, then understood. Her cheeks uncontrollably began to heat. So that's what it was. She even thought. She breathed in relief inwardly, yet mixed with a faint, indescribable disappointment. Amano Hiro took in this whole series of her small movements, yet merely lifted his wine glass without a word, the corner of his lips lifting imperceptibly. He did not expose it, only occasionally letting the tip of the Carnage-type tentacle hidden beneath the table lightly brush her soul again. Each touch made Rize's body pause slightly, her chopsticks slowing by half a beat, a blush creeping to the roots of her ears. She forced composure and continued eating, occasionally glancing up to glare at him in mock reproach, receiving an increasingly innocent look in return. This back-and-forth secret interaction became an unspoken understanding at the table, serving as a special seasoning for the dinner. Toward the end, Amano Hiro stopped pretending and began a fierce attack on the sole of Rize's foot. Rize's whole body trembled, her toes curling involuntarily. She bit her lip, her cheeks flushed red, clearly suppressing laughter. Still quite enduring. Amano Hiro raised a brow, his movements quickening. This time Rize completely lost control and burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, stop, stop. I was wrong, Hiro. I really know I was wrong." She laughed until her body went limp, tears forming at the corners of her eyes, repeatedly begging for mercy. Amid the cheerful play, the meal neared its end. Amano Hiro set down his chopsticks, drained his glass, glanced at the time, and said, "It's about time." Rize was a bit puzzled. About time for what? Didn't you say the attack on Cochlea is the day after tomorrow? Amano Hiro's expression turned serious. Today there's another place that needs to be attacked. Another place? Yes. Over 2 mountain peaks, across the plains, there's a deep cave that needs to be assaulted. As he spoke, Amano Hiro walked around the table toward Rize. Under Rize's slightly dazed gaze, Amano Hiro scooped her up and dashed straight toward the bedroom. Chapter 44, Cochlea. Hiro and Rize's battle was exceptionally intense. The two of them lost all awareness of heaven and earth and had no sense of time. Just like that, they did not leave the bedroom for 2 full days. Amid this blissful time, the day agreed with Ito soon arrived. The phone chimed. Hiro picked it up and glanced at it. It was a message from Ito, simple and clear: "The person sent to pick you up is downstairs at your apartment." He had not expected Ito to know his address. Although he had not deliberately concealed it, it still showed she must have investigated him. Hiro got up and changed clothes. Rize lay lazily in the bed, her voice carrying lingering softness. "Be careful. I'll wait for you to come back, dear." He placed a kiss on her lips. "Don't worry. I'm heading out." Hiro put on his mask, pushed open the door, and went downstairs. As soon as he reached the bottom, he saw a familiar figure, Kirishima Ayato. He had not expected Ito to take this so seriously, even sending a cadre to pick him up. In the night below the building, Ayato leaned against the wall with an impatient look. "TCH. Finally down. Let's go." Hiro's brow lifted slightly. "You brat talking to me like that. What, don't want to save your dad anymore? TCH. The boy turned his face away. None of your concern. I'll save him myself. Hiro could not be bothered to waste words with this rebellious teenager. Once the operation started, someone would naturally teach him a harsh lesson. He suddenly stepped forward and grabbed Ayato by the collar. What are you doing? Ayato jumped in fright. His Kagun burst out halfway instantly. He thought Hiro was going to hit him. Hiro did not bother explaining, only said flatly, you didn't even prepare a vehicle. Were you planning to run there? Before his words finished, a pair of dark red giant wings suddenly spread from his back. Grabbing Ayato, he shot into the sky and sped straight toward the 23rd ward. Violent air currents blasted his face, making Ayato nearly unable to open his eyes. Shock filled his heart. He had not expected Hiro to be able to fly. At Hiro's extreme speed, they reached the 23rd ward in no time. Hiro's voice remained clear in the rushing wind. Direction. Ah. The assembly point's direction, he repeated. Pointed out. Southeast. The wings adjusted slightly. The two cut through the sky like night owls, flying rapidly toward the southeast. At the assembly point outside Cochlea in the 23rd ward outskirts, over 100 ghouls in red hooded robes had gathered. At the assembly point, Yoshimura Ito and Tatara seemed to sense something and both looked up into the pitch-black night sky. A streak of crimson light was tearing through the air at astonishing speed, especially conspicuous against the night. They're here, Ito said with a hint of amusement. Tatara remained silent, merely standing still. Boom. With a dull impact, dust burst from the ground and the surrounding Aogiri tree members let out low exclamations. Cough cough, too. Kirishima Ayato staggered as he landed, spitting out sand in embarrassment. Hiro released his grip and nodded toward Ito and Tatara. Tatara returned a nod, then turned to the fully assembled ghoul force, his voice steady and powerful. The operation begins. With the order given, all the ghouls surged toward Cochlea prison like a dark tide, moving swiftly and in order. The outer sentries had not even reacted before being silently eliminated. Cochlea prison stood in the outskirts of the 23rd ward. The massive hexagonal ground structure was only the tip of the iceberg. Its main body was buried deep underground, shaped like a bottomless vertical shaft, with layer upon layer of cages densely lining the walls. Each level was separated by heavy circular iron gates. At the center stood a giant columnar structure, whose top was the hub of the entire prison, the central control room. Suddenly, the giant ventilation fan at the prison's top level stopped turning. Almost simultaneously, inside the control room, a duty officer stared at the screen and voiced confusion. HM. Why has Gate 0 opened? Another replied, receiving prisoners at this hour. I didn't get any notice. He gestured to a colleague. You go check. The assigned guard stood reluctantly, muttering, manpower's been cut so much. What a hassle. When he reached Gate 0, the sight made his pupils contract. A tide of Aogiri tree ghouls was pouring in. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Aogiri tree ATT, he slammed the communicator and shouted. Before finishing, he was instantly torn apart by multiple Kagun. But the warning had already reached the control room. The piercing alarm screamed like a dying beast, instantly ripping apart the prison's silence and echoing through every corridor. The shrill alarm reverberated violently inside the prison, yet did nothing to halt Aogiri tree's advance. The ghouls' faces were cold as they continued pushing steadily deeper according to plan. Almost at the same moment, CCG headquarters received Cochlea's highest level alert. The command center moved immediately, urgently contacting all investigators not on assignment. Huji Kusuk's direct line connected first to Kuroiwa Iwao. Special Class Kuroiwa, Cochlea is under large-scale attack by Aogiri tree. Understood. Kuroiwa Iwao's voice was firm. We depart at once. The instant the call cut, Kuroiwa slammed the accelerator. The official car shot into the night like an arrow loosed from a bow, racing toward the 23rd ward. Inside Cochlea at this moment, all guards were fully armed, standing ready on the level where the control room was located. Tension filled the air. Every guard gripped their firearm tightly, eyes locked on the metal structure above. Just then, the circular iron gate directly above the control room emitted heavy mechanical sounds and slowly slid open to both sides. All guards looked up in unison. On the massive ventilation fan blades stood densely packed Aogiri tree ghouls in crimson robes and eerie masks. They stood on the rotating blades like a flock of crows perched upon a wheel of death. As the iron gate fully opened, these red-clad figures dropped like spilled fruit, descending from above with suffocating momentum. Amid the blaring alarm, all guards simultaneously raised guns and fired upward. Dense firepower wove a lethal bullet net. The first few falling ghouls had no room to evade in midair and were instantly riddled with holes. Yet ordinary firearms ultimately had limited lethality against ghouls. As more ghouls poured down like a tide, the control room level was quickly breached. Amid flashing Kagun and blood, guards fell one after another, screams rising and falling. Only a few escaped through side corridors. At the console, a ghoul's Kagun smashed down. Sparks flew, and the entire control system was completely paralyzed. At that moment, a mechanical roar came from the prison's lowest level. The special cells holding S-class and above dangerous ghouls were slowly rising from underground. The instant the cell doors opened, pairs of crimson Kakugan lit in the darkness. These long-imprisoned ghouls stepped out cautiously. Seeing the fully armed guards, they immediately understood the situation. Whatever the reason, the prison's order had been broken. Since the cell doors were open, no one could make them return. Almost without communication, these most dangerous prisoners revealed bloodthirsty smiles. Kagun erupted instantly, lunging like blades toward the panicked guards. An even more brutal slaughter began. Chapter 45, almost embarrassed. After all the Aojirai tree members rushed in, Hiro felt it was time to make his move. With a single thought, the power of Carnage inside his body surged out instantly. Dark red matter covered his entire body like a living organism. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a tall, dark red monster radiating a ferocious aura. This was his Kakuja form. Watching from the shadows, Yoshimura Ito saw this form and the thought of, I must pull him over to our side, surfaced again. This power was clearly stronger than hers. If she could bring him over, their planned success rate would greatly increase. But how to win him over was the problem. Hiro had no time to care what others were thinking. He locked onto a corner below and jumped down directly. He was so fast he looked like a red meteor. The humans and ghouls fighting below had no idea something huge was descending from above. Just as he was about to slam into the ground, a pair of wings burst open behind him. With a powerful flap, the force of his fall was skillfully neutralized, and he landed lightly without making a single sound. He moved along the base of the wall, focusing his perception to the maximum, sweeping every inch like radar. Soon, behind a cluster of pipes, he found a hidden passage entrance. It was pitch black inside. Without hesitation, Hiro went in. The passage was not long. After a few steps, he reached the end. In front of him was a solid metal wall. He knocked on it. Knock knock. The sound was dull. It was hollow behind it, and the wall was thick. He grinned. Found it. The symbiote on his right arm writhed and instantly transformed into a large spiked hammer. It resembled Riot from the Venom movie. He swung his arm in a full arc, turned his body to generate force, and smashed it down hard. Boom. With a loud crash, the metal wall caved in deeply but did not break. He did not stop and kept smashing. Boom. 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 After several heavy blows, the metal wall finally gave way and split open with a large gap. He grabbed the edges of the crack with both hands, tore it wider, then lowered his head and stepped inside. The moment his head entered, bullets poured toward him like rain. They were all Q bullets specifically designed to deal with ghouls. Hiro did not dodge. The symbiote covering his entire body hardened instantly, becoming tougher than steel. The bullets struck with a clanging storm of noise, all deflected without leaving even a mark. He glanced around and understood. It was a laboratory. He had found the right place. The 10-man squad in front of him was likely the laboratory's entire guard force. He charged forward through the hail of gunfire. With a casual swing of his arm, one team member was sent flying as if hit by a fully loaded truck. His body instantly bent like a folded phone, then slammed into the wall. He was clearly beyond saving. Spread out. Spread out now. The captain's eyes turned red as he shouted hoarsely. The team members were well trained. They immediately dispersed and took cover, but their guns never stopped firing. Bullets kept pouring toward Hiro. Unfortunately, it was useless, not even as painful as a mosquito bite. A savage grin appeared on the monster's face. His long tongue flicked out, moving so fast it became a blur. In an instant, he was in front of another team member. His sharp claws grabbed the man's head. Crunch. With a crisp sound, the head burst like a watermelon. Red and white splattered everywhere. Immediately after, 4 tentacles shot out from his back. Their tips transformed into sharp blades and swept fiercely around him. Slash slash. 4 team members hiding behind cover, along with their cover, were cut into pieces. In the blink of an eye, only 4 of the 10 remained. Retreat. Retreat now. The captain knew it was over. This was not a battle. It was a slaughter. One team member reacted extremely fast. Upon hearing the order, he immediately pulled out a flashbang grenade and threw it at Hiro. At the same time, all the survivors closed their eyes and covered their ears in perfect unison, clearly drilled countless times. Boom. A blinding flash erupted, followed by an explosive roar capable of rupturing eardrums inside the laboratory. The light did not affect Hiro much, but the sound drilled into his brain like a bit. Pain made his movement stiffen. Ugh. He let out a low growl. It felt as if an invisible sledgehammer had smashed into his skull. Intense pain and dizziness surged like a tide. What irritated him even more was that the Carnage symbiote covering his body seemed to have been thrown into boiling oil, beginning to fluctuate and pulse violently out of control. Its surface bubbled like boiling water, constantly bulging and sinking, emitting faint crackling sounds. The high-frequency sound waves interfered with its structural stability. He felt a slight lag in his control over Carnage. Fortunately, the flashbang's effect was instantaneous, not sustained. The maddening sound waves and intense light quickly dissipated. The abnormal fluctuations of Carnage rapidly calmed, becoming stable and hard once more. Hiro shook his still ringing head. The violent killing intent inside him burned even fiercer because of this small accident. But the captain had seen hope. While pulling out his own flashbang, he shouted wildly, "It works. Flashbangs work. Keep using them. Blow him up." The other two survivors immediately followed suit. 3 flashbangs were about to be thrown at the same time. Hiro's heart skipped. Damn. This is embarrassing. If someone of his top-tier strength got crowd-controlled by a few soldiers with flashbangs and word got out, how would he face anyone again? A surge of fury shot to his head. All of you die. The symbiote across his entire body exploded outward. Countless dark red, razor-sharp spikes shot in all directions like a torrential rainstorm. They were so fast they were almost invisible, covering every corner of the room. The 4 team members preparing to throw their flashbangs froze mid-motion. Thud 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 thud. Dense piercing sounds filled the air. The captain looked down and saw multiple dark red spikes piercing through his chest, abdomen, and arms simultaneously. He opened his mouth. Bloody foam poured out, but not a single word came. The other 3 were the same, nailed to walls and equipment by the spikes, motionless. The laboratory fell silent at once, leaving only the crackling of short-circuiting wires and the dripping of blood. Hiro snorted coldly. The spikes he had fired soon turned to ash as if they had never existed. He did not even glance at the mess of corpses. Stepping forward, boots splashing through sticky blood, he walked toward the thicker security door deeper inside the laboratory. Chapter 46, and you call this special class? While Hiro was slaughtering his way through the underground laboratory, the battle in the upper levels of Tokyo Ghoul Detention Center had also reached a fever pitch. Aogiri tree members collided head-on with the hurriedly arriving CCG investigators. Deep in a corridor, Tatara walked forward with steady steps, as if he were not in a dangerous enemy stronghold but taking a stroll in his own backyard. Suddenly, from the shadows beside him, a gigantic, grotesque quinqua shaped like a carnivorous plant snapped out. The spiked petals instantly closed, swallowing Tatara whole and wrapping him into an airtight sphere. The one controlling this peculiar quinqua was a middle-aged man in a white coat, blond and balding. He was the warden of Koklia, a special-class investigator of the CCG, Misaka Kyuji. Looking at the prey sealed inside, he spoke with calm understanding. I see. Your initial target was this Ghoul Detention Center. Before he finished speaking, he twisted his right hand. An ominous red glow spread across the carnivorous plant quinqua. It began to writhe and contract violently, clearly intending to crush whatever was inside. Under the immense pressure, large amounts of blood seeped from the gaps in the quinqua and flowed onto the ground. A cold smile curved on Misaka Kyuji's lips. He believed the ghoul inside had been completely executed. He walked slowly up to the now motionless sphere and commented lightly, "Too dull." However, the moment his words fell, a sudden change occurred. The massive spherical quinqua rapidly turned gray and charred. Then, as if weathered for centuries, it cracked apart inch by inch and crumbled into black fragments that scattered with the air. Tatara's calm, emotionless voice came from behind the debris. Dull. Are you talking about yourself? Seeing Tatara completely unharmed, not even his clothes disturbed, Misaka Kyuji's pupils shrank sharply. His face filled with disbelief. Before he could react to the horrifying sight, an arm like the sharpest spear pierced straight through his chest. Tatara slowly lifted the impaled Misaka Kyuji, then casually tossed him aside like trash. Get lost. Bang. Misaka Kyuji's body slammed heavily into a distant wall and did not move again. The guards who had been preparing to provide support witnessed a special-class investigator being killed so effortlessly. Terrified out of their minds, they screamed and turned to flee. Tatara did not even glance at the fleeing figures. Maintaining his unchanging pace, he walked slowly down the blood-scented corridor, as if he had merely swatted a fly. At the same time, in the lowest level of the detention center, Kirishima Ayato walked down the stairs with his hands in his pockets. His purpose was clear. To find his father, Kirishima Arata, imprisoned here. He suddenly noticed that several heavy gates along the lowest level corridors were slowly descending with deep rumbling sounds. Soon, only the last corridor remained open. A figure carrying a standard CCG Quinqua case walked out from that sole passage at an unhurried pace. The one who would soon give this rebellious boy a proper lesson was Special Class Investigator Shinohara Yukinori. As he walked, he muttered with a headache, honestly, where did that brat Suzuya run off to now? The moment he stepped out of the corridor, a figure leaped down from the overhead walkway and landed steadily in front of him. The iconic mask clearly identified the newcomer as a ghoul. Shinohara Yukinori looked at Kirishima Ayato blocking his path and sighed as if encountering a troublesome matter. Sigh. I really am unlucky. As he spoke, his fingers had already pressed the activation button on his Quinqua case. With a click, the case sprang open and an exaggerated Quinqua shaped like a giant cleaver appeared in his grip. Without hesitation, Shinohara charged straight at Ayato with the massive blade. Ayato let out a cold snort. Behind him, his brilliant Okaku instantly spread and expanded, then shook violently. Countless sharp Kagun projectiles formed from RC cells shot toward Shinohara Yukinori like a torrential storm. Experienced as he was, Shinohara immediately raised the massive blade vertically in front of him, shielding his head and torso. Thud thud thud. Okaku shards grazed his arms and thighs, drawing sprays of blood. Shinohara grunted in pain and roared, swinging the giant cleaver with tremendous force at Ayato. Relying on a ghoul's superior physical ability and agility, Ayato continuously evaded the fierce attacks. Yet the longer he fought, the more he sensed a strangely familiar aura emanating from his opponent. That aura made him inexplicably restless. His attacks grew more urgent and sharper. Clang. Shinohara forcefully parried one of Ayato's heavy strikes and stepped back, catching his breath slightly. There was a trace of acknowledgement in his tone. Kid, you're pretty good. He tore off his damaged coat and tossed it aside, revealing his muscular upper body. His expression turned serious. I have no choice but to use it. As his words fell, he activated a switch. In the next moment, a black and green armored Quinqua with a heavy presence rapidly covered his entire body. Arata. And clearly, this was an upgraded version. Compared to the state he had been in during the battle in the 11th Ward against Hiro, the current Arata not only had more complete torso protection, but its arms and legs were also covered in thick armor. Its overall performance had clearly been greatly enhanced. However, the instant Ayato saw the armor, his pupils shrank to needle points. His body trembled uncontrollably. So that is it. So that is how it is. You really are here, you old, damned bastard. A familiarity from deep within his bloodline, mixed with rage, grief, and disbelief, erupted in his chest like a volcano. He finally understood where that irritatingly familiar aura came from. It was from his father Kirishima Arata's Kagun, forged into this armor. Hiro had not lied to him. Roar. Ayato let out a beast-like howl. All reason seemed burned away by the shocking truth. Without regard for anything, carrying hatred that wanted to tear everything apart, he charged madly at Shinohara Yukinori clad in Arata. He growled low in his throat. His Okaku bloomed with unprecedented intensity, crimson crystals reflecting dangerous light under the lamps. Whoosh. Pushing the speed advantage of an Okaku ghoul to its limit, his figure turned into a red streak of lightning, launching a storm of relentless attacks around Shinohara Yukinori. Okaku shards poured down like rain, slicing through the air with sharp whistles, attempting to suppress his opponent with overwhelming speed. Chapter 47, the one at fault is this world. However, Shinohara Yukinori, equipped with the upgraded Arata, was no longer what he used to be. The heavy black-green armor covered his entire body, yet instead of becoming a burden to his speed, it granted him agility powerful enough to keep up with Kirishima Ayato under its enhanced propulsion. Facing attacks from all directions, he swung the massive cleaver-like Quinqua so tightly that not a single gap could be found. Clang. 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 Okaku fragments and the metal blade collided wildly, sparks flying everywhere. Shinohara calmly blocked and evaded, the eyes hidden behind his mask coolly tracking Ayato's attack patterns. After several rounds of intense exchanges, an opening appeared. Shinohara accurately predicted the brief stiffness after one of Ayato's lunges. Seizing that fleeting gap, the massive blade in his hand shifted from defense to offense and slashed diagonally with full force. Slash. Blood burst forth. Ayato grunted as sharp pain erupted from his shoulder blade. A deep wound, bone visible, split open instantly, blood soaking his clothes. He hurriedly retreated, pulling distance from Shinohara, his face turning pale. The strength of an Okaku lay in its explosive bursts and extreme speed, but its stamina was its fatal weakness. After that reckless assault, Ayato could clearly feel the glow of his Okaku dimming. The Kagun he released declined in speed, quantity, and power. Worse still, the burning pain from his shoulder wound throbbed fiercely. A ghoul's powerful regenerative ability had slowed due to the intense expenditure. The wound healed far more slowly than before. With one side waning and the other rising, Ayato's offensive inevitably slowed and grew disordered. Meanwhile, Shinohara grew more formidable with each exchange. Relying on Arata's overwhelming defense and strength, he steadily turned the tide, forcing Ayato into desperate defense and constant danger. More and more wounds appeared on Ayato's body. None were fatal, but each injury accelerated the depletion of his stamina and RC cells. His breathing grew heavy. His movements lost their initial sharpness. Signs of defeat were evident. Under rapid exhaustion and accumulating wounds, Ayato's strength drained quickly. Finally, Shinohara seized a massive opening caused by Ayato's fatigue. The giant cleaver descended with unstoppable force. Bang! With a heavy thud, Ayato was sent flying and crashed hard onto the cold floor, dust scattering. He struggled to rise, but the pain coursing through his body and deep exhaustion left him unable to move for the moment. Shinohara approached slowly, blade in hand. Yet he did not deliver the finishing blow as he would against an ordinary ghoul. He stopped and gazed thoughtfully at the fallen boy. Something was not right. From the moment this battle began, from the instant he activated Arata, he had felt a faint resistance. This armor, which once moved like an extension of his own limbs and greatly amplified his power, felt unusually sluggish today. It seemed to possess a will of its own, resisting the act of delivering a fatal strike to the boy before him. Especially when power needed to surge for a decisive blow, that resistance became particularly evident. Combined with the boy's earlier roar filled with hatred and complexity, "You really are here, you bastard old man," a clear yet heavy conclusion surfaced in Shinohara's mind. The core of this upgraded Arata, the kakuho that provided its tremendous power, likely came from this boy's father. Was the Quinqua sensing a blood-related child and therefore holding back? The thought shook him, and he could not help recalling the ghoul in the 11th ward who had spared them and said something meaningful. If it has a soul, it does not seem inclined to lend you its power. At the time, he had not fully understood, dismissing it as psychological warfare. But now, feeling the faint yet stubborn resistance from Arata, Shinohara began to understand. Perhaps a Quinqua truly carried some fragment of a soul from its original owner, something beyond scientific explanation. He looked at Ayato on the ground, breathing heavily with hatred and unwillingness, and then at the armor derived from his father. Humans fought to protect loved ones. Ghouls fought to find their families. Who was wrong? It seemed no one was absolutely wrong. Shinohara sighed heavily. The cleaver he had raised did not fall again. A weariness beyond factional boundaries washed over him. If there had to be something at fault, perhaps it was this world that forced humans and ghouls to slaughter one another and made father and son meet in such a cruel way. At that moment, the corridor outside Cochlea's central control room was silent. The air was thick with the stench of blood. Associate Special Class Investigator Huji Kusuke and his partner, Second Class Investigator Takizawa Sidu, cautiously advanced into the area. Takizawa looked at the lifeless guards on the ground, his voice tight. "Huji Kusuke, the guards, they're all dead." The moment his words fell, the heavy door of the central control room ahead clicked and slowly opened inward. A tall figure stepped out calmly from the shadows behind it. Tatara. Huji Kusuke's pupils contracted sharply. Almost instinctively, he stepped sideways to shield Takizawa seated behind him, his tone firm. "Takizawa-kun, fall back. Do not approach." Gripping his Quinqua case tightly, he walked forward alone toward the dangerous presence. At the other end of the corridor, Tatara saw him and continued forward as well. They stopped face to face in the center of the corridor thick with death. The air seemed frozen. Even breathing was audible. Tatara's cold eyes narrowed slightly, locking onto Huji Kusuke. His low voice broke the silence, carrying long-suppressed chill. "Huji. It has been a long time." Huji Kusuke's expression was grave. The fingers gripping his case turned pale from force. "I see. You are also a member of Aojirai tree." The words ignited the restrained flames in Tatara's eyes. His voice carried a trace of uncontrollable emotion as he spoke word by word. "Return Fei, and Yen, to me." Before his words fully settled, his eyes were flooded with crimson. Kakugan emerged, and violent killing intent filled the corridor like a tangible force. Facing the terrifying pressure, Huji did not retreat. His gaze held firm refusal. Unfortunately, that is no longer possible. At the same time, his thumb pressed the activation button on his Quinqua case without hesitation. With a light mechanical sound and a faint glow of energy, the case rapidly transformed and unfolded, finally forming a uniquely designed hand cannon-type Quinqua in his grip, gleaming with metallic coldness. The battle was about to erupt. Chapter 48, Inhuman Cruelty. After smashing through the outer defenses, Amano Hiro reached the depths of the laboratory. An alloy door, clearly different from the others, stood in his way. A complex access system flickered faintly, complete with password, fingerprint, and iris recognition. Amano Hiro glanced at it and did not bother wasting effort. His right arm writhed and transformed again, the dark red symbiote condensing into that vicious, spike-covered round hammer. Boom. The first strike landed, and the door let out a heavy roar, trembling violently. It was far sturdier than the outer walls. Boom. 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 He smashed it repeatedly with growing impatience. The harsh sound of twisting metal echoed through the space. Finally, under the violent force, the entire door along with its warped frame was blasted off the lifting track. He lifted his leg and kicked it hard. Clang. The heavy slab shot inward like a projectile from a catapult, howling into the laboratory before crashing onto the floor and sliding a distance before stopping. Amano Hiro stepped inside, his crimson gaze sweeping quickly across the room. On both sides of the laboratory were several specialized cages. The ghouls imprisoned inside were without exception mutilated, their limbs severed at the root. The wounds at the stumps were grotesque, unable to heal due to the long-term deprivation of necessary food. They were like broken dolls. Even at such a tremendous commotion, none of them lifted their heads. Their eyes were hollow and numb. Their minds had clearly collapsed long ago under endless torment. He did not stop. He continued inward. Several researchers in white coats were curled up behind precision instruments, their bodies trembling violently in terror. Amano Hiro's gaze swept over them. He searched the cages again. There was no ghoul matching Kirishima Arata's features. It seemed he could only ask for directions. With a thought, 5 dark red tentacles shot out from his back, agile as hunting pythons. They precisely wrapped around 5 researchers and dragged them violently before him. "Spare us. Don't kill me. Please, let us go." Begging instantly filled the air. "Shut up." Amano Hiro interrupted coldly. The icy tone silenced all wailing at once. "I ask. You answer. If your answer satisfies me, I will let you leave this laboratory." The 5 researchers nodded frantically as if grasping at a lifeline. "Where is Kirishima Arata?" They looked at one another, faces blank with confusion, all claiming they did not know who Kirishima Arata was. Killing intent flashed in Amano Hiro's eyes. The tentacles began to tighten. Just as he was about to dispose of these useless people, one bespectacled researcher struggled and screamed. "Wait. I know. There is a ghoul with the codename Arata. He has been kept in a sealed chamber. That might be the one you were looking for." Amano Hiro's eyes sharpened. "Where is the chamber?" "The button. The red button right in front of you." The researcher hurriedly pointed toward a conspicuous red switch on the console. Amano Hiro pressed it. A low mechanical hum filled the air. An entire wall on the side of the laboratory suddenly slid upward, revealing a hidden space within. It resembled a cruel torture chamber. At its center was a cold metal platform. On it, a figure was firmly restrained. It could barely be called a complete person anymore. All 4 limbs had been severed at the root. The cut surfaces were forcibly fixed and pried open by special instruments to prevent regeneration. Several transparent tubes were inserted directly into the stumps, continuously dripping drugs that suppressed RC cells. His body was completely naked. Old and new wounds overlapped across his torso. Some had just formed scabs. Others still exposed raw, bright red flesh. The sight was horrifying. It was Kirishima Arata, constantly drained as material. Even Amano Hiro's pupils contracted slightly at the sight that rivaled hell itself. As if hearing the commotion, Kirishima Arata's cloudy eyes slowly opened a slit. The door had opened again. Was it time to extract Kakuha once more? He had long lost any sense of time. He only knew that each time the door opened, it meant another round of pain. The only thing sustaining him was the faint image of his 2 children deep in his heart. But this time seemed different. The one who entered was not a white-coated researcher with a cold gaze. It was a tall figure cloaked in dark red armor. A ghoul. In his deadened eyes, an almost imperceptible glimmer flickered. Then he heard the figure speak, the voice clear in his ears. "Kirishima Arata. I am your daughter Kirishima Tuka's friend. I am here to save you." Tuka. The moment he heard that name, the faint light in Kirishima Arata's eyes flared violently, like embers reigniting into flame, nearly overflowing. He struggled, extremely slowly, to turn his neck. His cracked lips moved, producing a nearly inaudible rasp. You really are Tuka's friend." The voice was hoarse and broken beyond recognition, but Amano Hiro heard clearly. "Yes." Amano Hiro stepped forward. His armored hand seized the specialized restraints binding Kirishima Arata and exerted force. Crack. Snap. Metal locks and restraints broke apart. At the same time, one tentacle lashed out and wrapped around the researcher who had pointed the way, suspending him above Kirishima Arata's head. Then the tentacle tightened violently. With a wet tearing sound. Like squeezing a bag filled with liquid, bright red blood mixed with other bodily fluids burst from the researcher's twisted body. It poured down over Kirishima Arata's face and body. After prolonged extreme starvation, his body's instinct was fully awakened. Like a dying traveler in the desert finding a spring, he threw his head back and greedily swallowed the warm blood cascading down. It surged down his throat, bringing long-lost vitality. Only when the researcher's body was completely drained and no more liquid flowed did a faint trace of life return to Kirishima Arata's ashen face. Amano Hiro casually tossed aside the shriveled corpse. He tore large chunks of flesh from another researcher. Before the men could scream, his neck was twisted off. Amano Hiro brought the flesh to Kirishima Arata's mouth. Without hesitation, Kirishima Arata bit down and devoured it frantically. As fresh flesh entered his body, the powerful ghoul constitution began to function. At the grotesque stumps of his forcibly suppressed limbs, flesh buds began to wriggle and grow at a visible pace, beginning the arduous process of regeneration. The sight completely shattered the remaining 3 researchers' courage. One collapsed to the floor, his trousers soaked. Another cried incoherently. "You said you would let us go. Spare us. Please. Don't kill us." Amano Hiro turned his head. His crimson pupils swept over them as he spoke calmly. "That's right. I said I would let you leave the laboratory." He stepped aside, clearing the path to the shattered doorway. "Now, you can go." The 4 froze for a moment. Then wild joy of survival erupted across their faces. Scrambling and shoving each other, they rushed toward the exit, desperate to escape this hell. However, the instant they stepped through the ruined doorway, sharp red spikes shot out from the shadows like waiting vipers, piercing their chests and skulls with perfect accuracy. The ecstasy on their faces froze, replaced by ultimate shock and despair. They did not even have time to scream. Like insects pinned in place, they staggered a few steps and collapsed heavily to the ground, lifeless. Chapter 49, Where is my father-in-law? Amano Hiro checked Kirishima Arata's injuries. The recovery speed was still too slow. Although he had replenished him with fresh flesh, the man's body had been depleted for far too long. His wounds were healing at a snail's pace. At this point, the CCG's main force should be arriving soon. Without another word, 2 tentacles extended from his back and efficiently secured Kirishima Arata onto his back. "I'll get you out first," he said, turning his head slightly to the men behind him. Yoshimura Ito drifted through the chaotic corridors of the detention center like a ghost. While fierce fighting raged outside, she wandered about as if nothing concerned her, watching the entire battle unfold with interest. The fight did not require her anyway. She was happy to stay idle and observe everything from behind the scenes. As she pondered how to further inconvenience the CCG, a name suddenly flashed through her mind. Kamishiro Matasaka. Right, that big fish is still locked up at the very bottom. Her eyes lit up, and calculations immediately began clicking into place in her mind. Kamishiro Matasaka was Kamishiro Rize's adoptive father. And that absurdly strong Amano Hiro seemed to have an unusual relationship with Rize. By that logic, Kamishiro Matasaka counted as half a father-in-law to him. If I invite him into Ayajirai tree. A sly smile curved Yoshimura Ito's lips. It might make inviting Amano Hiro easier too. The more she thought about it, the more worthwhile it seemed. Rescuing Kamishiro Matasaka would not only add a powerful fighter to Ayajirai tree, it would also give her a useful card to leverage against Amano Hiro. 2 birds with 1 stone. All right. Let's do it. Without hesitation, she vanished in a flash, avoiding several active battle zones as she headed straight for the gloomy lowest level of the prison. While chaos consumed the upper floors, Yoshimura Ito had already reached the very bottom. As expected, Kamishiro Matasaka, stubborn as ever, was quietly staying inside his single cell, as if the turmoil outside had nothing to do with him. Yoshimura Ito did not bother with small talk. Standing before the cell door, she went straight to the point. "Kamishiro-san, do you want to see Rize?" The name Rize was like a key that instantly unlocked Kamishiro Matasaka's guarded heart. He abruptly raised his head, sharp eyes locking onto Ito. "You know Rize. Where is she? Then join our Ayajirai tree." Yoshimura Ito smiled as she laid out the condition. "Once this is over, I will personally bring her to see you. How about it?" Kamishiro Matasaka fell silent for a moment. The shadow in the corner fell across his resolute face. Rize's name was his only weakness. "Fine," he answered in a low voice, without hesitation. "Straightforward. Then Kamishiro-san, go up first and wait for me. I'll be there shortly." Yoshimura Ito smiled in satisfaction. Kamishiro Matasaka gave her a deep look and said nothing more. His figure flickered, becoming like a bolt of black lightning as he shot upward along the passage at astonishing speed, disappearing into the darkness. Watching his decisive departure, Yoshimura Ito felt delighted. Things had gone even more smoothly than expected. In high spirits, she even hummed an unknown tune like a schoolgirl after class, nimbly hopping past the scattered corpses in the corridor as she made her way back to the upper levels. She strolled to the edge of a corridor, leaned over the railing with both hands, and stuck out half her body. Looking down into the pitch-black abyss below, she spoke softly in a tone almost like singing. The timing should be just about right. At the same time, Amano Hiro emerged from a concealed passage with Kirishima Arata on his back. His objective was clear. The tall single-person cells that rose up from the ground. According to the original storyline, Kamishiro Matasaka had been imprisoned there. He pushed off with his feet, accelerating sharply. Like a gust of wind, he moved swiftly through the lowest level, sharp eyes scanning each independent cell. 1, 2, 3. Amano Hiro checked all the cells matching the description at high speed. They were all empty. He stopped, frowning tightly. Gone. This was not right. According to the original plot, Kamishiro Matasaka should have been quietly staying in his cell. Now every cell was empty. The only explanation was that he had already left on his own. With his strength, in this kind of chaos, no one could really stop him. Amano Hiro quickly reached his conclusion. Since the target was no longer here, there was no reason to remain. "We're leaving first," he said to Kirishima Arata over his shoulder, adjusting his hold before decisively heading toward the exit. While Amano Hiro searched for Kamishiro Matasaka with Kirishima Arata on his back, the battle elsewhere remained intense. Tatara and Huji Kusuke were still facing off. Neither could gain the upper hand for the moment. Tatara had little more than a bit of dust on his clothes. Huji Kusuke was far less composed. His chest rose and fell heavily, his breathing audible even from a distance. At that moment, a shout suddenly came from the corridor above the central control room. "I'll provide cover." Takizawa Seto had somehow made his way there. Holding his gun-shaped quinqua, he began firing wildly at Tatara below. The result was predictable. His aim was painfully poor. Not a single shot hit. The bullets struck nothing but air and floor. It was difficult to understand how the second-ranked graduate of the CCG Academy had earned his certification. This clumsy ambush successfully drew Tatara's attention. He frowned and turned his head, his cold gaze locking onto the quinqua in Takizawa Seto's hands. "Phase Kagun," he said quietly. Huji Kusuke's heart skipped. "Takizawa-kun. Fall back. Do not interfere." Tatara let out an ambiguous cold snort. "Your subordinate." A red glint flashed in his eyes as killing intent surged. If Huji Kusuke made him uncomfortable, then he would let Huji taste the feeling of losing a companion. Just as he was about to eliminate the troublesome rookie, a piercing alarm suddenly rang throughout the entire prison. Immediately afterward, countless openings appeared in the surrounding walls, releasing large amounts of dense white gas that spread through the space in the blink of an eye. Tatara paused, recognizing it instantly. CRC gas. A weapon specifically developed by the CCG to counter ghouls. It greatly suppressed the activity of RC cells. He no longer continued the fight. With a cold snort, he turned decisively and slowly disappeared into the thickening fog. Chapter 50, Family Reunion. Huji Kusuke watched his opponent leave and did not pursue. Instead, he let out a heavy breath. His taut nerves were finally able to relax a little. On the other side, Special Class Investigator Shinohara Yukinori looked at the dense CRC gas that had become impossible to disperse and said in a low voice, "With this, the ghouls of Aojirai Tree should be finished as well." He was just about to step forward to apprehend the fallen Kirishima Ayato when another sudden change occurred. Boom. The originally sealed circular iron gate above their heads was violently torn apart from the middle by two enormous monstrous claws. Amid the piercing screech of twisting metal, more than a dozen CCG investigators' corpses fell from above like rag dolls. They were clearly reinforcements who had just arrived. A gigantic and ferocious one-eyed figure descended through the opening. Warm blood still dripped from the corner of its mouth, proving that the tragedy in the upper passage was its doing. Its single Kakugan instantly locked onto Shinohara Yukinori below. Its massive body crashed down with overwhelming force. Bang. The tremendous impact cleared out a vacuum in the dense CRC gas around them, revealing the monster's form clearly. Shinohara Yukinori's pupils contracted sharply. Under the immense pressure, he forced out the terrifying name through clenched teeth. The One-Eyed Owl. He immediately gripped his quinqua and assumed a full combat stance. However, the One-Eyed Owl's target was not him at all. With a single sweep of its massive claw, it effortlessly grabbed the unconscious Kirishima Ayato. Then its enormous head turned sharply. Its single eye seemed to pierce through layers of mist, precisely looking toward Amano Hiro's direction. After only a glance, its cocoon trembled and it shot upward, carrying Kirishima Ayato with it. It flew through the torn opening toward the upper level and disappeared. Almost at the same moment the one-eyed owl looked over. Amano Hiro, who was preparing to leave, sensed it as well. The pungent CRC gas filled the area around him, but this weapon designed to counter ghouls had limited effect on powerful ones, and none at all on him, an anomaly. Looks like Ito has finally entered the stage. Hearing the sound of metal being torn apart above, he understood. He had been considering whether to bring along that rebellious Kirishima Ayato as well. Now it seemed unnecessary. With that thought, Amano Hiro used a tentacle to shift Kirishima Arata from his back to the front of his body. Then, with a sudden rustle, a pair of enormous and ferocious wings burst open behind him. With a powerful flap that stirred a violent gust of wind, he carried Kirishima Arata upward at great speed, following closely behind the one-eyed owl as he left the chaotic battlefield. Amano Hiro's wings beat again as he shot out of Cochlea's oppressive environment like an arrow released from a bow. Hovering midair, his sharp gaze swept quickly over the chaotic scene below. On the road outside the prison, several CCG transport vehicles and fully armed squads were assembling, but there was no sign of Yoshimura Ito or the others. They ran pretty fast, he muttered inwardly. Since he did not run into them, he had no intention of wasting effort searching. Later, he could simply send Ito a message and have Kirishima Ayato come to the cafe himself to see his father. Having decided, he adjusted direction. His giant wings stirred a gale as his figure turned into a red streak, speeding toward the 20th ward, toward home. The fierce high-altitude wind rushed against them, yet Kirishima Arata felt an unfamiliar sense of relief. He greedily breathed in the cold, free air, as if he had been reborn into another life. I thought. I would be drained of every last bit of value in that lightless laboratory and disposed of like garbage. Lying against Amano Hiro's body, his voice was broken by wind and emotion. I never expected to truly see daylight again. Thank you for saving me. I do not yet know the name of my benefactor. Amano Hiro, he replied simply and calmly. You do not need to dwell on it. It was a convenient matter. Besides, I can be considered a friend of Tuka and Ayato. Hearing his children's names spoken by a stranger again, Kirishima Arata's long silent heart trembled violently. Endless guilt and longing surged up at once. With no news for so many years, the two of them must have struggled terribly. Suppressing the turbulence within, his voice trembled uncontrollably. Have they lived well all these years? Don't worry. Amano Hiro's voice carried reassurance through the wind. Tuka is living steadily at Antiku in the 20th ward. She is working hard at her studies and is about to be admitted to a very good university. Her future is bright. He paused briefly. As for Ayato, when he comes to see you, you should ask him yourself. Some things are better said by him. Learning that his daughter was not only safe but striving toward a bright future, and that his son was clearly alive as well, the weight that had burdened Kirishima Arata's heart for years finally eased by more than half. Countless words filled his chest, but in the end they became only a complicated sigh. Good. Good. We will speak when I see them. He responded softly, suppressing both anticipation and the strange anxiety of returning home, allowing Amano Hiro to carry him toward the place that held both past and hope. Amano Hiro was extremely fast. Before long, he arrived at the 20th ward. With a beat of his wings, he landed steadily in front of the cafe. The Kakuja-like armor receded like a tide into his body, revealing his youthful and handsome face. Kirishima Arata's limbs had fully regenerated by then. Standing on the ground and looking at the young man who had released his Kakuja state, he could not help but feel surprised. He had not expected that this powerful figure who had stormed Cochlea alone would appear so young, no more than around 20 years old. To Amano Hiro's surprise, although it was close to 4 in the morning, warm yellow light still glowed inside the cafe. He pushed open the door and immediately felt several gazes turn toward him at once. The cafe was unusually full. Yoshimura, Tuka, Yomo-Renji, Koma-Enji, and Irimi Kaya were all present. They sat scattered throughout the shop with solemn expressions, clearly having learned from Tuka that Amano Hiro had gone to rescue Kirishima Arata that night. Seeing Amano Hiro enter alone, everyone's hearts rose to their throats. Koma-Enji opened his mouth as if to ask, but swallowed his words. After all, the chance of successfully rescuing someone from Cochlea was extremely slim. In that silent moment, Amano Hiro suddenly stepped aside from the doorway. Under the stunned gazes of everyone present, a weary yet resolute middle-aged man slowly walked in. Though exhaustion covered his face, the outline of his features closely resembled Tuka's. A sharp intake of breath echoed through the cafe. Yoshimura and Yomo-Renji abruptly stood, recognizing their former companion at once. Toka trembled violently, tears bursting from her eyes. Dad. She choked out softly and rushed into her father's arms like a fledgling returning to its nest. Kirishima Arata held his daughter tightly. This hardened man who had endured endless torment in the laboratory without shedding a tear now spoke with a trembling voice. I am sorry. It is my fault. I made you suffer. Watching the deeply moving reunion, Amano Hiro gave Yoshimura a slight nod, quietly stepped back, and opened the door to leave. He knew that this moment belonged to their family. Chapter 51, The Rhythm of War. Amano Hiro pushed open the cafe door and stepped outside. The chill of the early morning rushed toward him. He looked up at the sky, which was beginning to pale at the horizon, exhaled a breath of white mist, and was just about to head home. Hiro. A gentle voice called from behind. Yoshimura had come outside at some point, habitually wiping his hands on his apron, his eyes carrying a trace of apology and emotion. This trip to Cochlea was not easy, was it? He paused, a hint of self-mockery in his voice. I should have gone with you. But at the last moment, I hesitated. I suppose I am old. I no longer have the sharpness I had when I was young. Amano Hiro waved his hand casually, a relaxed smile lifting the corner of his lips. It was nothing. It felt like taking a stroll through my own backyard. He turned slightly toward the direction of his home, warmth entering his tone. Manager, I will head back first. Someone is waiting for me at home. With that, he raised a hand in farewell. His figure blended into the thin mist before dawn. Yoshimura watched the young man's departing back, a gratified smile appearing on his wrinkled face. He murmured softly, as if speaking to the quiet morning itself. Youth is wonderful. When he turned and pushed the door open, the bell chimed lightly, sealing the night's turmoil behind the warm aroma of coffee. Amano Hiro returned to his apartment door and reached into his pocket for the key out of habit, only to find nothing. He froze for a second and muttered under his breath, "Damn, forgot it." With no other choice, he raised his hand and knocked. Knock knock knock. After waiting a moment with no response, he knocked 3 more times with greater force. Knock knock knock. This time, he finally heard the sound of slippers approaching from inside. Rize's uniquely sweet and soft voice came through the door. Who is it? Me, Amano Hiro replied. Who are you? The voice behind the door carried obvious amusement. Amano Hiro narrowed his eyes. The little minx was acting up again. Suppressing his impatience, he asked back, Who do you think I am? I do not know. Her tone dragged out deliberately, like an annoying brat, being mischievous on purpose. A flicker of heat rose in Amano Hiro's chest. More precisely, it was a mix of helplessness and a certain impulse. Thinking to himself that she needed discipline again, he stepped forward until he was almost against the door and lowered his voice. I am your man. Open the door. Oh. So my man is back. Rize's voice immediately brightened. Wait a moment. I am opening it. With a click, the lock turned. The door slowly opened, revealing Rize's smiling face. She tilted her head, her eyes curved like crescents, a trace of triumphant mischief at the corner of her lips. Without another word, Amano Hiro stepped forward in a single stride. His strong arm wrapped around her, pinning her against the wall of the entryway. With a hook of his long leg, the door shut behind them with a dull thud. He lowered his head and looked at the moist, glossy lips in his arms, about to take a bite, when a slightly cool small hand covered his mouth in time. Like a sly little cat, Rize leaned against his chest. Her delicate nose twitched lightly, sniffing from his collar to his neck. What is that smell? You have been through quite a journey. She lifted her sparkling eyes and pushed lightly against his chest. Go take a shower first. Amano Hiro ignored her. Tilting his head to avoid her hand, he firmly kissed those enticing lips, producing a crisp sound. Seeing Rize momentarily stunned, he smiled with a hint of wickedness. Just wait. After I wash up, I will deal with you. Rize's cheeks flushed from the kiss, but she refused to lose. She wrinkled her nose at him and nimbly slipped out of his embrace. Turning toward the bedroom, her waist swayed and her skirt traced a tempting arc, leaving behind a string of silver laughter and a provocative sentence. Fine. I will be waiting. Let us see who deals with whom. 5 minutes later, the bathroom door opened. Amid the rising steam, Amano Hiro stepped out barefoot. Crystal droplets rolled down his firm chest, traced over his well-defined abs, and fell from the tips of his still damp hair. He casually draped a towel over the back of a chair and walked straight toward the bedroom. Under the light, the smooth lines of his muscles formed a powerful silhouette. When the bedroom door opened, Rize was leaning against the headboard. Hearing the sound, she looked up and let out a startled cry. She instantly covered her eyes with both hands, yet her fingers were spread wide, her violet eyes shining brightly through the gaps. Her gaze swept over his dripping black hair, down his rising and falling chest and abdomen, finally settling at the center. Why you are not wearing anything? Her voice carried a perfectly measured tremor. A blush spread from her earlobes down to her collarbone. Pervert. The scolding was entirely insincere. Her gaze did not shift in the slightest. Instead, it grew hotter and more intent, tracing every line of his body. A faint smile curved at Amano Hiro's lips. Before Rize could react, he suddenly exerted force and leapt forward like a leopard, launching into the opening move known as crow sits on airplane. He followed with sleight of hand, chaining directly into A into W outer edge strike, instantly driving Rize into blood rage. In only a moment, the Rize who had been smiling brightly just before was reduced to critical health. Seeing the opportunity, Amano Hiro did not hesitate and finished her with a guillotine, taking down the low-health Rize in one blow. The battle subsided, yet the air still carried the lingering scent of war. Rize curled in Amano Hiro's sturdy embrace like a lazy cat, her slender fingers unconsciously drawing circles on his chest. After a moment of silence, she lifted her head. The haze in her eyes had not fully faded as she asked softly, this time at Cochlea. Did you run into danger? Amano Hiro raised an eyebrow and looked down at her with a teasing tone. Should you not first ask whether your father was rescued? Rize immediately let out a light snort. What is there to ask about him? Sensing her subtle emotion, Amano Hiro tightened his arm slightly. His warm palm slowly stroked her smooth back, as if soothing a sulking pet. There was no danger. His tone was relaxed. Most of the prison's main forces had already been cleared out by Aojirai Tree. I simply went to take advantage of the chaos. As for your father, I did not find him. He probably escaped on his own. Hearing this, Rize's tense body gradually relaxed. She said nothing more and only burrowed deeper into his embrace, as if wanting to bury herself completely in his scent. In the end, she responded with a barely audible murmur. Within that soft sound lay unspoken dependence and peace. Chapter 52, Roma Hoito. Sunlight filtered lazily through the window, stretching long patches of light across the floor. When Hiro opened his eyes and grabbed his phone to check the time, he was startled. It was already 1:30 in the afternoon. Yawning, he wandered out of the bedroom, dropped himself onto the living room sofa that was soft enough to swallow a person whole, and casually fished a can of cola off the coffee table. With a hiss, carbonation surged up with a cool sweetness. He tipped his head back and gulped down a large mouthful, smacking his lips in satisfaction before idly turning on the TV. The news was broadcasting a report about Cochlea prison being attacked by unknown forces. The anchor's expression was grave. Hiro lounged with one leg crossed over the other, half watching. Then something occurred to him. He might as well give Yoshimura Ito a heads up. He unlocked his phone and quickly typed a line, Kirishima Arita is at the Antiku Cafe. Let Kirishima Ayato know. The message had just been sent when his phone buzzed almost simultaneously. That fast. He raised a brow and swiped the screen. The popped-up reply made his movement pause. Your father-in-law is with me. When are you coming to visit Aojirai Tree? Hiro stared at the line, the corner of his eye twitching lightly. So while he had been wondering whether Kamishiro Matasaka had slipped out on his own, it turned out Yoshimura Ito had intercepted him halfway. That woman moved fast. She had bundled both the man and the message straight into Aojirai Tree's territory. She was truly going all out to win him over. He rubbed the bridge of his nose, unsure whether to be annoyed or amused. Hiro stroked his chin. A trip to Aojirai Tree was unavoidable now. Kamishiro Rize's adoptive father's whereabouts were clear, and he could also drop by to see his fellow countryman Tatara. Killing two birds with one stone. He rose and walked to the bedroom, gently pushing the door open. In the warm air, Rize was still asleep. Her satin-like purple hair spread across the pillow, her bare shoulder rising and falling softly with each breath. Hiro had intended to tell her about her adoptive father, but seeing how deeply she slept, he could not bear to wake her. He simply tucked the blanket around her more carefully and closed the door quietly. After changing into casual clothes, Hiro strolled unhurriedly toward the Antiku Cafe. The winter breeze carried a few fallen leaves, a stark contrast to the warmth of the bedroom just now. It felt like two different worlds. Pushing open the cafe's familiar wooden door, the wind chime rang lightly. He looked up and saw an unfamiliar figure standing by the counter. It was a girl who looked harmless to humans and animals alike, tilting her head curiously as she fiddled with coffee beans. But Hiro's pupils contracted slightly. He recognized this old acquaintance at a glance. Roma Hoito, the dodgy mother and founder of the clowns. On the surface she was innocent and cute, but inside she had a twisted, dark soul. Her original intent in creating the clowns had been to treat the world as a circus. The more chaotic the world became, the more they reveled in it. She was also an SSS-rated Kakuja from the same era as manager Yoshimura. Though her appearance seemed extremely fierce, her final death had been very abrupt. At this moment she turned around and gave Hiro an overly sweet smile, as if she were just an ordinary cafe worker. When Hiro entered, Toka Kirishima, who had been wiping cups behind the bar, spotted him immediately. The girl's eyes lit up at once. She set down the cup and hurried over. Her usually cool face carried unmistakable gratitude. The corners of her lips lifted slightly into a gentle curve rarely seen. Reuniting with her father had clearly brightened her mood. Mr. Nangong, Toka's voice was much softer than usual, no longer carrying distant chill. Thank you very much for rescuing my father. Her tone was sincere, her gaze clear. She seemed like ice touched by sunlight, glowing with warm radiance. Hiro looked at the gratitude overflowing in Toka's eyes and gave a slight nod as he sat at the bar. How is your father now? As he spoke, he also nodded toward Koma Enji, who was grinding coffee beans. Koma smiled knowingly. Without a word, he began skillfully brewing Blue Mountain coffee. Everyone in Antika knew this gentleman's preference. Toka held a tray lightly to her chest, her tone noticeably brighter. Father has mostly recovered. That is good. Hiro took a sip of the freshly served coffee. The temperature was just right. His gaze drifted casually toward the corner and his tone shifted. That woman is new. Toka followed his line of sight to Roma Hoito, who was humming while wiping tables. Yes. She was introduced by Yuta-san. Mr. Nangong, is there a problem with her? Nothing. Hiro withdrew his gaze calmly. Just then the door chime rang again as another customer entered. Toka inclined her head. I will go greet the guest first. After she left, Hiro's eyes returned to the seemingly innocent figure. He remembered clearly that Roma Hoito was also an SSS ghoul who had escaped from Cochlea. In the original story, she had infiltrated Antiku after hearing rumors about the artificial ghoul Kaneki Ken, out of sheer curiosity to watch the spectacle. But now Kaneki had not been drawn into this turmoil. Her appearance here became highly suspicious. Does manager Yoshimura know her true identity? Hiro wondered. Even in the original, this point had never been clarified. A speculation suddenly surfaced. Could it be that this time, she had come for him? If she really had come for him, it did not matter. If she did anything suicidal, he would just eat her. CCG headquarters. Inside a simply furnished reception room, the atmosphere was heavy. Kichimura Washu, dressed in a crisp white suit, sat facing Marudetsuki in a black suit. Cold light from the window etched their stern profiles in sharp relief. You were withdrawn from the front line, Yashitoki-san, Marud spoke first, fatigue barely concealed in his voice. Yashitoki Washu nodded, fingertips tapping lightly on the armrest. It was the chairman's order. He turned to look out at the gray sky, his voice lowering. Owl, a Ajirai tree, and that unknown Kakuja who easily defeated Shinohara and Kuroiwa last time. The current situation can be called the greatest crisis since the founding of the CCG. Yes. Marud agreed quietly, tone heavy. Yashitoki suddenly turned back, his gaze sharp on his former colleague. Maru, I want to hand the deputy commander position to you. Marud was visibly taken aback, brow furrowing. But the mess in the 11th ward still needs me to clean up. If even you cannot take it, Yashitoki cut in, his tone leaving no room for doubt, who else could do it better? Do not put too much pressure on yourself. Hearing this, the hesitation on Marud's face gradually faded, replaced by familiar sharpness and seriousness. Yashitoki-san. You will accept, right? A faint, battle-tinged smile pulled at Marud's lips. Since you say so, Yashitoki-san, I naturally have no reason to refuse. Chapter 53, Operation All Strategy Meeting. A faint smile finally appeared on Yashitoki Washu's face. He stood and walked to the window. This is precisely the time when we most need intelligence. Regarding the Kakuja who defeated Shinohara and Kuroiwa, Marudetsuki also rose, his tone shifting into analytical calm. I believe it is highly likely to be that slaughter that briefly appeared in the 12th ward before. Can you confirm it? Yashitoki Washu turned back to look at him. Not completely certain, but the probability is extremely high. Marud stepped to his side. Slaughter appeared in the 12th ward for a very short time and then vanished without a trace. We compared the traces at that scene with the attack marks left by the unknown Kakuja that appeared in Cochlea this time and found multiple matching characteristics. He paused, his voice growing heavier. Therefore, there is ample reason to suspect that the two are the same ghoul. As Marud's words fell, the office sank into silence. Yashitoki Washu's long, defined fingers tapped unconsciously against the smooth desktop, producing dull knocking sounds. After a long silence, Marud almost wondered whether the bureau chief had drifted off or simply did not believe his judgment. Just as he was about to add something more, Yashitoki Washu's tapping hand suddenly stopped. He turned and walked to the desk, pulling open the mahogany drawer on the right, its surface worn smooth with age. His hand paused slightly inside, as if searching for something. Then he took out a list. He placed the list gently on the desk, pressed it with 2 fingers, and pushed it toward Marud across from him. Marud stepped forward instinctively and reached out to take it. His eyes swept rapidly over the page. Names he either knew or did not know were listed one by one, each followed by detailed ranks and assigned units. Marud's brow furrowed slightly. He looked up, confusion in his tone, his voice unconsciously rising a little. This is... Yashitoki Washu leaned back into the wide chair. This is the core member roster of the OWL subjugation force that I personally selected. After a brief pause he continued, later, you will notify the people on the list. Headquarters Conference Room 1. Assemble on time. CCG Headquarters, top floor Strategic Conference Room. The atmosphere was almost tangible with killing intent. The circular chamber, capable of holding 100 people, was filled to capacity. Rows of white investigator coats formed a silent tide. Everyone present was headquarters elite. Several associate special class investigators were also among them. It was a lavish lineup rarely seen in recent years. At the head seat, Yashitoki Washu in a pure white suit was like a pillar stabilizing the sea. On his left and right, Marud Itsuki, Special Class Kuroiwe Weo, Special Class Shinohara Yukinori, Special Class Mugen Tanakamaru and others sat upright in sequence like a row of blades about to be drawn. A pin-drop silence filled the entire room. Only heavy breathing rose and fell. All eyes were fixed on the main seat. Yashitoki Washu rose slowly, bracing both hands on the table as his sharp gaze swept across every face in the room. Those gathered here today, his voice steady yet carrying unquestionable authority, are all members of the OWL subjugation force personally selected by me. He paused deliberately, letting the weight of the words sink into each person. From this moment, you will be detached from your original units and become my direct command. The rampancy of Aojirai tree, the threat of the OWL, and the unknown Kakuja designated slaughter, capable of easily defeating special class investigators. His voice rose sharply here, laced with cold killing intent. Their crimes are already proven. Once their stronghold is located, we have only one mission. The entire hall held its breath. Yashitoki Washu enunciated each word, carving the objective into every ear. Launch an annihilation operation. Understand clearly. Our targets in this hunt are the OWL, slaughter, and the entire Aojirai tree. At this time, in the cafe, Hiro was quietly observing every movement of Roma Hoito, but he did not notice that this scrutiny had already fallen into Koma Enji's eyes. Koma leaned closer and nudged Hiro lightly with his elbow. Lowering his voice, he teased, "What is it, Hiro? So interested in the new girl?" Hiro could not help laughing. New girl? This one was an old monster older than most people present. He shook his head and brushed it off casually. No way. Just a bit curious. Irimi Kaya, who had been wiping glasses, rarely joined the conversation. Her cool voice carried a hint of teasing. I have heard that curiosity is often the first step to liking someone. Oh, spare me, Hiro waved both hands quickly. That kind of blessing is not something I could handle. Koma and Irimi exchanged a smile, both assuming he was wary of Kamishiro Rize getting jealous. After all, everyone in Antika knew he and the purple-haired beauty were close. Hiro drained the remaining coffee in his cup and stood, straightening his collar. He planned to go back first and discuss properly with Rize about going to Aojirai tree. That clown hidden behind a smiling mask could wait until he finished the important matters. Hiro tightened his collar and pushed the door open. A gloomy winter wind rushed at him. He exhaled a cloud of white breath at the entrance and looked up at the lead gray sky. At this rate, it would probably snow soon. When he returned home and pushed the door open, warmth immediately enveloped him. Completely different from the cold outside, the indoor heating was turned up high. Kamishiro Rize was already awake, wearing only a dark purple silk nightdress, curled lazily on the sofa watching TV. She sipped cola in small mouthfuls, her slender fingers tapping the cup wall absent-mindedly. You are back. Hearing the door, she did not even turn her head, only greeting lazily. Hiro walked over and sat beside her, naturally reaching out to pull her into his arms. Rize leaned obediently against his chest, carrying a faint post-bath fragrance. He took the cola from her hand and gulped down a large mouthful. The icy stimulation made him sigh in satisfaction. In this life, what could be more pleasant than holding soft warmth in his arms, watching TV leisurely and drinking cola, without having to struggle for a living? Just as he relaxed, Rize poked his chest with a fingertip. Hiro, when are you going to replace this table? She pointed at the coffee table in front of them, split into two halves and barely propped up with cardboard boxes. It crushed the cardboard underneath again just now. I had to find another one to wedge under it. Hiro glanced at the weather-beaten table. That had been his masterpiece from accidentally splitting it while practicing. He rubbed Rize's hair and replied readily, "We will replace it. We will pick a new one tomorrow." Chapter 54, Shameless Couple. Hiro tightened the arm wrapped around Rize and lightly rubbed his chin against the soft crown of her head. The faint fragrance in her hair lingered at his nose. "Tomorrow," he said, his voice slightly husky after relaxing, "we will adjust the schedule a bit. We will go to Ayajirai Tree first. After finishing things there, we will swing by the furniture mall to pick a coffee table. How does that sound?" Rize was staring at the exaggerated variety show on TV. Hearing this, she tilted her head slightly. Her long, dense lashes blinked, and a trace of genuine confusion flickered in her violet eyes. Ayajirai Tree. What are we going there for? Her impression of that organization was far from positive. Hiro lowered his gaze to her and dropped a bombshell in a calm tone. "Your foster father is at Ayajirai Tree now. I will take you to see him, and while we are there, we will also have a look around." "Oh." Rize's brow lifted slightly. She did not show much resistance or excitement, only giving a soft, neutral response. She turned her eyes back to the TV, appearing focused, but her thoughts had already drifted far away. Ayajirai Tree. It had originally been one of the organizations scheming to capture her. Fragments of unpleasant memories flashed through her mind. However, ever since she had stayed by Hiro's side, the harassment and covetous attention from Ayajirai Tree had mysteriously stopped. Now that she was going there of her own accord, she wondered what kind of amusing expressions those people would show when they saw her appear openly in their headquarters. At that thought, the corner of Rize's lips curved in an almost imperceptible arc tinged with mischief, and a faint, subtle anticipation arose in her heart. With the itinerary decided, Hiro did not delay. He took out his phone, found the contact labeled, "Annoying Author," and quickly typed a line. "Send someone to pick us up tomorrow. Prepare a car." He tapped send. Seeing that sent prompt appear, he tossed the phone aside casually and returned his attention to the warm softness in his arms and the noisy TV show, as if he had just done something trivial. At the same time, in an Ayajirai Tree base, Yoshimura Ito, or rather the author Takatsuki-sen, was curled up in her chaotic yet luxurious room piled with books and manuscripts. Her fingers flew across the keyboard. Just as inspiration surged, a sudden message notification cut it off. She clicked her tongue in annoyance and grabbed the phone, intending to mute it outright, but paused when she saw the sender's name. Amano Hiro. She opened the message. The content was short and direct. After reading it, the eyes that usually held playful irreverence and weariness instantly lit with interest. "So you are finally coming," she murmured. The corners of her lips curled upward uncontrollably into a pleased, calculating smile. As long as he came, once he stepped onto Ayajirai Tree's territory, she would have plenty of opportunities and methods to entertain him properly. She might even be able to coax him into her plans. Thinking of that, Ito's mood brightened. Even the irritation from being interrupted vanished. She hummed tunelessly in a cheerful mood and typed a rapid reply with her thumb. "Okay, I'll send someone first thing tomorrow morning. Guaranteed top-tier luxury sedan. Grand enough. Asterisk." Hiro heard his phone vibrate again and glanced at the screen. Seeing Ito's reply with the emoticon, he nodded in satisfaction. He set the phone down, rested his chin on Rize's head again, and refocused on the TV. The warmth and peace indoors temporarily shut out the deepening night outside and the coming turmoil of tomorrow. Morning light crept through the curtain gap and climbed onto Hiro's eyelids. He frowned irritably and instinctively reached to pull the soft warmth in his arms closer, only to grasp empty air. Groggily opening his eyes, he realized the sun was already high. He steadied himself and grabbed the phone from the bedside. The moment the screen unlocked, a string of unread notifications and missed call icons flooded the display like an explosion, the buzzing vibration seeming to echo in his ears. Hiro raised a brow and opened the messages. The earliest one was from 8 a.m., "The person I sent has arrived downstairs." Hiro glanced at the wall clock pointing to 11. Deep inside, a faint, brief flicker of guilt surfaced for about 1 second like a bubble on water, then popped and vanished. His face unchanged, he replied. "Coming down now." He then turned to look at Kamishiro Rize still sleeping soundly beside him. Her long violet hair spread across the pillow, her sleeping face serene, breathing even. She was clearly still immersed in deep dreams. The recent night training intensity had indeed been high. She must be tired. A hint of a smile passed through Hiro's eyes. He reached out and gently pinched her small nose. With her breathing obstructed, Rize let out a dissatisfied murmur. Her long lashes trembled before she reluctantly opened her hazy crimson-violet eyes, full of sleepy confusion and accusation. Seeing her adorable, slightly aggrieved expression, Hiro's heart softened. He leaned down and lightly pecked her soft lips. Time to get up, sleepyhead. His voice carried morning huskiness. The person here to pick us up has been waiting downstairs all morning. Rize still seemed not fully booted up. She only instinctively burrowed closer into his arms and gave a soft nasal reply. By the time the two actually left the bed and finished washing, dressing, and the rest of the routine, time had slipped mercilessly to noon. At the same time, downstairs outside the apartment, beside a black luxury sedan leaned a figure. A black-haired boy whose face was still somewhat youthful, yet now covered in gloom, his eyes fierce as if they wanted to devour someone. It was Kirishima Ayato. He kept muttering curses under his breath. Damn it, bastard Hiro, messing with me. Making me wait this long. He raked his already messy black hair in frustration. He had been standing here since 8 in the morning. His legs were numb. During this time he had called Ito countless times, only to get increasingly impatient replies of wait. His irritable and strange demeanor naturally drew looks from passers-by. Several grocery shopping aunties pointed and whispered about him. What are you looking at? Ayato suddenly snapped his head up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, baring his teeth as he shouted, "Scram!" The vicious glare and blunt hostility startled the pedestrians, who hurried away. But faint words like lunatic and no manners still pricked his ears like needles. Crack. Ayato's fists clenched white, veins throbbing at his temples. He felt his sanity teetering on the edge of snapping. A powerful urge surged up. He wanted to release his Kagun right now and shoot those noisy idiots and the dawdling shameless couple upstairs into a honeycomb. But he could not. Ito's order was escort, not exterminate. So he could only continue pacing in place, mentally hurling ever more vicious curses at the two upstairs. Every minute and second of waiting deepened his hatred for that shameless couple another layer. Chapter 55, well, if it isn't Ayato. The moment Hiro stepped downstairs, he heard a string of impatient curses. Looking up, sure enough, it was Kirishima Ayato. He stood by the car with a dark expression, pacing back and forth, muttering nonstop like a child who had had his candy stolen. Well, if it isn't Ayato, Hiro walked up with a smile, his tone relaxed. I could hear you swearing from far away. Who was bold enough to make our great Ayato so angry? Rize, standing beside him, pressed her lips together in a light laugh. Her beautiful eyes shifted between Hiro and Ayato, clearly enjoying the show. Ayato suddenly looked up. His scarlet Kakugan almost seemed to spit fire. Grinding his molars, he forced out 2 words through clenched teeth. Get in. His voice was so dark it seemed ready to drip water. Anyone could hear the suppressed rage in it. Hiro remained unhurried. His gaze swept over the sleek black luxury car beside them, and his brows lifted high. You can drive this. He paused deliberately in feigned surprise, then added slowly, got a license. Crack. Ayato's fingers tightened violently around the car door handle. The metal handle let out a strained groan under his grip, fine cracks appearing beneath his palm. Veins bulged on his forehead. The corner of his mouth twitched uncontrollably. He looked like a volcano about to erupt at any moment. Seeing that pushing further might make the kid explode on the spot, Hiro stopped while he was ahead. He pulled open the back door and made a polite gesture toward Rize. Rize covered her mouth with a soft laugh and gracefully bent to sit in the back seat. Hiro followed in, and the spacious, comfortable back seat immediately improved his mood further. Bang. Ayato slammed the car door so hard the entire vehicle shook. He stood outside for several deep breaths, chest heaving as he struggled to calm the emotions on the verge of explosion. He closed his eyes and cursed that shameless couple 100 times in his mind. What rotten luck. This mission had not even been his to begin with. He had gone to Ito on his own and said he owed Hiro a favor. About his father's matter. He should at least thank him face to face. And now? That little bit of gratitude he had painstakingly built up had long since been blown to the clouds by the two of them working together to provoke him. Thank him. Thank my ass. If he did not pull something underhanded, it would count as him being in a good mood today. He yanked open the driver's door and sat down, fastening the seatbelt as roughly as if he were fighting it. The next second, the engine let out a savage roar. Screech. The tires scraped wildly against the ground, releasing pungent white smoke and leaving 2 dark skid marks. The luxury sedan shot forward like an unbridled black beast. The following drive was a road nightmare. The car weaved brutally through traffic, squeezing into any gap. It moved so fast the scenery blurred into streaks of color. Red lights meant nothing to Ayato. He stomped on the accelerator and charged through intersections amid sharp honking and shouted curses, causing chaos in every direction. In the back seat, Hiro and Rize remained unusually calm. Rize even leisurely adjusted her long hair that had been tousled by the wind, as if enjoying a pleasant drive. After a series of heart-stopping drifts and sudden brakes, the car finally halted in an almost overbearing manner in front of an abandoned factory in the 13th ward. Dust rolled up from the tires. "We are here." Ayato's voice was cold as ice, his intent to dismiss them undisguised. "Get out." The car door slammed shut again. Hiro looked around. What entered his eyes was desolation. Weeds grew everywhere. Broken windows resembled hollow eye sockets. It was so dead silent that even the wind sounded distinct. His perception spread quietly, yet he could not detect the presence of any living being, as if this place had been completely forgotten by the world. Rize's slender fingers tightened slightly as she gently grasped Hiro's hand. A faint trace of vigilance colored her voice. "Hiro." Hiro immediately squeezed back, lightly tapping the back of her hand with his fingertips in reassurance. Ayato locked the car briskly and, without looking at them, stuffed his hands into his pockets and walked toward the factory interior like the carcass of some giant beast. "Follow me." His tone remained stiff. Hiro and Rize exchanged a look and followed in tacit understanding, their clasped hands never separating. The interior of the factory was even more dilapidated than the outside. Sunlight filtered through cracks in the roof, casting murky beams where dust drifted. Ayato led them through piles of abandoned machinery with familiarity, stopping at a hidden corner where an old industrial elevator stood. The elevator doors opened with a dull sound. The three stepped into the narrow metal space, and Ayato pressed the button marked -5. The elevator descended slowly. The cables and machinery produced rhythmic, slightly grating clacking sounds, adding oppression to the unknown journey. Ding! A crisp tone broke the silence. The elevator came to a steady stop. As the metal doors slid open, a deep corridor appeared before them, dim wall lamps dotting the sides like the esophagus of a monster. Ayato walked ahead without a word. Their footsteps echoed through the passage. The lighting flickered, and side paths appeared from time to time like an underground maze. Just as the oppressive atmosphere nearly reached its peak, they followed Ayato around one final turn. The view suddenly opened. The strong light made Hiro narrow his eyes instinctively. An enormous plaza beyond imagination burst into view. High-intensity lights overhead illuminated the area as bright as day. In the distance, outlines of various facilities could be seen, figures moving about. It was a completely different world from the lifeless desolation above ground. "This is..." Genuine surprise flickered in Hiro's eyes as he murmured, "The legendary 24th ward." At the corridor's exit stood more than a dozen figures with varying auras, led by Yoshimura Ito and Tatara. They had clearly been waiting for some time. Yoshimura Ito stepped forward. Beneath her signature bandages, the corners of her lips curved upward as she greeted them with a cheerful lilt. "Oh my, welcome." Hiro's gaze swept sharply over the many upright figures ahead. Good grief. Aojirai Tree's foundation was far stronger than the version in his memory. With his interference, history had long since deviated from its original course. Looking around, aside from Yamori, who had been cleared out early, every well-known executive from the original story was present. Chapter 56, you even know that. Aside from the original executives, there were now two more among their ranks. Rize's foster father, the SS-rated Kamishiro Matasaka, and Yamori's subordinate, the S-rated Naki. This lineup could truly be called powerful and well-armed. Within the group, the mountain-like Kamishiro Matasaka locked his sharp gaze instantly onto Rize, who was leaning against Hiro. His low and forceful voice broke the silence. "Rize." That single call immediately drew the attention of every ghoul from Aojirai Tree present. Curious and probing gazes turned toward Rize. This was the woman the organization had once ordered captured, though for unknown reasons the higher-ups later rescinded that order. Rize looked up when she heard him, but merely curled her lips dismissively. She looked exactly like a willful, rebellious girl, with no intention of responding. Seeing this, Yoshimura Ito seemed to smile faintly beneath her bandages and spoke at the right moment. "It seems Miss Rize and Mr. Kamishiro have some family matters to discuss. Hiro, perhaps we should first..." Before she could finish, a furious roar exploded like thunder. "Ah. You are Hiro." The blonde Naki's eyes were blood-red as he glared at Hiro, trembling with rage. "You are the one who killed Yamori, bro. I will kill you and avenge him." Almost at the same moment as his roar, Naki burst forward. His kukaku erupted instantly from his shoulder blade, slicing through the air with a sharp tearing sound, thrusting straight toward Hiro's face. The strike was lightning fast and ferocious, causing several nearby ghouls to cry out instinctively. Hiro did not even move his feet. He simply cast a casual sideways glance. At the instant the kukaku was about to touch his skin, his figure spun like a phantom, and a clean, decisive roundhouse kick tore through the air. Crack! The sickening sound of bone shattering rang clearly. The kick struck Naki's jaw with perfect precision. The massive force sent his entire body flying off the ground. Boom. Like a kite with its string cut, Naki slammed into a distant load-bearing pillar. The impact was so violent that his body embedded deeply into the concrete. Chunks of debris fell. His eyes rolled back, and he lost consciousness completely. His jaw was utterly pulverized. Blood mixed with shattered teeth streamed from the twisted corner of his mouth. The entire plaza fell into instant silence. Nearly every ghoul was shocked. They had not expected Hiro to be this strong. They knew Naki was not weak within the organization and had S-rated strength, yet this seemingly easygoing man had defeated him instantly without even using his Kagun, relying purely on physical combat. Yoshimura Ito and Tatara showed no change in expression, clearly having anticipated this outcome. Kirishima Ayato clicked his tongue impatiently and turned his head away. Kamishiro Matasaka's scrutinizing gaze, however, grew deeper. From earlier, he had already noticed that Rize had been holding tightly onto Hiro's arm. That intimate, dependent posture was something he had never seen from this foster daughter before. What unsettled him even more was that the Rize before him was completely different from the mad and dangerous binge-eater in his memory. That nearly docile obedience felt unfamiliar. Kamishiro Matasaka's thick brows furrowed slightly as he thought to himself that he would have to properly ask Rize what exactly her relationship with this unfathomably powerful hero was. Yoshimura Ito seemed entirely unconcerned with the flash of conflict that had just occurred. As if Naki being kicked into a pillar was merely background decoration, she continued speaking lightly to Hiro. Hiro, do not let this small interruption spoil the mood. How about it? Care to have a cup of coffee and sit down for a proper talk? Hiro did not answer immediately. He first turned to look at Rize beside him. He noticed the slight tension in her expression due to Kamishiro Matasaka's presence. Reaching out, he gently pinched her soft yet slightly awkward cheek with his knuckles. Then he leaned down, warm breath brushing against her sensitive ear, and whispered in a voice only the two of them could hear. Go on. Have a good talk with my father-in-law. You cannot avoid him forever, right? Rize shot him an annoyed yet charming glare, but her tense body relaxed quietly. She gave a soft huff in response and finally stepped forward toward her tall, imposing foster father, Kamishiro Matasaka, whose gaze was complicated. After sending Rize off, Hiro turned back to Yoshimura Ito, the corner of his lips curving lazily. Lead the way. Heh heh. Yoshimura Ito let out her signature playful laugh and turned to personally guide him. She brought Hiro to a small reception room beside the plaza. The room was not large, but it was arranged cleanly and neatly, in sharp contrast to the rugged underground base outside. It was clearly used for receiving important guests. By the time they arrived, Tatara had already waved away the other curious executives and members. When Hiro and Ito entered, only the two of them and Tatara, who followed shortly after, remained inside. The previous noise was completely cut off. They had just taken their seats when a knock sounded at the door. A lower-ranked ghoul member entered quietly with a tray, efficiently placing 3 steaming cups of richly aromatic coffee on the table before them. He then bowed and withdrew, gently closing the door behind him. The entire process was silent, displaying Aojirai Tree's strict discipline. Hiro unhurriedly picked up his coffee and took a light sip. The rich bitterness intertwined with a subtle aftertaste on his tongue. He set the cup down and directed his calm gaze toward Ito, who sat across from him, and Tatara, who stood like a statue. So, he said, a trace of understanding in his voice, you invited me here specifically to talk about what? Or is it the same matter as last time? You want me to join Aojirai Tree? Yoshimura Ito's face was unreadable beneath the bandages, but her voice carried persistent curiosity. Hiro, I have always been curious. Why are you so resistant to joining us? Hiro did not answer at once. The room fell into brief silence. Only the steam from the coffee curled in the air. His slender fingers unconsciously traced the warm surface of the cup. After a moment, he suddenly lifted his eyes. His sharp gaze pierced straight at Ito as he asked a shocking question. You. He paused, his tone calm. Do you want me to become that king? You. Ito was truly shocked. This plan had never been told to outsiders. Hiro should not possibly know. For the first time, her voice wavered noticeably, even carrying a hint of sharp disbelief. You even know that? Chapter 57, Possibility. Hiro ignored Ito's shock. Instead, he lowered his gaze to the dark brown liquid swirling in his cup and threw out an even sharper question. Taking a step back, even if I agreed to you, what makes you so certain that I could kill Arima Kishu? That I would definitely take that position. The words fell like a bucket of cold water over her head. Yoshimura Ito froze in place. Beneath her bandages, her lips parted slightly, yet no sound came out. Yes, why? She suddenly realized that she had never truly thought about this question rationally. From the first time she met Hiro, an almost instinctive intuition had screamed wildly in her heart. It was him. This mysterious man might be the key to breaking the deadlock, the single ray of light that could make the difficult plan succeed. The intuition had come so fiercely and without reason, like a beast in the dark catching the scent of its own kind, like a moth instinctively flying toward flame. She had been drawn to the unfathomable quality about him, to the point that she had willfully placed all her hopes upon this vague and illusory feeling. But now, as Hiro laid out the most realistic question before her without disguise, she finally realized that the foundation for her judgment had been nothing more than baseless intuition. She opened her mouth, trying to find some supporting evidence. His strength. The strange abilities he had displayed. The hidden trump cards no one yet knew. But when the words reached her lips, they all felt pale and powerless. In the end, she could only remain silent. Hiro watched the silent Ito, his knuckles rhythmically tapping against the tabletop. You and I both know that the one-eyed king has never been a specific person. His voice was steady and clear, echoing in the quiet reception room. Whenever the world falls into chaos and darkness, the one-eyed king descends upon the world, bringing hope and change. He lifted the coffee cup but did not drink, letting the bitter aroma linger at the tip of his nose. His tone suddenly shifted, carrying a trace of cold mockery. Since ancient times, the most effective way for those in power to manipulate people has been to establish a common enemy. That enemy can be a sanctimonious politician, a glamorous celebrity, or a heinous terrorist. Who it is does not matter. His gaze swept over Ito and the silent Tatara beside her. What matters is that once the public's attention, fear, and hatred are firmly focused on a single target, those ignorant ones unwilling to think will gladly believe that this is the only truth. They will unite in shared hostility under incitement, gather around an illusory goal, and in doing so ignore the real conflicts and injustices behind it. He leaned forward slightly, lowering his voice, yet making it even more forceful. The one-eyed king you seek, is it truly the embodiment of hope that brings change? Or is it merely the perfect enemy, deliberately pushed to the front stage to unite hearts and divert attention? The grand plan woven together by Yoshimura Ito and Arima Kishu was, in essence, a gamble. Its core structure appeared clear. Ito, under the identity of the one-eyed owl, would become the spiritual totem of the ghouls, while Arima would play the role of the invincible White Reaper in the human camp. In the end, a powerful ghoul would defeat Arima in full public view and be crowned the one-eyed king, uniting the faith and strength of all ghouls. At that moment, the truth behind the root of all tragedy, the Washa clan, would be exposed to the world, establishing a common enemy for both races. Using that as an opportunity, over long years, humanity and ghouls would be guided toward a difficult yet possible coexistence. The key to this plan lay in the chosen king. In theory, Yoshimura Ito, as a hybrid of human and ghoul, was the most ideal candidate for the throne. Her bloodline itself was a bridge, naturally persuasive to both camps. However, the cruelty of the plan was that the king had to possess absolute strength. They had to personally end the invincible Reaper Arima Kishu, thereby becoming the irreplaceable symbol of victory and absolute hope in the hearts of ghouls. Unfortunately, Ito knew clearly that she could not do it. She could not cross the mountain that was Arima Kishu. Her strength was insufficient to support the most glorious coronation of this plan. Therefore, in the originally intended trajectory of fate, when Kaneki-ken appeared, possessing both bloodlines and limitless potential, they had seemed to see the only light in the darkness. Kaneki became the repository of all their hopes, a perfect vessel, carefully cultivated and eventually pushed onto the altar of destiny. However, in this world line, Kaneki-ken had not appeared as scheduled. The gears of the plan stalled. Having lost the predetermined king, the grand blueprint became empty talk. They could only fall into a long wait, moving forward step by step in the fog. Until Hiro appeared. His arrival was like a meteor suddenly crashing into a still lake, shattering the silence. Although he did not possess the symbolic hybrid identity, he brought a more direct and heart-shaking variable. Powerful strength. Strength that might be enough to shake, or even overwhelm, Arima Kishu. To Yoshimura Ito, it was like an oasis suddenly appearing in a desert of despair. Though Hiro was not the originally intended key, the power he displayed was itself an entirely new possibility. A possibility capable of forcibly breaking the deadlock. Thus, hope was rekindled. Ito's gaze inevitably locked firmly onto him. Perhaps a common enemy like the Washa clan alone would be far from enough. The frozen hatred and suspicion between the two races would not melt so easily. Therefore, the final step of the plan was to awaken the dragon sleeping deep beneath the earth. Only by letting it descend upon the world, bringing indiscriminate and unstoppable true despair, would catastrophe hanging over everyone's heads blur the boundaries of race and stance before the instinct of survival. Only under an absolute crisis capable of destroying everything would humans and ghouls be forced to set aside a century of blood debt, truly look at one another, and seek a slim chance of survival. This was the final foundation for the plan's success, the most cruel and most effective cornerstone. To exchange a despair that swept across the world for a faint possibility of coexistence. Yoshimura Ito remained silent. Hiro's words were like a cold surgical blade, precisely cutting open the layers of disguise that had covered the truth for a century. Chapter 58, Cooperation reached. She knew very clearly that what the Washa clan had operated for generations was precisely a mechanism that directed hatred accurately toward ghouls. In the eyes of the vast majority of people, ghouls had been simplified into a terrifying symbol. Man-eating monsters. Nothing more. They were not allowed any other identity, any emotions, any suffering. How many ghouls in this world had never wished to harm others, carefully hiding themselves, only longing to live quietly under the sun like ordinary people? They might never have killed anyone, never committed any crime. Yet once their identities were exposed, what awaited them was still complete fear, hatred, and merciless expulsion and slaughter. No trial. No understanding. Only instinctive rejection and extermination planted deep within. Hiro's words echoed in her heart. Every sentence struck against the beliefs she had upheld for many years. Yet it did not make her waver. Instead, it was like a beam of light piercing through fog, bringing her unprecedented clarity. It was him. This realization was firmer than ever before. He not only possessed the power to overturn the existing order, but also eyes that could see through illusion. He saw the operating rules of this twisted world with complete clarity, yet was not bound by any side stance. Clear-minded like an observer standing outside it all, yet understanding the root of this tragedy more than anyone else. Race, position, hatred. These shackles that bound countless people seemed not to exist on him at all. He drifted beyond all labels. Precisely because of that, he might be the only one capable of breaking this cycle. Yoshimura Ito took a light breath. Beneath the bandages, unseen by anyone, the corners of her lips curved into a faint arc of relief and resolute determination. She had found him. Not a mere weapon. Not a puppet pushed onto the stage by fate. But someone who could truly bring change. The one who could break the deadlock. When she lifted her head again, the single exposed emerald eye showed no trace of hesitation. Instead, it burned with an even fiercer and steadier light than before. She leaned forward slightly and repeated her original request, word by word, clearly. As expected. You should still join Aojirai Tree. Hiro was visibly stunned. A rare trace of astonishment crossed his face. Huh. He almost suspected his own hearing. Had everything he had just said, stripping apart the underlying logic and cruel truth of the entire plan, been for nothing? Had the behind-the-scenes leader of Aojirai Tree simply not listened at all, or deliberately chosen to ignore it? Seeing Hiro's rare moment of blankness, Yoshimura Ito slowed her voice slightly, but made it more pointed. Hiro, you surely know Rize's background very well. She precisely threw out her most important bargaining chip. The Washa family has never given up searching for her. I admit that with your strength, you may not fear their open methods. But what about their schemes in the dark? Their omnipresent surveillance and sudden traps? Can you guarantee absolute safety at all times and under all circumstances? Her words were like a carefully woven net, tightening step by step. As long as you join us, Aojirai Tree's informants and intelligence network spread across every ward will be at your disposal. Any slight disturbance in the wind, we will detect in advance, allowing you and Rize to always seize the initiative. Finally, she summarized firmly, binding personal safety and shared goals together. Moreover, overthrowing the Washa family is our common objective, is it not? On this path, having one more ally is always better than having one more potential variable. When her words fell, her gaze locked onto Hiro, waiting for his response. This time, what she presented was no longer empty ideals, but unavoidable reality. Seeing a slight shift in his expression, Yoshimura Ito leaned forward again, her tone gentler but filled with sincerity. You can rest assured, she raised her index finger and lightly shook it, as if emphasizing terms, those trivial daily missions will never trouble you. You will have absolute freedom. Tilting her head slightly, the gaze beneath the bandages seemed to flicker with cunning light. What we need is only at the most critical moments. For example, when we need to prove to everyone that hope truly exists, when we need an indisputable victory to intimidate all sides. You can appear and, with your absolute strength, deliver enough shock to this world. She spread her hands in a relaxed posture, as if stating an obvious business transaction. You see, you gain the intelligence support and resource convenience of a massive organization. Better protecting the person you want to protect. And we obtain the most crucial cornerstone toward our final goal. Each of us takes what we need. Her voice carried a persuasive tone as she asked again. Well, Hiro. For you, this deal brings profit without loss, does it not? Hiro tapped his knuckles lightly against the table, falling into brief contemplation. Ito's proposal indeed had no real downside. Cooperating with Aojirai Tree meant gaining an intelligence network covering Tokyo. Acting would become much more convenient. As for the position of one-eyed king, the corner of his lips lifted almost imperceptibly. If he wanted it, he would take it. If he did not, no one could force him. The initiative always remained in his hands. As for the Washu and the V organization, he was not overly concerned. Although the later combat power system had collapsed to an unpleasant degree, Arima Kishu still stood there as a benchmark. As long as he found an opportunity to personally measure the weight of the so-called CCG Reaper, he could estimate the overall strength level of the entire Washu system. As his thoughts flowed, a specific point in time suddenly crossed his mind. Based on the current plot direction, it seemed that the key moment was approaching. The Antiku raid. When that time came, Arima Kishu would definitely appear. Hiro's tapping finger paused as he recalled that crucial turning point from the original work. It was precisely through Ito's casual hints that Shinohara Yukinori had been guided to visit that seemingly ordinary cafe, ultimately confirming the identity of the non-killing owl, Yoshimura Kyusen. He lifted his head and looked at Ito, his tone serious. Cooperation is fine. But I have one condition. Seeing him agree, joy flashed through Ito's heart, and she asked almost without hesitation. What condition? Since Hiro had agreed to cooperate, a single condition was not an issue. Do not lay a hand on Antiku. Hiro's voice was not loud, but each word was clear. The air seemed to freeze for a moment. Beneath the bandages, Ito's brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. In the end, she paused only slightly before giving a clean and decisive reply. Fine. Chapter 59, you're not from here, right? For a moment, the reception room fell into a subtle silence. The agreement to cooperate made Ito and Hiro exchange a smile. There was a tacit understanding in their eyes. Clearly, this outcome was satisfactory to both sides. Just as the atmosphere eased, Hiro suddenly turned his gaze to Tatara, who had remained silent like a shadow, and asked in clear, standard Chinese without the slightest accent. Tatara-san, you wouldn't happen to be from overseas, would you? The sentence was like a thunderclap exploding within the enclosed space. Tatara, who had been expressionless all along, trembled slightly. His usual cold mask shattered in an instant as his pupils contracted sharply. His sharp gaze pierced straight at Hiro as he blurted out in Mandarin as well. How do you know? Are you? No, our situations are quite different. Hiro met his gaze calmly, as if discussing something ordinary, but I suppose there are some similarities. This sudden exchange between the two clearly stunned Yoshimura Ito. She tilted her head with some faint interest, her gaze moving back and forth between the two. Beneath the bandages, her face was quite surprised. She had not expected Hiro to be fluent in a foreign language, nor had she expected him to expose Tatara's hidden roots with a single sentence. Tatara's heart surged with waves. To meet someone in the same situation in a foreign land was generally seen as one of life's great fortunes, let alone under such strange identities. An indescribable complexity rose within him, mixed with shock, doubt, and a trace of long-lost familiarity that even he himself had not noticed. Hiro did not elaborate further. Instead, he changed the topic and casually added. Over there, it is almost New Year, right? The simple words, New Year, were like an invisible key, instantly unlocking a long-sealed gate into Tara's heart. His brother's figure. The vivid faces of the members of Chishi-lan, of those companions. The former passion and vows. And then. The slaughter that followed. The bone-deep hatred toward Special Class Investigator Huji Kusuk surged like a tide, nearly stalling his breath. He remained silent for a moment before replying in a somewhat hoarse voice. Yes. That single response carried too much unspoken weight. Seeing this, Hiro said no more. Turning back to Ito, he switched to their actual, proper main language. Since cooperation has been reached, I will not disturb you further. He rose cleanly and walked toward the door. Just as his hand touched the handle, he paused as if remembering something. He looked back at Ito and left a calm yet meaningful sentence. The misunderstanding between you and your father. It's better to resolve it sooner rather than later. After saying that, he did not linger. He pushed the door open and left, his figure disappearing from their sight. The reception room returned to silence. Only Ito and Tatara remained, each wearing a different expression. The enormous amount of information from this brief meeting left their thoughts unsettled. Silence spread through the air as their minds drifted far away. Hiro stepped out of the reception room and looked around the vast underground plaza, but he did not see Rize or that so-called cheap father-in-law. He casually beckoned to a nearby Aojirai tree member on duty. The ghoul subordinate hurried over respectfully. Amano-sama, what are your orders? Have you seen where Rize and Shachi went? Miss Rize and Mr. Shachi are currently at Mr. Shachi's residence. The subordinate stepped aside to lead the way. Please follow me. Following the guide along the edge of the plaza, they stopped in front of an unremarkable door. The subordinate halted and gestured respectfully. Amano-sama, it is here. Thanks, Hiro replied casually. The subordinate waved his hands in flustered denial. No, you are too polite. This is what I should do. He bowed and withdrew. Hiro raised his hand and knocked on the door. With a click, the door opened. Rize poked her head out. Seeing it was him, a trace of relief flashed in her eyes. You are done talking. Finished. Hiro naturally reached out and pinched her smooth cheek in an intimate gesture. Rize stepped aside to let him in and closed the door behind them. The room was simply furnished. Kamishiro Matasaka sat upright on a wooden chair. He had changed into a neat black training outfit. His muscular frame stretched the fabric tight. He kept a stern face and fixed his sharp gaze on Hiro, scrutinizing him intensely. Hiro met his gaze calmly and greeted him. This is our first formal meeting, Mr. Kamishiro. Kamishiro Matasaka did not bother with pleasantries. He went straight to the point, his low voice carrying unquestionable seriousness. You and Rize. How far have you gone? Hiro raised his brow slightly. He had not expected the seemingly unsmiling uncle to open with such a direct and private question. He glanced at Rize beside him, whose eyes drifted slightly, looking somewhat unnatural. Then he turned back to meet Kamishiro Matasaka's pressing gaze and answered without hesitation, clear and direct. Everything that should have happened and should not have happened has happened. As his words fell, the air in the room seemed to freeze instantly. Kamishiro Matasaka's gaze scraped across Hiro like a blade. A tangible pressure condensed in his eyes, as if the next second that fist capable of splitting stone would come crashing down. At that tense moment, Rize suddenly stepped forward. Her brows furrowed slightly as she spoke with obvious displeasure. What are you trying to do, old man? The words old man seemed to carry strange magic. The stern fatherly scrutiny on Kamishiro Matasaka's face melted away in an instant. In its place appeared a trace of helpless gentleness. He looked at Rize, his tone softening. I just wanted to see what kind of character this kid has. Rize gave a light snort and naturally hooked her arm around Hiro's, her voice full of defense. Hiro's character is perfectly fine. You do not need to worry blindly. All right. Kamishiro Matasaka raised both hands in surrender, though a barely noticeable trace of relief flashed in his eyes. The Rize before him was indeed very different from the mad and rebellious daughter in his memory. The former sharpness had been replaced by a restrained temperament. More importantly, there was now someone by her side who seemed capable of protecting her. From Hiro's calm and composed attitude, he seemed truly unafraid of the Wash's threats. That allowed a stone in his fatherly heart to finally settle. Hiro pulled Rize along and sat naturally in the chair opposite Kamishiro Matasaka, casually asking. Old man, what are your plans from now on? Kamishiro Matasaka pondered for a moment before replying. Since Rize has you taking care of her, I am at ease. I plan to return to the 6th Ward to take a look. Chapter 60, Keiko. 6th Ward. Amano Hiro's eyes flickered as fragments of Kamishiro Matasaka's ultimate fate flashed through his memory. Though he didn't know if it was the 6th Ward, he had fallen beneath Kukuka wielded by Arima Kishu. 6th Ward. Amano Hiro said calmly, but with an analytical certainty that brooked no argument. That place has long since been completely cleared by the CCG. Going back now would be meaningless. He shifted his focus and gestured to the present. Why not just stay in Ayajirai Tree? The organization is massive, deeply rooted, and this location is hidden enough. If you stay here, Rize can be at ease and won't have to worry about you constantly. His final remark carried weight as his gaze passed over Rize, then returned to Kamishiro Matasaka. After all, Kamishiro-san, you wouldn't want Rize to be hurt on your account, would you? Kamishiro Matasaka listened, sensing there was a subtle undertone in the words. A slightly teasing edge, yet upon reflection, each sentence was perfectly reasonable. No fault could be found. He furrowed his brow, weighed the proposal for a moment, and ultimately decided it was indeed the optimal solution, nodding. You make a fair point. Then, let's stay here for now. Seeing Kamishiro Matasaka accept the suggestion, Amano Hiro felt a small sense of relief. But before he could fully exhale, the man opposite him, his father-in-law with a mind that leapt unpredictably, suddenly changed the topic and asked, shockingly. Then, when will my grandson be brought to me? Amano Hiro was caught off guard by the abrupt question. Rize next to him immediately exploded, her cheeks burning as she stomped in embarrassment and anger. Old man, what nonsense are you talking about? Even Amano Hiro hadn't anticipated that this burly man's thoughts could leap so wildly. One moment discussing safe places to settle, the next seamlessly jumping to visions of spoiling a grandchild. Amano Hiro's mouth twitched slightly. Confronted with this direct prompt, he responded with a seemingly reasonable long-term promise. Once we've completely wiped out the troubles from the Washu and the V organization, I'll let you take care of that. Inwardly, he muttered, at a time like this, with enemies everywhere, having a kid. Just imagining the chaos is headache enough. But, once all dust has settled and peace reigns, raising a child with Rize and enjoying a leisurely life with a little one might not be so bad. The thought flashed by, filling him with a faint, inexplicable anticipation for the distant later. While Amano Hiro and Kamishiro Matasaka were engaged in this cross-channel discussion about future planning, far away in the 20th ward, the antique coffee shop received an unusual visitor. Ding-ling dash. The brass bell on the wooden door rang clearly, breaking the calm of the afternoon. A tall, slender figure stepped inside, the light tracing cold, rigid lines across him. Black long coat, impeccably pressed black trousers, spotless shoes, and a black bowler hat pulled low. An aura of coldness radiated from him, completely out of place in the warm little cafe. Yoshimura Kyuzen, wiping cups behind the counter, froze. He raised his head, the kind, half-closed eyes glimmered sharply for a moment as they locked on the newcomer, and his expression instantly became grave. He set the cup down and slowly stepped out from behind the counter, approaching the uninvited guest with a low, steady voice. Let's talk outside. Without further words, the cafe manager led the silent figure through the quiet shop to the back door leading to the alley. Once in the relatively secluded alley, the man spoke, his tone tinged with condescending regret. Truly, at your wit's end, aren't you, Kyuzen? Yoshimura Kyuzen faced away from him, voice flat and emotionless. Here to take me out, Keiko. Take you out? How could that be? Keiko chuckled lightly, as if hearing something amusing. If that were the case, we would have deployed a large force. Massive, overwhelming. Kyuzen, we are old partners. His tone shifted, sincere yet imposing. As a friend, I want to help you. So, just tell me the location of the little one. Yoshimura Kyuzen remained silent for a moment, still denying. What are you referring to? Keiko stepped closer, almost into the manager's ear, his deep voice laced with all-seeing threat. Hey, don't play dumb at this point. The one-eyed owl, it's obvious at a glance there's a blood connection to you. His voice turned cold. This is all a Jirai tree. The balance we maintained for years is about to collapse. That person's existence itself is your betrayal to the V organization. This is your final warning. Keiko's tone brooked no argument. Hand that person over and pledge full loyalty to the V organization. That's the only way for you to survive. Yoshimura Kyuzen's back remained straight, voice calm, betraying no ripple of emotion. Don't make me repeat myself. I don't know what one-eyed owl is. I don't have a child. Keiko was silent for half a moment. The air itself seemed to freeze. Finally, he delivered a cold verdict. Is that so? Then die, Kyuzen. His words rang like a funeral bell. You are already a fish in a barrel. There is no escape. With that, he did not linger. Turning, the hem of his black coat traced a resolute arc as he disappeared into the alley. Yoshimura Kyuzen stood alone, and after a long while, let out a barely audible sigh. He tilted his head slightly, gazing at the narrow strip of sky cut by tall buildings, murmuring with a mixture of resignation and struggle. I know. That's why. I fight to survive. The cafe manager quietly stood outside for a moment, pushing back his racing thoughts, his face returning to its usual gentle expression. He opened the back door and stepped back into the warm light of the cafe. Upon entering, he immediately noticed several anxious gazes fixed on him. Izumi Kaien set down the coffee cup she was wiping and spoke first, her voice betraying concern. Manager, that person just now wasn't a friend, was he? The manager walked to the counter, sighing slightly, seeing no need to hide. I'm afraid. The CCG has already set its sights on the 20th ward. His gaze turned to Yomo Rinji, who was also in the shop, voice steady but commanding. Rinji-kun, please take the children and their families and get them to safety immediately. He paused, adding. I will personally contact Hiro. Yomo Rinji was silent for a moment, his steady eyes meeting the manager's. He nodded decisively. Understood. Without further questions, he turned and left the cafe, ready to notify the families of Tuka and Hinami. The atmosphere in the shop grew heavier as he departed. Chapter 61, The Way of Entering. As the sky gradually darkened, the street outside the window was dyed in dusk. It was also the usual closing time for the cafe. Yoshimura Kyuzen looked at the last two old companions remaining in the shop, Koma Enji and Irimi Kaya. His voice was gentle but carried a tone that allowed no refusal. You too should leave as well. However, his words did not receive the response he had expected. Koma Enji continued to slowly wipe the glass in his hand, as if it were some priceless treasure. Irimi Kaya picked up another clean cloth and began carefully wiping the already spotless counter. The two of them chose silence at the same time. There was a knowing and peaceful smile at the corners of their mouths. Their actions gave the clearest answer. Yoshimura Kyuzen looked at them. The words of persuasion that had reached his lips ultimately could not be spoken. They turned into a soft sigh of helplessness. His gaze became distant, and scenes from many years ago surfaced in his mind. Back then, they were the feared apes and black Doberman. How unruly they had been, radiating danger and defiance. Now, the years and peace had worn down their sharp edges. The former violence and flamboyance had long since settled into the calm and gentleness of this moment. Under the warm yellow lights, the sight of them wiping cups appeared so serene, as if the storm outside had nothing to do with this little shop. This silent companionship held more strength than any words. It was deep into the night when Amano Hiro and Rize returned to their residence in the 20th ward. Like countless nights before, their nighttime activities unfolded as scheduled. Only in the early hours did they fall asleep in each other's arms. The two of them never tired of such matters. It could be called a daily required course. When Amano Hiro opened his eyes again, the daylight outside was already glaring. Time had once more skipped to noon. After tidying up briefly, he strolled toward the antique cafe as usual. He pushed open the familiar wooden door. The expected clear welcome did not sound. The shop was unusually quiet. There was not a single customer. Only Yoshimura Kyuzen, Koma Enji, and Irimi Kaya remained, each standing in their usual positions. A different kind of stillness filled the air. Even the patches of sunlight falling through the windows seemed especially desolate. Amano Hiro could not help but pause slightly. This was not right. At this hour on ordinary days, the shop would already be full. Voices and the aroma of coffee would intertwine, filled with the warmth of everyday life. Today, however, it was quiet enough to unsettle the heart. As he pondered the reason for this abnormality, Yoshimura Kyuzen, standing behind the counter, had already raised his head and looked over. His tone was calm, yet carried a trace of gravity. "Hiro, you're here." He paused briefly and went straight to the point. The CCG has likely already set its sights on Antiku. While wiping the coffee cup in his hand, he continued, "I've already had Yomo take Tuka and the others to lie low for a while. For safety's sake, Hiro, you should also go and join them as soon as possible." Hearing this, Amano Hiro's brows drew together slightly. The first thought that flashed through his mind was Ito. But he quickly dismissed it. They had just reached a cooperation agreement. There was no reason for her to tear it up immediately. Moreover, the timing did not match. She had no opportunity to arrange something this quickly. It seemed the problem lay elsewhere. He sat down at the counter and unconsciously tapped the wooden surface with his fingertips. What exactly happened? Yoshimura Kyuzen calmly recounted what had occurred the previous afternoon, when the V organization member Keiko had suddenly arrived, including the conversation filled with hidden killing intent. Amano Hiro lowered his gaze in thought. The V organization coming directly to the door. This plot had not appeared in the anime. It resembled more the development from the original manga. "Hiro, your Blue Mountain." Koma Enji gently placed a steaming cup of coffee in front of him, interrupting his thoughts. "Thank you." Amano Hiro nodded, lifted the cup, and took a sip of the rich liquid. He then looked up at the manager. "I won't be going to join them. With Yomo and Kirishima Arata there, their safety is assured." His tone suddenly shifted. His gaze sharpened like a blade and pierced Yoshimura Kyuzen's seemingly calm eyes. "As for you, manager, why aren't you leaving?" His voice lowered, yet carried a force that pierced through everything. "Have you already prepared yourself to die?" The words exploded like thunder in the silent cafe. Behind the counter, Irimi Kaya's hand paused slightly as she wiped a cup. Koma Enji's smile froze. Both looked at the manager with worry. They knew they might die this time, but that was different from deliberately seeking death. Yoshimura Kyuzen tightened his grip on the coffee pot. The dark liquid inside swayed, reflecting the complicated light that flashed through his eyes. Amano Hiro lightly tapped the table with his knuckles, staring steadily at the old man's calm face. "Or are you planning to use your life in exchange for a sliver of survival for Ito?" He leaned forward slightly. His voice lowered, yet every word was clear. "There is no meaning in doing that. The Washu will never spare her because of your death. As long as Ito carries the blood of the One-Eyed, she will forever possess the potential to become a king. In the eyes of all those in power, any existence capable of shaking the foundation of rule must be completely eradicated." At this point, he lifted the gradually cooling Blue Mountain and took a sip. A faint, unreadable curve formed at the corner of his lips. A sharp light flashed in his eyes. However, there's no need to be overly pessimistic. His fingers slowly turned the white porcelain cup. The dark brown surface rippled gently. As for how it will ultimately develop, He looked toward the drifting clouds outside the window, his tone composed. It is still uncertain. Amano Hiro's fingers moved quickly across his phone screen. A text message was silently sent deep into Aojirai tree. V has approached your father and demanded your whereabouts. He refused. They will move against Antiku at the earliest tonight, at the latest tomorrow. After the message was successfully sent, he gently placed the phone on the counter. His fingers unconsciously traced the warm surface of the cup. The aroma of coffee quietly spread through the silence. Time passed slowly in waiting. Just as he thought there would be no reply, the phone screen suddenly lit up, illuminating his lowered eyelashes. Yoshimura Ito's reply was so simple it was almost cold. Only 3 words. Understood. Looking at the brief response, Amano Hiro could not help thinking that the misunderstanding between father and daughter truly ran deep. It would likely not be resolved anytime soon. But that was not within his jurisdiction. They would have plenty of time to talk in the future. Right now, Amano Hiro was already considering what kind of entrance he would make once the battle began. It had to be shocking, domineering. He had to admit, he was actually looking forward to it. Chapter 62, The Eve of Battle. Orders fell like a mountain, spreading through every corner of CCG headquarters in an instant. Confirmed location of the One-Eyed Owl. All combat personnel are to enter Level 1 combat readiness immediately. The cold command echoed through the corridors. It was as if an invisible hand had seized the entire building by the throat. The air was thick with the mixed scent of rust and disinfectant. On the faces of the personnel preparing for battle, the full spectrum of human emotion was reflected. Some looked calm as usual, yet their knuckles were clenched white. Some repeatedly inspected their quinqua, fine beads of sweat seeping from their temples. Others stood motionless by the windows, gazing blankly into the distance. Everyone understood that this might be the final battle of their careers. The shadow of the owl had loomed over the CCG for far too long. It was not merely the highest-level threat in the archives, but a nightmare forged with the blood of countless colleagues. Just as Kishiwarima was to ghouls, this mountain had to fall today, even if the road were paved with corpses. Kusokuji stood quietly by the window, the glass reflecting his expressionless profile. He handed a neatly folded sheet of paper to the young investigator behind him. This is a large-scale extermination operation. Your name is on the list, Takizawa-kun. The paper unfolded. The 2 words, last letter, branded themselves into Takizawa Situ's eyes like steel fresh from the forge. His hands trembled slightly as he accepted it, his fingertips brushing over the rough texture of the paper. That night, he returned home for the first time in a long while. His mother circled around him in surprise. The steaming dishes filled the air with a fragrance that made his eyes sting. What made you come back today? Faced with her question, he only replied vaguely, I missed your miso soup. Under the desk lamp in his bedroom, Takizawa sat before a blank sheet of letter paper for the entire night. When the darkest hour before dawn crept past the window, he finally began to write. Yet the moment he finished the final character, the string of reason snapped. Like a madman, he grabbed the pen and violently scrawled 4 twisted words over the neat handwriting. I don't want to die. The ink bled through the paper like a festering wound. The young man who had always tried so hard to keep his back straight finally curled up on the floor, his fingers digging deep into his hair, letting out the cry of a trapped beast. Another will to write. Suzuya Juzu drew out the last word lazily, his silver spoon poking into his strawberry sundae. So troublesome. Shinohara Yukinori watched as the boy licked cream from the corner of his lips and shook his head helplessly. It's the rule. But I don't have anything I want to say. Then thank the companions around you. Shinohara looked toward the gradually sinking sunset outside the window. After all, it might be the last thing you get to say. In Iwao Kuroiwa's office, last letters fell like snowflakes onto the desk. When he rose and looked around at those young faces, every word that resonated from his chest carried burning strength. Everyone. I stand with you. The brief oath shattered the stagnant air. Some eyes reddened. Some silently straightened their backs. Faced with the countdown to death, some shattered in fear, some stood firm in protection. And more ordinary souls trembled as they tightened their grip on their weapons, preparing to step into the furnace of fate. The cold night wind swept across the rooftop. Amano Hiro and Rize stood side by side at the edge of a high building, black and dark purple hair intertwining in the wind. In the distance, a massive advertising screen scrolled glaring crimson text, like a tolling funeral bell. CCG headquarters has placed the 20th ward under special martial law. A raid will be carried out on a certain cafe. All entry and exit is prohibited. Rize's kakugan glowed faintly in the darkness. Her fingers lightly hooked the corner of Amano Hiro's clothing. At the same time, in front of the television at the new residence, Toka curled up on the sofa with her knees drawn to her chest. The cold light of the screen flickered across her pale face. The residents have completed evacuation. The raid is expected to be carried out within the day. The host's voice pierced her chest like an ice pick. Tuka's pupils contracted sharply. Her fingers dug hard into her own arm. The next second, she sprang up like a startled bird, grabbed her coat, and rushed toward the entrance. Bang. The moment the door hinge turned, two figures like mountains blocked the way. Yomo Rinji's eyes churned with a dark undercurrent in the shadows. Kirishima Arata's broad palm pressed against the doorframe. Where are you going? Yomo's voice was like something soaked in an icy abyss. Antiku. The girl's voice carried a faint tremor. Stay. Yomo cut off the end of her sentence, his body unmoving. The manager and Amano Hiro are there. Hearing that name, Tuka's tense back relaxed slightly, yet she still lifted her head stubbornly. Are we just going to stand by and do nothing? Kirishima Arata placed a warm, steady hand on her head, his voice like solid stone. If you go now, you'll only become the weakness aimed at them. Yomo gazed at the distant sky where searchlights were beginning to glow faintly, then added with finality. Not causing trouble is the most help you can give right now. At a subway station in the 20th ward at night, two figures stood quietly amid the drifting first snow. Yoshimura Ito slowly raised her bandage-wrapped hands, letting the crystalline flakes fall into her palms. She watched them melt into clear droplets against her body heat and murmured softly. It's snowing. Tatara leaned against the sign behind her, his gaze gentle as he watched the woman who always hid herself behind bandages. His silence was the firmest form of protection. Meanwhile, on the second floor of Antiku, Yoshimura Kyuzen stood by the window, gazing at the falling snow outside. His eyes were distant, as if through the whiteness he could see far into the past. Knock knock knock. The light knocking broke the quiet. Koma Enji pushed the door open, wearing the same hearty smile as always. Manager, the shop's been cleaned spotless. Irimi Kaya leaned her head in from behind him, her eyes curved in a smile. The documents have all been taken care of too. Yoshimura Kyuzen turned around and smiled kindly. Thank you. He walked to the coffee machine and personally ground and brewed coffee for his two old friends. Hot water filtered through the grounds, releasing a rich aroma. Koma and Irimi watched his practiced movements quietly, warmth filling their eyes. Please. The manager set the two steaming cups before them. Koma Enji lifted his cup in satisfaction. Thanks for the wait. Irimi Kaya said softly, thank you. Yoshimura Kyuzen looked around at the empty surroundings. A trace of loneliness lingered in his voice. It's become quiet. Koma Enji set down his cup, his expression turning serious. We will follow you until the very last moment. After saying that, he returned to his hearty smile, as if he had merely stated something completely natural. Irimi Kaya also smiled and added, and Hiro and the others are still here. With that, what could you possibly be dissatisfied with? Outside the window, snow fell silently. Inside, the aroma of coffee intertwined with unspoken vows, adding a warm firmness to the night before the decisive battle. Chapter 63, the battle begins. In the 20th ward, at the intersection not far from the cafe, the area had already been completely sealed off by fully armed CCG combat personnel. Yashitoki Washa stood with his hands clasped behind his back atop the command vehicle, his cold gaze sweeping over the deathly silent, empty street. All investigators gripped their quinqua tightly, gun barrels lowered. The air was filled with the scent of steel and gunpowder. Everyone held their breath, waiting for the order to attack. Yashitoki Washa slowly raised one hand. His voice spread across the scene through a loudspeaker. The operation begins. The order was given. The special task force surged toward the cafe entrance like a tide of black. In an instant, live ammunition and drawn weapons sealed off the small storefront completely. With a sharp forward gesture from the squad leader, every gun barrel was raised in unison, locking firmly onto the wooden door. Tension spread through the crowd. Even their breathing grew heavy without them noticing. At that moment. Tap. 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 Clear footsteps sounded from the stairs inside the cafe, approaching from far to near. Every member's nerves tightened. They instinctively stepped back half a pace. Then, with a snap, the light of the cafe's signboard suddenly flared on. Beneath the dim yellow glow, two figures appeared clearly. One had a massive build and wore a ferocious ape mask. The other was slender and wore a deep black dog mask. They calmly looked at the army before them as if facing a great enemy. In unison, they spoke the familiar greeting. Welcome. Fire. Gunshots exploded the instant the words fell. Yet faced with near point-blank gunfire, the figures of apes and black dog vanished from where they stood like phantoms. Their speed left afterimages in the night. They did not even need to use their kagun. With only fists and feet, they launched a crushing assault on the combat personnel. Devil Ape leapt like a true king of the mountains. Each landing was accompanied by the crisp sound of bones shattering and shrill screams. In the blink of an eye, several had already fallen. Black Dog skimmed low across the ground, swift as lightning. Her elongated nails became deadly blades. With several elegant yet fatal strikes, the combat personnel before her fell like harvested wheat. Watching the formation collapse instantly, the squad leader shouted hoarsely, "Don't panic. There are only 2 ghouls." Devil Ape and Black Dog crossed through the crowd. A low voice carried a hint of mockery. "They're really slow to react." After speaking, the 2 of them leapt upward, landing lightly on the edge of the 4th-floor rooftop as if freed from gravity. With a crisp snap of Ape's fingers. On the rooftop, dozens of killing auras appeared in an instant. They split into 2 teams. One team wore black robes and Black Dog masks. The other wore white robes and Ape's masks. The squad leader looked up. Cold sweat soaked his back. The enemy isn't just the owl. That's Apes and Black Dog. Aren't they supposed to be hostile to each other? How is this possible? Devil Ape swept his gaze over his loyal subordinates, his voice booming. "Boys, you haven't gotten rusty, have you?" His subordinates responded with thunderous roars, their fighting spirit surging. Black Dog extended her tongue and licked her sharp nails, announcing death's arrival. "Offer up your lives to me." At their command, all the ghouls poured down from the rooftop like a broken dam, launching a one-sided slaughter against the combat personnel below. Screams rose and fell endlessly across the street. Inside the command vehicle, the communicator transmitted fragmented frontline reports mixed with static and cries. Squad 1 is in a tough fight. The enemy is the Devil Ape and Black Dog. The report cut off in a scream. A command officer turned angrily and in confusion. "Black Dog. Isn't this supposed to be a Jirai tree?" Director Washu. Yashitoki Washu remained expressionless and issued calm orders. "Squad 1, hold your ground and disperse the enemy. Squad 2 and Squad 3 will break them apart. Field command of those 2 squads goes to Special Class Investigator Marud." Marudetsuki had just received, when the voice of Special Class Investigator Hachikawa from Squad 3 came through the communicator. Marud immediately asked, "What is it?" Hachikawa's voice carried complete confidence. "Mr. Marud, leave Black Dog to us." "All right." Marud did not hesitate. He switched channels at once and gave instructions to Special Class Investigator Mugen Tanakamaru of Squad 2. "Did you hear that? Apes is yours." Special Class Investigator Mugen Tanakamaru accepted the order and immediately led his squad like a sharp blade into the battlefield, charging straight toward Devil Ape, who was wreaking havoc in the crowd. Devil Ape had just sent an investigator flying. Looking at the combat personnel retreating in fear around him, he spoke in a low voice. "Next." Before the word had fully fallen, a loud shout rang out. "Higher mind." Along with the cry, a blazing pillar of energy tore through the air and struck Ape's position directly. The massive beam blasted a trench into the ground. Ape sensed it instantly. His massive body displayed astonishing agility as he made a swift lateral leap, barely evading the strike. However, several Ape's members behind him were not so fortunate. In the blinding light, they let out shrill screams. "Hey!" Devil Ape landed steadily. His voice beneath the mask carried a chill. "That's dangerous." Special Class Investigator Mugen Tanakamaru stepped out of the smoke, 2 streams of white vapor leaving his nose as he spoke in a deep voice. "Go back to the mountains, Mr. Monkey." Ape's arm muscles bulged as he let out a disdainful snort. "Unfortunate for you. This is my mountain." At the same time, on another part of the battlefield, Black Dog was leading her subordinates lightly across a rooftop when suddenly, a barrage of Akaku-Quinkwa attacks poured down like a torrential storm. Though she evaded rapidly, one attack grazed the edge of her mask. It shattered instantly. The immense impact forced her to fall from midair. A gloomy voice came from the shadows. "Well, well. Long time no see, Black Dog." Black Dog steadied herself on one knee. Through the cracked mask, she glanced sideways toward the source of the voice and let out a mocking laugh. "Woof." On the command vehicle, Yashitoki Washu calmly observed the battle through the monitors and issued another order. "Squad 4, immediately form a perimeter. Not a single ghoul is to escape." The command had just reached the battlefield when a sudden change occurred. At the very front of the main force, a figure in a wide cloak appeared without warning amid the drifting smoke. With his arrival, dust suddenly swept across the entire street, as if even heaven and earth trembled at the presence of the one who had come. Yashitoki Washu adjusted his glasses. Behind the lenses, his gaze grew incomparably sharp. He slowly spoke a few words. "Our protagonist has entered." The broad figure who slowly emerged from the smoke was Yoshimura Kyuzen. Chapter 64, The Owl Who Does Not Kill. At this moment, he was completely different from the cafe manager who always wore a gentle smile. The wide cloak moved without wind, fluttering loudly. The instant he raised his head, a pair of blood-red Kakugan, as if burning with the flames of hell, slowly swept across the entire scene with suffocating pressure. Every investigator touched by that gaze felt a chill run down their spine, as if an invisible hand had seized their heart. Several special-class investigators wore expressions as heavy as iron, subconsciously tightening their grip on their quinqua. As for the frontline combat personnel, they were so shaken by the tangible killing intent that their minds trembled. Driven by overwhelming fear, they almost instinctively raised their gun barrels. Cold metal knocked faintly against trembling fingers. This was the most primal reaction of weak creatures facing a natural predator. The air along the entire street solidified at that moment. Amid the suffocating atmosphere, Yoshimura Kyuzen's low voice pierced through the dust and reached every investigator clearly. The act of taking life is sin. As he spoke, dark red Kagun surged from his back like living creatures, multiplying and expanding wildly. From the moment we are born into this world, we are constantly taking. From air and water to food and other lives, survival itself is a continuous journey of guilt. The Kagun rapidly wrapped around his entire body, forming a grotesque and massive armor. His figure swelled dramatically before everyone's eyes, transforming into a towering giant that inspired dread. A deep voice mixed with metallic texture and static noise echoed like a proclamation from the abyss, shaking the entire battlefield. Life itself is sin. That I understand deeply. Those crimson Kakugan stared through the thick armor at the small humans before him. I am sin. And you are no exception. The enormous Kakuja body leaned forward slightly, bringing with it the pressure of a collapsing mountain. Come. Let us slaughter one another. On top of the command vehicle, Yashitoki Washa's brows were tightly furrowed. At the front line, Shinohara Yukinori and Iwao Kuroiwa quickly exchanged a glance. In each other's eyes, they saw shock and doubt. The core of the owl's words bore an unsettling similarity to what that ghoul in the 11th ward had said. But now was not the time to think about that. They had to fight with everything they had. On the rooftop, the night wind howled. Amano Hiro watched the battlefield below, which had already become a purgatory. He reached out and gently pinched Rize's soft cheek. His tone carried its usual laziness, yet hidden within was concern. Leave Devil Ape and Black Dog to you. Be careful. If you can't win, run. I'll go deal with them. He knew Koma and Irimi would soon fall into a bitter fight. It was a good chance for Rize to stretch her muscles. After playing the gentle noble lady for so long, she must have been stifled. Rize smiled brightly, a trace of excited crimson flashing in her eyes. All right. Got it. She cupped Amano Hiro's face with both hands and kissed him firmly, leaving a warm mark. Then I'm off. With that, she deftly put on her mask and leapt from the edge of the high building. Her skirt bloomed in the air like a demonic flower blossoming in the night. Amano Hiro watched her figure merge into the battlefield before leisurely turning toward the main battleground where the manager stood. A live version of a War of the Century is way more exciting than watching anime through a screen. He muttered softly, a playful curve forming at his lips. I'll make my dazzling entrance after the manager starts to lose ground a bit. That'll definitely be stylish. Imagining that scene, his steps grew lighter, like a protagonist about to take the stage, waiting for the perfect moment to appear. Amano Hiro silently reached the edge of the main battlefield and stood atop a broken wall, looking down. Yoshimura Kyuzen's massive Kakuja body moved through the smoke. With every step, dark red RC cells spread like boiling mist. Behind him trailed a blood-colored path that made hearts tremble. His posture and presence defined the very meaning of oppression. Charge. The frontline combat personnel could no longer withstand the suffocating pressure and pulled their triggers with hoarse cries. In the next instant, the enormous figure appeared before them like a phantom. A flash of blood. A gigantic arm formed of Kagun swept across. A head flew into the air. The manager spread his arms wide. RC cells surged violently around him and instantly condensed into countless sharp spikes. Piercing sounds tore through the air like torrential rain as the dark red storm of death poured into the crowd. The sounds of bones breaking, metal twisting, and dying screams intertwined. In just one exchange, the entire outer squad was reduced to wreckage. The following troops roared and charged forward one after another. What greeted them was the same devastating volley of Akaku fire. Before absolute power, human resistance appeared pale. So this is SSS class. A surviving member collapsed in a pool of blood, staring at the demon-like figure in despair. A monster like this, how are we supposed to? Just as he closed his eyes to await death, two figures crashed into the battlefield like meteors. Clang. Shinohara Yukinori and Iwao Kuroiwa wore the latest new armor. Their quinqua shrieked as they cut through the air. At the same time, they struck both of the manager's Kagun arms, leaving deep wounds. Yet almost the instant the blades withdrew, the wounds squirmed and healed at a visible speed, returning to normal in moments. TCH. That regeneration. Iwao Kuroiwa spat. Before he finished speaking, a massive Kagun arm slammed toward him like a battering ram. He barely raised his blade to block, but both men and armor were sent flying, crashing into distant ruins. Shinohara Yukinori could hardly hold on alone, struggling beneath the storm of attacks. Just as he was about to suffer a heavy blow, a blinding yellow light tore through the night. A massive diamond-shaped crystal crashed into the manager's back like a falling meteor. Boom. The violent explosion caused even the enormous Kakuja body to stagger. One Kagun arm was blasted to pieces, and a huge hole appeared in the armor on his back. Huji. That was a big help. Shinohara Yukinori retreated, gasping. Yet in the space of a breath, the horrific wounds began regenerating rapidly. New Kagun tissue squirmed like living creatures, filling the gaps. Even after taking damage like that, the regeneration speed is still astonishing. Shinohara Yukinori tightened his grip on his quinqua, his voice heavy. Without question, this is the strongest enemy in CCG history. In the distance, Amano Hiro raised an eyebrow, his gaze settling on the peculiar quinqua in Kusukuji's hands. So that's the thing made from Tatara's Kakuho, he murmured. The firepower is pretty impressive. Chapter 65, You're so weak. While Amano Hiro was watching with great interest from the edge of the main battlefield, Rize had already slipped silently into Ape's combat zone like a shadow. At this moment, Koma Enji was covered in wounds. Heavy breathing passed through his monkey mask. Under Mugen Tanakamaru's relentless assault, his defeat seemed inevitable. Bang. Another heavy energy blast struck. Ape staggered back several steps, a trace of blood seeping from beneath his mask. In the brief moment of stalemate between the two sides, a slender figure stepped lightly into the center of the battlefield, her movements graceful as a cat's. Rize's violet eyes shimmered in the night with dangerous delight as she looked at the burly Mugen Tanakamaru. Her voice was sweet, yet laced with biting cold. Mister, why don't you play with me? Koma Enji trembled at the sound of her voice and immediately called out, Rize-chan. He's dangerous. We should team up. It's fine, it's fine. Rize waved her hand casually, interrupting him. Go help Black Dog. She tilted her head, her smile deepening. I want to have some proper fun with him. Seeing her confidence, Koma Enji said no more. All right. Be careful. He leapt back and dashed toward Black Dog's battlefield. Mugen Tanakamaru glared in anger and laughed instead. The little monkey ran off, and now a little girl shows up. I'm really being looked down on. Before he could finish speaking, Rize's lips curved upward into an almost torn grin. A low hum vibrated through the air. Dark red patterns spread across her entire body like living things, alluring and eerie. For Rinkaku burst forth. They were no longer simple Kagun, but grotesque long spears gleaming with a cold metallic sheen, fused with symbiotic traits. A pressure far more terrifying and primal than Ape swept across the entire street like a tidal wave. The contempt on Mugen Tanakamaru's face froze, replaced by unprecedented gravity. He forced out several words through clenched teeth. So this is quite the monster. Without hesitation, he raised the twin-barreled cannon. Higher mind. A blazing pillar of light roared toward Rize. Boom. The explosion sent dust soaring into the sky. Rubble scattered. Mugen Tanakamaru gripped the cannon tightly, staring at the center of the smoke. As the dust slowly cleared, a massive shield woven of dark red and pitch black, flowing with organic texture like a blooming flower of evil, stood quietly before him. Behind it, Rize was completely unharmed. She even stroked the surface of the shield with interest, letting out a satisfied sigh. Hiro's Kagun is really strong. Just fusing a small piece already gives this kind of result. The moment her voice fell, she moved. Her figure flashed like purple lightning. The 4 Rinkaku spears tore through the air with lethal shrieks, thrusting straight at Mugen Tanakamaru. Too fast. His pupils shrank sharply. There was no time to dodge. He roared and raised the twin cannon horizontally in front of him. Clang. Amid a deafening blast, the specially made quinqua cannon twisted and deformed instantly as if it were soft clay. The irresistible force traveled through the weapon and struck his chest. Mugen Tanakamaru was flung like a projectile and smashed violently into the wall behind him. He coughed up blood, embedded in the cracked surface, staring at the purple-haired figure walking toward him. For the first time, fear appeared in his eyes. This is really troublesome. Rize hummed an unknown cheerful tune as she stepped elegantly toward the collapsed Mugen Tanakamaru. Tilting her head slightly, her violet eyes held a mix of innocence and cruelty. You're a special class investigator. Enduring the agony and numbness from his shattered vertebrae, Mugen Tanakamura let out a muffled groan and used all his strength to pull out a backup quinqua. It was a long staff-like weapon similar to Kotaro Amon's. His gaze locked onto Rize as he prepared his final resistance. Rize looked at his futile stance. Her red lips parted and she delivered a cold, contemptuous verdict. "You're so weak." The words ignited the last of Mugen Tanakamura's dignity. Seizing the moment before she finished speaking, he roared and swung his quinqua down fiercely. A crisp metallic sound rang out. The strike was effortlessly blocked by a rinkaku that appeared out of thin air. Immediately after, another rinkaku lashed out like a coiled venomous serpent, striking his waist with a piercing crack. A sickening sound of bone shattering echoed clearly. Mugen Tanakamura flew backward again like a kite with its string cut and crashed heavily onto the ground. Cold sweat soaked his hair from the intense pain. Worse still, everything below his waist had lost sensation completely. His spine was broken. Behind him came unhurried footsteps like a countdown to death. He could not even turn his neck to look. He could only wait helplessly for the end. Rize's pleasant voice sounded above him like a death sentence. "Goodbye, special class." A rinkaku pierced through his skull like the sharpest spear, leaving a gruesome hole. Rize withdrew her kagun, a trace of boredom crossing her face. She had wanted to stretch her muscles properly, but he had been so fragile. No. Perhaps it was not that he was weak, but that she had become too strong. She casually tore off a still warm piece of flesh from Mugen Tanakamura's corpse and tasted it, then tossed it aside as if she had lost interest. "The taste hasn't changed. It's still so delicious," she murmured softly, though her gaze seemed distant. "But after tasting all kinds of delicacies, this monotonous flavor doesn't make me crave it like before." Besides, even ordinary human food was now enough to replenish her energy, though far less efficient than human flesh. Rize turned lightly and looked toward the street where intense clashes echoed in the distance. A smile full of interest curved her lips. "Forget it. I'll go check on Black Dog. Maybe that side will be more interesting." On Black Dog's battlefield, the situation had already reversed. Just as Irimi Kaya, in the form of Black Dog, began to show fatigue under Associate Special Class Investigator Hachikawa's fierce assault, her Ukaka movement slowing. A violent white figure crashed into the battle like a meteor. Ape's roar shook the street. His massive fist, wrapped in compressed air, sent 2 investigators flying as they approached Black Dog. His sudden intervention instantly relieved most of the pressure she had been bearing. Associate Special Class Investigator Hachikawa, who had been on the verge of securing victory, was forced to retreat. He could only watch as the Black Hound on the brink of suppression formed a pincer with the raging white ape. In an instant, the balance of the battle shifted from CCG's advantage to the joint suppression of 2 SS-rated ghouls. Chapter 66, Good evening. Irimi Kaya panted slightly. Taking advantage of the brief pause, she turned her head and murmured to the tall companion beside her, "Why did you come over?" Koma Enji shook the blood from his gauntlets and replied in a low voice, "Rize-chan took over my battlefield." "Is Hiro here too?" Irimi Kaya immediately asked. "Didn't see him. Only Rize-chan." Hearing that Amano Hiro had not appeared, a trace of resolve flashed in Irimi Kaya's eyes. "Then let's finish this quickly. End it here and go back to help Rize." Opposite them, the remaining investigators gripped their quinquas tightly, despair written across their faces. One team member stared at the 2 terrifying figures standing side by side ahead of them, his voice trembling. "We're done. 1 SS-rated ghoul was already hard enough. Now there are 2. Where did Mugen Tanakamura go?" Veins bulged on Associate Special Class Investigator Hachikawa's forehead. His clenched teeth nearly drew blood. The fruit of victory that had been within reach was torn away, filling him with fury. He grabbed the communicator and nearly roared into it. "Marud-san. What is Special Class Investigator Mugen Tanakamura doing? Why did he let apes come over here?" Inside the command vehicle, Kisho Marud stared anxiously at the tactical map. Ape's sudden relocation made his heart sink. He called Mugen Tanakamura's channel 3 times in succession, but only received static in response. A sense of foreboding coiled around his heart like a venomous snake. With Mugen Tanakamura's personality, unless something had happened to him, he would never lose contact in the middle of battle. Damn it. He slammed his fist onto the console, knocking over a coffee cup. Dark liquid spilled across the operation charts. Squad 4, change course immediately and reinforce Hachikawa's unit. Move. Squad 4, received. The 4th squad, which had been maneuvering to flank, immediately altered its route and sped down the rubble-strewn street. As they passed through an intersection, the captain suddenly raised his hand, signaling the entire squad to halt. Ahead, beside a broken wall, a body in a special class investigator's uniform lay face down in a pool of blood. The unmistakable thick beard and burly build. The captain's heart seemed to stop. He rushed forward, knelt on one knee, and carefully turned the body over. When he saw the lifeless face clearly, he sucked in a sharp breath. Mugen Tanakamaru's wide-open eyes still held shock. The gruesome blood hole in his forehead was horrifying. Command Center. This is Squad 4. The captain's hand trembled slightly as he grabbed the communicator. We have discovered the body of Special Class Investigator Mugen Tanakamaru. Inside the command vehicle, Marud tore off his headset and roared into the microphone. What did you say? Marud took several deep breaths in succession. His chest heaved violently as he forced down the surging rage. His knuckles turned pale from gripping too hard. Into the communication channel, he issued a hoarse order. Squad 4, continue to reinforce Hachikawa's unit. Move immediately. Squad 4, received. The 4th squad captain immediately led his team through the ruins at high speed. Just as they were about to reach their destination, the captain abruptly stopped and raised his right hand sharply in an emergency halt gesture. The well-trained squad froze instantly, every member entering a state of alert. The vice captain was about to ask, "Captain, what is?" when he saw a slender figure step slowly out from behind a broken wall ahead. All units on guard. Prepare for combat. The captain shouted sternly. A unified metallic clatter rang out as dozens of firearms were cocked at once. Dark muzzles aimed in unison at the figure emerging from the shadows. Tap. 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 The sound of high heels striking the ground was especially clear in the dead street, carrying an unsettling rhythm. A sweet, pleasant voice drifted lazily through the air. Good evening. As the figure drew closer, they saw her appearance clearly. Though she wore an exquisite mask, her graceful figure and elegant gait revealed she was a beauty. The captain did not hesitate when he saw the mask. Open fire. In an instant, countless bullets poured toward Rize like a torrential storm. Facing the oncoming rain of bullets, Rize merely smiled faintly. A Kagun unfolded instantly, forming a massive shield before her. Clang after clang rang out as every bullet was easily deflected. Rize walked forward through the hail of gunfire as if strolling through a garden. Her pace was not fast, yet each step carried suffocating pressure. Command Center. Squad 4 has encountered an unknown ghoul. We are currently unable to reinforce Squad 3. The captain reported urgently while retreating. Marud's voice came through the communicator. End it quickly. After eliminating the target, immediately reinforce Squad 3. After issuing the order, Marud's brows remained tightly furrowed. Everything about this operation felt strange. The owl should have been a member or leader of Aojirai Tree, yet Aojirai Tree had not appeared at all. Instead, Apes and Black Dog, who had disappeared years ago, had resurfaced. Now a special class investigator had fallen, and an unknown powerful binge eater had emerged. All of it filled him with intense unease. Rize stepped gracefully, weaving through the dense barrage. For dark purple Rinkaku unfurled behind her like living, lethal tentacles. With every swing, they pierced bulletproof armor precisely, sending up sprays of warm blood. What a delightful night. Her gentle laughter intertwined with the investigator's screams, forming an eerie duet. The tips of her Kagun condensed into sharp blades, cutting cold arcs beneath the moonlight, moving so fast they left only afterimages. The captain gritted his teeth and charged forward. He had just raised his quinkwa when a purple blur flashed past. A wet tearing sound echoed. He instinctively twisted aside, yet his entire right arm was severed at the shoulder. Blood gushed out like a fountain. The quinkwa clattered to the ground, rolling into the blood along with the severed limb. The vice captain hurried to support the staggering captain, his voice trembling with fear. Captain. We have to retreat. This is no longer an enemy we can handle. The captain pressed hard against his bleeding wound and said in despair, retreat. That would require being able to retreat. The remaining squad members stared in horror at the figure dancing through smoke. In mere moments, more than half the squad had been wiped out, yet the skirt of the masked ghoul had not even been touched by dust. Command Center. The unknown ghoul we encountered is extremely powerful. We can't hold much longer. Requesting reinforcements. Ack. The sudden scream from the communicator made Marud shoot to his feet. Hello. Report the situation. Hello. Damn it. But from the other end of the line, there was only a faint, almost inaudible soft laugh. Chapter 67, Chapter 67, I'm not too late, am I? Amano Hiro stood high above, calmly observing the fierce battle below. Shinohara Yukinori, Iwao Kuroiwa, Ui Kori, Kusukuji, and Suzuya Juzu, 5 special-class investigators working in seamless coordination, had formed an encirclement around Yoshimura Kyuzan. From the very start of the battle, the manager had been at a disadvantage. Wounds continued to accumulate across his Kakuja body, and his regeneration had clearly slowed. Logically speaking, with the manager's strength, he shouldn't be suppressed to this extent by just a few special-class investigators. Amano Hiro pondered silently. Either he's truly grown old, or he's deliberately holding back. Just as the thought crossed his mind, the battle shifted abruptly. Seizing an opening, Kusukuji fired 3 consecutive crystal shells, each striking with precise accuracy. The manager's massive body shook violently. At last, he could no longer endure it and dropped heavily to one knee. Seeing this, Shinohara Yukinori shouted immediately, "Now! Deliver the final blow." The 4 special-class investigators gathered their full strength at once. Their quinkwas flared with dazzling light as they launched a fatal strike toward the manager, who could no longer continue fighting. Amano Hiro thought to himself that it was about time to make his dazzling entrance. The power within him began to boil as his slaughter form slowly emerged. A tremendous torrent of energy surged through his limbs and bones. Every inch of muscle emitted a low hum. Dark red energy rippled outward like molten lava, covering his entire body before condensing into a massive crimson monster over 4 meters tall. Ferocious exoskeletal armor gleamed with a metallic sheen under the moonlight. The energy radiating from his body distorted the very air. At the critical moment, the sky was suddenly torn apart by a streak of dark red light. The piercing sound of something cutting through the air rang deafeningly. That streak descended like a falling meteor, carrying suffocating pressure as it crashed down from the heavens, targeting the 4 special-class investigators. "Watch above." Kusukuji's warning and the sound of impact erupted almost simultaneously. Relying on their battle-honed instincts, the 4 special-class investigators forcibly withdrew their attacks and retreated at extreme speed in the final instant. Boom. The entire battlefield trembled violently. With a thunderous crash, the rooftop beneath them collapsed. Rubble scattered like torrential rain. Thick dust rose into the sky like a mushroom cloud. As the smoke gradually cleared, the enormous dark red figure slowly rose from the deep crater at the center of the impact. Energy waves shimmered around its body. Its grotesque form radiated pressure far more primal and terrifying than an ordinary kakuja. The terrifying figure turned slightly toward Yoshimura Kyuzen, who was struggling to remain upright, and spoke in a low voice that carried metallic resonance. "Manager, I'm not too late, am I?" If the manager could have known what Amano Hiro was thinking, he might have greeted him personally with his kagun. Not too late. A moment later and this old life of his would have ended here. Gazing at the towering dark red figure before him and hearing the familiar tone, the manager spoke between breaths. "Hiro." It was the first time he had witnessed Amano Hiro's kakuja form in person. Even without fighting, the overwhelming aura and ferocious shape alone made the terrifying power within unmistakable. As the dust thinned further, Shinohara Yukinori focused on the newcomer. His pupils shrank abruptly. "It's you." He and Ueo Kuroiwa exchanged a grave look. There was no doubt. The dark red monster before them was the one they had encountered in the 11th ward. Slaughter. Dark red energy rippled around Amano Hiro's body as his metallic, resonant voice echoed through the night. "It's been a while, Special Class Investigator Shinohara." Shinohara Yukinori tightened his grip on his quinkwa until his knuckles turned pale. "I didn't expect you to appear here as well." A drop of cold sweat slid down his temple. The situation had already deteriorated to the extreme. Not only had they failed to successfully subjugate the owl, but now another existence of equal terror had appeared. Tonight's battle would be far more difficult than anticipated. Shinohara Yukinori pressed his communicator, his voice taut. "Command Center, this is Shinohara. A new high-risk target has appeared on the battlefield. Confirmed as the one encountered in the 11th ward. Slaughter." Inside the command vehicle, Kisho Marud's brows knotted instantly. He suppressed the shock in his heart and asked in a low voice, "What is the current situation? Any casualties?" "No engagement yet. No casualties for now." Shinohara's voice came through the static, heavy with gravity. Marud fell silent for a moment, fingers unconsciously tapping the console. "Do you have confidence?" A nearly inaudible sigh came from the other end. "Hard to say. We can only try our best." "Understood." Marud took a deep breath. "Prioritize personnel safety. Retreat is permitted if necessary." Standing atop the command vehicle, Yashitoki Washu heard every word. His gaze was deep as an abyss. His already stern expression grew darker. Tonight's operation had been intended to draw out Yoshimura Kyuzen's hidden child. Instead, before the expected target appeared, another troublesome monster had emerged. The situation was steadily slipping out of control. Since the battle began, not a single piece of good news had arrived. Only minor targets had been eliminated. Not one meaningful objective had been achieved. Shinohara Yukinori's voice rang out, heavier than ever. "No one can afford even the slightest carelessness. The enemy before us may be even more dangerous than the owl. Huji, long-range support is yours." Understood. Kusukuji responded steadily as his quinkwa began gathering energy. Before his words had fully faded, Suzuya Juzu had already rushed forward with manic laughter, his massive scythe carving a chilling arc. It was unclear which unfortunate ghoul's kakuho had been used to forge that scythe. Juzu. Don't be reckless. Shinohara's warning was swallowed by the roar of battle. Just as the scythe was about to fall, Amano Hiro casually raised his hand and struck. Suzuya did not even see the movement. He was sent flying like a severed kite, crashing heavily into distant ruins, unable to rise again. In the next second, the dark red figure had already advanced into their formation. The twin-pronged spear formed from his right hand descended with a shriek that tore through the air. Iwao Kuroiwa and Shinohara Yukinori raised their blades simultaneously to block. With a deafening crash, both were forced down onto one knee by the sheer force. The concrete beneath their feet shattered, spiderweb cracks spreading rapidly. How is this possible? Ui Kori launched a flanking strike from the side, his quinkwa thrusting toward a vital point. Amano Hiro did not even turn his head. With a casual motion of his left hand, he deflected the attack entirely. The residual force sent Ui Kori flying backward. What? Ui Kori adjusted himself midair with difficulty, disbelief written across his face. At the same time, 3 brilliant crystal shells shot in from behind. 3 tendrils suddenly extended from Amano Hiro's back, lashing out midair at a speed too fast for the eye to follow. Bang. 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 Kusukuji's pupils shrank violently. He had never imagined his attack would be reflected back in such a brutal manner. He could only dive aside hastily. Even so, the aftershock hurled him several meters away. He lay among the rubble, bloodied and unmoving, his fate unclear. A scream suddenly rang out. Ui Kori. 5 sharp claws pierced straight through him, pinning him brutally to the ground. Blood instantly stained the shattered surface crimson. In mere moments, the battlefield that had once favored the investigators was overturned completely. Amano Hiro looked down at the two still struggling to endure. The force of his right hand did not lessen in the slightest. His low voice carried calm that chilled the bones. Special Class Investigator Shinohara. Well. Chapter 68, is this still human? Just as Amano Hiro was crushing the Special Class Investigators with overwhelming force, the situation across the entire battlefield changed once again. Kill. Thunderous battle cries erupted from all directions. Countless ghouls from Aojirai Tree surged out like a dark tide rising from underground, pouring in from street corners, rooftops, and ruins. Their scarlet kakugan connected into a sea of red beneath the night sky, like sparks from hell. The originally orderly CCG lines were instantly scattered. Screams and the clash of weapons rang out one after another. Yet amidst the chaos, Yoshimura Ito stood motionless at the edge of a nearby rooftop. Her wide cloak fluttered violently in the night wind. Beneath the bandages, her gaze remained locked onto the dark red figure at the center of the battlefield, as if waiting for something. At the center, the twin-pronged spear formed from Amano Hiro's right hand still firmly suppressed Shinohara Yukinori and Iwao Kuroiwa. The Arida armor emitted strained creaking under the immense pressure. Their knees sank deep into the shattered ground. Blood continuously seeped from the gaps in their armor. Heh. Hee hee hee. Amano Hiro suddenly let out a low, crazed laugh. The sound carried metallic distortion that made it chilling to hear. His left claw slowly rose. 5 sharp blades gleamed coldly in the moonlight. End it. The claw slashed down with a shriek that tore through the air. The sheer range of the strike nearly enveloped both of their upper bodies entirely. Crack. The Arida Quinkwa armor shattered instantly, breaking into countless fragments that scattered outward. Shinohara and Kuroiwa were hurled away like puppets with cut strings. Blood traced 2 glaring arcs through the air before they crashed heavily into ruins dozens of meters away, falling motionless. Amano Hiro turned toward Yoshimura Kyuzen, who had barely managed to stand. Dark red energy rippled faintly around him. Manager, leave first. I'll follow shortly. The manager looked at him deeply. His damaged Kakuja form was gradually receding. He nodded. Hiro. Be careful. Watching the manager stagger away, Amano Hiro felt a trace of confusion. He surveyed the increasingly chaotic battlefield. Aojirai Tree was fully suppressing the remaining CCG forces, but... Why hasn't Arima Kishu arrived yet, he murmured. Since Arima Kishu had not appeared, he decided he might as well finish off the fallen investigators first. Then he would keep Kusukuji alive and bring him back as a gift for Tatara. After that, he could capture Yashitoki Washu and take him back as a Kakuho donor. Yes. That settled it. Another thought suddenly crossed his mind. Instead of killing them, he could remove their organs and turn them into something like Suzuya Juzu. The idea made him laugh out loud. While calculating how to deal with the fallen investigators, Amano Hiro had already stepped beside Ui Kori. Without hesitation, he raised his grotesque claw. It was about to descend. A white streak suddenly shot through the air at astonishing speed, aimed straight at Amano Hiro's head. He sensed it instantly and snapped his head aside, narrowly avoiding the fatal strike. But his descending claw did not stop. A sharp slicing sound followed. With a piercing scream, one of Ui Kori's legs was severed and sent flying. Blood gushed out violently. With injuries that severe, you're still conscious. Amano Hiro's voice carried a hint of surprise before shifting into regret. Too bad. He dodged. Arima Kishu's figure had already appeared beside Ui Kori. His expression was cold, his gaze sharp as an eagle's. Ui Kori endured the agony, pressing both hands tightly against the severed leg in an attempt to slow the bleeding. Arima-san. Arima Kishu gave a slight nod, his eyes never leaving Amano Hiro. He pulled the pure white Narukami from the ground and gently set the black case with golden patterns at his feet. Amano Hiro looked at Arima Kishu. An uncontrollable excitement surged within him. He had finally arrived. He had long yearned to face this legendary CCG Reaper in battle. Without warning, Arima Kishu struck first. Narukami instantly shifted form in his hand. Its cannon-like muzzle gathered dazzling yellow electricity. A thick bolt of lightning fired straight at Amano Hiro. Amano Hiro shifted aside and easily evaded it. At the same time, countless dark red spikes formed instantly before him. They shot toward Arima Kishu like a torrential storm. Arima's figure blurred repeatedly. Narukami danced before him, precisely deflecting every spike. Metal clashed without pause. Sparks flew in all directions. In the gaps between blocks, he stepped forward, closing the distance with astonishing speed. Narukami shifted again into a long blade, thrusting toward Amano Hiro's vital point with fierce momentum. The blade and claw collided dozens of times in an instant. Their speed left streaks in the air. The sparks from metal clashing shone brilliantly in the night. Amano Hiro's hands had fully transformed into savage claws. His assault grew even more violent. Arima Kishu keenly realized that Narukami alone was insufficient to completely withstand this storm-like barrage. He decisively retreated several steps. His left hand reached for the black case on the ground. Ixa unsheathed. Arima thrust Ixa deeply into the ground. A sinister tremor ran through the earth beneath Amano Hiro's feet. Several twisted black tendrils burst from the soil, piercing upward with shrieking force. Amano Hiro moved like a phantom, slipping through narrow gaps and evading every strike. At the same time, 6 tendrils from his back unleashed a rain of spikes downward. Arima calmly raised Ixa before him. A black shield unfolded instantly like blooming petals, blocking the dense barrage completely. Sparks scattered across its surface, illuminating his emotionless eyes behind the lenses. Amano Hiro frowned slightly. Arima Kishu was actually matching him evenly. Even though he was not yet using his full strength, it was still astonishing. Looks like I need to get serious. The dark red energy around him surged violently. His body expanded again. Savage bone spikes erupted from his joints. The 6 tendrils twisted and reshaped in midair, their ends morphing into various grotesque weapons that swept forward with destructive force. Explosive booms from colliding weapons shook the air. Arima's figure maneuvered through the relentless assault. Ixa became a streak of black light in his hands, shifting between shield and spear. Yet anyone could see that his defense was beginning to strain. Each block caused his arms to tremble slightly. The longer Amano Hiro fought, the more shocked he became. This was already 90% of his power, and Arima Kishu could still barely withstand it. Was this still human? At the instant their weapons clashed again, Arima suddenly lowered his voice. His words reached Amano Hiro's ears with precision. Now is not the best time. Amano Hiro's pupils contracted. His arms surged with force as violent energy erupted. The explosion of power blasted Arima backward. Ixa scraped sparks across the ground. His feet carved 2 deep trenches before he crashed through half of a ruined wall, barely halting his retreat. Amid the drifting dust, the two stared at each other from a distance. Chapter 69, I'll give you a good show. At the edge of a distant high-rise, Yoshimura Ito stood quietly. The night wind stirred the loose strands of hair at the edges of her bandages, yet her gaze remained fixed on the 2 figures clashing fiercely below. As the battle progressed, her breathing unconsciously halted. Arima Kishu. The man whose name was almost synonymous with invincibility was actually beginning to show unmistakable signs of decline under Amano Hiro's storm-like assault. Thump. Thump. She could clearly hear her own heart pounding violently in her chest. Each beat was heavy and rapid, as if sounding the drums for a historic moment. It's happening. It's really happening. The corners of her lips beneath the bandages curled upward uncontrollably. A burning excitement surged up her spine. She had not been mistaken. This Amano Hiro who had appeared out of nowhere, this mysterious and powerful man, truly possessed the strength to overwhelm Arima Kishu. As long as he took one more step. As long as he could, here and now, before all the surviving investigators and ghouls, slay the invincible CCG Reaper. Then without any extra words or ceremony, he would become the unquestioned king in the eyes of all ghouls. He would be the first ray of dawn piercing the long night of despair. The absolute hope capable of uniting all strength and igniting the flames of change. The plan she and Arima had harbored in their hearts for years, vast and seemingly unreachable, had finally revealed a glimmer of attainable light at this very moment. Yoshimura Ito watched the rapidly shifting battle below. The heart that had been pounding with excitement gradually steadied. She frowned slightly. Beneath the bandages, confusion flickered in her eyes. At some unknown moment, the two figures in the center had stopped fighting and were now facing each other across the drifting smoke. At the center of the battlefield, Amano Hiro looked at the White Reaper opposite him, who was breathing faintly, his sword-bearing hands trembling uncontrollably, and spoke in a relaxed tone. As expected of the CCG's White Reaper. You really are quite strong. After this exchange, he had formed a clear judgment of the combat power of the Washa clan and the V organization under them. In the end, they were nothing more than roadside weeds that could be swept aside at will. Arima Kishu gazed at the figure before him who still appeared at ease. Even his tranquil mind rippled slightly. The plan he and Ito had prepared for years had finally seen real hope. This was the first ghoul he could not defeat even at full strength. As long as they could ensure this person stood on their side, the future of this twisted world might truly be changed. You are strong, Arima Kishu said calmly, his voice devoid of fluctuation. But possessing strength alone cannot change the essence of everything. Amano Hiro savored the words, seeming to catch the deeper meaning within. He chuckled softly. As long as I am strong enough, that is sufficient. As for meaning, someone will assign it. Or I will impose it by force. Arima Kishu adjusted his glasses, neither agreeing nor denying. Is that so? Amano Hiro suddenly changed the topic and made an unexpected request. Can you hand Kusuke over to me? No, Arima Kishu answered without the slightest hesitation. What a pity, Amano Hiro sighed deliberately, though there was no real regret in his tone. Before his words had fully faded, a sharp sound cut through the air. A pair of massive dark red wings burst open from his back. In the next instant, he shot forward like a dark red meteor tearing through the night sky, heading straight for the distant command vehicle. Arima Kishu's eyes sharpened as he immediately leapt in pursuit. Even if he had other plans in mind, appearances had to be maintained. Amano Hiro's speed was beyond imagination. In almost the blink of an eye, he was already above the command vehicle. Yashitoki Washu, who had been observing the battle through the monitors, finally revealed undisguised shock. He watched as the terrifying figure closed in at terrifying speed. The development of events had completely slipped beyond his control. Yashitoki Washu's pupils contracted sharply as the dark red figure descended toward him like a meteor. His knuckles turned pale as he calculated rapidly. He absolutely could not expose his ghoul identity in public. At the critical moment, he forcibly suppressed his instinct and leapt backward using only his enhanced physical strength. The instant he left the roof of the vehicle. Boom. The entire command vehicle twisted and deformed like a crushed tin can struck by a giant hammer. The metal frame shrieked. The two operators inside did not even have time to scream before the warped steel plates crushed them into pulp. Carnage stood atop the wreckage, dark red armor steaming with blood-colored mist. He threw his head back and released a deafening roar. The soundwave swept outward carrying the stench of blood. The surrounding investigators holding firearms instinctively stepped back in unison, intimidated by the ferocity. Stop him. Protect Director Washu. Kishu Marud rushed out from a backup command vehicle. Before his words fully fell, he seized a scattered Quinkwa spear from the ground and thrust forward without hesitation. The spear was easily caught by a claw. Carnage let out a savage laugh mixed with electrical distortion. Special Class Investigator Marud, do not get in the way. I will show you a good show. Nonsense. Marud tried to pull his weapon back, only to be swung through the air along with it and slammed heavily into a broken wall. The dark red figure lunged toward Yashitoki Washu again. The CCG director's face was ashen. From the corner of his eye, he saw Arima Kishu still dozens of meters away and cursed inwardly. A thunderous rumble erupted. Black tendrils burst from the ground. The spikes of IXA barely grazed Carnage's chest armor. Arima Kishu's Narukami followed close behind, a sphere of lightning carving a brilliant arc through the air. Two tendrils suddenly drove into the ground, forcibly dragging the massive body downward. The lightning sphere roared past his back wings and exploded in the distance, scattering sparks of electricity. Using the downward momentum, Carnage accelerated again, his claw aiming directly at Yashitoki Washa's throat. In that split second, Amano Hiro had already calculated everything. If the CCG director would rather die than reveal his ghoul identity, he would capture him alive and hand him to Ito. The body carrying Washa blood would make an excellent Kakuho donor. If he could not restrain himself and used his Kagun, then he would leave this burning problem for the CCG to tear itself apart over. The claw tore through the air. The wind it generated already stung Yashitoki Washa's face. At the line between life and death, veins bulged at his temples. His teeth clenched tightly. He forcibly suppressed the Kagun that was about to burst forth from his body, pushing it deep back into his bloodline. As a member of the Washa clan, he knew better than anyone that exposing himself now would destroy centuries of effort. A muffled groan escaped him. The dark red claw seized him completely. The inhuman grip tightened abruptly. His bones creaked under the crushing force, as if they would shatter the next second. Pain surged like a tidal wave. His vision darkened from lack of oxygen. Only the last fragment of reason remained, struggling to hold on. He absolutely could not reveal his true form here. Chapter 70, A Gift for You. The dark red claw held Yashitoki Washa firmly in its grip. Amano Hiro turned to face the CCG officers who raised their guns but dared not move. His deep, electric-tinged voice resonated across the night. "Don't move, I'll give you a good show." The words made Yashitoki Washa's body stiffen. Could it be, this monster really knew the Washa family's secret? As if to confirm his suspicion, that menacing voice whispered at his ear with the teasing of a cat playing with a mouse. "Let's see how long you can hold out." Before the words had even faded, the nails on his other claw suddenly elongated. Poochie. The 5 sharp claws pierced through his chest without obstruction. With the tearing of fabric, his uniform was shredded violently, revealing 5 gaping, bleeding holes. Amano Hiro carefully observed the wounds slowly writhing as they began to heal and let out a mocking, cold laugh. No matter how much you suppress your regeneration, a ghoul's healing speed far surpasses that of a human. His voice rose sharply, ensuring every investigator could hear. Stop struggling. In front of your subordinates, release a Kagun, let them all see the true face of this esteemed director. Yashitoki Washa gritted his teeth, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, and retorted word by word. You won't succeed in your evil plan. Director, Amano Hiro tilted his head, his tone laced with mock indignation. Don't make me sound like the villain here, all right? In an instant, the situation shifted again. Seeing his secret on the verge of exposure, Yashitoki Washa shouted sharply at Arima Kishu, "Kishu! What are you waiting for?" Arima Kishu reacted immediately. The muzzle of Narukami sparked with blinding electricity as a thick bolt shot straight at Amano Hiro. But Amano Hiro had anticipated this. With a swift sidestep alongside Yashitoki Washu, he effortlessly dodged. His electric-laced voice carried a clear teasing. "That won't do, the show hasn't even started yet." At the same time, Itsuki Marud had regrouped, holding his quinkwa as he charged again, shouting, "Carnage! Release the director immediately." Amano Hiro did not release his grip. Instead, he lifted Yashitoki Washu high like a shield and faced Marud. "Special Class Investigator Marud, take a good look, does this look like human recovery?" Marud's gaze snapped to Yashitoki Washu's chest. The 5 shocking blood holes from moments before had completely healed, leaving only traces of coagulated blood. This defiance of all logic made his pupils shrink and sent a wave of shock through his mind. The surrounding investigators exchanged bewildered glances, their faces full of doubt and hesitation. "This is the CCG's latest research," Yashitoki Washa shouted urgently, trying to stabilize morale. "A trial drug that enhances regenerative ability. I personally participated in human testing. Do not let this evil ghoul manipulate you." Then, in a resolute tone, he commanded, "All units, heed my order. Do not consider me, attack with full force. Drive Carnage out of here." Yet, the combination of his command and the unnatural healing ability left most officers frozen in doubt. Only Arima Kishu stepped forward once more and launched an attack. Amano Hiro countered with a fierce strike, forcing him back, then left Marud with words heavy with meaning. "Special Class Investigator Marud, you've seen the show. I trust, you'll judge for yourself." Hehehe. Before the words could fade, his dark red energy surged violently. Countless sharp spikes materialized around him out of thin air. "Everyone, hit the deck." Marud's roar nearly broke his voice. Shoo shoo shoo. The dense sound of air being torn apart was like the whispers of the Reaper. Dark red spikes rained down indiscriminately from all directions. Officers who failed to dodge in time were pierced, screaming as they fell. When the deadly downpour ceased and Marud lifted his head, the center of the battlefield was empty. The dark red terror was gone. The director was gone. All that remained was a ruined battlefield, littered with chaos and unanswered questions. Arima Kishu stood calmly in the rubble, exhaling slowly. Behind his glasses, his eyes were as serene as a deep pool, staring toward the direction Amano Hiro had disappeared. The night wind swept over his blood-stained white uniform but could not disperse the lingering stench of blood and gunpowder. As the dark red figure vanished, the sounds of battle gradually quieted. Aogirai tree members melted into the shadows of the streets like a retreating tide, leaving a scene of devastation and scattered corpses. The surviving investigators stood motionless amid the wreckage, faces a mixture of dazed relief and disbelief. Some unconsciously repeated bandaging wounds, others stared blankly at the remains of the command vehicle. Everything that had happened tonight had far exceeded anything they could comprehend. Marud stood beside the command vehicle turned scrap, his knuckles pale from gripping too hard. He silently scanned the battlefield, taking in the frozen forms, and finally forced the words out through clenched teeth. Clear the battlefield. Rescue the wounded. The command fell like a stone into still water, awakening the stunned investigators. They suppressed their tumultuous thoughts and threw themselves into rescue work. Stretchers weaved between the rubble. Blood-soaked bandages glimmered under the moonlight. Every movement was urgent and mechanical, as if staying busy could temporarily erase the night's horrifying truth. The concrete on the rooftop cracked under pressure. Debris flew. The massive dark red figure landed with a thunderous impact, casually tossing the unconscious Yashitoki Washa to Yoshimura Ito's feet. The dark red shell covering his body receded like a tide, revealing Amano Hiro's lean form. He adjusted his collar, a playful smirk curling his lips. How was it? Pretty good harvest for tonight's performance, huh? Beneath her bandages, Yoshimura Ito's lips curved into an unmistakable expression of delight. Her voice brimmed with excitement. Yes, a very fruitful harvest. She stepped forward and looked up at Amano Hiro. Hiro, your strength is truly astonishing. Amano Hiro gently kicked the unconscious Yashitoki Washa with the tip of his shoe. Are you satisfied with this gift? You've probably already collaborated with Kanu Akihiro, right? Nope. Ito raised a finger, her tone sly and teasing. It should be we, not you, Hiro. She glanced at the gift at her feet, her tone filled with meaning. But this gift is perfect. The Washa pure blood, as a donor, it couldn't be more fitting. If you're satisfied, that's enough. Amano Hiro put his hands in his pockets and turned toward the edge of the rooftop. I need to see where my little darling wandered off to. Before the words had faded, he leapt into the night sky. The wind roared past him as a pair of dark red wings suddenly unfurled from his back, propelling him like an arrow into the darkness, quickly merging with the night. Chapter 71, The Curtain Falls. Dark crimson wings tore through the night sky as Amano Hiro, like a hunting night owl, swept his sharp gaze over the devastated battlefield below. The smoke had already dispersed, leaving only corpses strewn everywhere in disarray. His perception spread out like an invisible web, and soon it caught the familiar presence carrying the sweet scent of blood, and a trace of pleasure in the midst of play. Rize's Rinkaku were like 4 purple bolts of lightning, weaving a net of death through the narrow alley. She hummed a light tune, her figure bouncing and shifting between the walls. Each graceful spin was accompanied by the dull sound of an investigator's throat being torn open. Blood splattered across her pale cheeks, adding a touch of bewitching beauty. How boring. She landed lightly beneath a crooked street lamp. Looking at the few remaining young investigators below who stood back to back, trembling. Not even one who can let me enjoy myself. Just as she was about to deliver the final blow, a shadow quietly fell over her. Had your fun? Amano Hiro folded his wings and landed silently atop the lamppost behind her, his body as light as a feather. His hands remained in his pockets as he looked down at Rize below, a faint trace of indulgence in his eyes. Hearing his voice, the red in Rize's eyes faded slightly as she turned back in delight. Hiro. Like a swallow returning to its nest, she leapt up lightly and landed beside him, naturally hooking her arm around his and rubbing her blood-stained cheek against his shoulder. Finished on your side. How was that White Reaper? Not bad. He has some skill. Amano Hiro's tone was flat, as if commenting on an unimportant dish. His gaze swept over the investigators in the alley who were on the verge of collapse. These small fry were worth this much of your time. I was bored. Rize pouted. Ito needs to deal with the gift over there. It is time to wrap things up here as well. He wrapped an arm around Rize's waist. Let's go back first. The remaining investigators below stared dumbfounded as the terrifying dark crimson figure took the purple-haired female demon with him. Spreading their wings and leisurely disappearing between the buildings like a couple tired from shopping, as if the massacre just now had only been an illusion. A surviving young investigator collapsed weakly onto the ground. The quinkwa in his hand clattered down, and a wet warmth spread through his crotch. A single thought rose in all of their minds. They would resign after returning. This time, they had truly picked up their lives. In the night sky, Amano Hiro held Rize as they circled half a turn leisurely. His sharp gaze locked onto three familiar figures in a remote alley below. His wings drew in slightly, and his figure shot down like a dark crimson bolt of lightning with a whoosh, landing precisely in front of Manager Yoshimura and the other two, the pressure of the wind lifting the corners of their clothes. When Manager Yoshimura saw who it was, his tense expression finally relaxed. He covered his still faintly aching chest, his voice carrying undisguised exhaustion. "Hiro, it is good that you are safe. We are unharmed." Amano Hiro's gaze swept over the multiple tears in the manager's clothes and the wounds that had yet to fully heal. "Manager-san, your injuries are not light. The priority is to rendezvous with Yomo-san and the others. Find a safe place to recuperate. As for the coffee shop, we can find a new location and reopen in the future." Manager Yoshimura nodded slightly, a trace of helplessness appearing on his aged face. "For now, that is the only option." "All right, we will take our leave first." Amano Hiro gave a nod, then tightened his arm around Rize. "Manager, please take care as well." Before his words had fully fallen, the dark crimson wings spread once more. The two of them shot into the sky and merged into the deep night, flying toward home. Watching the direction in which they disappeared, Enji Koma let out a long breath and wiped the blood from his face, speaking with lingering fear. "This time we truly have Hiro and Rize-chan to thank for arriving in time. Otherwise, these old bones of ours would probably have been left here." At the side, Kaya Irimi softly echoed, her eyes filled with gratitude. "Yes. We must remember this favor well." Manager Yoshimura looked at the two companions who had followed him for so many years. A trace of guilt flashed in his eyes as he said softly, "I have dragged you into this." "Manager, what are you saying?" Enji Koma immediately waved his hand, interrupting the manager's self-blame. He forced out a relaxed smile, trying to ease the heavy atmosphere. "Let's leave this troublesome place quickly. After this battle, the CCG side will probably be furious." Deep within the alley, the three figures supporting one another gradually disappeared into the night, leaving behind a scene of devastation that spoke of tonight's heart-stirring battle. At the same time, the underground base of Aojirai tree. Yoshimura Ito looked at Yashitoki Washu, who was bound to the experimental table with special alloy shackles. The corners of her mouth beneath the bandages could not help but curl upward. She extended a finger, her cold fingertip tracing across Yashitoki Washu's face, which still carried authority even in unconsciousness. "Welcome to your new home, Director." Her voice was as gentle as if reciting poetry. "Your bloodline will open a new era for us." Tatara stood quietly behind her like a silent guardian. Looking at Yashitoki Washu, he asked in a deep voice, "Is Kanu's side ready?" "Of course." Ito turned around, her tone cheerful. "With this most perfect, raw material, our experimental plan can finally enter the next stage." Her gaze shifted toward the dark passage deep within the base, as if it could pierce through the heavy rock layers and see the dragon sleeping underground. The prelude to chaos has already begun. Next, it is time for the world to fully awaken. The cold wind before dawn swept across the devastated battlefield, grinding smoke and the scent of blood into the night. Itsuki Marud stood alone beside the wreckage of the command vehicle, the hem of his coat fluttering fiercely in the wind. "Has the casualty count been completed?" His voice was abnormally calm, as if the brutal battle just now had never happened. Only the cigarette trembling slightly between his fingers betrayed the turmoil within. "Reporting to Special Class, casualties exceed 2/3. The list of the fallen is still being confirmed." The young investigator's voice choked as his hands trembled while holding the tablet. Itsuki Marud did not turn around. He simply waved a hand silently, signaling his subordinate to continue the rescue efforts. The flame from the lighter illuminated his bloodshot eyes. He took a deep drag of his cigarette, letting the acrid smoke fill his lungs. From the very beginning, this battle had felt strange, Aojirai tree's abnormal tactical deployment, the sudden appearance of unknown ghouls and the massacre. He narrowed his eyes, and the image of Yashitoki Washu's bizarrely healing wound surfaced before him. The director's words before being abducted about an agent that enhances regenerative ability now felt full of inconsistencies upon reflection. 2/3 casualties. He muttered to himself, the cigarette tip flickering between his fingers. When the final wisp of blue smoke dissipated into the darkness before dawn, Itsuki Marud crushed the cigarette but hard into the scorched earth. A decision took shape in his heart. After returning to headquarters, he needed to thoroughly investigate the situation of the Washu clan. Some truths had to be uncovered completely.